Chapter 1: A Fateful Reunion. In order to implement Deng Xiaoping's philosophy of governance through pilot programs, the leadership of his province set erect to its developmental efforts toward the provincial capital Rongqing. Ultimately, they transformed Rongqing into a first-tier city within the nation. Naturally, with isolation in status, property values began to soar alarmingly. Donglu town, situated in the new district of Rongqing, emerged as a hub for the newly affluent. Although it was the most prestigious villa in the city, it was shyly sought after. Despite scarcity of stand-alone villas, with most being townhouses, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the city's wealthy residents. Among the 33 available units, those with 2-bedroom layouts were particularly coveted. Ultimately secured by Lin Qinan, chairman of Xuanlin Group, and Li Youwen, chairman of Xingyou Investment Company. The connection between these 12 families was enigmatic. Their business should literally overlap, and they had no significant personalities, yet they found an uncanny harmony in their recent acquisitions. They had chosen the same renovation companion of income and said work in the same day. Rongqing, while at vast, was not insignificant either. Although the 12 familia should little interaction in the past, they were familiar with each other, having cooperated within the same business circles. As individuals in the commercial realm, they naturally shared a cordial rapport, bolstered by the inherent sophistication and social acumen of adulthood. Before long, Lin Qinan and Li Youwen were referring to Akothar's brother and sister-in-law in a manner that felt both intimate and natural. With this newfound closeness, the families began to visit each other to admire their respective renovation styles, from the overall color schemes down to the preferences for household appliances. That matriarch engaged in endless discussions, sharing insights and opinions. These was merely the beginning. One city house had been sufficiently aired out. They events elect at the same day for their housewarming celebrations. What kind of at could possibly play here? Perhaps even Lin and Li themselves could not decipher it. Whenever a thing was finally settled, the 12 familias harried laughter that couldn't be described as aporic, akin to basking in the warmth of spring. Lin, might our brother, sister-in-law, since it has conspired for us to be neighbors, should celebrate this fortunate event. It would bear us not to honor such a hard-won connection, Li Youwen, fairness chairman of Xingyou Investment Company, declared. Indeed, my husband is right. I've already and sister Chin to buy groceries. Let's celebrate our family's new beginning sinner no home tonight. Should also toast the fortuna being neighbors, shall we? Said Sushiqing, the gracious wife of Li Youwen. Renowned for her exemplary qualities, Su Ziqing was not unlike the supportive partner behind Li Youwen Butelsa, the founder of Xinshu Labor Services Company and the second largest shareholder. Thanks to her substantial initial investment in Xingyou, she held a 25% stake in the company, only 5 percentage points less than her husband. Regardless, she always ensured her husband received both public and private respect, earning her a reputation as one of Rongqing's most admirable women. Then it shall be as I appreciate our hospitality. Li brother and sister-in-law, Lin Qinan, chairman of Xuanlin Group, replied with a deft charm, his social finesse rivaling that of Li Youwen. Darling, don't forget to bring thought bodily from me Martin Exotella venu pour celebration tonight. Oh, by the way, sister-in-law, is my little nephew today, dosi heavy and yaversions to snacks or toys, way off to prepare a thoughtful welcome a gift for him, said Ning Yingqing, the spirited with Lin Qinan, how us known for her entrepreneurial spirit as the founder of Xinglian coffee chain. Good thinking, dear, Lin Qinan praised his wifey without reservation. No need for that, sister-in-law. Myson has never been particularly fond of toys. He finished himself in his study and is not keen in communicating with me or only. It seems she's busier than that wolf was hard to support the family. He has always been cared for by his grandparents, as old Lion de have been quite occupied. After a few years of improved circumstances, we finally brought him to live with us. Yet he seems to harbor some emotional barriers, or perhaps she's imply an introverted child's sigh. It's quite troublesome, Su Ziqing lamented, her smile softening her complaints. A 13-year-old child with emotional barriers, it's merely his nature, dear lady. Perhaps your imagination is a bit too vivid. Li Youwen quipped. Oh, and Lin, where is your daughter? Does he have any dietary restrictions? Vemos ensure she is included in your gathering. Li brother, you just invite complicated son, mo little girl, thuff nodiet 6 isquiteth a little adherent in her early years, duetto mayan kinking's relentless busyness, we trusted her to her maternal grandparents right after her birth. They spoiled her to the point of becoming the lit leadman. She has a knack for causing trouble, and I suspect the sky wouldn't darken if she didn't stir up some mischief daily. Since she moved in with us less than a year ago, she has driven away 5 nannies and even scratched a kindergarten teacher's face. Not to mention tearing apart a little girl share accessory. When a reprimander, she has more arguments than Ito. Occasionally, she insists in returning to her grandparents, claiming Hirunke and Antamer like her parents' tanware. Truly, she's a little troublemaker what drives me to distraction, Lin Qinan chuckled, recounting the antics of this little demon. Children are like that, they hardly understand the struggle of parenthood, but do is your little girl gitalang well with heront, liawaningly. Haranto Tessiner, especializing Keshi and Duras Bandhaviasan, making the more fond of my daughter, if it weren't for my mother breaking her glass day in me brother Skaldun le being 3, they would be too busy with their hospital jobs to manage. Yaura reluctant to send my little tyrant back to home, and my sister-in-law Banga Hedners naturally has more patience with children than Ito, which is with that little tyrant is closer to Herant Thantom, Ning Yinking replied, her voice list with humor, unaware of Tesla Tintoff jealousy in her tone. Despite being Gasherman managing hundreds of employees, she found herself helpless against their own daughter, whom she had carried for 10 months. Chapter 2: A fateful reunion continued. After a lively exchange, the group turned their attention to preparing for the evening's gathering, each heading a to bring Thyron Rolikal Drentomitoni another. It would be rather odd for several adults to bond as neighbors while their children remain strangers. When Flynn familiarized the household, the enthusiastic matriarch personally opened the door to all come with them when prompted beherence, their only daughter, the little princess Lin Yanjin, surprising like implied and sweetly greeted Uncle Lion Dadley. At that moment, Li Uema, Thesanoff Lifamali, emerged from festity, his demeanor aloof. Yanjin, this assuring lesson, Li Uema, the Cesar new neighbor's little sister, Lin Yanjin, Mrs. Leonon said with great formality, waiting for Uemo to greet Lin Yanjin's parents before introducing Thedwakaldrin. Li Uema finally directed das serious gazi toward Thecha by little girl, yet in an instant, his face turned pale as if emi explode. Hello, Yanjin, Li Uemo for Dasmal, his raretas play obgentolisco in Ganada said bethi for adults she failed to address your sister. Hello amo, Lin Yanjin responded earnestly, Haruza Vaisnami nearly causing Liu Modolosa hispolence. Lin Yanjin, Ari obeying mischievous, Hizio your older brother, Lin Shanan said, exasperated. Old Lin, you're Theon being mischievous, he calls him Yanjin, so we'll call him Amo, what's wrong with that, always bullying Theon Jeroen Sluka to your own success, Lin Yanjin retorted, puffing up her cheeks in defiance, eliciting laughter from Liao Ananda's wife, Woskuput the little girl in Tothirams. Lin, your daughter is truly spirited, Wadon Tweswap killed Renfrahile, if find this little girl utterly charming, Li Yawan exclaimed, his laughter infectious and instantly uplifting Themud. Then by all means, you would gladly take this little troublemaker off me hands at bemest grateful, Lin Chenin replied with asmal equal resigned to theantic sophis adorable daughter, Hoheda Pinchant for rebellion. Uncle Lin, Aunt Ning, you haven't finished me homework yet, so I must excuse myself, Liuma said, struggling to maintain composure. A splitting headache threatened to overwhelm him, and he needed to return to his room to process the overwhelming images flooding his mind. Alright Uema, go ahead and take care of your tasks, Lin Chenin responded with a jovial tone, and Theathers nadid in agreement. As Hedgelt exchanged pleasantries, Liuma retreated to his room, feeling gutturally drained and drenched in cold sweat. One said happy-piercing sensations in his mind began to subside. He lifted it from his arms, only to find himself staring into the curious, delicate eyes of Lin Yanjin, who gazed at him with wonder. Why are you crying, Uemo? She asked, her small face filled with inquisitiveness, unable to contain himself. Li Uemo enveloped the little girl in his arms. These wasti child had traversed time in space to find, had finally located this little leon, still a audacious and breathtaking gassiver, after a millennium of longing hated less united with the child had captivated Ishiart. Yanjin, why do you call me instead of brother, Li Uemo eventually murmured, his voice brilliant above a whisper. I don't know, I just want to cali amo. You are a mini alone, nuni elsa can cali out that, understand, Lin Yanjin replied, her tone is sweet firm, exuding a possessiveness to twazel to familiar to him. Li Uemo smiled softly, touched by her declaration, yet, a wavy of complexity washed over a mashari called the tenderness of their previous life, where she had called him amo with such affectionate themed off their fatiful journey. Shoot some insistent calling Memo to spit your wishes, he teased. It hit them, Shara pleaded decisively. Li Uemo chuckled, both amused and exasperated by her fierce spirit. And what if I agreed to lead her skull me amo? It did you, and would break up for friendship, he wouldn't play with you anymore, Lin Yanjin declared resolutely, evoking a bittersweet smile from Li Uema. A Jean, Emma Hasselways belonging to alone, nu niels me encroach upon that bonthasism me promise to you if you ever have doubts, you must come to Emo for confirmation, understand, Emo will never deceive ya, and I hope I will never deceive him either. Having grigand memory is from his past life, Li Uemo's touch had matured significantly, having intelligently instilled certain beliefs in his little Leon, determined to protect their hard-won connection from any potential disruptions. This reunion, spanning 1,000 years and crossing the boundaries of time, weighs a precious treasure had painstakingly sought after. I will never deceive hamo. Even if I deceive varianils, I will never deceive forio or mini alone, linyanjan salim levado, al redia werathachi hadieto fin semiono hobolonyad sololitor. Chapter 3, a serendipitous reunion. Her grandparents, as well as her uncle and aunt, while they cherished her, also held affection for her younger brother Ning Xiang, although Ning Xiang was fond of her and often clung to her, insisting that she play with him and share her toys and snacks. This constant demand, while she did not mind sharing with that pesky little brother, meant that she often found herself returning alone to what was deemed her own home. This, indeed, incensed Lin Yanjin to no end. The so-called father and mother were perpetually engulfed in their unending tasks, to the extent that even the kindergarten's parent-child activities were attended by the nanny. Observing other children holding their fathers with one hand and their mothers with the other, Lin Yanjin could not suppress her emotions, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Moreover, she was mocked by the despicable children for being a crybaby. It felt unjust not to retaliate against them for her tears. In the past, she had her uncle, aunt, and grandparents accompanying her to kindergarten activities. Why had she been brought to this unfamiliar place? Lin Yanjin pondered, her little mind unable to comprehend. Ning Xiang, the little boy, had become the target of her misplaced ire, and now, this handsome older brother claimed he would be solely hers, which filled Lin Yanjin with uncontainable joy. Could it be that her very own amo would never be taken away from her? She finally possessed something that belonged exclusively to her. How wonderful that was, however, being still so young. She did not yet grasp that her amo could not be described as an object. Even with the memories of his previous life, Li Yuma could not fathom what lay behind the flickering light in the child's eyes. If he were to discover that his little one had categorized him as a mere thing, he would be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Amo, which kindergarten do you attend? Lin Yanjin asked solemnly, as if recalling a significant matter. She wished to attend kindergarten with her amo, so that if she encountered children she could not handle, her amo could assist her. After all, isn't mutual assistance the essence of friendship? The teacher had often said that children should help one another. Little Jean, what are you saying? Oli Yuma was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. I asked where you go to kindergarten. I must return and discuss with old Lin. I want to transfer to your school and attend kindergarten with you. I detest my current kindergarten, Lin Yanjin replied with remarkable nonchalance. Completely oblivious to the surprised expression on the handsome boy's face, after a moment, Li Yuma regained his composure. It was his own excitement over the awakening of past memories that had led to this. This child was still under the age of 6, a mere little rice dumpling. This was the present, not the past. I have skipped a grade and am now in the 3rd year of junior high. Little Jean Amo cannot attend kindergarten with you. What must I do to attend school with you? Lin Yanjin inquired earnestly. I am currently studying at the foreign language middle school, and I must continue there for high school. You can enroll in the foreign language elementary school. Our schools are only 2 avenues apart. Li Yuma hastily reassured the little bundle in his arms. How wonderful it was that his little one was healthy in this life. Soft and plump, unlike the frail and sickly version from his past, health was indeed a precious gift. But I cannot attend elementary school yet. My mother said I must wait until after my 6th birthday to become a student. Lin Yanjin stated, a hint of distress in her voice. That's fine. I will come to accompany you for 2 hours every day after school. Alright. If there had been a mirror, the expression on the face of this young boy would have resembled the cunning grin of the wolf disguised as grandma in Little Red Riding Hood, utterly beguiling. Really, you can come every day to accompany me? Lin Yanjin asked, her heart fluttering. She usually played alone after school, as old Lin and her mother were seldom seen. The nannies came and went, preoccupied with watching television or playing on their phones. Indifferent to her company, she disliked them, just as they appeared to dislike her. They sometimes insulted her as a dead girl, and she would retort with old hags. They dared not strike her but would scold her instead. She would cry and call her grandfather, who would reprimand her mother, leading to the dismissal of the nannies. Yet, her mother still would not spend time with her. As she recounted her grievances, the look of injustice in her eyes tugged at Li Yuma's heart. He too was often alone at home since being brought to this so-called family, facing only nannies day in and day out. However, being older, he had found ways to entertain himself and did not require companionship. For now he preferred solitude in his little space, engaging in activities he enjoyed, shunning closeness with his so-called parents. He knew they were equally reluctant to approach him, as their gazes were always filled with indifference. Given a choice, he would have rather remained in his grandparents' bustling retirement community. Although his somewhat annoying little cousin Jiang Yanyu would often seek attention, it was still more vibrant than this cold household. Why was it that, despite both being young girls, Jiang Yanyu was so insufferable while this little tyrant in his arms was exceedingly endearing? The child in his embrace, though domineering, possessed a candidness that was refreshing. While that so-called cousin was full of scheming, perpetually irked, and wished for the world to revolve solely around her, such a young age, yet already brimming with guile, how could she even be compared to the little tyrant he held? Had he lost his mind, his little one was a singular existence. No cat or dog should dare to tarnish her. Fear not, little Jean Eyre, from now on, you have me. Amo will always be by your side. No one will dare to scold you again. With me around, no one can be harsh to you. Why, little Jean Eyre, so beautiful and adorable, anyone who dares to scold you will face my wrath. Even if my current abilities are limited, I will seek retribution for you in the future. Is it not said that a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years? Little girl, will Amo protect you from now on? Upon hearing that his little one had been scolded, Li Yuma felt an unexplainable surge of anger welling within him. In his past life, he had always held her dear, never having the heart to scold her. Now a mere nanny dared to bully her. Lin Yanjin shivered at the chilling aura emanating from him. Li Yuma suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly retracting the coldness he had exuded and pulling the child closer to him. Do not fear, little Jean Eyre. In this world, anyone could bully you, but your Amo will not. Do not be afraid of Amo. Alright. Chapter 4, A Serendipitous Reunion, Part 4. Li Yuma extended his slender fingers, gently pinching the soft, chubby face of the child in his arms. I would never fear my Amo. Amo is mine. What is there to fear? I will protect you, Amo, Lin Yanjin declared with unwavering determination, leaving Li Yuma's heart swelling with emotion. Indeed, his little one had always been his protector in the past. Even now, though still a child, her resoluteness mirrored that of her former self, warming his heart. Little Jean Eyre, in this life, your Amo will surely grow strong, and you will no longer need to sacrifice yourself. In this life, it will be Amo's turn to protect you, ensuring that both of us live in peace. Thank you, my little Jean Eyre, thank you for wanting to protect me. Rest assured, I will protect you and do so well. As Li Yuma made this earnest promise, the little girl in his arms inadvertently tore the emblem from his school uniform. This little rascal's hands were as troublesome as they had been in the past. Amo, why is this beautiful emblem so fragile? Lin Yanjin asked, unrepentant as ever. Li Yuma could only chuckle helplessly. This little girl remained as obstinate as before. He gently restrained her small hand, which was still fiddling with the emblem on his chest. It seemed he was destined to be tormented by this little rascal for many more years to come. Little Jean Eyre, you must allow me to request a new uniform at school tomorrow. This one is for you to play with, otherwise, I will be reprimanded. Upon hearing that her Amo would be scolded, Lin Yanjin immediately ceased her antics. She did not want her Amo to face criticism. Indeed, she had forgotten that when her uniform was damaged, the teacher would scold her and instruct other children not to follow her example. I am sorry, Amo. As she uttered this apology, her expression reflected such innocence and grievance that it felt as though the very air around them had turned wrong. Li Yuma let out a sigh. Despite the passage of 2 lifetimes, this child remained unchanged. He took Lin Yanjin's small hand in his, gently comforting her. Amo does not blame little Jean Eyre, just wait for me to bring back a new uniform. And you can play with this one. Alright, you can play however you like. This little girl had damaged his uniform, yet he found himself rushing to console her, just as he had in the past when this little rascal had ruined his jade tassel. Even so, Li Yuma was filled with sweetness. How wonderful that his little one remained the domineering little rascal. Really, I can play however I want. Lin Yanjin's eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars, making it impossible for Li Yuma to resist their allure. I already told you, I would never deceive you, he said, affectionately ruffling Lin Yanjin's hair before softly adding, may I use this uniform to make clothes for my doll? Lin Yanjin's eyes shone with the brilliance of myriad stars, captivating Li Yuma to the point where he felt he could drown in their depths. Certainly, you may take the lead. The tenderness in Li Yuma's tone seemed to overflow, bringing an extraordinary joy to Lin Yanjin, who couldn't help but nuzzle her little head against the chest of this handsome brother, as naturally as she would with her grandparents. This gesture stirred a complex mix of emotions within Li Yuma. His child, his precious treasure regained, could once again seek comfort in his embrace. Even if her soul were to be torn by malevolent spirits from the river of oblivion, it would still be utterly worth it. Is it truly a school uniform that brings you such delight? This is Amo's clothing, you know. And from now on, you are not permitted to give your clothes to anyone else, otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. And my anger is not easily soothed. Lin Yanjin's innocent little face was filled with an unexplainable possessiveness, and her Amo could only treat her with utmost kindness, otherwise she would surely be heartbroken. More so than if she were alone in a desolate room. Very well, I shall not give them to others. If I must give, it shall only be to my little Jean Eyre. Li Yuma promised with a smile. Realizing that his child could now be free-spirited in this lifetime, no longer needing to endure herself as she had in a previous life, she deserved to embrace her own nobility and pride. Unbeknownst to him, he relished and enjoyed the possessiveness and dominance his child exhibited towards him. "That won't do. We must make a pinky promise," Lin Yanjin said mischievously. She then extended her chubby little hand, offering her short, pudgy pinky at Li Yuma, in a show of affection, extended his slender pinky to hook with hers, solemnly sealing the promise. "Is this acceptable?" he asked cautiously. "Yes, it is. Imo, do you like dolls?" Lin Yanjin continued to blink her large, expressive eyes as she inquired. If her Imo liked dolls too, she could share two with him. Imo does not fancy dolls. He prefers little girls who play with dolls, Li Yuma replied teasingly. "What a pity, I wanted to share two dolls with you," Lin Yanjin lamented. "Not at all. As long as little Gina enjoys dolls, that is sufficient. Next holiday, I shall take you out, and we will visit the toy club on the basement level of the exhibition center. I will gift you a doll that is as big as you are. How does that sound?" Li Yuma said earnestly, knowing he could afford to buy gifts for his child with his considerable allowance. Why not? Don't you like dolls anymore?" Li Yuma asked in surprise. "I do, but I would rather have a doll that resembles you, so I can see you all the time," Lin Yanjin replied earnestly, tilting her little head up. If only she had a doll like her Imo, how impressive she would be, making her chubby and unattractive cousin green with envy. Just the thought delighted her. However, that chubby boy would likely seek out his stern-faced grandfather and grandmother to pressure her into giving it up, but she would not consent. She would bite the chubby boy fiercely. "A doll like me?" For the first time, Li Yuma found himself genuinely impressed by his child's audacity. "Yes, a doll just like you," Lin Yanjin affirmed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Very well, I shall search for one. If I can find it, I will certainly bring it to you," Li Yuma promised seriously. He planned to ask Zhao Jia and the others tomorrow, for they had lived in this area long enough to know more than he did. A custom-made doll would require a full-body photograph to be printed onto the toy. Chapter 5, Evening Meal Invitation. "Young master, sir, and madam request that you and Miss Lin join them for dinner." Just as Li Yuma was joyfully planning how to procure a doll resembling himself for the little girl in his arms, a servant knocked gently on the door and spoke softly. "All right, I will bring Gina out immediately," Li Yuma replied nonchalantly. "Gina, let us go for dinner." "Is there anything in particular you enjoy eating?" he asked earnestly, recalling how picky she had been in her past life. "I am not picky, I simply do not eat bitter melon, onions, or okra," Lin Yanjin replied, tilting her head adorably. "Understood, now let us depart." Li Yuma stated, attempting to set Lin Yanjin down, only to find her chubby little hands clinging to his neck. "But I do not wish to walk," she protested sweetly. Taken aback, Li Yuma tightened his embrace. This child, much like her younger self in a past life, adored being carried. "Then I shall carry you," he declared affectionately, playfully pinching her plump little cheek and adjusting her princess dress before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Striding towards the dining room, "How can you allow your brother to carry you? You little rascal, at your age, what are your legs for?" Lin Chenan remarked, observing his mischievous daughter contentedly hanging from Li Yuma's neck. "Uncle Lin, Gina is still young, it is only right for me to carry her," Li Yuma responded, unusually warm-hearted. Li's parents exchanged glances, surprised by this rare display of affection from their son, who typically maintained a distant and expressionless demeanor. "Gina, come here to your uncle and tell him. Did your brother bully you just now in the room?" Li Yaowen, genuinely fond of Lin Yanjin, asked, having never had a daughter of his own. "No, I want to sit next to Imo and uncle." "Imo would never bully me, he said he would protect me," Lin Yanjin replied, her small mouth pouting proudly, much to the amusement of Li's parents. "Come here, dear, your brother is still a child, and your mother can help you eat." Ning Yingqing coaxed gently, trying to manage her spirited daughter. They felt a profound sense of obligation towards this little girl. "That is quite all right, Aunt Ning, I can take care of little Gina, besides, it is merely a title. Let us not make things difficult for her, she may call me whatever she wishes, as long as it makes her happy," Li Yuma said politely to the aunt who bore a resemblance to his little girl. "Yuma is right, Gina is so young, let us not be too rigid, this little girl deserves to be pampered. She is not a troublesome boy," Ning Yingqing remarked. "Come, everyone, do not linger, Sister Chen's signature dish of liver and kidney stir-fry is ready. We must eat it while it is hot," Li Yaowen urged, inviting everyone to take their seats. The two couples seated themselves together while the two children sat across from one another, after several rounds of toasts and banter. The adults realized that the two children had formed their own little world, with the elder caring for the younger and whispering their little secrets to one another. "Amor, do you like little sisters?" Su Shiqing asked playfully, gazing at her son. "Yes, I really like little Gina," Li Yuma replied without lifting his head. His response was quite astute, First, his little girl could never be his sister. Second, he only liked this little girl. Not a sister, however. I heard from your aunt that you and Jiang Yanyu often do not get along. Li Yaowen teased his son, perhaps slightly tipsy. Little Jeaner is little Jeaner, Jiang Yanyu is Jiang Yanyu. Father, look closely. How can Jiang Yanyu compare to little Jeaner? Li Yuma replied seriously, surprising his father with his earnestness. You little rascal, since you like little sisters so much, how about your mother and I have another one for you? That is your choice. I have no say in it. However, should you have another, you must care for it yourselves. I have no time, Li Yuma replied coldly. You, a student, how busy could you possibly be? Su Shiqing teased. I must study, and I promise to spend time playing with little Jeaner every day. Additionally, I wish to learn Sanda. One reason is for physical fitness, the other is for self-defense, Li Yuma stated seriously to his parents. The most crucial reason was that he had awakened memories from his past life and understood how vital a strong physique and agile skills were. I fear I may not see a daughter born. But instead, bear an unthoughtful little boy, Li Yaowen mused, slightly dazed. Whatever you wish to learn, go ahead. We are not lacking in funds for your education, he added, slightly bemused. Fine, that child may not be as healthy as this one, but he is certainly more considerate. I also wish to learn Sanda. I want to learn alongside Imo, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the mention of Sanda, curious if it involved fierce combat. You little imp, I am your father. If you continue to act so recklessly, I shall truly discipline you, Lin Chenin declared, exasperated by his mischievous daughter, who seemed more troublesome than any boy, despite the endearing and adorable demeanor of Mingming. This father has yet to receive a single commendatory word from his child. Dare you? I will call the authorities to have you apprehended. Lin Yanjin gently held the shrimp meat dipped in sauce and fed it to Li Yuma, speaking in a somewhat indistinct manner. That little expression successfully rendered the couple from the Li family speechless with delight. They were utterly enamored with this radiant little bundle, reminiscent of a small son, 100 times more charming than their own somber son. Uncle Li, please allow little Jeaner to train with me. Shall we hire a private tutor? Upon hearing that his child wished to learn combat skills, Li Yuma felt a surge of joy. Starting to exercise at such a tender age, this little one would surely grow up healthy and robust, no longer to endure the dullness of his past life, nor to be afflicted by illness. Xiaomo, it's not that Uncle isn't willing, it's just that your aunt and I frequently travel for work. This little lazybones has a severe case of morning grumpiness. We've already changed the housekeepers 5 or 6 times. If anyone disturbs her slumber, she becomes quite agitated. Wouldn't tea that delay your training progress? Chapter 6, Learning Combat Skills Part 2. Lin Chenin felt somewhat embarrassed as he concluded his thoughts. Even he dared not provoke this little tyrant before 7 o'clock. She would not relent until her cries could shake the very mountains. Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I will wake her every morning. The reason little Jean can't get up is that she must have stayed up late. However, I apologize for any disturbance. Though Li Yuma spoke humbly and politely, his tone lacked warmth. It was likely his child was sleeping late due to fears in the night. Old Lin, record Xiao Mo's fingerprints so that he won't knock on the door so loudly. Will you promise me? At worst, I won't scold cousin Lin Hongxian for being a fatso anymore, nor will I call him a foolish pig. Lin Yanjin's self-assured compromise nearly drove her husband to the brink of exasperation. You must keep your word, Lin Chenin finally replied. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lin Yanjin spoke so naturally that Li Yaowen was utterly taken aback. He set down his wineglass and lifted the adorable little rice dumpling into his arms. Brother, you cannot fathom how envious I am of you. Come, little Jeaner, tell your uncle why you scold your cousin. Li Yaowen seemed to have released years of mirth, laughing heartily without noticing the dark glimmer in his son's eyes. That fatso cries every time he sees my new toys, running to our grandparents, and they, along with old Lin, expect me to share my treasures with him. He doesn't even feel ashamed, a boy who likes to snatch a girl's toys. Thus, when I cannot defeat him, I must resort to calling him a fatso and a foolish pig, but he truly is very fat and quite ugly. My Xiao Mo is much better looking, 1,000 times more so than that fatso. After finishing her words, Lin Yanjin extended her small, chubby hand towards Li Yuma, clearly expressing her preference for him over her uncle. Li Yuma effortlessly took his child into his arms and placed her comfortably on his lap. You little rascal, when have I not made it up to you afterward? You are simply selfish, not understanding the art of sharing. Lin Chenin felt a tad awkward, having lost face today because of this little girl. Uncle Lin, such words are unfounded. Little Jeaner is not selfish. She is but a small girl. Her cousin, a boy, not only refuses to indulge her but also bullies her. At her tender age, if you all do not protect her, how can it be deemed selfish for her to look out for herself? As for sharing, I believe it should be mutual, not just about little Jean or sharing her possessions. Furthermore, today is the first time I've met this little girl. And she willingly offered to share 2 of her favorite dolls as a greeting gift, saying we are good friends and must share, therefore you cannot wrongfully accuse her nor label her as selfish. How can you cast such aspersions on someone so young? Li Yuma's frosty demeanor caused a moment of silence among the attendees, just as Li Yaowen was about to admonish him. Ning Yingqing interjected, Xiao Mo speaks quite rightly. We adults, having donned our masks for too long, often fail to see matters with the clarity of a child. Old Lin, do not be indignant, you are aware of the injustices little Jeaner has endured over the years. Do not underestimate her, she may be small, but she is not foolish. Ning Yingqing gazed at her husband, her eyes filled with frost. Lin Chenan, too, felt an unusual twinge of guilt. How could he deny the debt he owed to this daughter? Yuma apologized to Uncle Lin. What happened to your usual decorum? How do you address your elders? Su Shiqing furrowed her brows. What on earth has gotten into my son today? He usually hardly speaks, let alone meddles in others' affairs. Do not, Xiao Mo has said nothing wrong. Auntie, why must Xiao Mo apologize? Lin Yanjin stared unblinkingly at Su Shiqing and asked this, sister-in-law, you exaggerate. Xiao Mo has not erred. It is I who have focused solely on honoring my aging parents. Neglecting this dear girl, that I have always thought that the elderly are old, and the children are still young with ample opportunities for atonement, not realizing that the child is gradually growing up, developing her own thoughts and judgments. Thank you, Xiao Mo, for helping me recognize my errors clearly. I hope it is not too late. At that moment, Lin Chenan's sincerity contrasted sharply with Ning Yingqing's coldness, though she was not an exemplary mother. How shameless could this man be to find solace in using his daughter to compensate for the biases of his patriarchal parents? From the moment of her birth, this precious daughter had been cared for by her parents. While those who held the family legacy had not even glanced her way, how could this man speak such shameless words with a clear conscience? Never mind, this was in someone else's home. She would confront this man later upon returning home. Brother Lin, you are too courteous. This young boy knows nothing. Let us continue drinking. Come, let us toast to our new abode. Li Yaowen quickly raised his glass to lighten the atmosphere. The Lin Group was a third larger than his investment company, so he treated Lin Chenan with greater respect. The gathering resumed its lively chatter as they continued to drink and celebrate. Xiao Mo, why have you stopped eating? Lin Yanjin observed her Xiao Mo feeding her diligently and asked with a tilted head. Li Yuma looked at the child perched on his lap. She truly was still a child. In such a setting, she was eating extraordinarily well. This was wonderful. Being able to eat well would ensure her health. How delightful that this little one was not picky in this life, despite still being somewhat selective. Compared to his past life, this was hardly considered picky at all. Xiao Mo wants to wait until little Jeaner is full before he eats. Here, have some stir-fried greens. As Li Yuma spoke. He brought the vegetables closer to Lin Yanjin's mouth. No, I only eat meat. Lin Yanjin turned her little face away, her little pigtail bobbing in sync. That one do. Why not? Only eating meat will turn you into a big fatso and make you ugly. Strange things will grow on your face, and that is exceedingly unattractive. Is that true? I believe I have told you before that I would never deceive you, little Jeaner. This one exactly a lie. Was it? Li Yuma couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Alright, I trust you. Lin Yanjin mimicked the big tiger she had seen on television, playfully snapping at the vegetable offered by Li Yuma. At that moment, Li Yuma felt a profound sense of contentment, watching his child so easily amused, without a hint of guilt. There was no way around it. He feared the tragic repetitions of his past life. He was determined to raise his precious child, whom he loved to the core, even better than before. He needed to strive harder, to become stronger. At all times, he wanted his child to be free to pursue her desires. Chapter 7. I will wait for you here after the grand feast. Both couples from the Li and Lin families resumed their so-called careers. Of course, some were genuinely busy with work, while others busied themselves with matters beyond their professions. Unfortunately, the children from both families returned home each day to find only a solitary nanny keeping the cold, empty house company. However, this time, the Lin family's girl did not throw any tantrums, nor did she call anyone in tears. Allowing her parents to breathe a sigh of relief. It was Friday, and as Lin Yanjin stepped off the school bus, she dutifully handed her small backpack to the newly appointed nanny, allowing her to hold her little hand. The reason was simple. This newly appointed nanny bore a resemblance to her beloved aunt. What she did not know was that this nanny was indeed her aunt's cousin. Her aunt, concerned for her every time she called crying about wanting to return to Xinxiang, had even moved the heart of the nurse manager, who was unflinchingly efficient with needles. If it were not for the lack of manpower at home, with the elderly aging and a 3-year-old mischievous child to care for, who would willingly send away the little girl they had nurtured for nearly 5 years, Moreover, this soft and adorable girl was quite endearing. As the younger generation, how could they persuade their elder sister and brother-in-law to abandon their career aspirations? During an occasional visit to their hometown to see their parents, upon observing their cousin laboring diligently while being scorned by her in-laws for not earning money, Lin Chenan and Ning Yingqing decided to offer her a salary 500 more than the market rate. Inviting this humble woman to serve as a live-in nanny, this time, they did not employ a nanny through an agency. This was the only nanny whom little Lin Yanjin did not vehemently reject. "Shen, has Xiaomo come to find me?" Lin Yanjin asked as she walked, her mind filled with thoughts of her Xiaomo, who had promised to come and play with her every day after school. She wondered if her Xiaomo would keep his word. The young girl, Qian Xiaofan, observed the little one beside her and replied earnestly, "Young Master Li has not yet finished school. He is a middle school student and will be dismissed 2 hours later than you." Did you know that? She found this little princess quite easy to care for, contrary to what the male head of the household had described as willful and capricious. On the contrary, she was refreshingly candid and adorable. However, when the father and daughter reunited, their tender moments seldom lasted beyond half an hour before chaos ensued. Alas, it was best to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the household. Qian Xiaofan resolved to diligently care for this little girl, fulfilling her obligations in accordance with her wages. Of course, she remained immensely grateful to her cousin for this opportunity. "All right, thank you, Aunt Qian," Lin Yanjin said, feeling a tinge of melancholy at the thought of not being able to see her amo immediately. "Jeaner, there's a slide here. Would you like to play on it with Auntie while we wait for young Master Li?" Qian Xiaofan, a mother herself, although her child was already in boarding school for the first year of high school, found herself more fond of the soft and tender little girl. Being a woman without the fortune of having a daughter, due to her circumstances, she had no plans for a second child. A significant reason for this was her partner's lack of ambition, and she was unwilling to bear more children for him. Didn't mommy say public facilities harbor many germs? Upon hearing Qian Xiaofan's suggestion, Lin Yanjin's eyes brightened with excitement, but dimmed almost instantly as she expressed her discontent. In the past, whenever she had wanted to play, the nannies would uniformly dismiss her with words like her mother wouldn't allow it, and her father would not permit it either. "It's alright, Auntie has brought disinfectant spray and wipes. Moreover, the lady instructed me to maintain hygiene and be cautious of germs, but she did not say you couldn't play. If you enjoy it, Auntie will accompany you." "Alright." Qian Xiaofan knelt down to meet Lin Yanjin's gaze, sincerely explaining, "Okay, I'm going to slide down now, thank you, Aunt Qian," Lin Yanjin finally said with a beaming smile. Releasing Qian Xiaofan's hand and skipping toward the slide to play, the developer of Donglu Town had done quite well, adding simple play equipment in the public areas of this villa district, greatly benefiting families with children. Qian Xiaofan quickly moved forward, acting as a human shield for Lin Yanjin, concerned that the little girl might hurt herself. After all, she was the princess of the Shanglin group. Not just any ordinary child. Lin Yanjin, with her round little body, was exceptionally agile. She climbed the ladder using both her hands and feet, closed her eyes, and slid down from the top of the slide with a whoosh. Laughing as she declared she could fly, the smile on Qian Xiaofan's face was sweeter than it had been in years, as she caught Lin Yanjin at the exit, constantly encouraging and praising her bravery. Li Yuma left school in a hurry that day. He did not take the bus with Zhao Jie and Lu Rongjun. Instead, he opted to take a taxi home to save time. He had not seen his little one for a whole day and night. Just a few steps inside the villa community, he heard the delightful laughter of his child. Quickening his pace, he spotted the nanny playing with her on the slide. Li Yuma paused, feeling a wave of warmth. How wonderful it was that in this lifetime, his child could enjoy any activity she wished, unlike in his previous life, where her physical condition had confined her to their home. As Lin Yanjin prepared to slide down again, she fell into a warm embrace. Opening her eyes, she found it was Amo holding her, while the nanny watched them with a smile. Amo, oh, why did you return so late? Li Yuma explained seriously to the child in his arms. "I am now a middle school student, so I finished school later." "Are we still playing?" Lin Yanjin asked. "Not anymore. I'm here with Aunt Qian waiting for you." As she was about to drape her chubby little arms around Amo's neck, Qian Xiaofan intervened, pulling out disinfectant spray to sanitize the little one, only for Li Yuma to take it from her. He diligently sprayed it on Lin Yanjin and then took the disinfectant wipes from Qian Xiaofan to clean her small hands. "Shall we go home now?" he asked after ensuring she was protected. "Yes, let us go home." Lin Yanjin finally wrapped her chubby little arms around Amo's neck, resting her head against his not-so-broad chest. Li Yuma enjoyed the closeness of his child, striding confidently towards Building 33. Qian Xiaofan followed closely behind the two children. Amo, did you miss me today? I thought of you while playing games. Lin Yanjin said. Oh, why did you think of me while playing? Li Yuma asked teasingly. Because that old woman put me in a group with Lu Pengzi, and I don't like being in a group with him. The old woman wouldn't let us switched. I thought if you were there, I wouldn't have been assigned to someone I dislike. Lin Yanjin's tone was endearing, causing Li Yuma's heart to soften. Did that chubby boy bully you? Li Yuma asked seriously. His child, no matter how many lifetimes they lived, would never inexplicably dislike anyone. The protectiveness he felt was indescribable. He mocked me for being a crybaby. A crybaby that nobody likes. I hit him, and that old woman scolded me for not being united with my classmates. Lin Yanjin recounted her grievances, pouting. Why did he mock you for being a crybaby? Jiner, do you know why? Li Yuma asked as he opened the door to the Lin family home, tossing his backpack on the sofa and sitting down with Lin Yanjin on his lap. Continuing to coax her patiently during the parent-child activity, all the kids had their parents with them except me. Only that strict old lady was there. When we played games, she was on her phone. And we always lost. I cried, and after their parents left, some called me a crybaby, saying nobody liked me. I told them I have someone who likes me, but they said I was lying. They wondered why my parents didn't come to accompany me, claiming I must be naughty and that my parents didn't love me. When I was in Xinqiang, my grandparents and uncles and aunts would accompany me to such events. I argued back, but they laughed at me for being a hick. I couldn't take it anymore and hit them. When I couldn't win, I bit them, and that old woman came over to scold me for not being a good child. I really hate this kindergarten humph. When I get stronger, I'll deal with those ignorant fools. As Lin Yanjin expressed her frustration, her eyes burned with intense hatred, which tugged at Li Yuma's heartstrings. His little girl was far too young to endure such treatment. He suppressed the killing intense swelling within him, fearing it would frighten the little one in his arms. Drawing her closer, he wanted to provide her with a sense of security. His child was born of noble lineage. How could anyone dare to bully her? After all, in his previous life, he was an emperor, and this little one was the only child he could indulge without restraint. The powerful aura emanating from him unconsciously made Qian Xiaofan and Chen Xiu, the nanny who had just entered to inquire about dinner, shudder with an inexplicable dread towards the 13-year-old boy. Tomorrow, I will arrange to meet that old woman to discuss your situation at school. Jiner, no one has the right to bully you, absolutely no one. Amo will always protect you, do not fear. My dear, however, Jiner, if you have any concerns, you must communicate them to me promptly so that I can understand and assist you. Alright, Li Yuma gently reassured the little rice dumpling in his arms. It appeared that in this lifetime, their bond as parents would be shallow, just as in the past, and they would need to grow alongside each other. However, from his observations the previous day, it was evident that Lin Yanjin's mother harbored some affection for her. He must grow stronger swiftly to provide her with a formidable shield. In this life, his child only needed to focus on being happy, everything else would be his responsibility. I want to go too. I want to see that old woman. Embarrassed, Lin Yanjin said excitedly. Li Yuma could only nod helplessly, recognizing her familiar vengeful spirit. How delightful, young master. What would you like to eat tonight? I can prepare it. Chen Xiu asked as she noted the boyish expression had softened. Jiner, what do you want to eat? Aunt Chen's cooking is quite good. If you have any preferences, you can tell Amo or directly speak to Aunt Chen. Li Yuma said softly, his voice laced with endless warmth. In terms of culinary skills, Qian Xiaofan could not compare to Chen Xiu, as she was still learning the ropes in the city. I want to eat meat, Lin Yanjin declared, her youth making it difficult for her to remember dish names. What ingredients do we have at home? Li Yuma asked, feeling a headache coming on. He was generally not picky about food, but it seemed his little one had developed some dietary issues that needed to be addressed promptly. He could not allow her to repeat the tragedies of his previous life. With the soul of an adult and knowledge of biology, Li Yuma understood how to balance nutrition properly. The selection is quite abundant. There are several pieces of Kobe beefsteak, as well as yellow croaker and codfish. There are also white shrimp from Ecuador, a leg of Shanwei ham, and 10 jin of yak meat that arrived just a few days ago. Chen Xiu responded earnestly, her fondness for this easygoing young lad evident, primarily because he made things so convenient. Compared to the families they worked with as nannies, their workload was significantly lighter. Chen Xiu was a content individual, cherishing this opportunity for employment. Then let us prepare a stew of yak meat with radishes, and cook a dish with the ham, along with a stir-fry of snow peas. That should be sufficient for me and Xiao Jin. After giving her instructions, Li Yumo was pulled by Lin Yanjin to her room to admire her dolls. The two aunts quickly busied themselves with their tasks, especially Qian Xiaofan, who was eager to take care of the little girl, knowing it was a rare chance for someone to look after her. It was only after that she could fully devote herself to playing with the child for a while, seizing the moment while Lin Yanjin was engrossed in assembling her blocks. Liu Mo dialed Ning Yingqing's number. "Hello, Xiao Mo, are you calling at this hour because Jean Eyre is being mischievous again?" Ning Yingqing had just concluded a meeting and settled into her office when she noticed her personal phone lighting up. It was the young lad from next door, prompting her to inquire without a second thought, "Aunt, why do you jump to such conclusions without even asking?" Liu Mo, standing on the balcony, felt a wave of frustration. What kind of parents were they? "Oh, I'm so sorry, Xiao Mo, Aunt has been overwhelmed. I truly apologize if for reasons unknown." Ning Yingqing felt an unwarranted sense of guilt. "The thing is, while I was playing with Xiaojin just now, she inadvertently mentioned her experiences at kindergarten. Aunt, did you know that Xiaojin is enduring bullying at school?" "Bullying at school? Yes, this certainly qualifies as a form of bullying, due to the previous parent-child event. Neither you nor Uncle Lin accompanied her. The aunt responsible for her care is rather negligent, and they lost all their competitions." The little girl ended up in tears, and instead of comforting her, her teacher allowed her classmates to mock her as an unwanted child. Xiaojin mentioned how her maternal grandparents and uncle in Xinjiang adore her, yet everyone intensified their ridicule, calling her a country bumpkin and a rural girl. Unable to tolerate this, she retaliated only to have the teacher label her as someone who doesn't understand unity and friendship. Chapter 9, Enduring School Bullying 2. "I'm so sorry, Xiao Mo, I had no idea Jean Eyre was suffering such grave harm. As her mother, I feel utterly incompetent." The little girl has always kept her distance from both her father and me, unwilling to share anything with us. "Thank you, truly. If it weren't for you, I would remain oblivious to the unfairness and bullying she is facing." Ning Yingqing lamented, pinching the bridge of her nose in exasperation, despite her and her husband's struggles leading to a relatively successful life in Rongcheng. Their only little princess was being ridiculed as a country bumpkin and bullied by a powerful teacher. It was infuriating. Had she not been preoccupied with the new store preparations, she would have sought out the kindergarten principal to discuss educational philosophies. Now that the situation had unfolded, it was imperative to act swiftly to remedy it or arrange a meeting with the principal and the teacher. "I will confront them tomorrow, but I want to see how many children of influential families are in her class. Who dare to call the Lin Group's little princess a country bumpkin? I wonder what lasting impact this will have on Xiaojin. Will it leave her with psychological scars?" Her expression of distress was genuinely heartbreaking. Liu Mo replied solemnly, "All right, I will make the arrangements. Once the location is confirmed, I'll send it to you." "Xiao Mo, thank you for looking after Xiaojin. Uncle Lin and I have been so busy that we can hardly spare a moment. Once this hectic period is over, I will choose a gift for you as a token of my gratitude." Although Ning Yingqing was indignant over her daughter's plight, she could not entirely forsake her so-called career. Liu Mo merely chuckled internally, maintaining a polite yet distant tone before hanging up. Fortunately, the following semester, the little girl would be entering first grade, and both he and her nanny would accompany her for enrollment. Ensuring the teacher's contact information would be saved in his phone, high school would not be overly demanding for him, and with the awakening of his past life's memories, the academic workload seemed exceedingly manageable. He would be able to care for his little one well. "Imo, come look at the castle I built." Just as Liu Mo was contemplating their future, Lin Yanjin's excited voice broke his reverie. "All right, let us see the castle you've constructed." "Xiaojin, why did you make it so large?" Liu Mo squatted beside Lin Yanjin, trying to meet her gaze. "Because this will be the place where Imo and I will live together in the future. It naturally needs to be bigger, and we need to accommodate our nanny as well. How can a small space suffice?" Lin Yanjin replied earnestly, her innocence stirring both sorrow and sweetness in Liu Mo's heart. Their shared dwelling? This little girl truly knew how to leave him at a loss for words. "Indeed, our shared abode must be spacious. Is there anything I can assist with? You just need to watch," Lin Yanjin said without lifting her head, blissfully unaware of the tender and doting gaze her elder brother cast upon her. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Xiu called them to dinner. Liu Mo scooped up the little bundle squatting on the floor and brought her to the sink. Washing her chubby hands until they were fragrant before setting her down, Lin Yanjin was quite an independent child, as long as her favorite dishes were placed in her small bowl. She would devour them with gusto. However, when faced with vegetables she disliked, she would scrunch her little brows and cross her arms, visibly displeased. Liu Mo had no choice but to coax her, even personally feeding her, ultimately fearing the prospect of becoming unattractive. Lin Yanjin consumed a fair amount of vegetables under Amo's persuasion. "Amo, I want to share my desk with you. Can you come to my house to do homework?" Lin Yanjin asked, a hint of greed in her tone, reluctant to part with her Amo for too long. "All right, but since you're sharing your desk with me, what about you? Where will you do your homework?" Li Umo teased the child. My desk is very large, you can't possibly use it all by yourself. We both want to finish it, Lin Yanjin replied, tugging Li Umo's hand and standing up from the sofa. Eager to show her Imo her desk upon entering the study, Li Umo was momentarily astonished by the Lin family's design. Indeed, the desk could accommodate several people. Flanking the walls were bookshelves. With a rectangular desk in the middle, more akin to a conference table than a study desk. Moc, I want lying was I, Lin Yanjin said, a hint of pride in her voice. Just then, Li Umo received a WeChat message from Ning Yingqing, confirming a table reservation for 9 a.m. the next day at a CAF near the villa, along with the principal and teacher's contact information. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He would meet with this teacher tomorrow to discern the extent of her authority. That night, Li Umo returned to his own home only after ensuring Lin Yanjin had fallen asleep. After exhausting herself on the slide, Lin Yanjin was in high spirits. By 7:50 p.m., she had washed up and climbed into her big bed. Li Umo had yet to finish a single story when Lin Yanjin was already sound asleep. The next morning at 6, Lin Yanjin woke up full of energy, ready to wash her face. Just as she got out of bed, Li Umo entered the room. He took her out for a morning jog. And surprisingly, the little girl did not throw a tantrum. She wanted to grow stronger and defeat those bullying fatty classmates. After a half-hour run, they returned home to take hot showers, of course, with Chen Xiaofan assisting Lin Yanjin. They then enjoyed breakfast together, consisting of crab roe buns paired with sea cucumber millet porridge and the unique pickles of Rongqing. Having exercised, they both ate heartily. When they arrived at the CAF, the kindergarten principal and teacher were already waiting for them. The teacher regretted not realizing that the little girl with her hair styled into a towering bun was of considerable significance. Little Lin Yanjin, come here to your teacher. She thought it necessary to salvage the situation and approached with false familiarity. Attempting to take Lin Yanjin's hand, however, Lin Yanjin stepped back without hesitation, rejecting the presence of the woman she found distasteful. An icy aura enveloped Li Umo as he fixed a piercing glare on the oblivious teacher. His eyes radiating a murderous intent that left both her and the principal trembling. The teacher hastily withdrew her hand, while the principal quickly intervened, stating, "So this is the young master of the Shanglin Group. Indeed, his presence is not something ordinary individuals can rival. Hello, Principal Su, I am the son of the chairman of Qingyao Investment Company. This is the only little princess of the Shanglin Group." Chapter 10, Resolving issues. Having been an emperor in his past life, the pressure Li Umo exuded made it impossible for the two adult women before him to lift their heads. The self-important teacher finally realized the magnitude of her error, questioning her own judgment for assuming that the only little princess of the Shanglin Group was merely a country girl. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Young Master Li, Principal Su responded swiftly, proving herself not to be a fool. Occupying the principal's position. For those acquainted with the Rongqing business district, it is safe to say that they possess at least a modicum of awareness, preventing them from being utterly oblivious. Please take a seat, Director Su. Let us not squander time. I trust you are already aware of the main topics we need to discuss today. I shall pose a singular question to you. Director Su, how do you intend to rectify this issue? After all, my child is still quite young, and has suffered such harm, which was entirely man-made. Li Yuma naturally placed her child upon her lap, her tone chilling as she inquired. Were it not for the child's tender age, Li Yuma would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this self-important woman, since we are here to explore solutions to our predicament. Might I request that Master Li be granted additional time to negotiate a reasonable resolution? Shall we first order some beverages? Director Su, feeling somewhat at a loss, contemplated whether they should place an order or refrain. Master Li, a moderate consumption should pose no issue. Perhaps you might consider reducing your intake. The female teacher, sensing a thawing of Li Yuma's previously oppressive demeanor, ventured to suggest, "Is the recruitment standard of your kindergarten truly so low?" Li Yuma cast a frigid glance at Director Su, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Who exactly is this young man, wielding such formidable presence? My apologies, Master Li, it was my ignorance, Director Su conceded, recognizing her own folly. She questioned whether it was worth continuing this conversation. Director Su, do not forget that you are engaged in the sacred vocation of education. With a sigh, she continued, if you lack sincerity, perhaps we should allow the legal departments of Shanglin Group or my Qingyao Investment Company to engage with you instead? Li Yuma gently tucked Lin Yanjin's small head into the crook of his shoulder, fearful that his rising ire might frighten her, and spoke coldly. No, Master Li, please do not rush. We are gathered here today to resolve this matter. At that moment, Director Su no longer dared to underestimate the young man before her. If indeed faced with the legal departments of Shanglin Group or Qingyao Company, would her kindergarten even remain operational? Then let us see your sincerity and present a solution, she urged. Remember, you are the party at fault. It was your negligence that allowed such a morally bankrupt individual to infiltrate your kindergarten, resulting in my child suffering unnecessary harm. The psychological trauma she has endured is incalculable, waking in terror each night. Director Su, consider how you shall rectify this. Your actions have unjustly targeted a child as young as Lin Yanjin. Do not regard me with such disdain. I have already obtained relevant surveillance footage. I had hoped to accompany you on this journey, believing in the potential for amicable resolution, yet you presume I am merely accommodating? To speak candidly, there are only 3 months remaining. After the summer holidays, she shall embark on her first grade. Whether she continues at your subpar kindergarten is of little consequence. Do not be so arrogant. If I were to disseminate the footage to the Education Bureau or online, you might imagine the repercussions. The abrupt shift in Li Yuma's demeanor rendered the 2 adult women across from him entirely speechless, especially upon realizing that this young man truly possessed their kindergarten surveillance footage. Director Su surrendered any pretense of resistance. Xiao Wang apologized to Lin Yanjin. After your apology, you shall serve in the kindergarten's logistical department for 3 months as penance. If you fail to amend your ways, the industry shall blacklist you. If you demonstrate genuine reform, you may serve as the logistical supervisor there. Masterly, I shall ensure that all children who bullied Lin Yanjin apologize to her next Monday. Furthermore, I will compensate her for the emotional distress she has suffered. Would this be acceptable? Director Su swiftly made her concessions, earnestly negotiating with Li Yuma. Xiaojin, how do you feel about those naughty children apologizing to you? After a prolonged silence, Li Yuma consulted Lin Yanjin, believing it prudent to accept the offer, as he lacked complete footage. His hacking skills were still somewhat rudimentary. As long as they sincerely apologize and promise not to insult me again, I will forgive them. However, I still do not wish to attend that kindergarten. Lin Yanjin replied in a small, innocent voice, comfortably nestled against him. What if the director arranges for you to have a different teacher? Would you still like to attend kindergarten? Director Su hurriedly cooed to the child, concerned that this little bundle of joy was reluctant to return to school, prompting a necessary re-evaluation of her teaching staff. We must first ascertain whether it is yet another poor educator, Lin Yanjin asserted, sounding rather mature for her age. Would you be open to giving it another try? Li Yuma continued to coax. Recognizing the complications involved in changing kindergartens, then, let us give it a try. Indeed, our little Jean is so obedient. However, should anyone bully you again, do not fear, return and inform me. Next time, we shall bring our lawyer to seek justice for you. Li Yuma affectionately ruffled his child's hair, speaking with both tenderness and authority. Such mistakes shall not transpire again. I will personally oversee matters. During nap time, I shall move her little bed to my resting area. Rest assured, Master Li, were it not for the wisdom of adapting to circumstances, this would be the most prudent resolution, incurring minimal costs to the kindergarten without any detriment, had they truly encountered the chairman or his wife of Shanglin Group. The consequences would have been far graver. Under the stern gaze of Director Su, Teacher Wang sincerely apologized to Lin Yanjin. Li Yuma did not linger. Having reached an agreement, he carried his child back home. Aware that he had much to accomplish today, this was merely a display of his father's influence. He needed to strengthen himself for the future. The director and teacher watched as the large and small figures disappeared through the gates of the villa community, accompanied by the housekeeper, before they finally made their exit. Chapter 11. The first birthday time, when experienced in a light-hearted and relaxed manner, tends to pass swiftly. The 2 children, buoyed by each other's company, felt an urgency to mature, as if time were insufficient. Before long, the summer vacation was drawing to a close. Over the past few months, the 2 children had risen at 5:30 each morning to prepare, completing their routines within 10 minutes. Subsequently, their martial arts instructor arrived to commence training based on their designated plans. In just a few months, they appeared to have transformed entirely. Li Yuma's previously slender frame had become notably more robust. With defined biceps adorning his arms, his overall vitality was strikingly different from before. While peers prepared for their high school entrance exams, typically losing a bit of their youthful vigor in the process, this young man seemed to flourish amidst the competition, exuding an invigorated spirit and an aura of distinct excellence. Even their principal, despite his vast experience, could not fathom the reason behind this remarkable change. He sought to invite the parents of this outstanding student to share their educational methods, only to discover that the child's guardians were preoccupied with their careers and social engagements, leaving only a housekeeper to tend to the child's needs. Ultimately, Li Yuma was invited to deliver a speech at the graduation ceremony, sharing his study experiences. The cunning yet youngest student in the entire grade succinctly advised, run more. Ideally, maintain a daily 5-kilometer routine. Balancing work and rest. He refrained from revealing that true balance required exercising alongside those one cherished, for that would yield the most fruitful results, possessing the entirety of a former emperor's memories. The academic tasks at hand were trivial in comparison. Now Li Yuma could effortlessly carry his small companion while running half of a 5-kilometer distance without needing to switch arms. As for Lin Yanjin, the most apparent change was the disappearance of her little belly, her arms now slender like lotus roots, and crucially, she could now swing her tiny fists with enough force to send the neighborhood chubby boy who had attempted to seize her scooter reeling. She had genuinely knocked out his already loose baby tooth. Even the boy's grandmother, who would typically intervene, dared not approach and merely shouted from the sidelines. After the elderly woman had exhausted her vocal cords, Xian Xiaofeng gradually stepped aside, no longer obstructing the old lady, signaling her willingness to involve the authorities if necessary. When the boy's parents arrived on the scene, Li Yuma had also made his appearance, demanding access to the surveillance footage. Upon discovering that the two individuals were the owners of Building 33, the child's father hurriedly took his unruly child and apologized, imploring the esteemed Li Yuma to generously forgive his mischievous offspring. He promised to compensate Lin Yanjin with a brand new scooter and a large bag of snacks to soothe her shock. Although this adult was merely 13 years of age, the parents of the unruly child were eager to send that fierce woman back to the countryside, fearing further trouble. After resolving the situation, the young adult picked up a certain little tyrant's fist, blew on it, and then spoke. Next time, let's refrain from using our fists. The force is reciprocal, and we wouldn't want to hurt our hands. If you encounter such shameless robbers again, simply smash them with your scooter. If they are crushed, it will be their misfortune, and they should open their eyes wide in their next life to choose a family with proper values. If they survive, consider it their good fortune and let their legal representatives handle it. It is said that the property manager present nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. Was there truly such a way to educate a child? Following this incident, Lin Yanjin became the beloved little animal of the entire property management. It was not about protecting her from bullying but ensuring that no other children would dare to confront her. Whenever disputes arose among children, the parents of the other kids were compelled to lead their little ones away. After all, this little sorceress was the very one who had knocked out the teeth of the chubby child who attempted to snatch her scooter. Even the most protective parents had no choice but to take their children away, for such parents typically had a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Lin Yanjin's greatest virtue was her disinclination to initiate trouble. She could entertain herself quite well. If Li Yuma accompanied her, she wouldn't even spare a glance for anyone else. Thus, for the sake of neighborhood harmony and their professional duties, the property management would automatically escort the little princess of Building 33 whenever she ventured out to play. Their concern was not merely for their jobs but also for the shadowy young man from Building 33, who was exceedingly protective. Like an immature tiger, he was both fiercely protective and unreasonable. On Lin Yanjin's birthday, Li Yuma requested a 2-day leave from military training. After all, he was the cherished one of both the principal and the teachers. Not only could he skip military training, but as long as he maintained his excellent grades, skipping classes was also permissible. Giner, it's time to wake up. Li Yuma decided to give their sparring coach the day off and wanted to allow both of them a day of rest. He still woke up at the usual hour and, before he could even wash up, he had already arrived at Lin Yanjin's room. Observing the small bundle sleeping soundly, Li Yuma felt immense joy. This tiny creature filled his heart to the brim. Lin Yanjin rolled over and climbed up, groggily placing her little short legs down from the bed. Why is it you, Bamo, who's waking me up today? Where's Aunt Qian? Lin Yanjin suddenly looked up, meeting Li Yuma's beautiful gaze, and asked in confusion, Little Giner, happy birthday. Li Yuma scooped his beloved little bundle into his embrace, smiling warmly. My birthday? Lin Yanjin asked, still a bit dazed. Silly, how could you forget your own birthday? Li Yuma gently tapped Lin Yanjin's nose with his finger and chuckled softly. Oh right, I remember now. Yesterday, my grandparents even video called me, and that little brat Ning Xiang sent me his saved pocket money to let me buy my favorite gift. Lin Yanjin said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Ning Xiang is only 3. How could he send you pocket money? Li Yuma asked, somewhat perplexed by the child's logic. He gave the money to my uncle, and my uncle transferred it to me via WeChat. That little brat saved up 9,000 and sent it all to me. My uncle, aunt, and grandparents each sent me 1,000. I'm a little rich girl now. Amo, what do you like? I can buy it for you, Lin Yanjin boasted with a flourish. You know how to use WeChat? Li Yuma asked, astonished. He still did not fully grasp the extent of the child's abilities, which left him feeling somewhat defeated. Last year, I was taken to live with my so-called parents. They just left me with an ugly aunt and went off to pursue their so-called careers. This ugly aunt had been working for them for several years. She didn't like me because she always wanted me to sleep. I couldn't fall asleep, and I wanted her to play with me. But she found me annoying. She taught me how to use the phone that my uncle and aunt bought for me so I could call in case of emergencies, but soon, she got tired of me and played with her phone instead. I felt so lonely. I missed my grandparents, my uncle, and aunt, and even that little brat Ning Xiang. I cried, and she locked me in my room while she went to her room to play on her phone. After I cried myself to sleep, my grandpa called, and I complained to him. Chapter 12, the first birthday. Lin Yanjin couldn't help but sniffle as she recounted this, still feeling a tinge of sadness. Li Yuma held the child tightly, as if that alone could suppress the bitterness within him. I'm sorry, little Jeaner. I regret not finding you sooner. Li Yuma buried his face in Lin Yanjin's neck and murmured, "This has nothing to do with you," Lin Yanjin replied. On that day, the ugly woman was driven away by my uncle and mother. My uncle was the one who registered my WeChat account. When my grandpa heard me crying, he happened to be visiting the ward where my grandma was, and he heard me too. He hung up and video called me, only to see me sleeping on the floor. He didn't even take off his white coat before driving over to my mother's house. My grandpa scolded my mother harshly. When they arrived, they caught that ugly woman dancing in her room while my room was still locked. If it weren't for that bad person old Lin doing a good deed, my uncle would have sent that ugly woman to the police station for illegal detention and child abuse. Old Lin said she had worked for them for several years, so he let her off this time. Ever since then, I never called old Lin dad again. I don't like him. My uncle was too busy. He had my mother help me set up my WeChat so I could contact him in case of emergencies. He was just too busy having to work while also taking care of Ning Xiang, who often accompanied them to the hospital. My grandma couldn't walk, and my grandpa had to take care of her. Ning Xiang's grandpa was also ill, and my aunt had to look after him. I call Ning Xiang's grandpa Grandpa Chen. My mother personally taught me how to use WeChat, how to receive red envelopes, and I can even order takeout. I know how to pay using WeChat. Am I smart? Amo, as she concluded. Lin Yanjin raised an eyebrow at Li Yuma, a hint of pride in her expression. Very smart. My little Jeaner is exceptionally clever. Li Yuma replied, his voice soft yet filled with affection. It's all right now, Jeaner, from now on, you have me. Li Yuma murmured after a long pause, realizing the extent of the hardships the little one had faced. Thus, the unworthy uncles and aunts of the Lin family were not deserving of respect. Yes, I have Amo. I'm not afraid of anything. That's right, with me around, you have nothing to fear. Come on, Jeaner, let's go have longevity noodles. Aren't we training today? Well, today we shall indulge in a little laziness. I already informed the coach. We'll train tomorrow instead. Amo, you're so nice. I really like you, Lin Yanjin exclaimed with uncontainable joy at the prospect of a day off, planting a kiss on Li Yuma's cheek to express her current feelings. Li Yuma was taken aback, but he tenderly placed a gentle kiss on Lin Yanjin's forehead. His little child never ceased to bring him immense joy and made it hard for him to control his emotions. Amo also really likes little Jeaner very much. Li Yuma said with a somewhat obscure expression. The two made their way to the wash basin, freshened up, and then sat down at the dining table, where Qian Xiaofan served them 2 bowls of handmade noodles. Cooking noodles was her forte. Amo, I don't like eating eggs, Lin Yanjin pouted, attempting to push the egg aside. Today, you must eat, for today is your birthday. Be good and eat, and then I'll take you to open the gift I prepared for you. All right. Li Yuma affectionately ruffled Lin Yanjin's hair, coaxing her gently. He kindly cut the egg into small pieces. Fearing that her little mouth might struggle to bite into it, Lin Yanjin stubbornly finished all the food in her bowl. Her Amo had told her that picky eaters would grow up to be unattractive. She didn't want to become ugly, so she tried her best not to be picky. Anticipating the gift, Lin Yanjin did not wait for Li Yuma to carry her. After setting down her bowl and chopsticks, she climbed down from her chair and tugged at Li Yuma, leading him to her room. Slow down, the gift won't run away, but I can't wait to see it. Alright, look, it's right here. Wow, so tall. Amo, what is it? Jeaner, why not take a guess? No, why not? I can't guess. Come here, I'll carry you, and you can pull the ribbon yourself. After saying this, Li Yuma gently lifted Lin Yanjin, holding her little hand to help her tug at the ribbon. Once it was undone, he set Lin Yanjin down and opened the box himself. The box was as tall as Li Yuma, and he feared it might topple over onto his little child. Wow, this is an Amo version of a doll, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, jumping with excitement, and Li Yuma felt a wave of joy in his heart. His little child could finally live freely in this life. How wonderful! Do you like it? I love it, I really love it. How much do you love it? I love it so much I can't even express it. So Gina likes this doll from Amo, or does she like Amo himself? Fond of the doll named Amo. Even more fond of Amo, Lin Yanjin once again draped herself over Li Yuma, unabashedly planting 2 kisses on Amo's face. Li Yuma could only bury his face in Lin Yanjin's shoulder to alleviate the complex emotions swirling within him at that moment. His little one always knew how to torment him. Thank you, Gina. No, Amo, I should be the one expressing my gratitude. You gave me a gift. Why should you say thank you? Thank you, Gina, for liking the gift I presented to you. And thank you for saying you like me. Li Yuma continued to nestle his head into Lin Yanjin's shoulder, responding softly that he had finally managed to have this doll crafted just in time for his child's birthday. After inquiring at numerous places until he found a small workshop in the eastern suburbs that created the doll he envisioned, this doll was made to match Li Yuma's current height. Featuring a design that resembled his own likeness. Of course, I must like you, there is no need for thanks. Amo, let us place this doll on the inner side of my bed from now on. I will hug it while I sleep. I am sure I will sleep more soundly, Lin Yanjin said, clutching Li Yuma's sleeve. Alright, I will set it up for you. Li Yuma reluctantly set Lin Yanjin down and placed the doll, resembling Li Yuma, on the inner side of Lin Yanjin's large bed. Gina, did your parents mention coming back today? No, let me show you. Lin Yanjin handed her small phone to Li Yuma, revealing a message from the owner of Xinglian Coffee, apologizing for being busy. Yet, the conversation with old Lin was devoid of a single word. Li Yuma felt a pang in his heart. In this lifetime, their little bond with their parents could be disregarded. Do not be sad. Today, I will accompany you all day, and tomorrow as well, for tomorrow you shall become a primary school student. Shall I help you with the enrollment? Li Yuma gently consoled, recognizing how difficult it must be for such a young child. I am not sad at all, truly. Amo, with you by my side, what is there to be sad about? My grandparents and uncles and aunts have all sent me birthday wishes and gifts. Even Ning Xiang, that little brat, contributed all his pocket money to me. I am very happy. Besides, you gifted me my favorite doll. I am overjoyed. What is there to lament? Chapter 13, The First Birthday. Lin Yanjin concluded, her eyes sparkling like stars, confirming her genuine happiness. Indeed, with so many people who adore Gina, it is truly a reason to rejoice. I was merely concerned about your earlier distress when they did not attend the parent-child activity, leading you to tears, and I feared you might feel sorrowful again. Li Yuma explained, that was different. At that time, you were not there, nor was Aunt Money. That ugly aunt was terribly unpleasant. The crux of the matter was that their absence caused me to be ridiculed and bullied. That is why I felt upset. Actually, it was not so much sadness as it was anger. I was perfectly fine at my grandparents' home. They could have hired someone to care for me there, and I could see my uncle and aunt every day, along with that annoying Ning Xiang, yet they insisted I return to their home, which is theirs, not mine. I merely reside in that house. Amo, I feel as though I do not have a home. As she spoke, Lin Yanjin's mood began to wane. No, Gina, you have a home. Wherever I am shall be our home, alright? Li Yuma said, feeling a slight pain in his heart, but quickly providing a firm answer to the child in his embrace. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Lin Yanjin blinked her beautiful eyes, asking earnestly, seeing the lack of security in the little one's expression intensified Li Yuma's heartache. He tightened his embrace around her. Let us make a promise, little Gina. I told you when we first met that anyone in this world could deceive you, except for me, because I am solely your Amo. Do you understand? Alright, promise. How wonderful it is to have such a good Amo. You aren't going to work on the computer today, are you? Lin Yanjin asked cautiously, gazing at Li Yuma. Not today. Today is a day worth celebrating. Shall I take you shopping? Just the two of us, just us two. Alright. Li Yuma cradled Lin Yanjin and headed outside. Soon, they arrived at a commercial street 2 kilometers away, where a well-known photography studio resided. After some discussion, they decided to have a birthday photoshoot. Naturally, it had to be done. His little one changed year by year, and it needed to be documented in his past life. Even the thought of it had been impossible due to circumstances. They unexpectedly harmonized in choosing a traditional style for the photoshoot, which inadvertently confirmed Lin Yanjin's vague dreams of ancient times. She often dreamt of being a person from the past, though she could not recall the specifics. At 6 years old, she had some indistinct memories. In the end, they selected a portrait of the two of them to be framed, each desiring to place it on their respective bedside tables. In this pose, Li Yuma held Lin Yanjin under her arms, while she appeared to be soaring through the air, their gazes locked on each other. As if oblivious to the world around them, this scene even caught the attention of the studio owner, who wished to use their photo for promotional purposes and promised them a fee. Li Yuma unhesitatingly declined, thinking it absurd. he did not want his child's image scrutinized by strangers. As they left, Lee Yuma unceremoniously invoked the name of his rather irresponsible father, intimidating the studio staff, instructing them to deliver the finished product directly to his home to verify the authenticity of their words. Although Lee Yuma felt little affection towards his parents in this life, he bore no significant resentment either. While they were as irresponsible as the parents of his little one, they were far better than those in his previous life, as they had not sought to manipulate him. At the same age in his past life, his illustrious father had shamelessly exploited him multiple times. Besides, the affluent lifestyle he enjoyed in this life was still provided by his parents. As long as one knows to be content, life will be splendid. Of course, due to his current lack of strength, Lee Yuma felt justified in utilizing his father's resources and company to simplify matters. As long as he had his child by his side, everything else was trivial. What shall we do now? Lin Yanjin, feeling a bit tired from the shoot, naturally became Lee Yuma's little accessory. Let us return home for lunch. Aunt Chen has prepared your favorite black pepper steak and cod chowder, along with sashimi that you adore. After lunch, we shall take a napi in the afternoon. I will accompany you to buy new clothes. Little Jeaner, do you like the dress we just had photos taken in? I love it. My favorite is the horse-face skirt. I will never cut my hair short again. I want long flowing hair like a fairy tied with ribbons. It will flutter in the wind. Surely looking splendid. As Lin Yanjin spoke, her eyes sparkled with visions of herself as a fairy. Li Yuma could not help but gently kiss her forehead once more. My little Jeaner will look beautiful no matter how she dresses. In the future, I will buy you traditional skirts. Alright. Will you wear a horse-face skirt with me? On weekends, let us both wear horse-face skirts at home. It will be more fun that way. Lin Yanjin concluded with a hint of pleading in her tone, yearning for her amo to wear matching attire, as anything else seemed unsuitable. The horse-face skirt they had just photographed in, the photographer had mentioned, could be worn by any gender. Alright, as long as you like it, I will accompany you. Jeaner, remember, I will do anything to make you happy. My amo is the best. With a burst of joy, Lin Yanjin planted a kiss on Lee Yuma's face, a gesture of her happiness. In the past, her grandparents and uncles had to coax her into giving them kisses, but with her amo, she willingly expressed her affection. Is this not the best? Lee Yuma asked with a smile. You are the best amo. After shopping for new clothes in the afternoon, he took her to bake a cake together. Shall we make it ourselves? Yes, homemade is definitely sweeter. Amo, I want to make a castle-shaped cake. Why a castle? Because that will be our future home. If we eat our home, we will never forget what it looks like. Alright, we will do as you say. Little Jeaner, one day amo will ensure you have a home you love. Trust me, it will not be long before I build us a beautiful home. Just for the two of us. Li Yuma promised firmly. That won't do. Why not? We need an aunt to take care of us. Lin Yanjin thought simply. Without an aunt, who would cook for them or do their laundry? I misspoke. We will need other important people as well. Li Yuma gently pinched the little one's cheek, realizing they would need children to complete their family. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, as his little one was still too young. Chapter 14, First Grade Registration. After the morning exercise, Qian Xiaofan dressed Lin Yanjin in the cream-colored blouse that Lee Yuma had purchased for her the previous day, pairing it with a pomegranate red pleated skirt adorned with golden cloud patterns. Exuding an air of elegance and opulence. Li Yuma donned a matching outfit as well, emanating an unparalleled aura that left both Qian Xiaofan and Qin Xiu momentarily stunned. He appeared as though he had stepped out from a historical drama on television. However, such regal presence was a rarity in the entertainment industry, with few able to embody it as he did. His innate, sovereign demeanor was imbued with an air of dominance that spoke of his uniqueness. Imo, you look truly stunning. Lin Yanjin gazed at Lee Yuma as he approached her, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a sprint towards her beloved Imo. The astonishment and admiration in her eyes transformed into a myriad of twinkling stars, followed by an exuberant expression. Li Yuma quickened his pace, extending his arms to embrace the little one. Slow down, Xiao Jeaner, be careful not to fall. It would hurt terribly if you scraped your arms or knees. With Imo around, I won't fall, because Imo won't let me. Lin Yanjin replied with a beaming smile, her words as sweet as honey. We must hurry to breakfast, or we shall be late. Today is the first day of registration. Xiao Jeaner, Lee Yuma remarked with a hint of exasperation, finding his little one's charm irresistible yet overwhelming. This morning, I prepared fish porridge as well as beef pan-fried buns, and some red oil long beans that the little girl doesn't fancy. Qin Xiu delighted in teasing Lin Yanjin, having grown increasingly fond of the soft-spoken girl over the past 6 months. particularly enjoying the opportunity to pinch her delicate, smooth cheeks. I think Aunt Chen looks less beautiful today than she did yesterday, Lin Yanjin pouted, eliciting hearty laughter from Chen Xiao and Chen Xiaofen. The little girl was simply too entertaining. If you continue to dawdle, you might become the subject of ridicule among your classmates for being the little one who was always late, Li Yuma replied. Feeling helpless, he had to bring this little imp to meet the principal of the elementary school, and perhaps a gentle threat would do the trick. He had joined the foreign language elementary school in the 5th grade. And during his 2 years there, he had twice secured the provincial championship in the elementary mathematics competition, as well as a national bronze and silver medal, along with a championship in the English speech competition. This success endeared him to the principal, the grade director, and the homeroom teacher, who regarded him as more than a son. By personally escorting the little one to the principal, he was certain she would receive special care. Preventing any repeat of past mishaps, however, this little tyrant had no rivals among her peers. Her daily training was marked by diligence and seriousness, as she regarded herself as an idol, often proclaiming her ambition to become as formidable as he was. "Imo, you don't look as handsome today as you did yesterday," Lin Yanjin said, a hint of indignation in her tone, quickly devouring her breakfast, her cheeks stuffed full, prompting laughter from those nearby. They adored this little girl, who was charming enough to be almost unfair. In the principal's office, the 40-year-old principal observed his once proud student, his eyes sparkling with delight. This young rascal not only excelled academically but also possessed a refined appearance that far surpassed the flashy idols of the entertainment industry. "Heavens, it seems fate has favored you a bit too much, little Mo. What brings you to see me today? If I'm not mistaken, you should be in military training." The principal smiled warmly, a kindness he reserved for no one else. Not even his own son. "Principal Yu, I have come not only to see you but also to request your assistance with an important matter. I was wondering how you could possibly have a change of heart and return to visit me." "It seems you wish for me to do you a favor," the principal chuckled, recalling how he had praised Li Yuma effusively during his training. "Uncle, you are mistaken. Imo is a boy, how can he be compared to a flower?" Lin Yanjin interjected, displeased that this kind uncle had likened her Imo to a blossom. He ought to be compared to a towering tree instead. Only then did Principal Yu notice the little girl behind his esteemed pupil. "This little one, given your matching attire, I presume she is?" he inquired. "Xiao Jiner, come and greet Principal Yu. You must always be polite and greet him whenever you see him, understood? Our Xiao Jiner must grow into a well-mannered young lady." Li Yuma instructed earnestly. "Principal Yu, this is my little girl, Lin Yanjin, fortunate enough to enroll in the 1st grade this year." He introduced her with utmost seriousness. "Hello, Principal Yu, my name is Lin Yanjin," the little girl said politely. Bowing respectfully, her adorable demeanor instantly capturing Principal Yu's affections. "Lin Yanjin, how delightful, such a well-behaved child," he praised, stroking her head affectionately before turning his gaze back to Li Yuma. "Little Mo, who is this?" "This is the sole princess of the Shanglin Group. Chairman Lin and General Manager Ning have been exceedingly busy of late, traveling abroad for work today. I brought her along with her nanny to register. Earlier this year, this low-key little girl was bullied by a teacher who underestimated her at kindergarten. I feared a similar tragedy might occur again, so I took the liberty of seeking your assistance. As you are the fairest and most just Principal Yu, I entrust this little girl to you. And I am confident that the students will be at ease. Li Yuma's words, though somewhat audacious, endeared him to Principal Yu, who found them amusing and relatable. "You little rascal, your words hardly reflect your age." "Very well, since you personally requested this, I shall keep an eye on this charming little girl. How about I place her in Teacher Zhao's class? She is now the homeroom teacher for this grade." "Teacher Xiao, that sounds splendid. She is quite patient, thank you." Principal Yu. Li Yuma had hoped to place the little girl with his former homeroom teacher, but given the circumstances, it seemed she did not teach 1st grade. Nonetheless, placing her with Teacher Xiao was also a fine choice. "What are you being so polite for, you little rascal?" Principal Yu chuckled, patting Li Yuma on the shoulder. At that moment, the grade director entered. And upon seeing Li Yuma greeted him warmly. Lin Yanjin continued to greet everyone politely, resembling a fortunate doll, prompting the staff in the office to pinch her smooth, delicate cheeks. The charming and courteous little girl was indeed the princess of the Shanglin Group. And even on her first day of registration, she had already established amicable relations with the school's leaders and teachers. Clearly, Li Yuma had remarkable foresight. Li Yuma filled in all the contact details for guardians with his own phone number. Having explained the situation to Principal Yu, who did not inquire further, Teacher Xiao was quite pleased, as Lin Yanjin was her prized pupil, having earned several top honors in just 2 short years. Enhancing both her reputation and bonuses. Chapter 15. The Lin family's marital strife. Lee Yuma felt an inexplicable restlessness weighing on his heart today. Faced with a screen full of code, he lacked his usual enthusiasm. Removing his headphones, the sense of unease intensified. What could be the cause? He glanced at the clock in the lower right corner of his computer screen. 22:00. By this hour, his little girl should have long since drifted into slumber. This morning, the uncles and aunts from the Lin family had all returned home, and they had scarce time to spend with the little girl. They had only been able to enjoy her company during the spring festival. This year, the little girl had adamantly refused to visit her grandmother's house, and in the end, the adults compromised and accompanied her to her grandmother's house to celebrate. Upon her return, she had brought back several large bags of snacks, including cold beef, cold rabbit pieces, and hand-pulled rabbit meat, among others. Today, the little girl must have been quite happy. Although she claimed to dislike her parents, how could such a young child possibly lack a yearning for familial love? In his previous life, he had similarly refused to admit a need for parental figures, yet he had repeatedly masked his longing for familial affection beneath the guise of filial piety. This life was no different. While he appeared indifferent and aloof, his tireless pursuit of excellence was driven by a desire for his parents to take pride in him. However, having awakened to the memories of his past life last year, he regarded the concept of family ties with a certain detachment. After all, he possessed the soul of an adult, allowing him to perceive matters with greater clarity. Lee Yuma understood that his parents were far from the harmonious image they projected. Their excessive busyness hinted at underlying complications, yet, having discovered his beloved little girl, he lacked the energy to concern himself with their trivial disputes. After all, his parents were adults, and their conflicts were beyond the reach of a minor like him to influence or mend. Moreover, relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. He was still too weak, unable to even stand on his own, let alone protect the little girl. Alas, another year had passed. She would be entering second grade next semester. While he would be in his second year of high school, he aimed to secure another championship in the physics competition next academic year, not for any other reason than the substantial prize money that could buy her many delightful dresses. With these thoughts in mind, Lee Yuma rubbed his eyes and prepared for bed. Just as he lay down, half awake and half asleep, a woman's anguished voice echoed from the next room. "Lin Chenin, are you even a man?" "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Aunt Xian seems to have taken leave today to return to her hometown, likely to handle some enlistment procedures for her son." With Aunt Xian away, what is to become of her child at this moment? This revelation nearly rendered Lee Yuma unsteady on his feet. Good heavens, how could he have been so foolish? His child is still so young. What kind of purgatory is she enduring at this very moment? Without even changing his clothes, Lee Yuma rushed over to his child's home, clad only in his nightgown. How could he have failed to grasp the gravity of his child's predicament? Had his mind been completely consumed by code? Awakening from his stupor, Lee Yuma didn't even put on his slippers, trembling as he opened the door to the Lin family's house. Upon seeing Lee Yuma in his nightgown, Lin's parents barely managed to regain their composure. However, when Lee Yuma reached Lin Yanjin, everyone was left dumbfounded. Lin Yanjin was huddled on her small balcony, her petite frame shaking uncontrollably. She squatted on the ground, wrapping her tiny arms around her head, desperately covering her ears with her small hands. This scene filled Lee Yuma with an overwhelming sense of fury directed at the Lin couple. Lin Chenin and Ning Yingqing were also taken aback. What sins had they committed? Chapter 17. Choosing a guardian gener. Don't be afraid. It's me, your Imo. Come, let Imo hold you. Alright, Lee Yuma coaxed his child. Filled with anguish, it was his negligence that had allowed his child to be harmed in such a way. Lin Yanjin numbly glanced at the three adults, then tugged at the nearby curtain. Attempting to shield herself from view, ignoring everything, Lee Yuma stepped forward and tightly embraced his child, pulling her into his arms. Gener, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spent so long on that code tonight. My mind was all over the place. I apologize for putting you through such trials at such a tender age. I'm here now. No one will dare to hurt you again. Gener, my dear, cry if you need to. Please don't look like this. It frightens me. Gener, you said I was your favorite, and I feel the same about you. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You have me. Lee Yuma sat down on the ground, urgently addressing Lin Yanjin's hollow gaze. At that moment, Lin Chenin and Ning Yingqing ceased their shouting, their fleeting conscience beginning to stir as they longed to embrace their only daughter. Yet, when they reached out for her, she recoiled in terror into Lee Yuma's embrace. Imo, why did it take you so long to come? I'm so scared. It felt like they wanted to kill me. Imo, save me. Finally, spurred by Lin Chenin and Ning Yingqing's presence, Lin Yanjin burst into tears. Her heart-wrenching cries shattering Li Yuma's own. I'm sorry, little Jiner, I was too foolish. I didn't think you would be scared. I forgot Aunt Qian wasn't here today. I was half asleep and didn't realize. Jiner, I apologize to it won't happen again. I'll never let you face these things alone. I promise to protect you well from now on. Please stop crying. You'll get a headache. Be good, let me hold you. And let us sleep together tonight. Gently Li Yuma soothed the child in his arms. Lin Yanjin cried even harder, nuzzling her small head against his chest. Li Yuma lifted her and made his way to the disheveled living room. Settling into a corner of the sofa while carefully wiping her tears. One hand gently patting Lin Yanjin's back, he ensured she could catch her breath. After a while, Lin Yanjin's sobs subsided into soft whimpers. Uncle Lin, Aunt Ning, if you truly cannot accommodate little Jiner, would you allow me to raise her? Have you found satisfaction in scaring her to this extent? What wrong has she committed that warrants such treatment? Why do you feel justified in harming her? She had no choice in being born to you. Would she have chosen parents like you if given the option, setting aside everything else, in the time we've known each other over the past year? Have you truly fulfilled your responsibilities as parents? This little one, all alone in kindergarten, bullied and isolated by teachers and classmates, what have you done about it? Others mock her for having no parents. Yet having you as parents is worse than having none at all. If her true parents had passed away, she would have received love and support from kind-hearted individuals. She is about to enter second grade. Do you even know where her classroom is? Do you have her teacher's contact information? Are you aware that she has been recognized as an outstanding student and an exemplary class officer? What gives you the right to inflict such harm upon her when you know nothing? If you wish to argue, scream, or even resort to violence, why not send her to me? You can do as you please. She was forced into this world as your daughter. Does she deserve such treatment? You are unworthy of being parents, and you are unworthy of being human. Li Yuma gently tucked Lin Yanjin's small head against his shoulder. Glaring menacingly at her parents. If he weren't so young, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate these ignorant individuals. Lin Chenin finally bowed his head in shame, realizing the deep debt he owed to this daughter. Xiaomo, you are right. However, given the circumstances, I have no defense. I have been a negligent and terrible mother. We must act decisively to prevent further harm. The child has already suffered. We need to cut ties swiftly. Jiner, your mother has decided to separate from your father. Who do you wish to stay with? You get to choose. All right. Ning Yingqing raised her chin defiantly, unwilling to endure Lin Chenin any longer. The child had already been harmed. It was time to act decisively. Chenin, she reprimanded, her eyes filled with determination. Don't use that look to disgust me, nor tarnish little Jiner's name. If you have any conscience left, transfer more assets to Jiner's name as a means of atonement for your sins. Lin Chenin was incensed, realizing that this woman was unrelenting. Fine, Ning Yingqing, if you truly wish to leave, I will grant you your desire. But remember, though leaving is easy, I will not turn back. You better think carefully. Even if you regret it later, I will not offer you another chance. You needn't worry. Even if I end up alone for the rest of my life, I will never return to you. Jiner, choose your guardian. Let us settle this once and for all to avoid any more unpleasant encounters due to the child. In Ning Yingqing's eyes, there was no trace of reluctance. Unfortunately, Lin Chenin remained oblivious. Believing that Ning Yingqing was merely throwing a tantrum, he sought to rectify her perceived arrogance. All right, Jiner, choose your guardian, and even if you select your mother, I will ensure you have sufficient support, Lin Chenin retorted. Having forgotten what his wife had been like before, I choose Imo to be my guardian. I will not want either of you, just as you do not want me. Lin Yanjin peeked out from Li Yuma's embrace. Speaking with a maturity that left everyone speechless. In that moment, Lin's parents were left dumbfounded, realizing they still didn't truly understand their daughter. But then again, it was hardly surprising. The child would soon be 7. And the time they had spent with her added up to less than 2 months. This realization prompted both adults to feel a pang of guilt, especially Ning Yingqing, who, as a mother, felt an acute sense of regret for her child, whom she had carried for 10 months with great anticipation. The remorse in her eyes was genuine, yet any word spoken now would be rendered absurd, a farcical display of insincerity. Chapter 18, Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. Jiner. Don't be unreasonable, Xiaomo is still a minor. How could he be your guardian? After a long pause, Lin Chenin finally managed to utter, Uncle Lin, look at how I've cared for Jiner this past year. Li Yuma replied frostily, his gaze fixed on Lin Chenin. Having reached the limits of his patience, this man, who belittled and disrespected the child he held dear, was beyond contempt. If circumstances allowed, Li Yuma would have relished the chance to eliminate this shameless man. Lin Chenin was taken aback by Li Yuma's words. Indeed, in this past year, this young man had invested more in Jiner than he, her father, had in 7 years. A rare feeling of shame washed over Lin Chenin. Had he truly become so inadequate? Alright, Jiner, if Xiao Mo is willing, then your mother is as well, Ning Yingqing conceded, her voice tinged with defeat. I am willing to be Jiner's guardian, but you must provide a written authorization allowing me to exercise my rights as her guardian when necessary, Li Yuma stated coolly, his attention still focused on soothing Lin Yanjin. But you are only 14. Lin Chenin hesitated, clearly troubled. Technically, I am 15. And in just 3 years, I will be an adult, fully capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of Jiner's guardian. Currently, there is nothing pressing that requires my presence as her guardian, should any issues arise that I cannot handle. I can contact you both, however. You have not shown any interest in her well-being even before this divorce, have you? His implication was clear. It was unlikely that their concern for her would suddenly increase post-divorce. Lin Chenin's demeanor was defensive, unable to justify his actions against Li Yuma's piercing gaze. Let us proceed with the arrangements, Lin Chenin. I shall transfer 10% of the original shares of Xinglian Coffee to Jiner's name and have the lawyer handle the notarization tomorrow. All of our marital assets will be transferred to Jiner's name, and we shall notarize that as well. This villa will also belong to Jiner as her personal property, and we will ensure everything is notarized tomorrow. You and I will serve as the supervising parties, holding no power to appropriate these assets for ourselves. I also hope you can demonstrate integrity this time and dissuade your family of leeches from casting their greedy eyes on Jiner. As long as I am alive, no one shall infringe upon Jiner's personal interests. At this moment, Ning Yingqing bore a striking resemblance to a mother, and Li Yuma cast a rare appreciative glance at this woman. In the future, when she fulfills her desires, she may still command a degree of respect. Lin Chenin found himself in a precarious situation. He initially intended to intimidate his wife, only to discover that she was genuinely resolved to sever ties with him completely. Very well, let her venture forth and see if everyone will be as accommodating as I have been. Only when she crashes against the wall will she comprehend her own worth. Alright, I will transfer 100 million in cash to Jiner's name. And that can also be notarized tomorrow. I agree to your proposed arrangement. Ning Yingqing and Li Yuma exchanged a sardonic smile, noting the escape route left behind aside. Li Yuma still felt that they were superior to his parents in his past life. Little Mo, there are 3 million in this card for Jiner's daily expenses. Thank you for your care towards her. Tonight, I trouble you to take her to your place to rest. We cannot attend to her ourselves. She is still trembling, and it is not suitable for her to remain here. Ning Yingqing earnestly pleaded with Li Yuma that he was about to decline the card she offered, believing his side income could sustain the little girl. Yet Lin Yanjin, despite her trembling hands, unceremoniously accepted the bank card from her mother and nestled into Li Yuma's embrace. Li Yuma could only shake his head in affectionate exasperation. In both lives, this little one had a penchant for money. Very well, you all carry on. I will take little Jiner to rest. Li Yuma no longer hesitated, for this chaotic environment was indeed unfit for the child. It was not until the door was closed once more that Ning Yingqing shed her calm facade. In a cold and disdainful manner, she called her company's legal department, instructing them to commence working overtime. Lin Chenin had lost all semblance of dignity before his wife. In a bid to salvage his pride, he too contacted his company's legal department, demanding swift resolution. However, until he hung up the phone, he could not discern a single crack in his wife's composed demeanor. She remained as aloof and self-contained as ever, driving him to further madness. The rapid rise of the real estate industry over the past 2 years had propelled the Shanglin Group forward, leading Lin Chenin to forget the man he once was, as well as the iron-willed woman beside him. In truth, he held no affection for Zheng Qiqi. It was merely his vanity that had been satisfied. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chenin remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that Ning Yingqing was merely sulking while he awaited the moment he could break her pride. Ning Yingqing couldn't even bear to glance at him. Feeling physically ill, she contacted her assistant to arrange for someone to clean and tidy the house, compiling a list of items to procure, hoping to resolve everything by tomorrow. She needed to travel to Y country for a 6-month business trip to recalibrate herself. This home was the fruit of her relentless toil, and this man beneath her was someone she had once loved with all her heart. Her inner turmoil was far from the serene exterior she presented. In matters of judgment, she was no better than her retired physician parents. Ultimately, this man had not escaped the inherent flaws of his family. She had squandered many years of her youth on this worthless individual. Yet fortunately she was only 27, it mattered little. They had all forgotten that the most pitiable was their daughter, not yet 7, forced to endure such tribulations. Lin Yanjin, cradled in Li Yuma's arms, fussed for quite some time before finally drifting into a deep sleep. Just as Li Yuma intended to turn off the lights and rest, Lin Yanjin was besieged by nightmares, thrashing violently. When Li Yuma embraced her to soothe her, he discovered that she had begun to convulse. which terrified him. He promptly called Ning Yingqing, and together they rushed Lin Yanjin to the First People's Hospital of Rongqing that night, where her clothes were soaked with sweat after a thorough examination. She was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, inciting a murderous rage within Li Yuma. The child he cherished like a precious gem was once again facing calamity, despite the fact that in this life she could have been healthy and whole. Instead, she had been betrayed by her own parents. And Ning Ai, are you satisfied with this outcome? If there were even a pinprick of concern for Gina in your hearts, you would have ensured her well-being before addressing your own issues. She is still so young. Is this fair to her? Li Yuma's voice dripped with frost. This left Lin Shenan, who had just arrived, momentarily stunned. How could it have come to this? Li Yuma remained steadfast by the child's side, no longer casting even a single glance at the Lin couple. In truth, he was filled with guilt, lamenting his failure to protect the little girl. Once again, he had let her down in this life. Chapter 19. Lin Yanjin's relatives. Despite this, it did not hinder Lin Shenan and Ning Yingqing from proceeding with their divorce. Once they had finalized the separation and clearly divided their assets, Lin Yanjin was discharged from the hospital. Fortunately, Ning Yingqing had redecorated the home, so upon returning from the hospital, Lin Yanjin exhibited no extreme reactions. However, just as Li Yuma had brought Lin Yanjin home, several individuals occupied the Lin family's living room. 2 individuals in their 50s appeared haggard, accompanied by a young couple and a child. Thank you, child, thank you for taking such diligent care of our Gina, the elderly couple expressed with immense gratitude as Li Yuma stepped through the door. These are my grandfather and grandmother. And this is my uncle and aunt. This little brat is Ning Xiang. Lin Yanjin remained nestled in Li Yuma's embrace, reluctant to leave, but still earnestly introduced her cherished family members to her. Imo. Chen Xiaofan, who was carrying boxes, promptly set them down to prepare tea for the guests. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, little friend. Li Yuma greeted politely. A little mo. Thank you, the elderly couple replied. No need to thank me. Caring for little Gina is my heartfelt desire. Please do not be so polite, or I will feel even more guilty for my shortcomings. I promised the little girl that I would protect her. Yet I still allowed her to endure such hardships. Li Yuma spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Child, you have done excellently. Yet if you continue to think this way, we ought to perish. We are all her family, and we have failed to protect her. That is the greater sin, Lin Yanjin's grandfather said, his eyes reddening. Sister, here, this is all my pocket money saved this year. Please take it, don't feel sad. Okay, Ning Xiang eagerly presented his piggy bank to Lin Yanjin, his eyes filled with concern for his older sister. Thus, the authenticity of their connection was evident. Li Yuma found himself growing fond of this little brat. Ning Xiang, your sister has become a little rich lady now. You should take your pocket money back. Otherwise, how will you treat the little girl in our courtyard to milk tea? That would be quite embarrassing. I am also worried that when you grow up, you may have trouble finding a wife. Don't worry, your aunt and uncle have left me a considerable amount of money. I will treat you to a grand meal tomorrow. Alright, Lin Yanjin proclaimed with the confidence of an adult, eliciting laughter from the surrounding adults and dissipating the earlier somber atmosphere. Then let the little rich lady help Ning Xiang find a wife. Shall we? Lin Yanjin's aunt Chen Xingxuang teased. Absolutely not. Lin Yanjin swiftly rejected without a second thought. Why not? If I marry Ning Xiang off, what will I have left to marry someone? Lin Yanjin retorted defiantly. Little Gina, you are a girl, you cannot marry a wife, Chen Xingxuang replied with a smile. Then what will I do? Lin Yanjin asked, perplexed. Sister, you will find a husband in the future, just like Mama does. Mama always calls Papa her husband, right? Also, it seems that marrying a husband doesn't require money, she added, her innocence drawing admiration from all. Everyone was genuinely impressed by Ning Xiang's candidness, and Chen Xingxuang felt her face flush with embarrassment. How could this mischievous child reveal everything? Oh, that seems correct, but no, marrying a husband will require money too. When I grow up, I will marry Imo, so I must save my money and cannot give Ning Xiang money to marry a wife. Lin Yanjin declared with unwavering certainty, leaving those around her momentarily stunned, while Li Yuma's heart swelled with delight. His little girl was indeed a little tyrant. Cough, cough, Xingxuang, have you nothing better to do than to tease the child? Ning Yingqing nearly choked on her own words at her niece's remarks. This little one remained as reckless as ever. Chen Xingxuang could only stick out her tongue at her husband, the director. Gina, would you like to go back to Xinqing with your grandfather and grandmother for a while? Lin Yanjin's grandmother urgently interjected, silencing her son and daughter-in-law. I want to learn Sandat. I want to go back to Xinqing until I become as strong as Imo, so I can accompany my grandfather and grandmother, as well as my uncle and aunt, and me, Ning Xiang added, pointing to himself with his thumb. Yes, and you too. Lin Yanjin finally descended from Li Yuma's embrace. Reaching out to take Ning Xiang's hand, eager to share her toys and transformable robots with him. Dear Xiaojin, we hold you in high regard. However, if you miss us, we shall bring Ning Xiang to see you. Lin Yanjin's grandfather said affectionately. In truth, retrieving the child to Xinjiang at this moment could invite unnecessary complications. The two retired elementary school teachers from the Lin family are as petty as can be. Upon learning of their son's divorce and the transfer of all communal assets into the name of that little girl, they were quite unwilling to accept it, especially upon hearing that a sum of 100 million in cash had also been transferred to her account. It felt as if their very lifeblood was being drained. To take the little girl into their home amidst such turmoil would surely provoke those two old rascals, although they are not particularly afraid of those shameless old men. They dread exacerbating the little girl's condition. Just before the child returned home, they had berated their own daughter mercilessly. They had never encountered such irresponsible parents. While their daughter had countless excuses, it could not mask her inadequacies as a mother. As for Lin Chenan, that scoundrel, he completed all necessary procedures and fled to country M, probably to escape his parents' reproach. He deserves it. Being saddled with such a pair of meddlesome old fools as his just deserts. But it is their daughter and granddaughter who suffer. Moreover, their ungrateful daughter has likely already flown abroad to seek treatment for her blindness, having wasted so many years with such a wretched person. Rest assured, Xiaojin will have me a grandfather and grandmother. You need not worry. Please visit her more often. She truly deserves some compassion. Liu Ma smiled as she watched her child skip joyfully, pulling her little cousin to her room, and addressed the four elders. Thank you, Xiao Mo. What did the doctor say? Ning Yingjuan's gratitude towards Liu Ma was genuine, as was her concern for Lin Yanjin. For the time being, it is best to observe her closely, ensuring that she is accompanied with utmost care, keeping those and things she finds distressing away from her sight. Furthermore, she should not be taken to crowded places, for fear of triggering another episode, which could be more severe. She is already experiencing mild depression. Without intervention, it could potentially escalate into severe depression or even schizophrenia. At that point, treatment would become increasingly difficult, and in severe cases, it could threaten her life. Uncle, you are in the medical field. You should understand the gravity of this situation. Chapter 20, The Well-Behaved Baby. At this moment, as Liu Ma discussed her child's condition, her words were laced with an undeniable bitterness. To be burdened with such irresponsible parents is indeed Xiaojin's misfortune. Speaking further seems futile. Regarding her academic pursuits, what plans does Xiao Mo have? Ning Yingjun greatly admired Liu Ma's composure and clarity, knowing that this young man had been caring for their niece throughout the year, so it was only natural to discuss the little girl's future with him. Take it slow. I am prepared to take a leave of absence, allowing her to gradually adjust to being apart from me for a few hours. I will arrange for her to take a break from school. We will hire a tutor at home so that her studies do not fall behind. This will require some effort from Auntie, as it does involve financial considerations. Xiao Mo, rest assured, I will take excellent care of the little girl. I won't allow anyone or anything to disturb her. Shen Xiaofan immediately assured. It's no joke. She has achieved financial independence by caring for this little girl, and those rascals from her in-laws now show her much more respect. Yes, for now, we can only arrange things this way. However, Xiaofan, you must remain vigilant against Xiaojin's grandparents causing trouble. They are likely quite resentful that their son has allocated such a substantial portion of his wealth to this little girl. Xiao Mo may not be aware, but you know just how despicable that couple is. Lin Yanjin's grandmother cautioned. Yes, I will certainly be cautious. This house belongs to the little girl, and I will instruct the property management to deny them entry. Shen Xiaofan thoughtfully analyzed. What do those old rascals care about aside from money? Liu Ma asked darkly. What do they care about? Ultimately, it's merely the continuation of their family name, and at present, it seems to hinge solely on their eldest grandson and his wife. Shen Xingxuang scoffed. As long as they have something to care about, it becomes manageable. Auntie Chen, if they dare to create a scene, we will record their disgraceful behavior and threaten them, saying we will take the video to their son's and grandson's school, making them infamous. If necessary, we could involve the authorities, intimidating them with the possibility of having a record that could impact their grandson's future public service examinations. The malice in Liu Ma's eyes made Ning Yingjun shiver involuntarily. This young man's aura is overpowering. It's an excellent strategy. Striking at their core, they will have no choice but to concede, no matter how unwilling they are. Shen Xingxuang nodded in agreement. Xiao Mo, allow me to pose a rather intrusive question. You are not related to Xiaojin by blood, so why expend such effort to protect her? Moreover, you are still just a child. Would your parents approve? Ning Yingjun inquired, reflecting the unspoken curiosity of everyone present. Uncle, that question is quite astute, setting aside the inexplicable familiarity I feel with her. The truth is, our experiences are hauntingly similar. In her, I see a reflection of myself. It is precisely because of this shared plight that I wish to safeguard her, just as I would protect myself. My parents, apart from visiting during our relocation, are still abroad. I have always been cared for by a nanny. I am indeed quite lonely, and I regard Xiaojin as a dear companion, caring for her as I would for myself, alleviating my solitude in this vast villa. If I must provide a reason for caring for her, I believe it is the most compelling one. That is the answer I have derived after much introspection. Liu Ma replied with a semblance of a smile, though this was merely the superficial explanation. The deeper truth is that his very existence is tied to that little girl, enduring immense suffering solely to forge a complete bond with her. Of course, this deeper reason cannot yet be revealed. My apologies for being presumptuous. Ning Yingjun expressed his regret. It is quite alright, I can comprehend your affection for little Xiaojin. Liu Ma replied with remarkable calmness. Daddy, Mommy, can we buy 2 mech superheroes for me? And also, can we get 2 beautiful dolls for my sister? Ning Xiang exclaimed excitedly while clutching 2 enormous toys. Alright, next time we come, let us bring that old tiger from home for my sister. We were in such a hurry today that I forgot all about it. Chen Xingshuang responded with a smile. I asked that the fierce tiger that my aunt gave me last time. Yes, if we give that powerful tiger to my sister, she probably won't even have nightmares anymore. With such a majestic tiger by her side, I'll feel more at ease. Ning Xiang's words prompted laughter from everyone. I don't want it. Give it to Ning Xiang to play with, Lin Yanjin said as she emerged from behind, immediately rejecting the idea after hearing the conversation. Why not to Jiner? Don't you love playing with dolls? Shen Xingshuang asked in surprise. Having previously gifted her countless dolls. I have a big doll, as tall as a mo, which was a birthday gift from him last year. Besides, Ning Xiang has very few toys. The tiger should be given to him. Lin Yanjin responded with excitement. Indeed, our little Jiner is the most considerate big sister. After a while, Mo will reward you with a doll. Alright, next time, let us make a smaller doll that Jiner can hold and play with, Liu Ma said as he lifted the little girl into his lap, comforting her. Yes, next time, let us make one resembling a Mo in a horse-face skirt, and also include your championship trophy. I'll hug Mo's trophy every day to play with. In the future, when I attend middle school, I will also participate in competitions and win championships, Lin Yanjin said, looking at Liu Ma with admiration. Yes, in the future, our little Jiner will also win championships, Liu Ma said, affectionately tucking a strand of hair behind Lin Yanjin's ear. This tender moment stirred complex emotions in the 4 adults, giving them the impression that their little Jiner might be the child bride of this shrewd young man, which left them quite unsettled. It felt as though their cherished flower was being coveted. Jiner, how about your aunt buys you some other dolls? Choose whatever you like. I already have so many dolls. Auntie, please don't buy me anymore. Alright, next time you come to see me, could you bring me Auntie's cold beef? I haven't had it in ages. Auntie, I really want to eat your pickled fish and braised beef. In short, I just want to eat the delicious meats you make, Lin Yanjin said, as she could not recall the names of many dishes. So she generalized her request as simply wanting meats. Alright, no need to wait until next time, I will go make it for you right now. Sister, could you check what ingredients we have in the fridge? If not, let us go to the market and buy some. Today, I'll cook for Jiner, making her favorite meats. Shen Xingshuang, upon hearing the little girl's request, felt compelled to comply and quickly turned to discuss with Jian Xiaofan. Chapter 21, You will be mine hereafter. Since the Ning family was quite busy, Qian Xingshuang personally prepared several dishes that Lin Yanjin adored, along with several cold meats, before they had to head back home. Shen Xingshuang had an early shift the next day, as did Ning Yingjun, who was scheduled for a liver and gallbladder stone surgery at 7 in the morning, as the patient's condition had worsened, and the operation was expected to take 5 to 6 hours. In the evening, the Ning family drove back to Xinqiang. Before departing, Ning Xiang quietly placed his piggy bank on the bedside table of Lin Yanjin. His pocket money was meant solely for his dear sister, and he had no intention of treating any other girls to milk tea. If he could not find a wife, he would remain single, vowing that once he earned money, it would all go to his sister. This time, Lin Yanjin did not cling to him in tears as she had before. Instead, she bid farewell to everyone with remarkable composure. Liu Mo watched the child in his arms with a heart full of reluctance, feeling a bittersweet ache within Jiner. Wait for Imo. Once I become strong, I will frequently take you to Xianxiang to see them. Alright, Liu Mo gently reassured the child in his embrace. Yes, when I grow up and become strong, I will bring them to our home for a little stay, Lin Yanjin declared indignantly. Why just a little stay? Because uncle and auntie are busy, and grandfather and the others need to help them with groceries. They can't stay long. If they stay too long, no one will help uncle and auntie. Nor will anyone look after that arrogant Ning Xiang. Despite her deep regret, Lin Yanjin spoke with utmost seriousness. Liumo tightened his embrace around Lin Yanjin, his heart filled with a complicated mix of emotions. His little girl remained so kind and generous, she harbored no malice. Lin Chenan was utterly blind not to cherish such a wonderful daughter, becoming a fool instead. He even followed the trend of playing the white moonlight trope, a true disgrace. Why did heaven not arrange for his child to have a father of good character? Jin Air, why are you so good? Li Yuemo murmured to himself. Imo, will you also not want me? Lin Yanjin's sudden question jolted Li Yuemo back to reality. Never, Jin Air. I will never abandon you. Even if you were to reject me, I would still hold on to you. Li Yuemo turned Lin Yanjin's small face towards him, speaking each word with solemnity. I will never leave you. Imo, not ever. Lin Yanjin buried her head against Li Yumo's chest, speaking with utmost seriousness. She could not fathom why she felt such trust and reliance on Imo. Yet she was also filled with fear that one day she would wake up alone in a cold, empty room. So what does little Jin Air want to do now? Lin Yanjin lifted her small head, gazing at Li Yuemo with a look of confusion. I wanted to ask if you were sleeping, playing games, building blocks, or reading a storybook right now. I will accompany you in whatever you choose. Li Yuemo thought about how the child had hardly managed to sleep for 2 hours in the past few days, realizing he needed to find a solution. I want to watch you code, Lin Yanjin said earnestly, as she knew how handsome Imo looked when his fingers danced across the keyboard. Alright, do you want to see me code in my study or yours? In my study. By the way, my mother said that from now on this house is mine alone. Imo, I will ask Aunt Qian to tidy up the room next to mine for you to stay in. If you live in my room, then you will be mine, Lin Yanjin said mischievously. Alright, I will be little Jin Airs from now on. Liumo replied with a hint of amusement, recalling that in a past life, during a quarrel, this little tyrant had bitten him a couple of times on his chest, declaring it her territory and forbidding anyone else from touching it. Even with the passage of time, her possessiveness had not changed in the slightest. Liumo embraced Lin Yanjin tightly, opened his computer, and began to code. Lin Yanjin watched the rows of dancing symbols with great interest. Although she did not understand their meanings, it did not dampen her enthusiasm. Since the uproar involving Lin Yanjin's parents, nearly a week had passed without her having a peaceful night's sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, the terrifying visage of her parents would invade her dreams, accompanied by the sounds of crashing and thunder, waking her in fright, leaving her unable to sleep again. At that moment, nestled in Li Yumo's not-so-spacious embrace, Lin Yanjin finally felt her eyelids growing heavy with sleep. Liumo occasionally glanced at the child in his arms, and only when he saw her finally relax and drift off did he exit the computer screen and shut it down. As he carefully lifted her onto her large bed, Lin Yanjin's small hand clutched his clothing tightly. Liumo hesitated to pry her fingers away, fearing that the child would wake from her hard-earned slumber. However, he felt uneasy about sleeping beside her, as it was not like their previous life where there were boundaries between the genders. During these days in the hospital, he had acquired a folding bed for companionship, which did not equate to sharing the same bed. This was indeed a dilemma. Just as Li Yuemo wrestled with his thoughts, the child in his arms began to stir, sweat beading on her forehead. Jin Air, don't be afraid. I am here, and I will always be here. Li Yuemo once again pulled Lin Yanjin into his embrace, gently patting her back, pressing her small head to his chest. This time, however, Lin Yanjin did not fully awaken. After a brief struggle, she fell deeply asleep again in Li Yumo's arms. Li Yuemo gazed at the child with a heart full of complex emotions. Could he truly bring her comfort? This realization filled him with affection and a sense of helplessness. He placed a soft kiss on her small face, as if making a significant decision, and pulled her closer. Turning off the bedside lamp, though there were boundaries between them, she was still so small. Surely sharing a bed could not be an issue. Perhaps it was his awakening memories from a past life that led him to unconsciously place this little one in the role of a beloved. Complicating his thoughts, she was so young. What did she understand? Had they not shared the same bed for many years in their previous life? After they had expressed their feelings, had they not occasionally shared a bed? With these thoughts, Li Yuemo closed his eyes, surrendering to the embrace of the night alongside the child in his arms. Soon, their synchronized breathing filled the quiet room, for Lin Yanjin had not experienced restful sleep in a long time. And Li Yuemo had accompanied her through it all. Qian Shaofan intended to wait for Li Yuemo to come out so she could take a folding lounge chair in and keep Lin Yanjin company. However, after waiting for a while without seeing him emerge, she quietly opened Lin Yanjin's door and found the two children asleep soundly. She gently tucked them in before returning to her own room to rest. Chapter 22. A year of leave from school. A month later, Lin Yanjin finally managed to accept that Li Yumo could be out of her sight for several hours. Due to prior communication with his teachers, Li Yumo was granted leave, the teachers appreciating his achievements from the previous academic year, a national champion in the physics competition, a national champion in mathematics, and a provincial champion in shooting, were eager for him to represent their school in the upcoming English speech competition and swimming competition, hoping he would bring home more accolades. Thus, they were particularly lenient with this exceptionally gifted boy. As for Lin Yanjin, Li Yumo took the time to arrange for her to take a leave of absence from the foreign language elementary school. With the hospital's documentation, the school decided to grant Lin Yanjin a year off. After Li Yumo returned to school, Lin Yanjin remained reluctant to leave the confines of her home. She preferred to isolate herself in her room, either building blocks or quietly conversing with her dolls. Xian Shaofan felt helpless, unable to approach Lin Yanjin too closely, for the mere thought of it caused her to tremble inexplicably. The last class on Thursday was physical education, however, since the teacher had gone to provinces for training, the students had to study in the classroom. Li Yumo was preoccupied with worry, concerned that Lin Yanjin might once again shut herself away in her room as she had in the past few days. It was a new lesson, and having taken 2 weeks off, he sensed that the teachers were eager to uncover the reasons behind his absence, but he was reluctant to disclose them. Thus, requesting leave again seemed complicated. Li Yumo, why have you been so quiet these past few days? Zhao Jia, seated nearby, asked cautiously. Haven't I always been like this? Yes, but while you have always been somewhat reserved, you used to engage with us more. You would listen and occasionally respond. You've taken 2 weeks off since the semester began, and you've only been back for 4 days, yet you seem somewhat lost. Yumo, we've known each other since 5th grade. Spent 2 years in elementary school together, 3 years in middle school, and now over a year in high school. Although you are the youngest among us, you are also the most composed and intelligent. Yet now, we are genuinely worried about you. Upon learning of your absence, the 3 of us tried to visit, but since you live in a villa area, we couldn't get in. We attempted to call you, but your phone went unanswered, and you have not returned our calls. Yumo, we have been friends for so many years. Could you tell us if you are facing any difficulties? We can help you share the burden. Li Ruichang, seated in front of Li Yumo, spoke earnestly. Yes, Yumo, we are 2 to 3 years older than you, and you have always assisted us academically. We are truly grateful. But if you are in any trouble, we can genuinely help. If it pertains to financial matters, I can assist you. My annual allowance, pocket money, and the various contributions from my father, who seeks to compensate for his absence, have accumulated to nearly 2 million. I can provide this to ensure that you encounter no difficulties upon your university graduation. Liu Rongjing, seated beside Li Rui, expressed his concerns earnestly. Li Yumo observed the 3 companions who had silently stood by him throughout these years, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. In his previous life, apart from his child, he had never truly experienced such camaraderie. In this lifetime, he was fortunate to have formed a bond of pure friendship. And although he occasionally offered them guidance, they were consistently accommodating and indulgent towards him. They had always been behind him, ready to cheer him on whenever he turned around, countless times in competitions. They had rallied for him from the audience, providing him with their energy and affirmation. Oh, it's not that serious, the business of Qingyao Investment Company is thriving. Li Yumo quipped with a smile. Then why do you look so haggard? They chimed in unison. My child has been ill, and I devoted a month to caring for her. How could I not look worn? Your child, Yumo, when did your parents bless you with a younger brother or sister? Zhao Jie inquired swiftly. It's the little girl next door. Our homes are side by side. We moved into the new residence simultaneously. Her parents are even less reliable than mine. Li Yumo clarified seriously. That's merely your neighbor's child, not someone with whom you share blood. Why must you take such personal responsibility, Yumo? While you possess exceptional academic talent, your second year of high school is crucial. Do not lose sight of your priorities. Liu Rongjing admonished solemnly. He, the son of the chairman of Rongqing Medical Equipment Company, understood better than Zhao Jie and Li Rui the weight of responsibility that lay upon both him and Li Yumo. Sigh, there is nothing more important than her. Li Yumo sighed deeply, stating with conviction, What? You don't understand. For me, nothing has ever held greater significance than her. Li Yumo reiterated earnestly. Yumo, do you comprehend what you are saying? Liu Rongjing asked incredulously. They were all at an age where emotions were budding, each possessing striking features and unique attributes, yet Li Yumo stood out even more. Previously, due to age differences, he had been considerably shorter. But after a year of practicing martial arts, he had grown nearly equal in height to them. Whenever the 4 appeared together on the court, they attracted the admiration of countless young women. And the number of love letters they received was incalculable. Lu Rongjing, Zhao Jia, and Li Rui all believed that Li Yuma was hopelessly infatuated. Indeed, their interpretation wasn't entirely incorrect, yet it was not wholly accurate either. In their minds, they envisioned the Lin family girl next door to be of a similar age to Li Yuma. They had unwittingly cemented these images in their minds. Of course I know. Li Yuma replied, slightly bewildered, yet firmly asserted. Then when she fell ill, where were her parents? Were they unaware of their daughter's condition? Zhao Jia asked, perplexed. They are aware. Did I not just mention that her parents are even less reliable than mine? Li Yuma explained, actually, it's quite similar. My parents only transfer money on significant holidays and inform me afterward. They are exceedingly busy. Most of the time, it is my father's assistant who handles my living expenses. Her parents, due to various reasons, have divorced and granted me guardianship through a legally ineffective document. They are the true culprits behind her illness. Currently, she cannot see her parents at all, not to mention care. Even a glance could worsen her condition. Chapter 23. Conversations during self-study. Li Yuma rarely elaborated, intending to gather diverse opinions, as he sought to help his little girl overcome her psychological barriers. You are her guardian. The others appeared as if struck by lightning. Well, she is only 7 years old. There are many things she cannot manage on her own, so I must accompany her, Li Yuma responded matter-of-factly. 7 years old, it feels as if we have been struck by lightning repeatedly, leaving us both charred and tender. What is wrong with you all today? Li Yuma asked, belatedly realizing their astonishment. They exchanged glances. As though possessed by some unclean spirit. Nothing. But what illness does this child have that allows her to reside in your community? Surely, your household is not lacking in caretakers. Why must you take leave to care for her? Lu Rongjing inquired calmly, his intention being to ensure that his childhood friend did not neglect his studies. As a true friend, he wished for Li Yuma to prioritize himself before others, especially given his remarkable capabilities. Both she and I have our own caretakers, but due to her parents' unreliability, she was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder a month ago. Furthermore, her parents have both traveled abroad. I arranged for her to take a leave of absence from school. Initially, I planned to wait until she felt better before returning, but her caretaker, while responsible, lacks education, and I am uneasy. However, Mr. Ma called me last Sunday night, insisting that I return to school immediately. My studies cannot be delayed for too long. And he also wants me to prepare for an English speech competition in a month, followed by the provincial competition in 2 months. Therefore, I returned to school. Yet these past few days, upon returning home, I discovered that she now desires to isolate herself in her bedroom, refusing even her caretaker's approach. I was contemplating whether to forego this English speech competition. After 6 years of companionship, I felt utterly torn and sought a casual conversation with you all. However, I have yet to discuss this with Mr. Ma, as I am unsure how to approach him. After all, he has high expectations of me, and I fear disappointing him, Li Yuma confessed, caught in a web of conflict. He had never truly known a familial bond, and in this life, his teachers had shown him immense kindness and concern, surpassing even that of his parents. This was the crux of his dilemma. Nevertheless, if his little girl's condition worsened, she would always take precedence. Otherwise, he might just arrange for a leave of absence. It was a pity that his 3 close friends could not continue journeying together. We will help you, Yuma. Let us not inform MR.MA just yet. We'll do our best to support you and see if we can assist your little girl in recovering. You are not just the hope of our class, but of our entire school in Rongqing. This speech competition could lead to a national contest. You cannot withdraw, understand? Not to mention, Mr. Ma and Principal Meng would certainly not agree to your withdrawal, Lu Rongjing, Zhao Jia, and Li Rui firmly insisted, but I genuinely fear that her continued isolation in her small room will exacerbate her condition. I just told you, for me, nothing holds greater importance than her. Haven Tu often remarked on my significant changes over this past year, how I become more open, sunny, and confident. It is all due to encountering her, a delightful and mischievous little one. Filled with kindness and understanding, she was once a little princess of a grand corporation but remains humble and low-key. Last year, I entrusted her to Principal Yu and Teacher Xiao, and she achieved excellent results. She is not only academically gifted but also a responsible class monitor and a school announcer. Most remarkably, she actively assists her classmates who struggle academically. Like a little angel, she exercises with me and waits for me daily at the children's playground in our neighborhood until I finish school. Sharing all the beautiful things she finds with me. I have always felt isolated at home, but since her arrival, she has been like a little sun, radiating pure, kind energy, revealing to me the beauty and goodwill in this world. Now, do you understand how important she is to me? Li Yuma articulated with utmost care. Understood, it's a matter of salvation. Isn't it, Yuma? I grew up in the countryside and was fortunate to have my aunt's support, which led me to meet you. All of the reason I have maintained my current academic standing is largely due to your selfless explanations and assistance. I truly understand you. What I want to say, Yuma, is that you must not give up on the competition just yet. We will help you care for her. Moreover, I too have faced trauma in my childhood, inflicted by my parents. I should have been in my senior year, but my aunt arranged for my leave of absence. That year, she accompanied me to explore the mountains and waters, returning to nature, and gradually, I emerged from my struggles. And now, can anyone guess that I have ever been ill? Perhaps we should try this approach. Take your little girl into nature, let its vastness and wonder inspire her. This statement from Li Rui jolted Li Yuma back to reality. In his previous life, his little girl had adored visiting places filled with mountains and waters. How could he have forgotten? Although the little one had been frail, she had often longed to explore the outdoors. I have a younger sister, as I believe I have mentioned to you before. She is 10 years old this year, and I think it would be beneficial for her to spend time with your child. Girls tend to have more topics to discuss among themselves, which might aid in her recovery. Zhao Jia remarked thoughtfully. His sister is a warm-hearted little girl, yet he fears that others might speak ill of their brotherly bond. After all, his family merely runs a grocery store. Thank you, I will inquire about it when I return home tonight. I will try to see if I can take her out in the coming days. By next Monday, I will provide you with an answer. As brothers, I hope that today's heartfelt conversation remains known only to the four of us. You know, I have faced some resentment from a few arrogant individuals due to my teacher's favoritism. Of course, I am not afraid of them. It is simply that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, as I do not have the energy to deal with such trivial matters. Time, for me, truly resonates with the saying, time is gold. Li Yuma sincerely expressed gratitude and prudently prepared for the future. Rest assured, with us around, no one would dare to slander you should you provoke me. I could summon my father's legal expertise, though not as formidable as yours. Dealing with a few petty clowns would be a breeze. Moreover, my father has always felt indebted to me, so even if I wanted to use his company as seal to settle scores, he wouldn't bat an eye. Liu Rongjing said with a somber expression. He would protect his brother fiercely. Furthermore, it is thanks to this brother that he has developed a love for learning. Chapter 24, The Return of Hallucinations. When Li Yuma returned home, he found that his child was not in the living room. Aunt Qian, how has she been today? Since you left, she has not stepped out of her room. I even brought her favorite food at noon, but she wouldn't come out. She wouldn't even allow me to open her door. Qian Xiaofan replied anxiously. She was genuinely worried about this little rice dumpling and held a profound disdain for the child's parents. After all, what does wealth matter if one lacks humanity and morals? Jiner, I'm back. Could you please open the door? Li Yuma knocked on the door nervously, but there was no response. He took the key that Qian Xiaofan handed him and quickly forced the door open. To his dismay, he found Lin Yanjin curled up under the curtain on the balcony, her little head tucked in as she slept in the corner. Li Yuma gently approached and carefully cradled her in his arms. Feeling a dull ache in his heart, Lin Yanjin sensed her body lighten and warily opened her eyes, meeting Li Yuma's slightly reddened gaze, momentarily stunned. Jiner, why aren't you sleeping on the bed? I was on the bed. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I saw old Lin glaring at me, threatening to throw me down from the balcony like he did with that big television, and my mother. She swung a baseball bat at me, saying she regretted giving birth to me. If she hadn't had me, she wouldn't have been humiliated by old Lin and those two old fools. I was terrified. I could still hear the thunder rolling in my ears. So I locked the door and hid in this corner, so they wouldn't see me, Lin Yanjin explained earnestly, leaving Qian Xiaofan in tears. Jiner, Auntie has told you that she will guard our home, and no one dares to come in and harm you, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I couldn't find Amo either. So I had to hide until he came back for me, and look, he found me, Lin Yanjin said, tilting her little head seriously. Li Yuma and Qian Xiaofan could ascertain that Lin Yanjin was experiencing hallucinations again. Yes, little Jiner is very clever. It's wise to hide when danger approaches. So what would you like to eat tonight? I can reward you by letting you skip the vegetables, Li Yuma said, suppressing the pain in his heart and forcing a smile. Really? I can really skip all the vegetables? Lin Yanjin asked with sparkling eyes. Amo has promised never to deceive you, Li Yuma assured her earnestly. Yay, Amo, you're the best. I really like you. I want to eat crabs, ham, anything meaty, Lin Yanjin declared seriously. Alright, Aunt Chen, please prepare that, Li Yuma instructed Aunt Chen, while asking Qian Xiaofan to stay. Jiner, from now on Aunt Chen has decided not to return to her hometown. Her brother has gone to the army, where he will serve to protect the country and capture criminals. Since her brother is gone, Aunt Qian has no home, and she wishes to stay with you. Treating our home as her OWN, is that alright? Li Yuma concluded, casting a glance at Qian Shaofan. Little Mo is right, Jiner, Aunt Qian has no home now. Would you be willing to take her in? If you do, I will forever guard our home and never leave. Look, Aunt Qian is quite strong, and we have golf clubs at home. Anyone who dares to intrude without your permission, I will handle them. Even if old Lin shows up, if you don't want to see him, I will make sure he leaves. Alright, Qian Shaofan said kindly, looking at Lin Yanjin earnestly. How could you not have a home? Lin Yanjin asked, puzzled, because my brother has gone to the army and won't be back for a long time. My previous home was destroyed by bad people, and I can't fix it by myself. So I have no home now, Qian Shaofan replied, her sorrow genuine and not merely to placate Lin Yanjin. Her dilapidated house indeed did not belong to her. When she returned to handle her son's enlistment, she caught her husband red-handed with the widow next door, and her son shamed her into a divorce. Thus she too followed the trend and ended her marriage. The two shabby rooms were built by her in-laws, having no connection to her. At 38, without a roof over her head, Qian Shaofan's sadness was palpable. Oh, then you can treat this place as your own home. After all, Mo and I can't possibly fill it all. And you have your own room. Why go back to a broken house? When your brother returns, you can buy a new home together. Lin Yanjin exclaimed generously. Thank you, Jiner, you are truly kind. And now, can you believe I can protect our home? I want to leave again, because if I do, I'll have nowhere to stay. Right, Qian Shaofan coaxed earnestly. She genuinely felt for this child and did not wish to lose this job. After all, lacking education or resources, where could she find such a high-paying position? Moreover, taking care of a child sheltered from wind and rain was preferable to many jobs. Yes, I believe you can guard our home well. Lin Yanjin nodded affirmatively this time. Aunt Qian, please find a set of autumn sportswear for Jiner, Li Yuma instructed once he had calmed the child in his arms. Alright, Qian Shaofan hesitated but refrained from asking further questions before she went about her tasks. This young lad was quite astute. It was better for her to say less. After all, he cherished this girl immensely. Why do we need sportswear? Lin Yanjin asked, somewhat confused. Jiner, tomorrow I will take you to see the waterfall at Tiger Gorge. Alright, it rained all day and night yesterday, and the weather looks good for tomorrow. Shall we go see the waterfall? Li Yuma lovingly tucked a stray hair behind Lin Yanjin's ear, gently inquiring. But tomorrow isn't Friday, don't you have school? Lin Yanjin asked, perplexed. I'll take a day off. Will your teacher not scold you? I'm only taking one day off. The teacher shouldn't scold me. Besides, tomorrow is mostly art, music, and computer classes. I think the teacher will approve my leave to accompany little Jiner, Li Yuma said, looking at Lin Yanjin with hopeful eyes. Is it only the waterfall? I don't know. We must go to see what else there is, Li Yuma replied, his tone enticing. Will there be many people there? Are there any bad people like old Lin? Lin Yanjin still hesitated. It's Friday, so there shouldn't be many people, and remember little Jiner, with me around, no bad person would dare come near you. I won't let them leave without a beating, Li Yuma solemnly assured Lin Yanjin. Alright, let us go see then. I'm practically going moldy at home. Lin Yanjin finally agreed, as if she had made a momentous decision. Jiner, with Mo here, no one can harm you. No1, do you understand? Li Yuma wrapped Lin Yanjin tightly in his embrace, as if only this could provide her the sense of security she needed. I believe you, Lin Yanjin said softly, draping her little arms around Li Yuma's neck. Chapter 25, Tiger Gorge Waterfall. Master, how long does it take to reach Tiger Gorge? Li Yuma asked in a deep voice after settling Lin Yanjin in the back seat of the taxi and fastening his seatbelt. About 2 hours, I'd say. Since you set off early today, there shouldn't be any traffic. You should arrive in around 2 hours. The taxi driver, a young man in his 30s, replied cheerfully. Is this your usual route? Li Yuma asked, needing to keep himself awake so as not to doze off alongside Lin Yanjin. This was the first time he was taking his child on a long trip alone. Over 100 kilometers, surely this counted as a journey, didn't it? He ought to be a tad more vigilant. Although taxis offer a certain level of assurance, unlike unlicensed cabs, he still harbors some unease. Typically, for such long journeys, the majority prefer taking a bus as it proves to be more economical. Some, who are pressed for time, opt for the unlicensed cabs, as they are even cheaper. The driver spoke without hesitation. What are unlicensed cabs? Li Yumio inquired, somewhat shyly. They refer to the so-called unlicensed taxis. They use their own vehicles to pick up passengers, and there is no standardized fare. They charge at their own discretion. Aren't they concerned about inspections? The young man seemed to lack experience in such matters. There's a saying, policies from above, countermeasures below. Our legitimate taxi company calculates costs not only based on fuel consumption and wear and tear but also includes platform fees. They only consider fuel and wear and tear, hence, their prices are generally lower, attracting more willing customers. When faced with inspections, they instruct their passengers to falsely claim that they are relatives traveling in a private vehicle without any charges. Problem solved, right? The driver was keen to chat with Lee Yumuo, appreciating the company during the 2-hour journey, which would undoubtedly make the trip far more enjoyable. No wonder my friends estimated a fare much lower than what you just mentioned. Lee Yumuo remarked with a knowing expression. Yes, they must have quoted the price for an unlicensed cab. However, young man, even though our fare is slightly higher, we offer significantly more assurance than unlicensed cabs. I'm not trying to disparage others. Our company's drivers undergo more stringent assessments and must possess relevant certifications. The driving license must be rigorously tested, along with a requisite number of driving years. Their requirements are considerably laxer. As long as one has money, connections, and can afford a car, they are set. Many among them likely obtained their licenses through dubious means. Furthermore, their vehicle insurance differs from ours. Some may only have purchased basic liability insurance. The driver continued to respond cheerfully. Can you really buy a driver's license? Lee Yumuo asked incredulously. Indeed, but I've heard from colleagues that our Rongqing Traffic Bureau plans to scrutinize these loopholes rigorously. Upon reflection, it's about time. Rongqing is a provincial capital, and its economy has been developing rapidly in recent years. With the increase in private vehicles, if driving licenses aren't strictly regulated, numerous issues will arise. Indeed, traffic accidents have been rising yearly. A lack of proper driving education is a significant hazard. Lee Yumuo analyzed seriously. Young man, you seem quite mature for your age. Are you holding your sister? What brings you siblings to Wuxia so early? The driver inquired with a hint of skepticism. This is a child from my family. She saw a report about Wuxia on a local television channel and was quite envious. I thought, since it's Friday, there would be fewer people visiting, so I decided to take her to see it for herself and compare it to what she saw on TV. Additionally, with the heavy rain a couple of days ago, visiting the waterfall seems fitting. Besides, after this autumn rain, it may not rain heavily again for a while. If I want to take her to witness that breathtaking waterfall, I might have to wait until next April or May for another chance. Lee Yumuo replied earnestly, and hearing his response gradually eased the driver's doubts. A young man with such charm and grace surely couldn't be a trafficker. However, the driver still hesitated at the sight of the sleeping girl in his arms. They had just boarded the car, and they also brought a large suitcase. In just a week, it will be the National Day holiday. Don't you know that traveling to Wuxia during the holiday offers more time and likely more activities? After all, scenic spots arrange various performances to attract visitors during major holidays. I remember that during every significant festival, nearby inns organize many engaging activities, including paid fun projects. Your sister's age would enjoy things like carousels and waterplanes. And there are also shooting games where you can win toys, pirate ships, and many more activities. The driver wanted to confirm once more. However, during the National Day, there will be many people. My little one is so young. I fear for her safety in a crowd and worry about potential accidents. Lee Yumuo wished to explain that his child should not be in crowded places, but he hesitated to discuss his child with a stranger. Well, your concerns are valid indeed. There are quite a few people during the National Day holiday nowadays. People's living standards have overall improved. Many have shifted from outdated mindsets and are beginning to enjoy life. This is also an opportunity for these tourist spots, the driver remarked with a sense of reflection. Not to mention others. If I am not scheduled during significant holidays, I would take my wife and child to explore the surroundings. The rapid economic development presents opportunities. For us, it is a wonderful platform that enhances our sense of happiness. Lee Yumuo mused, gently adjusting Lin Yanjin in his arms, using his handkerchief to wipe the fine sweat from her neck. Children have pure yang constitutions, and with the autumn temperatures in Rongqing still relatively high, nestled in the embrace of another young man with a robust disposition, how could she not sweat? Your sister has an excellent quality of sleep. She remains undisturbed even as you adjust her. The driver, once again filled with skepticism, spoke up. Last night, this little one knew I wanted to take her to see the waterfall she admired, and she was quite excited. Staying up late this morning, no matter how I called her, she played coy. I had to carry her from her bed to take her away. I feared that if she woke up too late, we would encounter the morning rush hour and the traffic would be severely congested, causing delays. The longer the traffic jam, the more upset she would become, and I worried she might lose her patience. As Li Yumuo concluded, a faint smile graced his lips, filled with affection, just as he tenderly brushed Lin Yanjin's hair. The driver, glancing through the rearview mirror, noticed the young man's endearment towards the sleeping child. Easing his heart once more with such tender affection, he surely could not be a trafficker. Chapter 26, Huxia Waterfall. Are we there yet, Amo? Just as the taxi exited the highway, Lin Yanjin finally awoke from her slumber. Snuggling in Li Yumuo's embrace and asking sleepily, and not yet, little sleepyhead, did you sleep well? Li Yumuo replied softly to his child. Soon, in no more than 20 minutes, we will arrive. The driver too was touched by the warmth between the two gentle souls. His tone softening. Thank you, Lin Yanjin said, her voice sweet yet polite. Li Yumuo was pleasantly surprised that the child in his arms was willing to converse with a stranger. This was a good sign. No need for thanks, this little girl is truly polite. Your family has raised her well, the driver commented, instinctively categorizing the two as siblings. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Driver, Lin Yanjin responded, attempting to sit up only to realize that she and her AMO were securely fastened together by the seatbelt. Jinra, be patient, let us not unbuckle the seatbelt just yet. Alright, I'll carry you, Li Yumuo gently coaxed. Listen to your brother, little one, unbuckling now could be dangerous. We'll arrive shortly. Well, considering how polite you siblings are. Let me give you a piece of advice, avoid staying at those inns near Huxia that advertise package deals. They often engage in deceptive practices. Not only is the food unpalatable, but some also fail to meet hygiene standards. The rooms are often poorly lit. Opt for those inns and hotels with transparent pricing. Every fee should be clear, and each charge should reflect its value, seeing that you siblings chose a legitimate taxi for such a long journey. You are likely not short on money, just be cautious and don't fall for any tricks, the driver sincerely advised the pair. Thank you for your advice, I will certainly take heed, Li Yumuo replied earnestly. Do you frequently drive to the high-tech zone? He inquired. Yes, my home is just 2 kilometers behind the East Ridge Villa area. I mostly drive around there. Please share your contact information. I will prioritize calling you if I need a ride in the future. Li Yumuo said with sincerity. Sure, the driver readily provided his phone number, thus sealing their connection. Of course, that was a matter for later. Lin Yanjin perched atop the suitcase while Li Yumuo cheerfully pulled the suitcase along. Following the driver's advice, they chose a quaint inn with an elegant decor and clear pricing. The attendant, assuming them to be siblings, directly recommended a room with 2 beds, which perfectly suited Li Yumuo's intentions. In this lifetime, he and his child must observe the propriety between genders. However, his little one was still too young to sleep alone in a separate room. After settling their luggage, Li Yumuo took Lin Yanjin to the lobby on the first floor, where they were led to the dining area by the attendant. They purchased 2 breakfast sets. Amo, are we having breakfast or what? Lin Yanjin asked, examining the unique breakfast before her. Li Yumuo had bought leaf cakes, corn porridge and frozen pastries. Lin Yanjin appeared displeased, having not seen her favorite meat dish, and teasingly asked, Little Jiner, it's only 8:30. What else could we call breakfast? Come on, have one of these, you won't be disappointed. I'll feed you. Li Yumuo could hardly be oblivious to the little one's subtle intentions. With patience, he peeled away the fragrant orange leaves of the leaf cake, gently blowing on it before presenting it to Lin Yanjin's lips. Lin Yanjin furrowed her brow slightly, gazing intently at her AMO, and finally, as if conceding, took a large bite. The glutinous rice flour's tenderness mingled with the savory minced meat and the refreshing aroma of orange leaves set her taste buds alight. She looked at Li Yumuo in astonishment, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Little Jiner, one must personally experience things before arriving at a conclusion. Do you understand? How can you know its beauty without even trying? Li Yumuo said earnestly, aiming to gradually dismantle the defenses she had erected around herself. She could no longer remain ensconced in her own little world, or else it would lead to significant problems. But I'm scared, Lin Yanjin whispered after swallowing her food. With me around, little Jiner, you can be brave. I will protect you. Don't be afraid, alright? Li Yumuo coaxed gently. Will you always be here? What if at some unknown moment you no longer want me? I'm all alone, quietly in that cold, empty house. Lin Yanjin set down her leaf cake, hesitating for a while before murmuring. She was genuinely afraid. School taught them that there's no one like a mother, yet her mother had chosen to abandon her. Her grandparents and uncle and aunt adored her, yet they still returned her to her so-called parents, forcing her to distance herself from her former friends in kindergarten, only to be left in that vast, desolate house, neglected, and now they seemed reluctant to want her, as if she had committed some grave sin in the past. Others mocked her as a pitiful creature unloved by anyone, and now their words were only further validated. Ever since that night when she was terrified beyond measure, she had not seen her so-called parents again, not even receiving a video call or a phone call, upon returning from the hospital. She only encountered her grandparents, uncle, aunt, and that annoying little boy Ning Xiang. Though they occasionally called her, she still felt unloved by them, this handsome older brother, while always by her side and treating her well, could not compare to how her grandparents had also treated her kindly, only to later abandon her. To no, Jeaner, never. I will never abandon you, even if you decide to leave me. Don't be afraid, little Jeaner. Amo swears that if one day I break this promise, may lightning strike me, Li Yuma vowed. However, before he could finish, Lin Yanjin boldly covered his mouth with hers. Startled, she pressed her small lips against his, devoid of any conscious thought or action, leaving Li Yuma's heart racing. After a moment, he regained his composure under Lin Yanjin's puzzled gaze, who could explain the meaning of this action to him. Jeaner, I believe in you. Please, don't speak of lightning strikes. It frightens me. Lin Yanjin simply did not wish to hear Amo utter those terrifying words. Recalling the thunderous night that had truly terrified her, I apologize, it was my oversight. Don't be afraid, Jeaner, I will always be with you. Come now, drink the kanji in your bowl, and after we eat well, shall we go see the waterfall? Li Yuma suggested, recalling the hellish night that had haunted his child. He held her close, seeking to redirect her attention. Chapter 27, Tiger Gorge Waterfall. The Tiger Gorge Waterfall was not wide, merely a few meters across, yet it was impressively high and steep. From a distance, it resembled a white silk ribbon cascading down the sheer cliff, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding verdant foliage, resembling a paradise on earth. The water plummeting down created a mist as it crashed against the rocks below, forming a dreamlike pool at its base, nearly 10 jang deep. Nearby, some broad-leaved plants had begun to turn yellow in this season, their yellow and green hues intertwining, creating a more vibrant tapestry. Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin stood on the viewing platform, clad in their newly purchased raincoats, their hearts brimming with awe. Amo, it's so high! Lin Yanjin exclaimed excitedly, turning to Li Yuma in wonder. Yes, this is the grand magnificence of nature, a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Jeaner, do you like it? Li Yuma, concerned that his child might feel frightened, held her tightly before asking reassuringly. I like it, Amo. I like it very much, Lin Yanjin replied, wrapping her arms around Li Yuma's neck, comfortably nestling against him. Jeaner, seeing this scene, do you have anything to say to me? With hardly anyone else around, save for the roar of the waterfall, their conversation flowed easily. Li Yuma began to guide her gently. Amo, I really like you, Lin Yanjin shouted with glee, finding this outing far more enjoyable than being confined to her small room, especially with Amo by her side. Amo likes Jeaner too, but little Jeaner, look at how these waters, despite their tumultuous journey, continue their mission, gathering in this gorge to fulfill their purpose, flowing from this river to nourish the crops along the way, heading towards their paradise, eventually returning to the sea. Jeaner, shall we learn from their indomitable spirit and strive to live well, to achieve our goals? All difficulties are temporary, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Right, when we encounter difficulties, we shall resolve them together. What happened that night was merely a test for you, akin to this steep cliff, a trial for these waters. You see, these relentless waters gracefully present us with a stunning view amidst their challenges. You think, Jeaner, we cannot let one night's trial instill fear in you, causing you to retreat or doubt everything around you. I promise you again, Jeaner, I will never forsake you. You must not allow your irresponsible parents to make you doubt the kindness of others. Nor should you doubt yourself. Here with Amo, you will always be a unique little girl. You are wonderful, so much so that no adjective can encompass your entire beauty. Little Jeaner, shall we work together to overcome this trial? Lin Yanjin stared blankly at the face so close to hers, taking in the steadfastness and tenderness reflected in Li Yuma's expression. After a long moment, she replied, All right, I believe you, Amo, I trust you. Lin Yanjin buried her head in Li Yuma's shoulder, speaking earnestly, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking into his neck. Li Yuma gently patted her back, waiting for her to release her emotions. In truth, he too had tears streaming down his face. Their journey had been arduous, both in this life and the last. It was not merely a lack of material wealth, but rather the wounds inflicted by those closest to them. Fortunately, in this life, their loved ones had not sought their lives. Li Yuma realized this conclusion might have been a tad premature. After a while, he turned Lin Yanjin's small face towards him, tenderly using his fingers to wipe away her tears. Jeaner, we are each other's only companions. Let us strive together to face every trial life throws our way, shall we? After a considerable time, Li Yuma waited for Lin Yanjin's emotions to stabilize before earnestly addressing her. All right, I will gradually learn to interact with others, just as I did before. I will accept Aunt Qian's closeness, Lin Yanjin replied, her voice muffled. Jeaner is truly good. In just a week it will be the National Day holiday. Jeaner, I will bring a few brothers and a sister to our home to play with you. shall I? Li Yuma began to take advantage of the situation. Won't they laugh at me for being an unwanted child? Lin Yanjin asked cautiously. No, they will not mock my little Jeaner. Jeaner, as long as I am here. No one dares to ridicule you, no one can, and remember little Jeaner, you are not unwanted. You have me. In the future, you will have many friends, they will not mock you, they will care for you, understand? Jeaner, trust me. I will strive to provide us with a home that belongs to you and me. Li Yuma tirelessly reassured her, though he maintained a smiling facade. Deep down, he yearned to punish Lin Chenan for his transgressions. Alright. After the emotional upheaval, Lin Yanjin's perspective broadened, making her more agreeable, and her smile began to feel genuine. Little Jeaner, life is long. We must take good care of ourselves from now on, whenever we encounter issues. We must communicate openly. We will meet many people and face numerous challenges. We cannot rely on assumptions and allow ourselves to be exploited by nefarious individuals. Do you understand? Li Yuma subtly instilled the importance of open communication. Being an adult at heart, he aimed to eradicate negative influences before they could take root, drawing from their past experiences. In their previous life, the first conflict had arisen from a lack of effective communication, nearly costing this little one her life due to a high fever. Thus Li Yuma must certainly learn from the lessons of his past life and gradually instill certain notions deeply within the mind of this little one. Very well, from now on, regardless of the problems I encounter, I will seek your wisdom for clarity. And no matter what anyone says about you, I shall not believe it, I would rather confront them myself. Lin Yanjin assured with a playful ferocity. Indeed, that is the right attitude. Now, shall we return for lunch first, or take a dip in the water? There is a spot in the pond where we can play. Li Yuma glanced at the time. It was nearly 11. He once again sought the opinion of the child in his arms. Water play, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, her spirits lifted after Li Yuma's encouragement, as if the weight upon her heart had vanished. Chapter 28, Tiger Gorge Waterfall. I wish to take off my raincoat. I feel quite warm, Lin Yanjin stated, reaching to unbutton her raincoat, only to be stopped by Li Yuma, who swiftly placed a hand upon hers. No, Xiao Jinger, the mist from the water will dampen our clothes. The water is a bit chilly, and it's not particularly hot today. If we are not careful, we might catch a cold. We are not at home, and seeking medical help here can be quite troublesome. Moreover, being ill is rather unpleasant. Come, let me help you remove your shoes, and I will place them in this plastic bag. Let's roll up your pant legs. And we shall do the same with your rain pants. If you feel any looseness, you must tell me. We cannot allow them to slip down. Understood? I shall do the same once we enter the water. You will no longer feel hot, trust me. Alright, Li Yuma spoke tenderly, carefully rolling up Lin Yanjin's pant legs. Yes, I trust my IMO the most, Lin Yanjin replied softly, leaning close to his ear, her sincerity evident. Who else could she trust if not her IMO? Li Yuma gently kissed the forehead of his little one before beginning to tidy himself. Hand in hand, they walked to a corner by the pond, where the smooth pebbles made Lin Yanjin giggle with delight. She playfully tugged at Li Yuma's hand, urging him to step on the stone she had just traversed. The cool water enveloped their calves, and the refreshing sensation soon alleviated their warmth. Lin Yanjin requested Li Yuma to roll up the sleeves of her raincoat, and she swiftly captured a small crab, which, while not large, was not insignificant either. Jeaner, let it go, you might get pinched, Li Yuma exclaimed in alarm, bewildered by his child's audacity. No, look, I have it by both claws. It can't pinch me. This is a trick I learned from my uncle when he took me and Ningxiang to visit Grandpa Qian. You don't know, but I once startled my uncle so much that he jumped when I flung the crab that had pinched me right onto his sandal-clad foot. He became the subject of my aunt's laughter for quite some time. My aunt said I didn't cry when pinched and bravely tossed the crab away, while my uncle, a grown man, was so startled he yelped. I laughed at him too, and he pretended to tug at my ear. But my aunt gave him a couple of slaps instead. He was utterly humiliated. Lin Yanjin recounted the tale with gleeful malice, and if Ning Qingjun were to learn how his precious darling had been mocked in front of a mere boy, he would certainly be displeased for a long time. You little rascal, are you not afraid of your uncle taking revenge? Li Yuma remarked with a hint of exasperation. He dares, if he scolds me, I will go to my aunt to deal with him. As long as he is not afraid of my aunt's ear-tugging, he might dare to retaliate, Lin Yanjin replied confidently, leaving Li Yuma with mixed feelings. The authenticity of familial affection was starkly clear. Indeed, Xiao Jinger, splendidly done. Matters like this should be addressed with your aunt. With no other option, Li Yuma could only agree with his child, safeguarding the beauty of her familial bonds. He resolved that in the future, once he and his child were wed, he would honor her maternal family properly, especially her aunt, who truly deserved respect. Quick, there's a shrimp here, let us catch it and put it in our drink bottle. Shall we? We can take it home and show Aunt Chen and Aunt Chen that we caught it ourselves. Let us raise it a bit and have Aunt Chen prepare it as spicy shrimp and crab. Humph, I'll eat a whole plate by myself. Her words elicited a mix of amusement and disbelief from Li Yuma. His child was truly exceptional, her thoughts distinct from others. Jiner, these are mountain cold spring shrimp and crabs. They won't survive if we take them home. To be precise, they might perish before we even reach home. Sweetheart, catch them for fun, then we shall release them, he patiently explained to the little one. But I want to eat them, Lin Yanjin pouted, licking her lips, a simple action that nearly unsettled Li Yuma. She remained as infuriating as in her past life, blissfully unaware. Let us rise now. We shall return tomorrow for more fun. We can find a restaurant that serves river delicacies. It is possible that the inn we are staying at offers them. Li Yuma gently scooped up his child, whispering soothingly, they truly could not linger in the pond for too long. Noticing the purple hue creeping into Lin Yanjin's lips, he quickly lifted her out. Lin Yanjin wished to continue playing but also desired food, her mind at war. But I still wish to play in the water. Jiner, be good. We cannot play in the water any longer today. Look, your little lips are already turning cold and purple. If we continue, you might catch a cold, Li Yuma stated, gazing into the eyes of the child in his arms. Weighing the consequences, alright, we won't play in the water today, Lin Yanjin acquiesced, her voice tinged with regret. Let us return tomorrow at noon when it's the hottest and play for a while, shall we? Very well. Li Yuma swiftly carried his child away, settling on a rock where he used his wet wipes to clean her little feet, helping her put on her shoes and socks before removing her raincoat. He efficiently tidied himself up in no time. Jiner, once I return to tidy our raincoats, you should go find the service lady and ask if there are any shrimp or crabs from the pond where we just played. If there are, let me know what flavor you would like, and we can have them prepare it. Li Yuma began to gently coax her. I should ask the service lady, the same one from earlier? Lin Yanjin inquired, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Yes, indeed, the very same. Not be why doing this, we can have your favorite food sooner. Li Yuma continued his natural persuasion. Are you hungry? Yes, I am a bit hungry. Then that is settled, Lin Yanjin agreed, determined not to let her Imo go hungry. Once they returned to the courtyard of the inn, Li Yuma set Lin Yanjin down, offering her an encouraging glance before swiftly heading to their room to hang up their raincoats. He concealed himself behind her, watching as she hesitated for a moment, as if summoning great resolve, before striding confidently to the front desk to find the receptionist. Sister, do you have river shrimp here? Lin Yanjin finally overcame her psychological barrier, fearing for her Amo's hunger, and politely inquired, river shrimp? Yes, we have shrimp and crabs from the pond beneath the waterfall. Would you like some, little one? The receptionist approached Lin Yanjin with a smile. Her gaze lingering on the child's delicate features, which made Lin Yanjin subtly step back. Could we have a serving of boiled shrimp and a serving of spicy crab? I remember my Imo loves boiled shrimp. Lin Yanjin stated, recalling her Amo's preferences. Certainly, little one. Are you here alone? Where is your brother? The receptionist inquired, surprised that the young boy would allow such a young child to wander alone. He went to put away the raincoats. He will be here shortly, sister. Could you please arrange for them to prepare it quickly? I would really like to eat soon. Lin Yanjin expressed her eagerness, feeling a bit shy about mentioning her Amo's hunger. Chapter 29, Tiger Gorge Waterfall. Alright, I will see to it. Would you like me to escort you to find your brother? The receptionist offered, preparing to take Lin Yanjin's hand. Li Yuma quickly stepped forward. Scooping up his little one. Today's progress was already sufficient. There was no need to push too hard, fearing it might backfire. Xiao Jinger, you did wonderfully just now ordering food by yourself. That deserves a reward. Tell me, what would you like as a reward? Li Yuma patted Lin Yanjin's back, soothing her subconscious unease while continuing to encourage her. I want to play in the water again, Lin Yanjin replied. Still enamored with the idea of water play, Xiao Jinger, that one do after we eat, we must rest for a while. By the time we are ready, it will be at least 2 in the afternoon. And the temperature will be dropping. We cannot play in the water anymore. We must be cautious of catching a cold. Understood, Li Yuma explained patiently to the little one in his arms. Little one. In the afternoon, perhaps your brother can take you to pick some red grapes. The farmers here grow their own, and this is the perfect season. They have a light frost and are much sweeter than those sold in the big supermarkets. The receptionist joined in, coaxing the child, charmed by the lovely little girl. Alright, Lin Yanjin relented, poking her little finger. Having reached a compromise, the reward must indeed be granted to our little Jiner, since we shall be picking red grapes this afternoon. How about we indulge her at lunchtime by allowing her to forego vegetables and feast solely on meat? Li Yuma could hardly bear to see his child unhappy. He thought to himself that he could offer her more fruits in the afternoon to ensure a balanced nutrition. thus deciding to indulge her this once. Imo, you are truly wonderful. At this moment, this reward won Lin Yanjin's heart completely, and she joyfully planted a kiss on Li Yuma's cheek. He felt immense happiness at this display of affection from his child. In high spirits, the two enjoyed a lavish lunch of a large platter of boiled shrimp, a dish of spicy river crabs, and a plate of stir-fried aged pork with chili peppers upon returning to their room. Lin Yanjin found it difficult to sleep due to having eaten too much, prompting Li Yuma to sit beside her bed and rub her belly just as in their previous life. He patiently soothed her, massaging her stomach and adjusting the flesh on her back until Lin Yanjin finally drifted off to a peaceful slumber. Little girl, how fortunate we are to have encountered each other again. Li Yuma softly remarked, gently kissing his child's forehead before succumbing to sleep beside her. During this afternoon's rest, neither of them dreamt, peacefully slumbering for 2 hours, when Lin Yanjin opened her large eyes. Li Yuma had just awoken as well. She felt immense joy at being cradled in his arms. Imo, she softly called out, unsure how to express her happiness, nuzzling her little head deeper into Li Yuma's embrace. With a resigned smile, he held her tighter, providing her with the security she needed. Li Yuma felt elated at how attached his child had become to him. It felt more genuine and reassuring than in their past life. Jiner, we must get up and prepare, otherwise, we shall have no time to pick red grapes. This is not a place we are familiar with, and we cannot remain outside until nightfall. Understood? Also, the chef mentioned that they had harvested many wild mushrooms from the mountain this morning. I saw some pine mushrooms that looked splendid. Shall we ask them to prepare a dish for us this evening? Would you prefer them stir-fried with red chili peppers or stewed with preserved pork ribs? Li Yuma inquired, tilting Lin Yanjin's little head to meet his gaze. Stewed with preserved pork ribs. I want to eat meat, Lin Yanjin promptly replied without hesitation. Very well, I shall speak with them shortly. There are fresh sweet potatoes here. Would you like to try the roasted sweet potatoes? Imo, how do you know so much? Lin Yanjin gazed at Li Yuma with admiration that he could only smile indulgently while wiping her cheeks with a wet napkin. While we were dining, I took a peek into the kitchen. The chef was quite hospitable and kindly explained some of the locally sourced ingredients to me. Does Imo like sweet potatoes? I want to try them, then I shall try them too. Our little girl deserves praise today. She is truly amazing. Shall I go find the waitress to order? Lin Yanjin felt immense joy at seeing the beaming smile on Li Yuma's face. It had been a long time since he had smiled so happily. My little Jiner is truly remarkable, so capable. In his excitement, Li Yuma kissed Lin Yanjin's forehead again, offering her encouragement. She resolved to gradually overcome her fear of speaking to others and to put in effort when she returned home. She would no longer confine herself to her room. Lin Yanjin hopped down from Li Yuma's embrace and dashed to the front desk to find the waitress. Li Yuma, not wanting to be careless, hurried after her. His little girl had already broken through the barriers she had set for herself. There was no need to rush her independence. This was a process. It seemed that this trip to Wuxia was indeed quite rewarding. Once Lin Yanjin perfectly articulated the evening's menu to the waitress, Li Yuma stepped forward, lifting his little girl onto his shoulder, preventing the waitress from reaching out to touch Lin Yanjin's face. What a joke! His little girl was not someone to be casually touched. She was his child, the one he had traversed time and space to follow, belonging solely to him. No one else could lay a finger on her. He needed to find an appropriate time to teach his little one that those who wished to touch her face were being impolite and how to subtly avoid such advances. What if I walk myself? Lin Yanjin recalled the times when old Lin reprimanded her for being childish and wanting to be carried, feeling a bit downcast. Never mind, I shall carry you. You can pick the red grapes on your own later, and when we return, you can walk by yourself while I carry the things. Alright, okay, Imo, you were so wonderful. I really like you. Imo felt the same fondness for little Jiner. Thus they set off. Li Yuma adjusted Lin Yanjin on his shoulder, whispering softly in her ear. The two followed a country road upward, as everyone busied themselves preparing for the upcoming National Day celebrations. Creating a lively atmosphere, nestled in Li Yuma's embrace, Lin Yanjin no longer felt such a strong aversion to the people around her. She could even gaze at those who looked her way with curiosity. Most importantly, the throbbing pain in her head had subsided. Chapter 30, Picking Red Grapes. Imo, look, there's a castle. Lin Yanjin pointed at an inflatable play structure for children. Would you like to play? Jiner, I can take you. No, thank you. Lin Yanjin promptly declined without even a moment's thought, retreating her head back into Li Yuma's embrace. He gently patted her back, comforting her, and after a while, he shifted her head to meet his gaze. It's alright, Jiner, if you don't want to, then you don't have to. I will never force you to do something you dislike. Be good, don't bury your face in my chest, you might suffocate. We can continue upward. We should soon reach the farmers' homes. Li Yuma's patience seemed inexhaustible in front of Lin Yanjin. All right, she softly replied, wrapping her small arms around his neck, feeling a bit more at ease. Li Yuma lovingly brushed his hand across Lin Yanjin's cheek, tucking her stray hair behind her ear. Little Jeaner, look, there's a persimmon tree. Aren't those bright red persimmons beautiful? Yes, they are pretty. Should we inquire whether they sell their persimmons? No, I don't like to eat persimmons. Why not? I dislike anything that is soft and slippery, and I don't like them either. I thought you might. Look, there are pine cones, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a new world. Then I'll let you ride on my shoulders. You can pick a couple to play with. Alright, okay. Lin Yanjin nodded with a smile. Without hesitation, Li Yuma secured his hands under her arms and effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulders. In their past life, they had shared this gesture many times, and now, in this life, they reunited once more. I'm taller than Imo now. Lin Yanjin laughed gleefully. Indeed, Jeaner is now taller than Imo. Have you picked any pine cones that you like? Li Yuma asked with a cheerful smile. I picked one. Why only one? I couldn't hold anymore. The two laughed and played, quickly covering 2 kilometers along the country road, until they spotted a quaint farmhouse nearby. Compared to the houses several hundred meters away, this small home appeared quite dilapidated, a single-story brick structure, while the buildings behind it were charming little villas adorned with tiled exteriors. The unpainted house still displayed the red bricks clearly, yet, despite the simplicity of this brick courtyard, it was entirely covered in red grapevines. The trellis was constructed of sturdy wood, both aesthetically pleasing and resilient against the elements. Imo, look at all the grapes, they're so purple, Lin Yanjin exclaimed. Jeaner, these are the red grapes the waitress mentioned. Aren't they just grapes? Lin Yanjin questioned, somewhat puzzled. Yes, red grapes are a variety of grape. Jeaner, would you like to pick them yourself? I would then go ask that gentleman over there. Yes, the one weeding. Are these red grapes his? Li Yuma encouraged Lin Yanjin, gently encouraging her to engage in necessary conversation. Lin Yanjin hesitated, glancing at Li Yuma, but upon seeing the determination and encouragement in his eyes, she turned towards the unfamiliar gentleman in the vegetable garden. Sir, are you the owner of these grapes? Finally overcoming her shyness, Lin Yanjin politely inquired. I am. Young lady, are you interested in buying some grapes? Yes, I would like to buy some. May I ask how much they cost? 4 yuan per jean. Can I pick them myself? Of course. The middle-aged man set down his hoe, stood, and walked onto the road. He turned on the faucet next to the gate to wash his hands before opening it. Come in and pick for yourselves. I will fetch some scissors for you. The man was terse, not actively promoting his red grapes, and turned to fetch the scissors. Jeaner, have you made your selection? Li Yuma cautiously surveyed his surroundings before inquiring in a solemn tone. That cluster over there. Lin Yanjin pointed towards a bunch of red grapes situated 2 meters away from the two of them. But that is not the largest cluster, he replied, yet, that bunch boasts the largest grapes. I have an affinity for that particular bunch. My little Jeaner remains as astute as ever. Indeed, you have chosen the most substantial one, he acknowledged. Once uncle brings the scissors, you shall pluck the bunch you desire. Li Yuma accepted the scissors handed to him by the middle-aged man and passed them to Lin Yanjin. Do you two siblings prefer a basket or a bag? I can fetch one for you. Upon hearing the man's words, Li Yuma realized that gathering these items necessitated a container. Alas, after all these years, he remained a novice in practical matters. Had it not been for this man's reminder, he might have naively continued to saunter down the street, each of them holding a cluster of grapes. A tinge of embarrassment washed over him. Uncle, is there a difference? Lin Yanjin, emboldened by Li Yuma's presence, inquired, pointing at the items in the man's hand. Little one, this basket is heavier than the plastic bag. When weighed, the grapes will be priced together. However, if you can't consume them all at once, I recommend the basket, as it will prevent the ripe grapes from being squished and allow them to last a couple more days. The middle-aged man, reminded of his own daughter who had just begun working, found himself more patient with this adorable girl, especially since she exhibited such politeness. How should we choose? Li Yuma patiently guided his child, allowing her to make her own decision. That depends on whether you enjoy these red grapes. Jeaner, if you relish them, we shall pick a couple more and choose the basket. If not, we will merely take the one you selected and opt for the plastic bag. Uncle, may I taste one first? I wouldn't know how to choose if I haven't tasted them, Lin Yanjin asked, tilting her head curiously at the middle-aged man. Of course, you may try a few, and your brother can as well. Then you two can decide, he replied, a kind smile spreading across his face. After receiving permission, Lin Yanjin eagerly plucked several grapes, standing on her tiptoes to feed one to Li Yuma before popping one into her own mouth. Jeaner, you didn't wash it. But it's too late for that now. it's already in my mouth. No worries, young man, these grapes were not grown specifically for sale, I cultivated them for my family's consumption. This year's yield was abundant, and since my daughters will return next week and likely not finish them, I'm selling some to you. Aside from a bit of dust, I haven't sprayed any chemicals. They re safe to eat. The middle-aged man felt his heart warm as he watched the little glutinous rice ball feed her brother grapes. Throughout his life, he lacked a son, having only 2 daughters, and had often faced ridicule from those around him. Yet, how many of those who once mocked him could boast of sons as accomplished as his daughters? Observing this little girl reminded him of his younger daughter, who once fiercely stood up to the boys in their village. His gaze towards Lin Yanjin grew even more benevolent. Chapter 31, The Dilemma of Bathing. After savoring the grapes, Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin picked 4 bunches, filling a basket to the brim. Li Yuma meticulously washed the first bunch Lin Yanjin had chosen under the faucet before placing it on the counter. After settling the payment, the two bid farewell to the middle-aged man and, hand in hand, made their way home. As they walked along the road flanked by pine trees, Lin Yanjin skipped joyfully, kicking at pine cones and the occasional pebble with her small feet. Be careful. Don't twist your ankle, Li Yuma admonished, exasperated. Although his child had suffered psychological trauma from her biological parents, her physical health remained commendable, far superior to her past life. He often felt grateful for the foresight he had in initiating her combat training when they first met. Good physical condition allowed for many enjoyable activities. In his previous life, how could his child have acted so recklessly? If I twist my ankle, you'll just carry me, Lin Yanjin replied cheekily. Silly girl. As long as you're happy, I can indeed carry you forever, but if you sprain your ankle, it will hurt, understand? Li Yuma said patiently, halting her playful bouncing. That's true, but when I grow up, will you still carry me? Lin Yanjin asked whimsically. As long as I am able to carry you, whenever you wish, I shall, Li Yuma assured her earnestly while feeding her another grape. What if you get married? Lin Yanjin blurted out, her mind conjuring a vague image of Imo marrying someone else, a figure obscured beneath a red veil, distinctly not herself. What did you say? Li Yuma looked at her incredulously, noticing the serious expression on her face, her eyes wide with confusion. Could it be that this little girl possessed memories from her past life? No, if she did, she wouldn't appear so soft and innocent. But I won't allow you to marry anyone. Imo, you must wait until I grow up. You are to marry me, you reside in my house, and from now on, you cannot live in anyone else's house. Otherwise, I will eliminate anyone who dares to wed you. Lin Yanjin's small face suddenly filled with a dark and fierce expression reminiscent of Li Yuma's own calculating demeanor from his past life, leaving him with a mixture of complexity and sweetness. No, I will not marry anyone else. I have promised to wait for you to grow up. When I marry, it will only be Lin Yanjin. Thus, Li Yuma reassured her sincerely, placing the fruit basket by the roadside, extending his arms to embrace her tightly. He affectionately kissed her forehead, providing her with a sense of security. After a moment, Lin Yanjin's expression cleared, and she joyfully planted a kiss on Li Yuma's cheek. I won't deceive you either. With that, she wriggled free from his embrace, playfully stomping on an ant by the roadside. This startled Li Yuma, who swiftly picked up the basket and grasped Lin Yanjin's hand, striding away. Little Jeaner, you mustn't be so mischievous. Don't step on the ants. What if they crawl onto you and bite? If they bite me, I'll just stomp them all to death, Lin Yanjin said dismissively, but ants are very united. If they swarm out, can you stomp on all of them? Let us avoid unnecessary trouble. Shall we? Li Yuma knew well that his little tyrant had always been audacious, both in this life and the last. He could only guide her patiently. Fine. Lin Yanjin stomped on another open pine cone before agreeing heartily. Li Yuma, chuckling to himself, held her hand tightly, not letting go. As they passed by the amusement facilities, Lin Yanjin looked on with unabashed curiosity, asking Li Yuma about anything she didn't understand, no longer shying away. Yet, she still had no desire to try them out. Li Yuma didn't press her, patiently explaining instead. The two returned to the inn in high spirits, where the front desk staff informed them that their dinner was ready. Having consumed a large bunch of grapes in the afternoon, Li Yuma opted not to order any vegetables for dinner. However, upon returning to their room, a dilemma arose, after a day filled with activity. Both were sweaty and needed a bath. Li Yuma could no longer afford to be as forthright with his child as he had been in his previous life. His little girl was now a young lady. How should he handle this? Why do you look so troubled? Lin Yanjin asked curiously, noticing him staring blankly by the suitcase. Jeaner, would you be able to sleep without a bath tonight? Why not take a bath? Didn't you bring me pajamas and a towel? Lin Yanjin responded, bewildered. But you are a girl, and I am a boy. There is a distinction. How am I to assist you? Li Yuma blurted out, I can wash myself. I've been able to do so for a while now. I just struggle with buttons and washing my hair, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Liyuma was taken aback. Looking at the little girl before him, she was only 7 and already capable of bathing herself. When did you learn to wash yourself? Before I went to Uncle Lin and my mother's house. My aunt taught me how to wash myself. I just can't manage buttons well, so I usually have the aunt we hire help me with that and washing my hair. I've washed my hair before, but it wasn't very clean. Auntie said she'd teach me once I'm older, Lin Yanjin explained candidly. Hearing her words, Liyuma felt a pang of bitter sweetness. I shall assist you in adjusting the water temperature. After you have bathed, I will fasten your buttons and help you wash your hair, if that pleases you. Liyuma retrieved Lin Yanjin's nightgown and towel, placing them in the bathroom before commencing to adjust the shower head in water temperature. This life differs from the last. Once Lin Yanjin's hair was approximately 80% dry, Liyuma proceeded to wash up. Upon returning to the bed, he found Lin Yanjin engrossed in a comic book. Sitting at the edge of her bed, Liyuma took the comic from her hands and set it aside. Jiner, it is already 8:30 in the evening, you must begin to prepare for sleep. Chapter 32. Gradually lowering her guard. But my hair is still damp, Lin Yanjin protested, her large watery eyes gazing up at Liyuma, exuding an innocence that tugged at his heart. Aunt Qian said that sleeping with wet hair can lead to headaches. You have already been reading for half an hour, you cannot keep your eyes glued to the page, the light is rather harsh. Do not strain your eyes. Come, let us engage in conversation, shall we? Liyuma leaned against the headboard, speaking earnestly. What shall we discuss? Lin Yanjin's long lashes fluttered like delicate fans, enhancing the enchanting allure of her expressive eyes. Unable to resist any longer, Liyuma drew her into his embrace. Gently brushing his finger along her cheek and gathering her loose hair behind her ear. Jiner, would you consider cutting your hair short? Why would I cut my hair short? I adore long hair. I thought short hair would be easier to manage, and you wouldn't have to tie it up every day. Wouldn't that be splendid? Perhaps I could ask Aunt Qian to teach me how to tie it when I return home? Lin Yanjin replied after a brief moment of contemplation, her resolution evident. Why are you so adamant about keeping long hair? Liyuma inquired gently. I remember you used to have short hair. I do not know. Sometimes, in my dreams, I see a beautiful figure with long dark hair tied with a ribbon, and it is simply stunning. I envy that and wish to have flowing hair like hers, Lin Yanjin earnestly articulated. Upon hearing her response, a pang of sorrow nearly overwhelmed Liyuma. After a long pause, he whispered, very well, since it is what Jiner desires, I shall respect that. I will learn how to tie your hair. He pulled Lin Yanjin closer to his chest, softly patting her back. The fragrant scent of shower gel enveloped her, bringing her a sense of tranquility, having walked back from picking grapes on her own. She now felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Nestling against Liyuma's heart, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her eyes gently closing in slumber. The lingering scent of shampoo in her hair filled Liyuma's nostrils, evoking a myriad of complex emotions reminiscent of a past life. After a while, he managed to calm his racing heart, realizing that his little girl was already breathing evenly, fast asleep, with a sense of helplessness. He attempted to lay Lin Yanjin down so he could return to his own bed, only to find her clutching at the hem of his shirt. Very well, it seems tonight we must continue to share the same bed. You little rascal, rest assured, in this lifetime, I shall never allow you to become the frail figure of your dreams. When you grow up, regardless of how the world changes, I will make you my wife. No one shall come between us, not even ourselves. Jiner, should you forget our promise as you mature, I will go to great lengths to keep you by my side. In this life, we can only be bound as husband and wife. At that moment, the obsession and madness in Liyuma's eyes were frightening even to himself. He gently pressed a kiss to Lin Yanjin's rosy lips, signifying his possessiveness, adjusting her once more to rest against his chest. He nestled his head atop hers and succumbed to a deep slumber. That night, Lin Yanjin did not wake from her dreams, sleeping soundly, and Liyuma, comforted by her peacefulness, also enjoyed a restful night. The two awoke the following morning at 7 o'clock. As soon as Lin Yanjin stirred, Liyuma's eyes fluttered open, and he gazed upon her still sleepy countenance, filled with satisfaction. Little Jiner, good morning. Sleepyhead. I don't think I dreamed last night. It seems bringing you out here was worthwhile. Nothing, I just wanted to call your name. Very well, however, little Jiner, it is already 7 o'clock. We must rise for breakfast. I do not wish to get up. No, if you do not rise, how shall we have breakfast? If you do not eat breakfast, how will my little Jiner grow? Then can I not grow? No, if you do not grow, who will marry me? Liyuma's response was resolute. If his little girl did not grow up, how could they fulfill their marital bond? Then will you help me brush my teeth? Certainly. After we wash up, we shall change clothes and head to breakfast. What would you like to eat today? I want meat, how about beef noodles? Li Yuma said with a sly grin. Alright, however, when Lin Yanjin beheld her bowl of beef noodles, she was somewhat taken aback. Not only was there scant beef, but there were also cabbage leaves. Imo, be good little Jeaner, you must finish your meal. Afterward, as the temperature rises, we shall go play in the water again. Today, I shall allow you to indulge a little longer. In her childhood, the longest road Lin Yanjin traversed was the path of Amos tricks. Today's temperature is not as high as yesterday's. Ultimately, Lin Yanjin only managed to play in the water for half an hour. Following the routine of only eating meat for lunch after a midday rest, Li Yuma took his little girl for another stroll through the fields. Imo, what kind of flower is this, yellow and orange? This is an early blooming wild chrysanthemum, and this, wild bupleurum flower. How do you know so much? Because I am diligent and eager to learn. Li Yuma began contemplating finding a tutor for his little girl. Needing to guide her as she gradually let down her guard, a little friend, one must work hard to find a path in life, an elderly woman with gray hair said with a smile to Lin Yanjin. She felt a surge of joy watching the pair of siblings. This vibrant little girl could not be much younger than her granddaughter's grandma. What are you doing? Lin Yanjin politely engaged the kind-hearted elder in conversation, which delighted Li Yuma, as his little girl was recovering swiftly. I am digging in the soil. What are you digging for? To plant rapeseed. What is rapeseed? Lin Yanjin had fully transformed into a curious little one. Rapeseed is a plant that produces seeds. Li Yuma squatted down to explain to his inquisitive child. And what are the seeds for? They can be pressed for oil, which is what you use for cooking. The elderly woman continued to smile warmly. I have never seen cooking oil. When we return home, I will take you to the kitchen to see, and you will understand. Li Yuma coaxed helplessly. Chapter 33, Casual Conversations during break. It was Monday, and due to the considerable rainfall, the large break and flag-raising ceremony at the foreign language high school had been cancelled. All the students were excited, and Class 1 of the second year was no exception. With the classroom buzzing with energy, when Li Yuma took out the textbook for the next lesson, he was met with 3 pairs of concerned eyes. What is this about? Li Yuma had no choice but to ask first. Yuma, do you know that last Friday Teacher Ma and Principal Meng summoned the 3 of us to the office? Zhao Jia asked candidly. Last Friday, I was absent, so how would I know you were called to the office? Li Yuma replied, standing firm. Yes, we knew you were absent. The reason we were called to the office was because of your absence. Principal Meng and Teacher Ma wanted to understand the reason behind it from us. Lu Rongjing said with a chuckle. And how did you respond to them? Li Yuma inquired, his gaze deepening. The 3 quickly grasped the meaning behind the younger boy's words and stowed their playful demeanor. We simply said we didn't know, and we assured Teacher Ma that you had a valid reason. Li Rua said earnestly, looking into Li Yuma's eyes. Li Yuma nodded with relief, grateful that they had not betrayed his trust. Yuma, can you tell us what you were up to last Friday? Zhao Jia asked seriously. I went to try the method Li Rua suggested last Thursday, Li Yuma confessed, unwilling to conceal it from them. How did that turn out? Lu Rongjing asked. Quite well. What does quite well mean? Zhao Jia was puzzled. I took her to Tiger Gorge to see the magnificent waterfall, strolled through the fields, and encouraged her to converse with the kind-hearted farmers. I aim to let her ponder the vastness and wonders of nature, to help her see hope everywhere. She truly is a brave little girl. She has gradually lowered her defenses and can now articulate her needs and engage with others politely. Li Yuma spoke of his little girl with a brightness in his eyes, leaving the 3 beside him in awe. How wonderful it is, you should take her out into nature more often. She will surely recover soon. Li Rue expressed with heartfelt joy. Why not, during the National Day holiday, take her out to see the mountains and waters? Lu Rongjing suggested cautiously. I would like to invite you to my home during the National Day holiday. Would that be agreeable? Li Yuma said earnestly. Of course, why wouldn't it be? We visited your doorstep on the very first day of school, but we simply did not enter. Lu Rongjing immediately replied with a smile. And Zhao Jia and Li Rue nodded in agreement. Your little one won't mind our visit, will she? Oh, Zhao Jia asked carefully. Not at all. This was a decision reached after discussion with her. When we returned to the city yesterday, I confirmed it with her once more. However, when you meet her, please interact with her in a casual manner and refrain from overly focusing on her emotions. She is somewhat sensitive at the moment, and that little girl possesses a remarkable pride. Her greatest fear is pity. The reason she initially rejected the proximity of her aunt and the caregiver assigned to me was due to their sympathetic gazes. I spoke with them last night. This morning, the little girl even practiced sparring with me. At the breakfast table, she promised that once the rain ceased, she would go out and ride her scooter. Speaking of my child, the smile at the corner of Li Yuma's lips was one that even AK could not suppress. We understand. Rest assured, we are not overly sympathetic. However, please do not blame us if she misbehaves because of us. Lu Rongjing said with a mischievous grin. Well, Jia Jie, bring your sister along. I have informed her that an older sister would come to play with her. She was quite pleased, as she has never interacted with little girls before. Her maternal grandfather's family has a young cousin, and on the paternal side, there is a cousin. However, the little girl has never gotten along with her rather unsightly cousin. Li Yuma himself was unaware of why he harbored such dislike for a boy he had never even met. Perhaps it was because he had bullied his child, leading him to subconsciously share in the disdain. The three around him were momentarily taken aback. Was their childhood friend capable of cursing? Well, my sister is particularly good at caring for others. Often looking after the children of our relatives with great attentiveness. I believe she will take good care of your child, Jia Jie stated earnestly. My child is agreeable to deal with. She is exceptionally amiable as long as you respect her. She will reciprocate that respect, if not more. Should you fail to respect her, she becomes exceedingly difficult to manage. She has been adept at handling people from a young age. Do not be deceived by her size. When she first came to Rongqing, she changed 5 nannies in just half a year. Her parents, being irresponsible and genuinely busy, left her in the care of nannies who underestimated her due to her age. Consequently, the 5 nannies who belittled and harmed her have struggled to find work since. The current nanny has only been with her for over a year since moving into a new home and has earned her respect. Thus, that little one is not easily fooled. Li Yuma expressed with pride. In a previous life, those who attempted to deceive him faced dire consequences, including himself. After several encounters, he was thoroughly tormented by that little imp. She was indeed a little tyrant. I truly wish to see that uniquely spirited little one soon, one who can elicit such emotional exposure from you, who is typically so composed, Lu Rongjing teased with a smile. I too look forward to it. Jia Jie and Li Rui chimed in. No rush. I have already invited you to my home, and you will naturally meet her. If we can get along harmoniously, we may even travel together during the holidays. Li Yuma sincerely expressed his hope of finding friends for his child. What about your English speech competition? Lu Rongjing immediately inquired seriously. As things stand, I can continue to participate. That is good, Jia Jie replied earnestly, genuinely wishing for their childhood friend not to give up, as it would be too regrettable. Logically speaking, Yuma, you could be directly recommended to those 2 prestigious institutions in Kyoto. What are your thoughts? Lu Rongjing asked again with seriousness. I won't consider schools that far away. Li Yuma had already declined Principal Meng's proposal last year, but Principal Meng assumed he simply did not wish for the recommendation. Why, there is no reason. What reason could there be? If he were to go north for university, who would take care of his child? He endures unimaginable suffering and overcomes countless trials, all for the sake of his child. Having once been an emperor, what more power or status does he require? If any issues arise between him and his child, would that not be a reversal of priorities? Chapter 34 National Day Holiday 1 On this National Day, the week-long gloomy weather finally cleared. Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin's private sparring coach had to return home to attend to personal matters during the holiday, so they would not have training sessions. Early in the morning, Li Yuma entered Lin Yanjin's room with a newly prepared dress. Jiner, it's time to get up, Li Yuma softly called as he approached her bedside. Omo, what time is it? Lin Yanjin asked. Still hazy from sleep, reluctant to open her eyes. It's time for breakfast. Last night, knowing they wouldn't have training today, Li Yuma let Lin Yanjin indulge in some extra comic reading, which resulted in her wanting to sleep in today. Can I skip breakfast? Lin Yanjin rolled further into the cozy blankets, even burying her little head deeper into them, attempting to hide from the world. Li Yuma couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this little girl. If you don't get up and have breakfast today, you'll have to start going to bed at 8 o'clock every night, Lin Yanjin responded with a soft sigh. Li Yuma shook his head and pulled back the thin blanket, firmly drawing her into his embrace. Amo, I want to sleep, Lin Yanjin murmured sweetly, her tone almost making Li Yuma abandon his principles. This little one knows how to be a tease. This lifetime, her greatest weapon against him is her charm. Jiner, we must eat our meals on time, otherwise how will you grow up? How will you have a good body? Li Yuma gently cradled Lin Yanjin's little head, explaining with tenderness, not sleeping well also leads to poor health. Lin Yanjin retorted, her eyes still unwilling to open, though she was gradually waking up. How about I keep you company for a nap this afternoon? Didn't you say that boys and girls should sleep in separate rooms? But you're still very young, so I can occasionally keep you company, Li Yuma replied, gently pinching Lin Yanjin's cheek and coaxing her affectionately. Finally, Lin Yanjin opened her eyes, looking at Li Yuma with suspicion. Feeling that there was something amiss with his words, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Good girl, let us get up now. How about we wear the same outfit today? Li Yuma held up a crimson skirt adorned with golden embroidered cranes and auspicious clouds. swaying it in front of Lin Yanjin. I don't remember us having such a beautiful skirt in this white long-sleeve top, Lin Yanjin asked, bewildered. I bought it yesterday. Do you like it? Li Yuma coaxed. I like it, Xiaomo, you're amazing. To show her sincerity, Lin Yanjin planted a kiss on Li Yuma's face, doing so naturally. Inwardly, Li Yuma was overjoyed. He cherished this way of expressing affection from his little girl immensely. However, Jiner, when you said you'd wait for me to marry you when you grow up, was that true? Li Yuma asked, his gaze darkening. Lin Yanjin paused for a moment before responding without hesitation. I've also said I will never lie to Amo. I've already let you live in my house. When I grow up, I will definitely marry you. Then you mustn't kiss anyone else, alright? Li Yuma looked intently at Lin Yanjin, his tone more serious than ever. No one can kiss anyone else. Lin Yanjin's response nearly sent Li Yuma into a heart attack. This little tyrant wanted to kiss someone else. No one else can kiss, you can only kiss me. So you won't let anyone else kiss you either? Lin Yanjin asked him with a puzzled expression. Jiner, I have only allowed you to kiss me, and I won't let anyone else do so. Li Yuma declared with conviction, you said that, so if I find out you let someone else kiss you, I will kiss someone else. Lin Yanjin's lips curled into a smile, one that she herself didn't quite understand. But Li Yuma recognized the playful nature behind it. No, Jiner, I have always promised you that I am yours alone. I will never lie to you. I have always been a trustworthy student. I have long been yours. Amo, you still have your father and mother, but I no longer have mine. Amo, I have only you. Lin Yanjin suddenly said seriously, causing Li Yuma's heart to ache. He held Lin Yanjin tightly, as if that could provide her with infinite peace. After a long while, Li Yuma ruffled Lin Yanjin's hair with his right hand. Jiner, you have me, and I have you. That is enough. Other people do not matter. Do you understand? Also, my parents are quite similar to yours. Equally irresponsible. We can do without them. Having each other is sufficient. After a considerable pause, Li Yuma gently comforted the child cradled in his arms. He feared startling the little one, wishing to convey that in this life and the next, he existed solely for her. In both his past and present, this little one was his only treasure. Is that all right? He inquired. Yes, Lin Yanjin replied resolutely. Then you should first put on your top and leggings. I will return shortly to help you with the horse skirt and button your top. All right. I'll wait for you outside. Li Yuma continued to patiently coax the child, but who will comb my hair? Lin Yanjin pointed to her shoulder-length hair. I will comb it for you. I bought special accessories to match this dress yesterday, Li Yuma said tenderly. Not only had he procured the specific accessories, but he had also researched numerous hair tutorials online the previous night. He believed his child was so beautiful that a simple ponytail would hardly do justice to her lovely locks. Alright, you go out first, and I'll call for you once I'm ready, Lin Yanjin replied with enthusiasm. Li Yuma ceased his chatter, quickly opened the door, exited Lin Yanjin's room, and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. He stood outside, waiting for her. Xiaomo, should I help the little girl change her clothes? Qian Xiaofan suggested softly from the living room. No need, Aunt Qian, Xiao Jiner must learn to do these things gradually. She is recovering swiftly in nature. In the future, I will take her out to connect with the natural world and occasionally stay outside. You cannot always be by her side, so Aunt Qian, do you understand the importance of her independence? We must maintain a respectful distance between genders. I cannot assist her in every little matter. Li Yuma held great respect for Qian Xiaofan, as she had been diligent in caring for Lin Yanjin. Chapter 35, National Day Holiday, Part 2. Well then, I'll go check if Sister Chen has prepared breakfast, Qian Xiaofan decided, acknowledging Li Yuma's reasoning. Since the Lin couple's divorce, she and Chen Xiu had almost always shared household responsibilities. With Li Yuma also residing in the Lin household, Chen Xiu, skilled in culinary arts, took on more cooking duties while Chen Xiaofan focused on cleaning. Both were earnest women who had endured much hardship, which facilitated a harmonious coexistence. Please prepare some snacks and fruits with Aunt Chen. I have a few classmates coming over to play with Xiao Jiner, Li Yuma instructed softly. I'm ready, Lin Yanjin announced, peeking her little head out from her room. My little Jiner is growing more capable by the day. I'll dress you in the horse skirt right away, Li Yuma said, turning to assist her. Chen Xiaofan also headed to the kitchen to find Chen Xiu. After helping Lin Yanjin get dressed, Li Yuma took her to the washroom, where they both freshened up. He then began to put into practice what he had learned the night before. Due to Lin Yanjin's thick hair, he simply parted it down the middle, tying the top sections above her ears. With the aid of the tools he had purchased, he fashioned two delightful buns. After carefully inspecting his handiwork, he adorned the buns with two red lace hairbands, allowing the red crystal tassels to dangle gracefully against Lin Yanjin's delicate neck. Not bad, Li Yuma expressed satisfaction with his creation. As he led Lin Yanjin to the dining area, both Chen Xiu and Qian Xiaofan were utterly captivated by the sight of the two children dressed alike. Surely they resemble figures stepped out from a painting. How many individuals on television could embody such elegance? What as for breakfast? Lin Yanjin asked curiously, noticing the dining table was devoid of food: cloud leg and vegetable porridge, sauced meat buns, and poached prawns. Li Yuma replied after seating her in her designated chair. Lin Yanjin was puzzled about what poached prawns were, her brows furrowing as she saw the vibrant green dish. You only need to complete the tasks I assign you. There's no need to overindulge in the poached prawns, Li Yuma cautiously persuaded. I don't want any. Lin Yanjin crossed her arms defiantly. That won't do. If you don't eat, you won't be able to enjoy snacks later. I mentioned last night that a few brothers and a sister would be visiting today, and I bought snacks to entertain our guests, including your favorite cucumber-flavored chips. If you don't finish your vegetables, you won't be able to have any chips later. Jiner, the choice is yours, Li Yuma said, resting his forehead in exasperation, successfully holding back laughter as Qian Xiaofan and Chen Xiu nearly burst into giggles. However, upon noticing Li Yuma's increasingly frosty expression, they quietly exited the dining room. Though adults, they found themselves unable to withstand the aura of the young man, who was well-read and knowledgeable, clearly in the right. Despite their belief that meat-loving children grow stronger, they understood that a girl should not be robust. Amo, you don't look good today, Lin Yanjin murmured. Nevertheless, she obediently consumed all the food on her plate. Li Yuma suppressed his urge to chuckle and elegantly picked up his chopsticks to eat. Having spent a significant amount of time alone, they adhered to their past life's dining etiquette: silence while eating. Just as they set down their chopsticks, Li Yuma's phone rang. It was Lu Rongjing. After answering, he instructed Chen Xiaofan to greet the guests at the front door, as he needed to assist Lin Yanjin with rinsing her mouth. Imo, why did you change the mouthwash at home? Lin Yanjin asked, somewhat surprised. Do you like this flavor, Jiner? Yes, it has a tea fragrance. It's much more pleasant than the previous fruity flavor, even after a lifetime. Lin Yanjin's fondness for the taste of tea remained unwavering. As long as you like it, it proves I made the right choice. Li Yuma smiled as he wiped her mouth with a small towel. Once they were ready, the lively sounds from the living room beckoned them. Hand in hand, Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin entered the room, nearly blinding Zhao Jia and the others with their presence. What's the matter? Li Yuma asked, somewhat bewildered by their reactions. Surely, he thought, he was not dressed poorly. It's just that we're unaccustomed to seeing you in anything other than your school uniform. Lu Rongjing stammered. Not attractive? Li Yuma inquired, perplexed. What do you mean? Anyone who thinks that must have a problem with their eyesight, Lin Yanjin retorted darkly. No, you look great. We just weren't prepared. It's quite stunning. You two look as if you've stepped out of a painting. Li Rua sincerely complimented. Brother, where did you buy this dress? I want one too. Can you take me shopping? At that moment, a little girl beside Zhao Jia eagerly tugged at Li Yuma's hand. Lin Yanjin promptly swatted the girl's hand away, glaring fiercely. Who are you calling brother? This startled the little girl, leaving her at a loss as she looked up at her brother. Zhao Jia quickly stepped forward to shield her. Unsure how to respond, why was this doll-like child so fierce? Why hadn't his childhood friend informed them of his child's preferences beforehand? This stunning little girl was undoubtedly his friend's child. Nothing to worry about, Xiao Jiner. We simply forgot to tell this sister our rules. Don't be upset. They are guests in our home, so we should invite them to sit first and then slowly chat while sharing our household customs. It was Amos oversight, and he didn't think of this. Be good. Let us not be angry. Amo will always be yours alone, Li Yuma quickly reassured, gently lifting the little girl and soothing her with soft words while patting her back. He hadn't anticipated that Zhao Jia's sister would pull at his hand the moment they met. Chapter 36, National Day Holiday, Part 3. Lin Yanjin nestled into Li Yuma's warm embrace once more. Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. Find a place to sit. Aunt Qian, please bring out the juice and snacks. Aunt Chen, please fetch the treats I bought yesterday. While welcoming everyone, Li Yuma settled onto the sofa with his child in his arms. He turned her little head to face him. Little Jiner, don't lie like that. It might suffocate you. It's alright. Once we clarify things with them, they won't tug at my hand anymore. Come on, you are the little host of our home, you should greet them, alright? Lin Yanjin hesitantly nodded after a while. Once Li Yanjin agreed, Li Yuma introduced her from the left side of the sofa. This brother is my friend. Sitting in front of me, his name is Lu Rongjing. He is 10 years older than you, so you must call him brother. He gestured toward Lu Rongjing. Those who are older than me, must I refer to them as brother? If the age difference is not too significant, you may choose not to, but if it is considerable, you must address them as brother, otherwise, it would come across as impolite. Yet, I observe that they are all much older than me. And I am expected to call each of them brother. That feels a bit daunting. Lin Yanjin shrank back slightly. She was not particularly fond of addressing others as brother, as she had been compelled since childhood to call Lin Hongxian her brother. That insufferable glutton often snatched her belongings and, at times, even tugged at her hair. Her grandparents and old Lin favored that wretched boy even more, insisting that she generously gift her beloved items to him without compensation. Upon hearing the words of this doll-like girl, Zhao Jie and his companions were tempted to suggest that she simply prepend a surname to each brother to resolve the issue. However, considering the unique circumstances of this girl, they refrained from speaking up. Otherwise, they would not only fail to assist their childhood friend but might also inadvertently cause harm, rendering their efforts counterproductive. Jiner, not all individuals are the same, they are all wonderful brothers. Unlike your cousin, who is a bothersome pest. Jiner, would you be willing to give them a chance to be your brothers? Jiner, when I took you to play at Huxia, I mentioned that only through trying and understanding can one draw conclusions. Correct. Would you be willing to get to know them? Li Yuma continued to coax gently, leaving the four individuals across from him, or rather three of them, utterly astonished to the point that they could fit an egg in their mouths. When did this extraordinarily gifted student adopt such a down-to-earth demeanor? I'll give it a try. However, I do not wish for others to call you brother. Lin Yanjin felt somewhat anxious. She feared being labeled selfish. Yet, this was her true sentiment. Her amo had told her to express all her thoughts to him, which made her quite apprehensive. In her nervousness, she found herself tugging at the embroidered cloud pattern on his chest. Li Yuma was left with no choice but to gently hold her small hand, continuing to reassure, for who could withstand this? The key point was that this little rascal was so young. Jiner, we are wearing this outfit for the first time today. Do not ruin the embroidery. In a few days, we will go to the Fuhua Wetland Park, and we will need to wear it again. Be good. I won't let anyone call me brother. No one is permitted. All right. Li Yuma carefully adjusted the tassels on her hairpin and made a solemn promise. Then are you her brother, Zhao Jie's sister? Zhao Yanyan curiously inquired, finding it quite peculiar, as her parents taught her to refer to any child older than her as brother. He is my amo. Why don't you call him brother? You see, Zhao Jie is my brother. My parents say that anyone older than me can be called brother. Zhao Yanyan earnestly argued with Lin Yanjin. Is he born of your mother? Yes, then that is settled. When I grow up, I will marry Amo, so I cannot possibly call him brother. Brothers are not necessarily good people. My father and mother did not give me a brother, but my uncle has a glutton who is utterly hideous. They insist I be polite and call him brother, yet he continuously takes my things and enjoys pulling my hair. Old Lin and his dreadful parents expect me to accommodate him. I cannot outmatch that glutton. He is exceedingly annoying when there are many people around. He covets my dolls and toys, then runs to old Lin or those detestable grandparents, shedding tears to get what he wants. Hence I utterly despise the notion of calling anyone brother. Old Lin is little Jiner's father. Li Yuma, upon witnessing the bewildered expressions of everyone, began to explain, realizing that his initial thoughts were indeed correct. This little girl harbored a psychological aversion to the term brother. Everyone suddenly understood, yet, this sweet little girl viewed brothers as mere objects, which felt quite awkward. The several high school boys, despite being over a decade older than her, found themselves at a loss for words, unable to counter her sentiments. Would it be even stranger for them to assert that brothers are not objects? Observing their perplexed expressions, Li Yuma also grasped that his child had just equated brothers to objects. This, quite amusing. No, wait, you are a girl, how can you marry your amo? Zhao Yanyan, differing in her understanding from the older ones, boldly began to correct Lin Yanjin's words. My amo already resides in my house. How could I not marry him? Besides, my amo promised me he would wait until I grow up to marry him. Amo, when I grow up, I can marry you, right? Lin Yanjin felt a surge of urgency as two individuals asserted that she could not marry her amo. This simply could not stand. Indeed, I will wait for little Jiner to grow up to marry me. Only my little Jiner can marry me in this world. Li Yuma gently caressed Lin Yanjin's back, patiently soothing her and providing her with ample reassurance. No, it should be your amo who marries you, brothers. Tell this little sister that it is her amo who will grow up to marry her, not the other way around. Correct. Zhao Yanyan grew anxious, as this contradicted her understanding. Yanyan, both scenarios are possible. You simply lack knowledge due to insufficient reading. Sister Jean can indeed marry her amo. Zhao Jie could only pinch the bridge of his nose, attempting to placate his younger sister, who would have known that their academic prodigy would exhibit a side never before seen in front of a child. The doll-like girl was 3 years younger than his sister. Yet she required coaxing. They were there to assist their childhood friend in alleviating his child's difficulties, not to engage in a contest of wits. Chapter 37 National Day Holiday 4. Is it true? Brother, Zhao Yanyan asked with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, if not, you can ask this little friend Zamo. He is a champion in many competitions. Zhao Jie could not resist passing the ball to Li Yuma, nearly letting his sister call him brotherly, but after witnessing the little girl's fiery demeanor, he hesitated. Indeed, and now, come on, everyone, don't just sit there. What would you like to play? Li Yuma observed the group's awkwardness and could not help but invite them once more. We came to see your adorable little one, Yuma. Don't fuss about it, you know. Liu Rongjing said earnestly, as they were there to assist their childhood friend in comforting his child, unaware that this little one was so full of personality. Vastly different from their expectations, they had presumed that their friend's child would be reluctant to engage with others, shy and timid. Instead, she was quite the opposite, expressing herself with remarkable eloquence. They wished to be her brothers. Only to hear her claim that brothers were not good things. Very well, then feel free, little Jeaner. I have considered that we will be seeing these brothers and sisters for an extended period. You should learn how to address them now. This gentleman, Liu Rongjing, you must call him Brother Liu. This is Brother Li Rui, and this is Brother Zhao Jia. This is Sister Zhao. Li Yuma was uncertain of Zhao Jia's sister's name. I am Zhao Yanyan. You can call me Sister Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan eagerly reached out to grasp Lin Yanjin's hand, only to be pulled back by her brother Zhao Jia, who placed her on his lap. Yanyan, you are younger, let her acclimate, otherwise she may not handle your enthusiasm. Zhao Jia, recalling the fiery expression on his childhood friend's little one, deemed caution to be the better part of valor. Indeed, we appreciate your warmth, Yanyan, but it is best to allow the little sister some time to adjust. My childless name is Lin Yanjin. Little Jeaner, do not dwell on the impossible. Would you like to get to know my classmates and friends? Li Yuma gently caressed Lin Yanjin's back, inquiring softly, I will give it a try. Hello, Brother Liu. Hello, Sister Jin. Liu Rongjing genuinely found himself fond of this little one and reciprocated her greeting warmly. Hello, Brother Li Rui. Sister Jean. Hello. Li Rui was 11 years older than Lin Yanjin. Though this age gap could elevate him a rank in terms of kinship, he dared not coax her into calling him uncle. Fearing retribution from his prodigy friend, hello, Brother Zhao Jia, Lin Yanjin thought that since they were all good friends of her amo, she ought to show them some respect. Sister Jean, good. In the future, you and your amo can come to my family's supermarket to choose snacks. I won't charge you, alright. At that moment, Zhao Jia resembled a vendor, while Li Yuma, knowing Zhao Jia preferred a carefree demeanor, felt a sudden urge to use him as a punching bag. Amo says we must not take advantage of others, or else we may suffer great losses. Lin Yanjin, with her sweet innocent tone, successfully drew smiles from the spirited high school boys. Sister Jean is right. Zhao Jia, under Li Yuma's predatory gaze, quickly conceded. Jeaner, there is also a sister. Li Yuma playfully tapped Lin Yanjin's nose, cheerfully reminding her, which effectively showcased the speed at which their prodigy could shift his demeanor. Hello, Yanyan, Lin Yanjin said playfully. What, Sister Jean, my brother says you are 3 years younger than me, so you must call me sister. Zhao Yanyan corrected earnestly. Come, Yanyan, if you call me sister, I will give you a beautiful plush toy. Alright. Lin Yanjin was perched on Li Yuma's lap, while Zhao Yanyan sat upon Zhao Jia's knee. The two of them separated by merely a meter. At that moment, the mischievous little Yanjin resembled a lively fox, coaxing Zhao Yanyan sweetly. As for why she was reluctant to address Zhao Yanyan as sister, it was due to the earlier incident when Zhao Yanyan attempted to grasp Li Yuma's hand, an act she held a grudge against. She intended to use a figurine she was not particularly fond of to entice Zhao Yanyan into calling her sister, aiming to turn the tables. To the onlookers, it seemed a mere childish jest from the younger Lin Yanjin, but Li Yuma was acutely aware of the displeasure evident in the little one's eyes. He could only sigh inwardly, realizing that this grudging temperament would likely remain unchanged even through countless lifetimes. But you are younger than me, Zhao Yanyan exclaimed incredulously. Then call me sister, Lin Yanjin replied, her tone exuding an air of entitlement, successfully eliciting laughter from several high school students. But, oh dear, Yanyan, what's the harm in calling me sister for just a moment? Lin Yanjin feigned annoyance, thinking that once she achieved the status of an older sister to this girl, she could naturally command her to run errands, much like she did with the insufferable Ning Xiang. But, little Jeaner, Yanyan can refer to me as Li Yuma or even senior. Be good and don't make it difficult for her to call you sister. She's 3 years your senior. How could she call you sister? Li Yuma finally relented, picking up a bag of chips to distract the grudge-holding little one in his arms. The older teenagers exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the academic prodigy cradling the little dumpling was still bothered by Zhao Yanyan's earlier attempt to take Li Yuma's hand and call him brother. This little one certainly held grudges. I suppose it would be more appropriate to call you Sister Jean, given the age difference. If you don't wish to be called sister, then so be it, Zhao Yanyan replied, displaying her talent for accommodating younger children. Just as Zhao Jia had described. Alright, also, I prefer cucumber-flavored chips, Lin Yanjin conceded, no longer insisting on being called sister, and earnestly answered Zhao Yanyan's question. I have plenty of chips at home, I'll bring you some next time. There is every flavor imaginable, Zhao Yanyan replied sincerely, though she couldn't quite understand why this beautiful little girl seldom smiled, yet she found herself quite fond of her, even more so than the princesses she had seen on television. Thank you, even without calling me sister. I'll still gift you a toy, you can choose one for yourself, except for the two Amok dolls, which I cannot give you, Lin Yanjin declared, biting down on the last chip from Li Yuma's hand. Eager to leap from his lap to take Zhao Yanyan's hand, she felt compelled to reciprocate the many chips this girl was offering her. Noticing the little one's intentions, Li Yuma tightened his hold around her waist. Restricting Lin Yanjin's movements, here, have some orange juice, finish this half cup, and then you can play, he said, his voice gentle as he met the curious gaze of the little one in his arms. Lin Yanjin, complying obediently, drank the juice from his hand before finally jumping down. Zhao Yanyan, being a little girl herself, adored toys, and since her parents were often busy and her brother much older, she had no one to play with. Thus she was particularly thrilled by the proposal from the little girl, leaping down from her brother's lap without a second thought. Chapter 38 National Day Holiday 5 Go on, little Jeaner, you are the little host after all. You must entertain your guests well. If you behave, I might reward you by letting you skip vegetables at lunch, Li Yuma said, his smile filled with charm. Alright, you look very handsome today. Upon hearing that she could skip vegetables, Lin Yanjin quickly returned the compliment, her words flowing effortlessly. She took Zhao Yanyan's hand and dashed toward her room, fearful that her IMO might change his mind, leaving the group of high school students on the sofa utterly astonished. Was this truly the same little dumpling who had just been so fierce? Li Yuma shook his head at the transformation of his little one, a rare smile of fondness gracing his face. When he regained his composure, he was met with several pairs of inquisitive eyes. The little girl has dietary issues. She refuses to eat vegetables, but how can one avoid vegetables? We both understand the importance of nutrition, don't we? Before you all arrived, I managed to coax her into eating nearly half a bowl of boiled asparagus, and now she is sulking, claiming I look unattractive today. Li Yuma explained to his childhood friends with a hint of exasperation. Yuma, we never knew you had such a meticulous side to you, Li Rui teased with a grin. A scholarly genius indeed, excelling in every aspect. Zhao Jie glanced at his childhood friend, suddenly feeling quite foolish. He realized he could not compare with this younger individual, not even in the art of caregiving, which was quite disheartening. Reflecting on the years he had spent caring for his sister made him feel embarrassed. Why was it that this person could manage every detail while he struggled to keep up? You don't understand. You all have family to accompany you, Yuma, and I have faced the chill of solitude since childhood. Having a little companion naturally makes one feel that no gesture of care is ever enough. Liu Rongjing remarked, his mood somewhat subdued. In truth, you may have misunderstood. I only show patience with this little girl. I am not particularly good at caring for others. Think about it. We've known each other for 6 years. When have I ever taken care of anyone? I'm not as wonderful as you think. This little girl, since our reunion last year, has been like a little son, making it impossible not to want to draw near. Li Yuma carefully chose his words. Yes, we will help you, aiding the little one in her recovery. Zhao Jie said earnestly. The others nodded in agreement. Are there any foods you dislike? I will ask Aunt Chen to prepare lunch, and you can head back in the afternoon. Li Yuma inquired seriously. Isn't that a bit much? Li Rui said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. We're all childhood friends. There is no need for such formality, right? Otherwise, how could I invite you all to play in the future? Li Yuma replied with a teasing smile. Then I shall graciously accept. I have no food preferences, Lu Rongjing answered earnestly, as he often dined alone during holidays, which left him without much appetite. The servants in his home were trained not to dine with him and had their own standards for ingredients. Ah, my sister, Li Yuma turned to Zhao Jie. She is not picky. Sometimes, when our parents are too busy and I get lazy, I just make her instant noodles, and she never complains. Zhao Jie said somewhat bashfully. Brother, look, Sister Jean gave me a toy and a panda doll. Zhao Yanyan exclaimed joyfully, showing her brother the two toys in her arms, although she had a bear and a puppy at home. They were too cumbersome compared to these lightweight ones. Did you remember to thank Sister Jean? Zhao Jie asked, catching his sister with rare patience. She already thanked me, and besides, giving gifts to Yanyan is my own willingness. Not something that requires her gratitude, Lin Yanjin replied with a maturity beyond her years. Li Yuma lifted his little one onto his lap, gently adjusting her bangs. Today, little Jeaner has been very good. You can skip vegetables at lunch for now. Tell me what you want to eat so I can let Aunt Chen prepare it. I want to eat crab. Alright, my unreliable mother had her assistant bring back a batch of hairy crabs yesterday. I'll have Aunt Chen steam them. Will mother be back to celebrate the holiday with you? Lin Yanjin asked, somewhat surprised. No, she said they are busy. The crabs were sent as gifts for my uncle. And they bought some for me too. I want shrimp as well. How about spicy salt shrimp? Okay, what else? Roast duck. Little one, are you truly not planning to eat any vegetables at all? You just agreed to that. Lin Yanjin exclaimed cautiously, alright, don't get upset. Jeaner, tell me honestly, when have I ever failed to keep my promises to you? Li Yuma chuckled as he regarded the little tyrant in his arms. Lin Yanjin truly tilted her little head in contemplation, pondering aloud, it seems there really isn't. Li Yumao couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Lin Yanjin's hair. What about you all? Li Yumao playfully teased the little bundle in her arms before turning to inquire of the others. We're not picky eaters, the group chimed in unison, amused by the notion of actually ordering more. Then let us add a dish of Taiyan fish, a serving of dry pot ribs, a plate of spicy frog legs, and a portion of white oil eggplant. Li Yumao declared. That's enough, Yumao. We won't be able to finish all that, and it would be a shame to waste it. Li Rui quickly interjected, then that's settled. Aunt Chen, you two may go about your business. I'll manage things here. Li Yumao instructed Chen Xiaofan and Chen Xiu, who nodded and busied themselves with their tasks. Chapter 39, National Day Holiday. Why did you order spicy frog legs? Lin Yanjin asked, perplexed. That day, when we were chatting with that old lady, I wanted to catch that little frog, but you wouldn't let me. Saying they are needed for pest control. Silly girl, we're eating farmed ones, those were wild. Do you understand? Besides, who devoured all the frog legs from the boiling frog dish we made last time? Li Yumao patiently explained to Lin Yanjin. Does Sister Jean like eating frog legs? Jia Yanyan inquired, her face lighting up. She too enjoyed frog legs, as her parents would prepare them every summer. She only eats frog legs. Li Yumao said with a hint of exasperation, well, alright then, this little darling is a pampered princess who only eats frog legs. Everyone, let us not just sit here. How do you wish to pass the time? Li Yumao sought to change the subject. How about a couple of rounds of games? Zhao Jie suggested cautiously. Let us go to the study, but there are only 2 computers in this study. The one in my house has 2 computers as well, so we'll have to split up. He had installed computers in both studies for convenience, allowing his child to change locations whenever they pleased, his way of persuading the child not to confine themselves to one place. Just use your phones. What about me? Zhao Yanyan looked at her unreliable older brother. Don't you have a phone? Lin Yanjin questioned suspiciously. My dad says I'm too young to use a phone. Jia Yanyan replied, somewhat dejected, then can you play games? No, then you can use my computer to watch cartoons. Lin Yanjin generously offered, okay, thank you, then everyone can go to the study to play. I want to join the games. Li Yumao reluctantly conceded, thinking it ridiculous to play games while holding the little one in his arms. The group looked at Li Yumao in confusion, and he discreetly pointed at the little bundle he held. And they instantly understood. Upon entering the study, the group was taken aback by the decor, particularly the photographs adorning the walls, artistic shots of Li Yumao and Lin Yanjin styled in traditional attire. This looks just like an ancient template, noble and serene, both radiating an aura of unmatched elegance. What an intriguing presence. Sister Jean, did you take these artistic photos with your senior? Zhao Yanyan asked curiously. These were taken during Jean's birthday as a keepsake, Li Yumao replied while heading to the bookshelf, preparing to share a book with the little one in his arms. Aren't you going to play games with them? Lin Yanjin asked, surprised. She had wanted to see Imo play. The 3 older brothers had already settled and ready with their phones. Imo doesn't play games, Li Yumao had to tell her. Oh, then put me down. I want to watch them play. When I grow up, I want to play games too, Lin Yanjin declared, attempting to wriggle down. This was somewhat problematic. No, little one shouldn't play games. Li Yumao tightened his hold on her, sitting on his usual chair and gently restraining her fidgeting limbs. The 3 boys exchanged glances, and upon receiving a knowing look from Lin Yanjin, they silently closed their game interfaces. I just want to take a look. Looking isn't allowed either, Li Yumao stated firmly. Imo, are you being unreasonable? Lin Yanjin began to pout. Sister Jean, your Imo is right, students shouldn't play games. Not even watch. Brother LV is mistaken. Brother LV will accompany you to read instead. Wow, your bookshelf has so many books, we mustn't waste them. Right, it's brother Zhao Jie's fault that he shouldn't play games. He is not a good student, so he isn't as capable as your IMO. He can't even participate in school competitions because he lacks knowledge and is on the verge of becoming a slacker. Brother Zhao Jie will improve. we must correct our mistakes. Yes, Sister Jean, look, Brother Li Rui has already uninstalled his games. The group hurriedly helped Li Yumao pacify the little one, as this once innocent child suddenly confronted their academic genius with an unexpected fierceness. Leaving them astounded. Be good. I've got the comic you didn't finish last night. How about I let you read it for an extra half hour today? Li Yumao offered, holding out Lin Yanjin's comic to the sulking little one. Yet, Lin Yanjin stubbornly turned her head away. Then shall I read you a fairy tale? Li Yumao asked helplessly. I just want to see what games are like. Finally Lin Yanjin expressed her discontent. Jeaner, when you're a bit older, I'll personally show you how games are made. Alright, by then, you'll have more self-control and be able to manage yourself, Li Yumao said, affectionately pinching Lin Yanjin's puffed-up cheeks. Ultimately Lin Yanjin reluctantly acquiesced. So would you prefer to read comics or let me read you a story? Let us read father and son. Haven T, you finish that. I don't want to read it or listen to a story. Suddenly Lin Yanjin's eyes glimmered with impatience, and an inexplicable restlessness welled up within her. She longed to retreat to her room, craving solitude. Jeaner, you mustn't be willful. Li Yumao spoke sternly. Yumao, Sister Jin's emotions seem off. LV Rongjin quickly interrupted, but Lin Yanjin had already wriggled free from Li Yumao's embrace, determined to head to her little room. Li Yumao finally noticed the familiar frustration and emptiness in his child's eyes. Without a second thought, he scooped Lin Yanjin up. I'm sorry, you all carry on, she can't be in a crowded place right now, Li Yumao hastily declared, carrying Lin Yanjin back to her room and locking the door behind them. Jeaner, be good. I've locked the door. It's just the two of us here. Don't be afraid, lean on me, I'm here, and I will always be. Li Yumao sat on the edge of Lin Yanjin's bed, holding her tightly, resting her little head against his heart, providing her a warm and safe environment. After a while, Lin Yanjin gazed blankly at the person holding her, her eyes filled with clarity. I'm here. Don't be afraid, I will always be here, okay? Lin Yanjin obediently nestled her head into Imoa's embrace. Chapter 40, National Day Holiday. Jeaner, don't be afraid, you are my treasure and your own. I, and you, will always be by your side, cherishing and loving you. Little Jean, in this world, aside from loving yourself well, I, your Imo, will also take good care of you. So, you are a beloved treasure, do not doubt yourself or be afraid. Li Yumao pressed his forehead against his child as, softly reassuring the little girl whose hands were still trembling slightly. Did you just call me Jean Bao? Lin Yanjin asked, a bit dazed. Yes, I called you Jean Bao. It's my personal nickname for you. Alright, okay, Lin Yanjin replied with just a simple acknowledgement. Not wanting to say much, she wrapped her arms tightly around Li Yumao, holding on firmly. Li Yumao reciprocated her embrace. Regretting not noticing her unusual behavior earlier. He gently kissed Lin Yanjin's forehead before cradling her little face, ensuring their eyes met. Jean Bao, you must believe me, I will always accompany you and take care of you. You are still too young to discern right from wrong. When I stop you or tell you not to do something, it's because those things are not good for you and hinder your growth. Understand? It's not that I don't like you, on the contrary, I cherish you so much that I fear you might learn bad things, which is why I firmly prevent you from trying them. My little Jeaner is sensible and obedient, and exceptionally bright, capable of understanding Imoa's intentions. Right as I'll listen to you. I'm not angry anymore, and I won't shut myself away. I will gradually reject my habit of escaping. Lin Yanjin's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a touch of caution. Jean Bao, you are my treasure, you need not be cautious at any time, I've said it before. Even if it means opposing this unfair world, you are my one and only treasure. Li Yumao gazed tenderly at his beloved child, who was so meticulously cared for. In this lifetime, his Jeaner should be free-spirited and unrestrained. At this moment, he only wished for her to grow up quickly, to become strong enough to vanquish that scoundrel Lin Chenenda. As Lin Yanjin looked into the eyes of the person holding her, filled with resolute yet complex emotions, her previously restless heart began to find tranquility. Amo, she murmured, tears cascading down her beautiful cheeks like pearls from a broken string, spilling onto their clothing. Li Yumao endured the dull ache in his heart. Knowing he must wait for his child to release her pent-up emotions, crying was a healthy form of emotional release. As long as she could express her feelings freely, he would be content. His greatest fear was that her eyes would become hollow, lost in her own little world. That would be utterly dreadful. Gently Li Yumao caressed Lin Yanjin's back, allowing her to rest against his chest, providing her with a sense of safety. Alright, little Jeaner, stop crying now, your eyes will feel uncomfortable soon. Not be good. Let's go outside, and I'll help you wash your face with cold water. No, it's alright, they're in the study. And no one knows you've been crying, not even Aunt Xian. This is our little secret, rest assured, I won't tell anyone. Alright, Li Yumao patiently waited for his child to calm down before coaxing her gently. At this moment, she was still filled with reluctance towards the surroundings. Fortunately, she showed no such hesitation towards him. After much coaxing, Lin Yanjin finally agreed to accompany Li Yuma to the washroom to wash her face. When they returned to the study, it was time for dinner. A group of vibrant youths sat at the dining table, indulging heartily. As they were all spirited young individuals, there was little pretense or guile, and everyone felt at ease under Li Yuma's attentive care. Lin Yanjin's little mouth turned rosy as her emotions stabilized completely. Jeaner, may I roll you some roasted duck meat? Li Yuma flashed his mischievous smile, seizing the opportunity to sneak in a few strands of cucumber. No, I want to eat a crab, Lin Yanjin eagerly rejected, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the large hairy crab in the small steamer. We can't eat any more crabs today, but I want to eat one more. Senior, you eat it yourself. I will help Jean's sister peel the crab shell. Jia Yanyan eagerly chimed in, having yet to repay her little sister with any gifts. She instinctively stood by Lin Yanjin's side. Yan, you eat. Jeaner has me to take care of her. Jinbao, you've already eaten 2 hairy crabs. Crabs are cold in nature, and you're still so small. Being greedy can easily upset your stomach. That's why I'm not letting you eat anymore, do you understand? We still have some at home, kept in the tank in that room. Tomorrow at noon, we can ask Aunt Chen to prepare more. Alright, Li Yuma removed his disposable gloves, intending to lead by example. If his child couldn't eat anymore, he wouldn't continue either. This left his childhood friends astonished once more. Was their scholarly friend truly limitless in his indulgence towards his child? Lu Rongjing squinted slightly, wondering why he felt as though his friend was prematurely embracing fatherhood. Li Rui shared the same sentiment. Alright, but you must let Aunt Chen cook crabs tomorrow at noon. Lin Yanjin remembered her Amo's words from earlier. Sometimes he restrained her out of love. She calmed down and responded obediently. Jinbao, when has Amo ever lied to you? Li Yuma asked with a gentle smile. Never, my Amo has never lied to me, Lin Yanjin mumbled as she enjoyed the dry pot ribs Li Yuma fed her. How about one more piece of fish? The fish was not too spicy. Lin Yanjin could eat it, and Li Yuma wanted his child to maintain a balanced diet, so he coaxed her slowly. Okay, if I eat one more piece, I will be very full. Lin Yanjin accepted Li Yuma's offering once more. Be careful, I'm worried there might be hidden bones in the fish. That's why I'm reluctant to let the aunties cook local freshwater fish. Don't get choked. Li Yuma cautioned, and suddenly his friends felt their scholarly friend was not only prematurely paternal but also excessively meticulous. Yuma, aren't you being a bit too cautious? Our Yan has been eating fish without us worrying since she started kindergarten. You need to let Jean's sister be more independent. Zhao Jie couldn't help but retort against his friend's idolization. Brother, you're talking nonsense. Jean's sister is still so little, she must be careful while eating fish. You still have the nerve to say that. Once, when you took me out to eat, you ordered fragrant Kirschenkart because you liked it. You enjoyed it so much, yet I got choked on a thorn and had to go to the clinic next to my house to get it removed with tweezers. My throat hurt for a whole week. Chapter 41 National Day Holiday, Part 8. Zhao Yanyan's retort earned her applause from the crowd. Yan, is that how your brother takes care of you? Lin Yanjin asked sympathetically, looking at the little girl who wanted to be her sister. Wasn't I the one who took you to see the doctor? Zhao Jie felt a rare sense of embarrassment, realizing his sister had just exposed him. Yan, does your brother have any food allergies or anything he shouldn't eat? Lin Yanjin asked playfully. He can't eat too much spicy food, otherwise, he might have trouble breathing. Zhao Yanyan answered honestly. The next time you both go out to eat, order spicy chicken and spicy beef. When your brother feels unwell, take him to see the doctor. If he complains, use his own words to silence him, Lin Yanjin said with a mischievous smile, successfully catching everyone off guard as they stared at their scholarly friend. Li Yuma could only shake his head helplessly. No matter how many lifetimes his treasure went through, her vengeful spirit would never change. Hada, Jean's sister, your advice is brilliant. Brother Lu will bring you the shrimp you love next time he visits. Yuma, has your Jinbao ever cared for you like this? Lu Rongjing teased his friends. No, my Jinbao wouldn't care for me like that, not at all. That seems hard to believe. In my past life, I was thoroughly dealt with by this little rascal. In this life, I might also be subject to such care, but this little rascal is still too young and ill. Thank you, Jean's sister. I will try it next time. Jean's sister, I really like you. Zhao Yanyan's smile was radiant as she stood up to hug Lin Yanjin. This startled everyone. Li Yuma was the first to react, only to find his child being embraced by the little girl. To make matters worse, Zhao Yanyan even planted a kiss on Lin Yanjin's fair cheek. Lin Yanjin's lovely face bore a greasy lip print. Just as she was still in a daze, she was lifted back into her familiar embrace. Yan, while you adore Jean's sister, you can't hug her like this. You're still young. I'm afraid you might not hold her properly and end up hurting both her and yourself. Also, you can't kiss her. she isn't very accustomed to being close to others, please be more mindful next time. Alright, Li Yuma spoke patiently, reasoning with Zhao Yanyan, considering his friend's feelings. Otherwise, he would have lost his temper long ago. This girl was far too bold, daring to kiss his child right in front of him, which sparked an urge to punch someone. I like Jean's sister. Kissing her is just a way of showing my affection, Zhao Yanyan replied, somewhat confused. Yanyan, you and Jean's sister aren't very familiar yet, so you can't just go kissing her. Even when you become familiar, you must have her consent first, understand? Zhao Jie interjected, trying to explain to his silly sister that he had not missed the icy glint in his friend's eyes. This was his friend's cherished child, and he was exceedingly cautious that if anything were to happen in front of him, how would he react? Oh, alright senior, I'm sorry. Jean's sister, I'm sorry. Zhao Yanyan hastily apologized to the handsome senior, noting his displeasure. It's alright. Lin Yanjin finally came back to her senses and reassured the little girl, who appeared flustered. Li Yuma had already settled back into his seat with his child. Jeaner, what else do you want to eat? Li Yuma pulled out a wet wipe from the side, wiping her cheeks and the corners of her mouth. I don't want to eat anymore. Alright then, you all don't just stand there, it's fine now, continue eating. Li Yuma noticed everyone staring at him and quickly encouraged them. Shall I peel the shrimp for you? Lin Yanjin asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Yuma. Your hands are so small, how can you peel shrimp? What if you cut your fingers? Be good, I'd never let you peel shrimp by yourself. I don't want shrimp, I like this white oil eggplant. Li Yuma indulged the little girl in his arms, feeling secretly pleased that she wanted to help him peel shrimp. He rarely held her while eating, but at this moment, he firmly secured her with one hand, fearing that the audacious girl might try to kiss his child again, worried he might lose control of his emotions and hurt someone. Yuma, you've been taking care of Jean's sister all along, barely eating. I finished. How about I help you take care of Jean's sister? Li Rui kindly suggested. No, you must eat well. Do not starve yourself. I have long since become accustomed to caring for this little one. It is no trouble at all, Li Yuma said politely. Should I come down? Lin Yanjin asked, somewhat bewildered, for their usual dynamic was quite different. Be a good girl, don't move around too much, once I finish my meal, I will take you for a nap. After you have eaten, you may either relax in the study or rest in the guest room. Aunt Qian has tidied everything up this morning. Li Yuma was not about to let the little one get up. His hands were subtly trembling. We will go to the study to pass the time. You focus on your own matters. You are being overly polite, making it difficult for us to visit you again next time, Lu Rongjing said with a smile that was both knowing and playful. His scholarly friend, who cradled the traditional doll, exhibited an overwhelming possessiveness that was quite amusing. Indeed, let us go to the study. Zhao Jie chimed in, having long wished for a few of them to engage in a gaming duel. How could he possibly take a nap? What about Yanyan? Lin Yanjin asked, blinking her large eyes. I am watching cartoons, Zhao Yanyan replied, gazing eagerly at Lin Yanjin, wishing for her doll-like sister to join her. Lin Yanjin called out sweetly, tugging at Li Yuma's clothing. How could Li Yuma not understand the silent exchange between the two little girls? Jinbao, you are still too young and in the midst of growing, therefore, you must take a nap, and I will accompany you. I will also take a nap. When you grow up, I will no longer insist upon nap time. Alright, furthermore, after the holidays, I will arrange for a tutor to come to our home. You must study here, understand? Li Yuma gently patted the child in his arms and continued eating, entirely unfazed by the pair of wide, pleading eyes. Will the tutor come to our home like our coach does? Lin Yanjin asked curiously. Yes, just like our coach will come to teach you at home. I must return to school for classes. Aunt Qian and Aunt Chen will keep you company while you study at home. Do you have suitable candidates in mind? Lu Rongjing inquired. The person recommended by Principal Meng, Li Yuma replied, momentarily taken aback. Realizing Lu Rongjing's intent, he answered slowly, did you discuss your situation with Principal Meng in detail? Zhao Jie asked in surprise. No, I merely mentioned that I needed 2 tutors to assist my closest friends, and he recommended someone. Li Yuma stated earnestly, having set down his chopsticks and toyed with the tassels atop the little girl's bun. Chapter 42, The Study's Commentary. Inside the study, Li Yuma helped Zhao Yanyan open her computer. Locating the cartoon she had watched that morning, after clicking to continue, he rose, cradling Lin Yanjin in his arms and striding toward the door. Lin Yanjin could only look longingly at Zhao Yanyan. Senior, is it really okay for Jean May to skip her nap today? Should I watch cartoons with her? Zhao Yanyan, embodying boldness and ignorance, pressed on. She had not noticed the pitiful look in the doll's eyes. Instead, she sought to make another attempt, disregarding her brother's disapproving gaze. May I stay with Yanyan to watch for just a little while? Lin Yanjin said sweetly, wrapping her arms around Li Yuma's neck. Yan Yan, you must watch the cartoons by yourself for Jean Mei is still growing and cannot have her routine disrupted, otherwise it would lead to complications at Jinbao. I have already told you that you are still too small. There are many things you do not yet understand, and I must guide you correctly. Developing good habits is one of those things. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Be a good girl. Come, let us first wash up, and then it will be time for bed. Ma maintained his gentle tone with the two little girls, yet he did not pause, directly carrying Lin Yanjin away. He now pondered whether he should invite these children over again. It was not until the sound of the door closing echoed that the three young men regained their senses. Had their scholarly friend truly transformed into a super dad? The three exchanged incredulous glances, and finally Zhao Jie could no longer contain himself, saying, "Hey, do you think our aloof scholar has been possessed by something? How did he become such a super dad? Why didn't you speak up earlier?" Li Rui replied with a smirk, "I'm not foolish. If I had spoken out, he would have silenced me. Although he is nearly 3 years my junior, he has grown remarkably in the past year. Matching our height. Moreover, did you all notice how muscular he has become? Last Wednesday, during the basketball match between our class and Class 22, he knocked down that big guy from Class 22, which garnered quite a bit of applause. That big guy had previously made many from our school suffer due to his height and strength. No one dared to confront him. It wasn't that we didn't want to, we simply lacked the capability to challenge him head-on. If Xiaomo could take him down, what would happen if I faced him? I would become nothing more than a helpless chick." Zhao Jie expressed his frustration, finding even the game he held in hand to be unappealing. "So now you still dare to criticize him behind his back? Aren't you afraid he might retaliate?" Li Rui continued to smile warmly, though his tone was a touch teasing. At this moment, he likely has no time for such matters. Lu Rongjing asserted with conviction. "Are you so sure?" Li Rui asked, looking at Lu Rongjing. "You all ought to use your brains more wisely and not let games consume your thoughts. Did you not notice the expression of that little dumpling when she was just carried away?" Lu Rongjing remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Was she not causing a fuss?" Zhao Jie asked, perplexed. "Alas, Zhao Jie, you truly lack observation skills for someone who calls himself an older brother. You are indeed a fortunate brother. Yan Yan is a thoughtful and easygoing sister. But Jean Mei is undoubtedly 10 times more challenging to care for. She is exceptionally clever and articulate. Just now, she was quite envious of Yan Yan watching cartoons and fervently expressed her desire to join. Do you really think she will obediently take a nap now? However, having such a beautiful and intelligent little dumpling to look after is indeed a blessing. If I were in your shoes, I would gladly embrace it. Throughout your upbringing, you have had elders accompanying you, just as Li Rui, your aunt, has also been there for you. Xiaomo and I, however, had to face the coldness of an empty home alone from a young age. I have no mother, and although my father dotes on me, he is exceedingly busy. Many times, after school, I would prefer to sit on a bench in the neighborhood watching passers-by rather than returning to a house filled with solitude. I once had a cat, but due to a moment's inattention, it ingested rat poison and died before my eyes. Since then, I have lacked the courage to care for any pets, especially knowing that their demise would be my fault. Xiaomo's parents are even less reliable than mine. His temperament is quite melancholic. Otherwise, how could he embody the image of a cold scholar? Just think, if you were in his position, confronted by that doll-like little girl. What would you do? I can tell you candidly that I would likely assume the role of a fatherly figure even more than he does. Sometimes, being needed is an incredibly fortunate thing. Lu Rongjing spoke candidly. Although Zhao Jie could not fully empathize with Lu Rongjing, he pondered thoughtfully, observing the obedient little girl sitting in front of the computer watching cartoons. He could understand Li Yuma's perspective. Over the years, he had often complained about his parents being overly busy, about his perpetual little shadow, yet he knew clearly that without this clingy little shadow, he would feel much lonelier. When his little shadow was young and could not comb her hair, did he not also clumsily learn to do it? Yes, that's true. My parents are unfit to be called such. Their divorce was exceptionally tumultuous, and I was often used as a punching bag for their frustrations. Thankfully, my aunt has offered me enough love. I am already 18 this year, and my aunt and uncle come to share meals with me every weekend. My uncle lost his chance to be a father after a car accident while saving my aunt. Their family repeatedly urged him to adopt his brother's children, but my uncle, fearing it would be unfair to me, has steadfastly refused despite the backlash. Over the years, he and my aunt have been concerned about me retreating into myself due to the sins of my biological parents. So every night, without fail, they personally bring me warm milk and inquire about my studies, seeking to engage me in conversation. Looking at you, Xiaomo, and Jean Mei, I truly feel I am fortunate. If I were to swap places with you and Xiaomo, Not only would it be uncertain whether I could even attend our school's high school, but my very existence would be in question. Li Rui suddenly felt incredibly fortunate, although he had always held a sense of gratitude towards his aunt and uncle. He had never felt it as strongly as at this moment. As the saying goes, life rarely goes as planned. He had always agreed with that sentiment, however, sometimes, when awakened in the middle of the night by nightmares, he felt a tinge of resentment toward his fate, yet now he genuinely felt at peace with his 18 years of life. Chapter 43, the angry Jinbo Lu Rongjing, in his half-foreseeing manner, had indeed predicted much of the scene. Inside the bedroom, Lin Yanjin was sulking. She lay silently, pouting as she stared at the ceiling. Li Yuma, who lay beside her fully clothed, could only stretch out his long arm to pull her into his embrace. Jinbao Imo understands that you are a bit upset, however. Today, Imo wishes to teach you another lesson. Restraint. Indulging oneself in playfulness is the simplest of pursuits, yet exercising self-restraint is undoubtedly the most arduous task. My dear Jinbao is so astute, how could she fail to comprehend this? The act of indulgence, once initiated, paves the way for repetition. Do you not see, you are still quite young, if you cannot discipline yourself under my watchful eye now? What will become of you in the future? Restraint can be vast or minuscule. Jinbao, consider the villains in the comics. Do they not succumb to their insatiable greed? Ultimately, they are met with justice. Conversely, those heroes who practice self-discipline and self-regulation, do they not find happiness? My dear Jinbao, this matter transcends the simplicity of merely taking an afternoon nap. Do you understand? If today you can find an excuse to avoid napping because you are watching cartoons with Yen Yen, tomorrow you will conjure another excuse, in time, and again you will assure yourself, just this once. The result will be a cycle of justifications. Jinbao, I have already informed you this morning that I may sometimes be stern, even fierce when correcting your mistakes. However, you must trust that this stems from my affection for you. I desire for you to cultivate good habits. You are the treasure I have sought for so long, and my fondness for you will endure. Li Yuma solemnly assured the bewildered child in his arms. Presently, his little one is sensitive, suspicious, and particularly lacking in a sense of security. He must repeatedly express his fondness for her. He needs her to understand that she is his sole beloved. In this lifetime, he shall personally nurture his child. He feels both content and exasperated, grateful yet resentful toward Lin's parents. Li Yuma is steeped in contradiction. Very well, I shall sleep. Under the earnest gaze of her Amo, Lin Yanjin surrendered, lifting her small head to plant a kiss on his face before retreating into Li Yuma's embrace, closing her eyes to drift into a genuine slumber. She cherished this warm embrace. No matter how terrifying the world outside may be, within this familiar warmth she found solace. With this embrace she feared nothing. Ah, what a good child! Li Yuma smiled tenderly, planting a cherished kiss on her forehead and whispering softly. He too succumbed to slumber alongside Lin Yanjin, while the others in the study engaged in their third round of gaming. Li Yuma once again took his little one by the hand and opened the study door. You've only been napping for a short while? Zhao Jie inquired, somewhat astonished. Brother Zhao Jie, should you not check the time before speaking? Lin Yanjin rolled her eyes in response. Indeed, Sister Jean is truly spirited. Come, let Brother LV show you how your Amo behaves at school. I have numerous photos of us from our time there. LV Rongjing coaxed like a cunning wolf. He was utterly enamored with this adorable little dumpling. So fair and eloquent. Jinbao has already seen many photos of me from school. Next time, one must find a more convincing excuse to deceive the child. Jiner, would you prefer to read comics or practice drawing with me? Or shall we color in the sketchbook together? Li Yuma gently inquired, casting a fleeting glance at his deskmate before turning his attention back to the child beside him. Let us color in the sketchbook. The one you bought last time. You said it was a manor, and our future home shall resemble the. Lin Yanjin replied playfully, which filled Li Yuma's heart with warmth. Very well, I shall fetch it at once. Will you accompany me to retrieve the sketchbook, or shall you wait for me here? Never mind, we shall go together, and you can help me carry the paints. Li Yuma glanced at LV Rongjing and Zhao Yan, bent down, and carried the little girl out the door. At that moment, he regretted introducing his child to others, yet he feared she might seclude herself aside. LV Rongjing was speechless at his childhood friend's excessive possessiveness. He merely wished to bond with this charming little girl, yet the latter guarded herself as if he were a thief. They quickly fetched the sketchbook, set up the easel, and opened the palette of paints. Here, put on this smock and these little gloves. We mustn't let you look like a calico cat. Li Yuma playfully adorned his child with protective gear. No, the smock is unappealing. Lin Yanjin crossed her arms, her face a picture of defiance. I shall wear the same one as you, merely in a different color. Come now, we must wear these outfits. If they get stained with paint, we shall have nothing left to wear out. Li Yuma gently implored the little girl, who was now pouting in discontent. After a prolonged moment, Lin Yanjin reluctantly extended her arm. If Jean Mei is unwilling to wear it, do not force her. If her dress gets stained, I shall buy her a new one. LV Rongjing remarked, his brows furrowed as he looked at Li Yuma, unwilling to witness the lovely dumpling sulking. Really, brother LV, will you buy me a dress identical to this one? Lin Yanjin immediately retracted her arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, I shall procure an identical one. LV Rongjing replied with a grin, then procure one for both me and Amo. I do not wish for him to wear a smock either. So we shall both avoid this unattractive attire. Just as Li Yuma intended to intervene, Lin Yanjin spoke swiftly. Very well. Li Yuma suppressed his momentary displeasure. His little one remained her cheeky self. That is fine. I shall also buy one. We shall wear them together. Before long, I will become your neighbor, and I can visit you frequently. LV Rongjing earnestly stated. You intend to move into our neighborhood? Li Yuma asked. Somewhat taken aback, yes, last time my father returned to retrieve documents, he took me out for a meal and mentioned he purchased a property here, intending it to be my future marital home. I suggested I move in now for convenience in commuting to school, and he agreed. The renovations are complete. He required the house to remain vacant for 6 months before occupancy. Next month marks the full 6 months. Chapter 44, We can all become neighbors. I too wish to become your neighbors, albeit not in your community, but merely 2 kilometers away. My uncle has been transferred to this district for work. He likely has no prospects for advancement. Just a captain at most, due to educational limitations. He is aware of this, hence, my aunt relocated her beauty salon to the commercial street opposite you. Through connections, they acquired a resettlement property in the neighborhood 2 kilometers behind yours. It is a spacious 3-bedroom, ample for our needs. They plan to rent out our current residence, awaiting my decision on where to settle down before making further plans. However, that house will remain as a preparatory marital home. I do not wish for them to incur further expenses on my behalf. Thus I have not consented to transfer ownership to my name. Should my parasitic father discover this, he may cause trouble. Though I am no longer fearful of him, yet, I do not wish for him to disrupt my uncle and aunt's lives. Once I am strong enough, I shall address him, but if not for the complications of changing my name due to educational concerns. I would have long since gone to the police station to adopt my uncle's surname, fulfilling his unfulfilled dream of having a son. Li Rui spoke with a weighty heart. Do not worry. There is no rush. I in the future have several children to fulfill your uncle's dream of becoming a grandfather, silencing those who mock him. Li Yuma kindly suggested, possessing the wisdom of a mature soul. Despite being from over a millennium ago, far more composed than the others present. Our family's lease is nearing its end. My parents are beginning to search for new premises, since you are all in this area. I will return home tonight to discuss with them and gather their opinions. They have been mentioning how quickly we siblings are growing. Living in rented accommodations long-term is not feasible. Li Rui. Inquire with your uncle and aunt about their property purchase. I will confer with my parents. Commercial properties are excessively expensive. I believe a resettlement house would suffice for our family of 4. I do not wish for them to exhaust themselves for the sake of appearances. As long as our family of 4 can live together peacefully, any type of house will suffice. Zhao Jie stated earnestly. A rarity for him. Yes, your perspective is sound. I will ask my uncle and aunt, and you should discuss with your parents. If all aligns, our distances will shorten considerably, allowing ample time for us to play together in the future. Li Rui expressed his joy. The 4 of them had been friends since elementary school, and living closer together would indeed be a wonderful choice. Agreed. A rare flicker of happiness and contentment graced Li Yuma's typically indifferent expression. Aside from his affection for his child, I suppose I shall wear the smock. I do not wish to wear the same clothing as anyone other than Amo. Lin Yanjin, not fully comprehending the older one's conversation, found herself conflicted but eventually decided that wearing identical attire to anyone other than Amo felt peculiar, and thus reluctantly conceded, Sister Jean, Brother LV, and I would look splendid in such dresses as well. Do not be hasty in your rejection. LV Rongjing chuckled, observing the little dumpling. Even if it looks good, it is unacceptable. You cannot wear the same clothes as us, except for the school uniform. Li Yuma was utterly delighted, exuding an air of confidence as he lifted his child into his arms and excitedly planted a kiss on her cheek, a gesture that mirrored the affection he shared with her. Senior, this is unfair. I want to wear the same dress as Sister Jean. I am her elder sister. Also, you can kiss her to express your fondness, but why can't I? Zhao Yanyan observed Li Yuma kissing Lin Yanjin and recalled how displeased he had looked during lunch when she had kissed the charming little sister. At this moment, she felt as if she had uncovered a flaw in the system and immediately confronted the older boy. The older ones were momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yanyan's inquiry. Ah, because Sister Jean is my child, I can hold her, kiss her, and dress alike. She is not your child, so you cannot. Li Yuma responded assertively to Zhao Yanyan. Well, everyone is utterly speechless at this scholarly genius's reasoning. Fine, yes, impressive, and it's his child. He has the final say. His intelligence is almost otherworldly, and his achievements are exceptional. Everyone else is merely riding on his coattails, benefiting from his assistance to ascend academically. They must show gratitude and accommodate him. If necessary, if he declares the sun is square, everyone might just nod along with their eyes closed. Zhao Yanyan was left in a state of confusion. Yanyan, the senior is right. Sister Jean is his child, only he can kiss her and wear the same clothes as her. You can choose to wear matching outfits with me instead, as you are part of my family. Zhao Jia also picked up his sister and comforted her. Oh, then that's acceptable. Zhao Yanyan was easily appeased. Amo, both Yanyan and I are girls, can't we wear the same dress? Lin Yanjin asked. Somewhat perplexed, Jin Bao, have you forgotten our agreement? Since the first time we wore matching outfits together last year, we agreed not to wear the same clothes as anyone else, right? Li Yuma gently set Lin Yanjin down while helping her put on an outer garment. Coaxing her. Oh, I forgot. Lin Yanjin obediently extended her arms and playfully stuck out her tongue. The three older ones chose to retreat into silence. How could their aloof scholarly genius exhibit such childish behavior? Oh, divine being, could you not provide them with the answer? It was clear that even the divine was bewildered by just how whimsically this young man behaved. Jeaner can choose to paint, while you may continue with your earlier activities. Just remember to keep the noise down, Li Yuma said after placing his child on a small chair and turning back to the three who were saluting him. Zhao Yanyan had already returned to her computer to continue watching her favorite cartoon. Alright, you carry on with your activities. We shall be neighbors from now on and will frequently drop by, so you need not be overly polite, El Rongjing remarked with a sly smile. He felt rather lonely on his own and was certain he would take every opportunity to intrude upon this pair of big and small. Sure, which building do you reside in? Li Yuma held Lin Yanjin's hand, outlining shapes with her while chatting with El Rongjing. Yamo, I can manage on my own. You color the garden, and I will color the house. Lin Yanjin protested, wanting to do it herself. Alright then. Li Yuma released his child's hand, deciding it was time to let her boldly pursue what she enjoyed. Building 46, 3 attached houses. My dad said he couldn't find a connection to buy this duplex model. El Rongjing replied, his eyes glued to his phone, responding casually, that works. After a while, Li Yuma concluded as he finished painting a blooming peony. What do you plan to do tomorrow? Li Rue inquired. Tomorrow, I'll take Jeaner for morning exercises and then prepare for a speech competition. Li Yuma answered. Li Rue, another competition? Lin Yanjin suddenly looked up at the person sitting behind her. Yes, has Sister Jean seen how you look during competitions? Zhao Jie asked nonchalantly. No. Li Yuma shot a sharp glance at Zhao Jie, who belatedly realized he had almost caused trouble. This little glutinous rice ball had difficulty adapting to large crowds, having nearly fallen ill that morning. Once my Jin Bao grows a bit more, I will invite her to cheer for me. Alright, Li Yuma said, his eyes filled with affection as he coaxed the little one before him. That's fine. Do you have to prepare for the entire holiday? El Rongjing asked, puzzled, thinking this exceptionally intelligent individual shouldn't need to prepare much. The day after tomorrow, we're going cycling at the Fuhua Wetland Park. Chapter 45, Cycling at Fuhua. El Rongjing raised his camera once more, capturing the striking pair of big and small before him against a backdrop of swaying willow trees. The rhythmic dance of the branches provided an exquisite setting. The scenery was beautiful, and the subjects were charming, yet the photographer found himself in a less than cheerful mood. El Rongjing had not anticipated that his scholarly childhood friend would exhibit such an almost obsessive possessiveness over the little glutinous rice ball. Just as he set up the camera with a soft pink hue as the background, intending to take a group photo of the three of them, Li Yuma suddenly turned his body. Placing himself at the center instead of the little one, he held the charming little rice ball in his embrace, resulting in a side profile shot of the trio, regardless of El Rongjing's hints or overt suggestions to take a group photo with the little glutinous rice ball. Li Yuma remained oblivious to is this really necessary? Are we done taking pictures? Li Yuma's indifferent voice broke the silence, causing El Rongjing to snap back to reality, realizing he had drifted off, while his childhood friend looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yes, all done. El Rongjing handed the camera to Li Yuma, replying calmly, Yamo, I don't want to take pictures anymore. Lin Yanjin protested with a sweet voice, gazing at Li Yuma. Alright, we won take pictures today. Jeaner, what shall we do next? Li Yuma asked gently, looking down at the child in his arms. Ride bikes? Okay, let us continue riding. I want to ride Elgij as single bike. Elgij, can we switch? You ride with Amo on the tandem, and I'll ride your single bike. Lin Yanjin expressed her dissatisfaction, recalling how she had wanted to ride the single bike at the rental station. Only for her Amo to choose the tandem. That one T-work, Jeaner. You're only 7, not yet 12. You can't ride alone at Li. Yuma immediately dismissed Lin Yanjin's suggestion. Right, Sister Jean, you must wait until you turn 12 before you can ride alone. Don't feel wronged. When your 12th birthday comes, Elgij will gift you a bike you like. Okay, although he wanted to spoil this little rice ball, he wouldn't compromise on principles. What if I just try it? Just from here to the pavilion ahead. Okay, Amo. Lin Yanjin felt that El Rongjing looked particularly cool riding alone and really wanted to give it a try. Thus, she clung to Li Yuma's neck, trying to charm him. Jinbao, there are many pedestrians here today, let us not try it here, okay? Tomorrow, I'll take you to find a club to practice. How does that sound? Li Yuma felt ready to cave in at the sight of the little one's pleading expression. Elgij, clubs usually have one coach for a group of students. How about we find a less crowded place and teach ourselves? El Rongjing suggested, knowing the little one would bury herself in Li Yuma's embrace upon seeing a crowd. Refusing to even lift her head. Alright, later we'll buy a folding bike that can be adjusted. Tomorrow, we'll find a place for Jeaner to have some fun in Jinbao. Would you like that? Li Yuma carefully inquired, recognizing the little one's current state. Okay, Lin Yanjin buried her head in Li Yuma's chest again, murmuring, look at how wrong the little girl seems. Later, Elgij will give you a toy you like. Alright, as El Rongjing found himself unexpectedly affected by the sight of the little rice ball looking so pitiful. I don't want it. Lin Yanjin continued to hide in Li Yuma's embrace, refusing. Little Jinbao, come on, lift your head. You'll get suffocated like that. Tell Amo you don't like him anymore. Li Yuma asked softly, a hint of vulnerability flickering in his eyes as he looked at the child in his arms. No, why would you ask that? Lin Yanjin was surprised, looking up at Li Yuma's eyes. Then why don't you want to ride with me? It's not that. What do you mean it's not? It is not that I don't want to ride with you. I just think Elgij's bike looks really cool, and I want to give it a try. Oh, I understand now. Then let us try it, but not too far, just to the 6th willow tree ahead, alright? Ultimately Li Yuma conceded, swayed by the yearning in his child's sparkling eyes and her sweet voice. Amo. El Rongjing looked at his childhood friend in disbelief, astonished that he had dropped his principles in front of this little rice ball. After those ants pass by, we'll protect her on either side while she tries. Li Yuma averted his gaze and spoke awkwardly. Amo, I really like you. Lin Yanjin, seeing that Li Yuma had finally agreed to give it a try, became visibly elated. She playfully patted Li Yuma's face with her chubby little hand and unabashedly planted a kiss on his cheek. This left LV Rongjing utterly dumbfounded. How could this little girl so boldly kiss his childhood friend? Only this once, Jeaner. You must wait until you turn 12 before you can ride a bike on the road. You have to promise me, no backing out. Alright. It's starting to rain. LV Rongjing felt raindrops on his face and instinctively looked at Li Yuma. It's nothing, the rain won't amount to much. What if it pours? LV Rongjing couldn't help but retort. If it pours, the three of us will be drenched like drowned rats, Lin Yanjin declared proudly. No way, if it pours, only you and your brother LV will be drenched. My Jinxiu won't get wet. Chelmo will lend you his thin coat to shield you from the rain, and I'll protect you from getting soaked. Li Yuma affectionately ruffled Lin Yanjin's nose, smiling gently. But I want to be drenched alongside you, Lin Yanjin replied ungratefully. Alright, they've left. Come on, Jinxiu. While no one is around, why don't you give this bike a try? By the way, can you ride? LV Rongjing interrupted the unproductive banter between the two. I'm just saying to give it a try, Lin Yanjin replied with a sly grin. Li Yuma, with no other choice, placed Lin Yanjin on the single bike, but her legs were too short to reach the ground. As Li Yuma balanced the bike, Lin Yanjin playfully pedaled away. Chapter 46. Riding along the Fu River. Jeaner, Li Yuma and LV Rongjing were startled. However, Lin Yanjin wobbled only briefly before riding steadily ahead. LV Rongjing, you ride this bike. I'll chase after that little rascal. Li Yuma called out to the astonished LV Rongjing before taking off. Lin Yanjin rode all the way to a gazebo ahead before gradually coming to a stop, cleverly tilting the bike so her right foot could touch the ground. Just as she was about to dismount, she felt her body lighten and fell into familiar arms. Jeaner, Li Yuma's expression darkened considerably. But before he could scold her, Lin Yanjin pressed her tiny hand over his lips. She looked at him with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like 1,000 stars. Don't scold me. I just wanted to see if I could do it. LV Rongjing, who had just arrived on the tandem bike, was equally astonished by the mischievous little fox. After a while, Li Yuma managed to free one hand to remove Lin Yanjin's hand from his lips. pulling her snugly into his embrace. This is the last time. Alright Jug, children are hard to raise, LV Rongjing remarked sincerely. After switching bikes, they resumed their leisurely ride along the winding path. Yuma, how did you know there was a wetland park here? After a long silence, LV Rongjing broke the ice. I searched for it online ever since Li Rui suggested I take Jeaner to explore nature more. I've been doing my homework since we can't go on a road trip now. I have to look for nearby places. So today, you didn't plan to invite anyone else. If I hadn't stubbornly asked you on WeChat, you wouldn't have mentioned it to anyone, would you? Didn't I say I would bring Jeaner to ride today? But you didn't specify a time, you didn't ask, and besides, I was worried you all had your own plans. If I invited you all, I feared you would feel too polite to refuse and waste your time. Xiaomo, we've been classmates for so many years, there's no need for such formality. This isn't really formal, Li Yuma replied, glancing at the little girl next to him. He felt he could lead her out of her little world of confinement. LV Rongjing understood his childhood friend's sentiment and smiled slightly. His academically gifted friend remained as confident and composed as ever. His sister Jinsho, do you want anyone else besides Amo to accompany you? No, I'm fine with just Amo, Lin Yanjin answered rapidly without a moment's hesitation. In truth, if Yin Yan were to accompany her, she would feel even happier, as they could play together. However, she had no idea how to contact Yin Yan since Yin Yan didn't have a phone. Jinsho, don't you hesitate for even a second, LV Rongjing muttered in disappointment. LV, can you be any more childish? Why would you ask Jinsho such a question and expect a different answer? Li Yuma retorted. Amused, what a joke. This is a child I've cherished for nearly 500 days and nights. How could she be swayed by a mere casual acquaintance? LV Rongjing thought to himself, he must be out of his mind. Tormented back and forth by these two. Should we take a break in that gazebo down there? He finally suggested to change the topic. No need, the rain is getting heavier, we should hurry along. Or we really will end up drenched. Li Yuma firmly denied. Yamo, look, it seems there's something for sale over there, Lin Yanjin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a stall. Yes, but I brought a water bottle for you when I left. So we don't need to buy anything, but we can see what they're selling. I've never browsed these stalls before. LV Rongjing admitted he was quite curious. Jinsho, what do you think? Li Yuma asked, somewhat troubled. Amo, I want to see what they're selling. We can't buy snacks or drinks. It's better to set some ground rules first. Xiaomo, must you be so ridiculous? LV Rongjing thought his childhood friend was nagging more than a mother. Jinsho is growing. She can't eat junk food and certainly can't drink soda, Li Yuma explained helplessly. Can we at least buy something fun? Yes, great, Lin Yanjin replied enthusiastically, knowing her Amo was just looking out for her. The three parked their bikes, and Li Yuma scooped up Lin Yanjin, leading her to the stall. What do you three like? Choose for yourselves. The stall owner, a middle-aged woman, greeted them warmly while a few young people sat nearby, sipping water and resting. Alright, Xiaomo, are you and Jinsho really not having any drinks? LV Rongjing asked, testing the waters as he craved a cold beverage. No, Lin Yanjin answered decisively. She picked up a folding fan adorned with a red plum blossom and stared at it, captivated despite its simplicity. Jinsho, do you like it? Li Yuma asked as he grabbed the water bottle. I do, but it feels like it's missing something. Little girl, you have a good eye, this is a silk fan, the stall owner remarked with a bright smile directed at Li Yuma. What if I wrote a couplet on it? Li Yuma asked, handing Lin Yanjin the straw after she took a big gulp of water. Then it would be perfect, Lin Yanjin replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Madam, how much for this fan? Li Yuma turned to the stall owner. 50. Along with this sprite, please. LV Rongjing prepared to pay. Madam, you're not sincerely selling this fan. Li Yuma stopped LV Rongjing, turning to the middle-aged woman with an impassive expression. The stall owner felt a shiver run down her spine. Why did this young man exude such a strong presence? She felt slightly breathless in his presence. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 30. My cost was 25, and I still have to account for the stall fee. That's the lowest price. If you can't accept it, I won't sell. The stall owner confessed involuntarily. Alright then. Li Yuma nodded decisively, stepping back for LV Rongjing to pay. LV Rongjing speechlessly handed a 100 yuan bill to the stall owner, waiting for her to give him change, pondering how his childhood friend wouldn't even pretend to haggle. Chapter 47, Riding along the Fu River. Xiaomo, are you really not having a drink? LV Rongjing turned back to ask Li Yuma again. No, Jinsho and I are fine with plain water. It would be absurd to demand that the little girl only drink warm water while he indulged in carbonated drinks. Next time, what grounds would he have to guide her? Are you leading an elderly life ahead of time? LV Rongjing teased lightly. You're the one who's old, your whole family is old, Lin Yanjin shot back as soon as she heard LV Rongjing's words. Jinsho, I was just joking, there's no need to get worked up. LV Rongjin quickly surrendered as he saw the little dumpling's annoyed expression. Lin Yanjin crossed her arms and turned her face away. Puffing up her cheeks. Li Yuma shot an exasperated glare at LV Rongjin before bending down to scoop up his upset little girl, turning her face to meet his. Jinbao, brother L was merely jesting with me. Rest assured, as you have yet to mature, how could I possibly age? I must wait for my little Jinbao to grow up and marry me. I have many years ahead before I grow old. Let us grow old together slowly, shall we? Li Yuma had already leaned against the bicycle, affectionately ruffling Lin Yanjin's small head, gently coaxing her. I do not wish for you to age. Lin Yanjin buried her head in Li Yuma's shoulder. Murmuring softly, all right, without your permission, I shall not age. Li Yuma could only pat Lin Yanjin's back, soothing her. Sister Jin, brother L was mistaken. Your AMO will not grow old, so do not be afraid. In a moment. Brother L will buy you 2 rabbits as a gift. Will you forgive me? L Rongjin felt a pang of regret, wondering how he had momentarily lost his composure and forgotten the little one's sensitivity. She was currently in a state of unease. How could she accept that this brother who had always cared for her would one day grow old? He feared it would only heighten her anxiety. No, Jinbao did not like raising rabbits. She only relished eating them, especially the cold rabbit dish her aunt made. Li Yuma met L Rongjin's bewildered gaze and explained quietly, it's alright, Jinbao Mo is only 14 years old. One must be at least 60 to be considered old. Just think about it, how many years until AMO grows old? Be good, don't frighten yourself. AMO has yet to see little Jinbao grow into a young lady. Nor has he waited for little Jinbao to become strong, or to marry me. How could I possibly grow old? Listen, do not cover your face like that. You might suffocate. I promise you, I will not grow old just yet. I still need to accompany Jinbao as she grows. We still have to build our home together. Li Yuma gently caressed Lin Yanjin's back, whispering words of comfort to calm her. After a long moment, Lin Yanjin finally lifted her head, gazing intently at Li Yuma, saying, you must never deceive me. Very well, I shall never deceive Jinbao. Li Yuma replied resolutely, grasping Lin Yanjin's slightly trembling hands in his own. After a while, Lin Yanjin managed to calm down. She was immensely frightened, as cartoons depicted that aging led to death, making her tremble with fear. She could hardly bear to envision the scene of her AMO growing old. I want to go home. Alright, let us finish this round and return home, as it would take longer to ride back. Li Yuma settled Lin Yanjin comfortably in her seat before returning to his own. Let us go. Once we complete this round, we shall head back, he said, turning to L Rongjin. I apologize for losing my composure and forgetting about the little girl's situation. L Rongjin expressed his regret once more. It is alright, she will forget about it soon. I genuinely wish to help you share some of the burden. I understand, thank you. With 4 days left in the holiday, what do you all plan to do next? It depends on the weather. We do not yet know. It also depends on this little girl. Haven't you made plans with Li Rui and Zhao Jia? Zhao Jia might be assisting his parents in searching for shops and housing, while Li Rui should be helping his uncle and aunt prepare for their move. What about you? Aren't you preparing to move next month? No, he said he is in Country F, where the production site is currently crucial, and he must oversee it personally to feel at ease. I only need to move my study materials over. The aunts are helping pack my clothes. Everything else is already complete in the villa. If you need any assistance, just say the word, I will help you. We are friends, no need for formality. I am not one for formality. I am eager to move into the same neighborhood as you, so I have no intention of being polite. However, please do not mind my frequent visits. I truly feel too lonely. I have grown weary of the pervasive silence. I understand you. If I had not met Jinbao, I would be much like you. In fact, I might be even more wretched. Your mother may have left early, but at least she loved you. My parents are both alive yet. Sigh, never mind, as long as they are happy with their lives. It is sufficient. Had it not been for meeting Jinbao, I would prefer living in my grandparents' noisy courtyard. It's not that they treated me exceptionally well, but at least they cared for my daily meals. Although they are displeased with my parents' actions, they have never directed their frustrations at me. Now, I no longer require their so-called care and affection. I am quite busy. This little girl has made my life fulfilling and has given me a sense of purpose. Li Yuma said half-jokingly, life seldom goes as one wishes. You are truly remarkable. I believe living next to you will soon enrich my own life. Xiao Mo, do you know, Li Rui, Zhao Jia, and I are all immensely grateful to you. Had we not met you, not only them, but I would surely have become a jaded wastrel. I do not mean to sound sentimental, I merely wish to express that if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I have always wanted to help you. L Rongjin said earnestly. Indeed, I am not one to stand on ceremony. Currently, I can manage. Jinbao and I are gradually improving our lives. She is slowly learning to interact with others, as you have witnessed. she can approach groups without isolating herself. This is truly a cause for celebration. Li Yuma proudly proclaimed to El Rongjing. They rode along, chatting freely and vibrantly. Many years later, when El Rongjing reminisced about this scene, he felt a warm glow in his heart. Chapter 48. Casual chatter in the cafeteria. Due to inclement weather, the first working day following the National Day holiday was still drizzly. Yuma, is this dish not to your liking? El Rongjing observed as Li Yuma sat lost in thought while eating, unable to resist asking quietly. Zhao Jie and Li Rui exchanged glances, equally perplexed as they gazed at Li Yuma, who was still absorbed in his musings, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Yuma, Zhao Jie nudged him lightly. Have you all finished eating? Li Yuma blinked, staring blankly at the three. They exchanged glances before turning back to him. Yuma, what is the matter? You have seemed restless all morning, Zhao Jie asked with concern. Nothing at all. Nothing. Yuma, perhaps you should look in a mirror to see for yourself. El Rongjing retorted without hesitation. At that moment, the cafeteria began to thin out, with many having finished their meals, leaving the tables around the four of them quite empty, allowing their conversation to go undisturbed. I truly have no worries. Today is Jinera's first day of tutoring, and I am uncertain if she will be frightened or if she is sulking at home. I entrusted my phone to Teacher Ma this morning, so I cannot call to check. It has been a full 7 days since we were apart, and I worry she may find it difficult to adjust. Li Yuma spoke candidly to the three. Since that day we rode along the Fa River, it has been raining continuously, and I have not sought you out. I even devoured the few Boston lobsters I bought to apologize to Sister Jean. El Rongjing admitted sheepishly. Have you both been cooped up at home? Yes, the weather has been poor, and she is still young. I fear she might catch a cold if she gets drenched. We have remained indoors. I complete my homework while she reads comics, storybooks, or doodles. Did she display any unusual emotions when she returned that day? El Rongjing inquired cautiously. No, she has been recovering swiftly, and I've been by her side reassuring her repeatedly that I will always be there. That night, she did not even have nightmares. She remained quite stable. That is good. El Rongjing exhaled in relief. If he had caused the little girl to feel unstable again, he would have felt unbearable guilt. What are you all discussing? Fa River cycling. You went out riding together? Zhao Jie asked, somewhat bewildered. Yes, on the third day of the holiday, we went to Fa River Wetland Park for a ride. Li Yuma replied candidly. You were there too? Zhao Jie turned to Li Rui. I was not. I called Yuma and happened to catch them heading out, so I took a taxi to Fa River to join them. El Rongjing explained. Why didn't you inform us? A heads up would have been nice. Li Rui inquired sharply. Weren't you busy preparing to help your uncle and aunt move? And you, Zhao Jie, weren't you preoccupied with finding housing and managing your parents' store relocation? How could I call you? Besides, I was taking Jinera out gradually to acclimate, slowly introducing her to crowds. If we had all gone in a large group to that busy wetland park, she would have retreated home in no time. Li Yuma asked, half amused. That makes sense, Zhao Jie admitted sheepishly. How did it go? Li Rui asked with concern. It should have gone well. I only misspoke once, which made her upset, but aside from that, it was fine. At last, when we returned the rented bicycles, she proactively engaged in discussions with the owner and managed the deposit handover, remarked El Rongjing with a hint of happiness. Yes, her condition has consistently been quite good. Initially, I intended to take her to purchase a bicycle, but as the rain intensified, we headed straight home. What are you still worried about? Zhao Jie inquired, puzzled. That was during the time I was accompanying her. After my morning exercise today, I left. When I departed, she merely acknowledged with a sound, coupled with the fact that today a tutor came to our home. Only the two aunts were there to keep her company. How could I not be concerned? You can hardly imagine the kind of fright that little one has endured. At that time, I should have been processing my leave of absence from school. Li Yumao expressed with a touch of frustration. Xiaomo, don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. Jean Mei is stronger than we might imagine. When we have the opportunity, let us all accompany her and help her overcome her fears. Li Rui comforted, patting Li Yumao's shoulder. How could he be unaware of the harm caused by his parents? It's just that when he faced that calamity, he was merely 2 or 3 years older than that adorable little girl. He was fortunate to have encountered his aunt and uncle, while that little miss fortuitously met her prodigious childhood friend. He continued, indeed, Xiao Mo, refrain from worrying too much. Everything will be clearer when you return home today. I understand your urgency. I have previously expressed my empathy towards your feelings. For someone like us, who have experienced a dearth of familial affection, encountering a little sunbeam is a rare blessing, and we must treat it with all our heart. That little one is truly charming and deserving of your utmost kindness. Just look, when it comes to you, who would dare speak ill of you, that protective demeanor, I wonder who she inherited it from. El Rongjing added, offering his own words of comfort to Li Yumao that if he could find such a delightful little girl, he would gladly devote all his resources to nurturing her. Whom did she inherit that from? That is simply her inherent nature. In her past life, she was exceptionally protective to the point of irrationality. To safeguard herself, she calculated against her so-called blood relatives, repeatedly risking her life for them. To protect the two servants who accompanied her. She defied her own ailing body. Such audacious recklessness, he reflected. Well, it can only be this way. I hope the heavens will open their eyes and bless that unfortunate little girl, sparing her any further torment. She has already come so far. She deserves all the beauty this world has to offer. Li Yumao quietly prayed, his heart heavy. His child is truly wonderful, so much so that he would forsake everything to live solely for her. Indeed, Xiaomo Jin Mei will receive divine protection. She is simply too remarkable. Try not to worry excessively this afternoon. There are 2 math classes and a chemistry class. You mustn't think of skipping class, Li Rui cautioned. No, I won't skip today. If I do, I won't have a way to explain it to that little girl when I get home. I must lead by example. Last night, she asked me about advancing through many levels. She said she must be better than me to confidently propose to me. That little rascal can be quite demanding. Li Yumao chuckled resignedly. She truly is a girl of remarkable character, and don't just sit there. Finish your meal. Remember, you are still growing, Li Rui said with a smile, amused. After all, this child is not one to be taken lightly. He is over 3.5 years older than this academically gifted individual. So shouldn't he take on the role of an elder brother in caring for her life? Chapter 49. The first day of tutoring. In truth, Li Yumao's worries were not unfounded. The situation at home was somewhat indescribable. Li Yumao's salary was slightly higher than the market rate, and since it was a familiar introduction, the 2 teachers were somewhat acquainted. They discussed and planned to visit their student for an introduction. Just as Lin Yanjin was seated on the sofa playing with her doll, Chen Xiu ushered the tutors inside. Chen Xiaofan quickly set aside her tasks to welcome them into the home. However, before that, she took the precaution of informing the 2 teachers that the child was somewhat special and required a gradual acclimatization to the teacher. Consequently, the 2 teachers understood that with such good family conditions, the child had not been sent to school, indicating there might be some issues. Jiner, your teachers have arrived. Could you come over and meet them? Chen Xiaofan cautiously inquired. How could I not know them? Lin Yanjin replied without raising her head. Then Jiner, will you end up like Aunt Qian, uneducated and unable to use a computer? Where is Xiaomo? Today is Monday, he has to return to school. He has gone to school. Then why doesn't he know to hire a tutor to learn at home? His subjects are too many. Jiner, Aunt Qian doesn't understand much either. However, Xiaomo must have had no other choice. Otherwise, he would certainly accompany you. Excuse, Lin Yanjin's brow furrowed, a hint of resentment in her tone. Jiner, you have always been a very brave little girl. Why not be a bit braver? Meet the teachers before making a judgment. Chen Xiaofan, having no other option, mimicked Li Yumao's approach to coax Lin Yanjin. Lin Yanjin tilted her head, contemplating. She had promised her Xiaomo last night to be brave and not to evade. All right. Ultimately, she settled into her seat and nodded. The 2 teachers then took their seats at the opposite end of the sofa, knowing that they could not feign intimacy at this moment, as it would be counterproductive. Classmate, could you tell us your name? One of the slightly plump middle-aged female teachers broke the silence. My name is Lin Yanjin. Lin Yanjin adhered to the principle of politeness, responding to the teacher's inquiry. Though her hands trembled slightly, unconsciously clutching her doll. Yes, Lin Yanjin, nice to meet you. May we have a chance to get to know each other? The young teacher beside her inquired with a smile. If I say no, can you leave? Lin Yanjin replied sharply, struggling to restrain herself from retreating to her room. Chen Xiaofan noticed Lin Yanjin's trembling hands and subtly approached, offering her a cup of her favorite kiwi juice. Little Jiner, here, have some juice, I just made it. Which do you prefer, the red-fleshed or the yellow-fleshed? They call it a kiwi fruit, but I can't differentiate between the two. Chen Xiaofan promptly interrupted Lin Yanjin's thoughts. I don't want a drink. That's not acceptable. If you don't replenish your vitamins when Xiaomo comes back, he will insist that everyone eats vegetables, and you won't have any meat left. Aunt Chen did not dare to oppose Xiaomo's wishes. If she prepared only vegetarian dishes, what would Lin Yanjin do? Lin Yanjin did not respond further. She took the cup from Chen Xiaofan's hand and drank it all. However, the cool juice sliding down her throat eased the turmoil within her heart considerably. The two teachers accepted the cups of water handed over by Qin Xiu. After taking a sip, they placed the cups on the coffee table. Lin Yanjin, let me introduce myself. My surname is Yang. I would like to understand why you are reluctant to give us a chance to get to know each other. The slightly plump middle-aged teacher resumed with a smile. Why must one constantly correct oneself? Lin Yanjin asked, somewhat perplexed, wondering why the teacher did not contemplate that it was not their fault but rather her own. Little Yanjin, there is an ancient saying, one must live and learn throughout their life. No one is born knowing everything. We all must continually learn, including teachers. You see, we just met, yet you are not inclined to give us a chance to understand each other. Shouldn't we reflect on ourselves? If it truly is a matter with me and teacher Yang, we must rectify it promptly. Oh, my surname is Wu, with the Wu from Mouth and Sky. It is a pleasure to meet you, little Yanjin. Now, could you tell us why you are unwilling to get to know us? The young female teacher continued to smile. It's not your fault. After a lengthy pause, Lin Yanjin finally spoke softly. Oh, that's good, thank you, Lin Yanjin. Now, can you give me and teacher Wu a chance to get to know you? Teacher Yang asked sincerely. At that moment, Lin Yanjin's mind was in turmoil, oscillating between her parents' distorted, menacing faces and her Xiaomo's gentle encouragement. Ultimately, her Xiaomo prevailed, smiling, and urging her to bravely try. Assuring her that he would always be there, that he was her Xiaomo. In this brief moment, Lin Yanjin's forehead was slick with cold sweat. The two teachers remained silent, granting the girl the time she needed. Xian Xiaofan sympathetically wiped the sweat from Lin Yanjin's brow, inwardly scolding Lin Chenan and Ning Yingqing once more. Jiner, Aunt Qian can protect you too. Don't be afraid, alright? Didn't you say you would marry Xiaomo when you grew up? But Xiaomo excels academically. If you wish to marry him, you must be even more capable, or else it would be as if he were marrying you. Qian Xiaofan continued to coax. Alright, I will try to give it a go. I will strive to learn. Lin Yanjin ultimately conceded, swayed by her ambition to marry her Xiaomo. In light of this, both Wu Laoshi and I shall endeavor to assist you in your studies earnestly. We will impart all that we know to you, if you would be amenable to it. Observing this distinctly spirited little girl finally calming down and accepting their assistance, Yang Laoshi hastily promised. Then let us proceed to my study. Lin Yanjin handed her doll to Qian Xiaofan, rose from the sofa, and took the lead towards the study. Thank you, Xiao Yanjin, for guiding us. Qian Xiaofan expressed gratefully. Today, Yang Laoshi and I will formulate a study plan for you. Auntie should join in as well, and perhaps we can also establish a daily schedule for the little one. Wu Laoshi said with a smile. I can stay beside you, but I lack knowledge in this area. Qian Xiaofan admitted bashfully. When will he be back? In the afternoon, after school. Alright, let us communicate via phone then. Yang Laoshi finally conceded, and they organized the teaching materials and subjects they had prepared, after drafting a preliminary course schedule. They each returned home, awaiting Li Yuma's decision. Chapter 50. Selecting a gift. Why are you wearing new clothes again today? We still have so many Mamian skirts. Didn't the teacher say that frugality is a traditional virtue of ours? Lin Yanjin inquired curiously, glancing up at her black dress adorned with a butterfly pattern. Have you forgotten? Today is the Double Ninth Festival and your brother L's housewarming day. After breakfast, we shall choose a gift for him. He reminded us repeatedly that we must celebrate his new home today. Li Yuma officially tied Lin Yanjin's sash and led her to the washstand, preparing to style her hair. What shall we gift him? Lin Yanjin asked excitedly. How about you suggest something? Jinbao, a large crab. Silly girl, he gifted you 2 king crabs just last week. What would giving him crabs again signify? Li Yuma teased, pinching Lin Yanjin's cheek. How about potato chips, you little foodie? Can you not think of anything but food? What about 3 sets of exam papers? But he is moving to a new home, not a new school. Besides, he is currently taking 6 subjects. Not 3, what would 3 sets of papers mean? Li Yuma gently reprimanded. Today, he simply styled Lin Yanjin's long hair with a rather long ribbon, creating a simple yet elegant look. We need not gift him papers. I shall only send exam papers to Brother Leroy in the future. Just sending papers is insufficient. I must also ask Aunt Qian to buy a few workbooks to gift him. Lin Yanjin said with a playful expression. Li Yuma chuckled as he lifted the little girl, playfully scratching her nose. This little tyrant truly held grudges. To celebrate her swift adaptation to home learning, her willingness to accept the 2 tutors, and her proactive engagement with the core subjects of language, mathematics, and English, along with her studies in soft brush calligraphy, art, and guqin. Everyone came to present her with gifts. Zhao Jie gifted her a set of 64 colored pens. Zhao Yanyan brought 30 bags of potato chips, which delighted Lin Yanjin the most due to their large packaging. Li Rui presented 3 sets of exam papers, language, mathematics, and English, sourced through his uncle, focusing on key challenging topics. This garnered praise from both tutors, who unanimously encouraged Lin Yanjin to progress at her own pace. Consequently, Lin Yanjin mentally noted this favor from Li Rui. El Rongjing brought 2 king crabs and 6 Boston lobsters. This gift, neither excessive nor lacking, was quite to Lin Yanjin's liking, as she relished 2 hearty meals. After breakfast, Li Yuma carried Lin Yanjin to a gift shop in the nearby Commercial Street. "Amok, what is this? It looks cool. This is a Qilin ornament. Shall we gift this to Brother El?" "Yes." Li Yuma instructed the staff to wrap the item and deliver it directly to El Rongjing's residence. As he was unable to free his hands while carrying Lin Yanjin, "Shun Ti, we carry it ourselves to his house." "No need, Woon Ti, that seem insincere. I still feel that bringing it ourselves would convey more sincerity." Lin Yanjin pondered, recalling how they had received their gifts personally. "This ornament is rather heavy. You cannot carry it," Li Yuma patiently explained to the little bundle in his arms. "You can carry it." "If I carry that, who will carry you? I can walk by myself." "Never mind, with the traffic at this intersection, I must hold you. Be ye good and don't overthink. If you still feel it lacks sincerity, we can choose a potted plant nearby as well." "Alright, okay." Lin Yanjin happily settled back into being carried to Jinbao. "With so many green plants here, what would you like to choose?" "This one. A money tree," Li Yuma chuckled, amused by the little girl's affinity for wealth amidst the diverse greenery. Jeaner, we have 2 small gardens at home. Would you like to select something to add to them?" Li Yuma contemplated, recalling that their gardens were previously filled with bougainvillea chosen by the adults, feeling somewhat dissatisfied and wanting to change things up. "Sure, I'll choose these 3 pots." Lin Yanjin pointed to the and, causing Li Yuma's heart to skip a beat. How could this child be so enamored with orchids? Could it be? No. Seeing her innocent expression, he dismissed the thought of her awakening past memories. "Alright, we shall transplant them into our garden. However, this seems a bit sparse." "Then you choose as well. It is our home, and you must also select," Lin Yanjin stated earnestly. "How about we plant some roses?" Li Yuma asked, his gaze ambiguous, wishing for the girl he cherished to embody the vibrant and unrestrained essence of roses. "Alright." Both returned home laden with their selections, with all plants and flowers delivered to their door by the gardener. "Amok, Wu Laosher said that life lies in movement. She teaches me to love exercise. If you carry me like this, I won't walk at all. So how can I exercise?" Lin Yanjin suddenly recalled the teacher's words from last week and looked up at the person holding her, puzzled. "We have completely met our daily exercise quota. Do not worry. We practice for an hour and a half every day, and during weekends we add an additional 5 kilometers of running. Next summer, I plan to enroll you in swimming lessons. So Jeaner, do not fret about our exercise levels." "Didn't you initially resist the 2 teachers? What is it now? Do you think they are more capable than me?" Li Yuma teased the little girl in his arms. "At first, I feared they might be bad like old Lin, and now I realize they are much better than him. They respect my opinions and teach me many things, sharing countless stories I had not heard before. I certainly must respect them as well. However, Amok, I still admire you the most. Your Guqin skills surpass even Yang Laosher's. How are you so talented?" "Aunt Yen says I must work hard to surpass you in order to marry you. If I am not as capable as you, I cannot marry you. I must wait for you to marry me. I believe I must strive harder. I will definitely marry you." As Lin Yanjin spoke, her gaze reflected an uncharacteristic determination for her age, twinkling like stars. Hearing her words, Li Yuma tightened his embrace, feeling a bittersweet warmth in his heart. "Jinbao, I will ensure you can marry me." Li Yuma buried his head in Lin Yanjin's shoulder, responding resolutely, they both would undoubtedly fulfill their wishes. Chapter 51, Casual Conversations. Li Yuma carried Lin Yanjin directly to the car, where El Rongjing thoughtfully opened the door for him. Li Yuma, without hesitation, entered the vehicle with his little one in his arms. In the frigid winter of Rongqing, the cold was damp and biting. After the driver placed the trio's luggage in the trunk, he opened the door, took his seat in the driver's seat, and started the engine. "Young masters, please fasten your seatbelts." "Alright." El Rongjing replied to his family's driver and prepared to buckle Li Yuma's seatbelt. "I can do it myself." "Just take care of your own," Li Yuma said, taking the seatbelt buckle from El Rongjing and fastening it with one hand. "I was just considering your convenience. Sister Jin's sleep quality is indeed remarkable. She can remain undisturbed like this." El Rongjing genuinely praised. "She went to bed a bit late last night. After you left, she was so excited and kept asking me questions. In the end, to distract her, I had her read with me, and she managed to read over 100 pages of De Lin Shaolin. Ultimately, I had to forcibly take the book from her, and after coaxing her for quite some time, she finally fell asleep at around 11 o'clock. Usually she sleeps at 8. Having gone to bed at 11 last night, it's only 6 in the morning now. How could she possibly wake up?" Li Yuma sighed a bit helplessly. "You shouldn't be so strict with her at times. She is just a child and needs a bit of pampering, especially being such a delicate little girl. She completed all her lessons yesterday, and each subject was tested with commendable results, all on par with you. Top-notch. Jan Lauscher and Wu Lauscher have praised her. She is one of the few clever and perceptive children they have taught. Her coach has praised her, saying that despite her tender age, she possesses unwavering tenacity and remarkable perseverance. She enjoys a delayed holiday, 1 week later than us high school students, now that the vacation has commenced. What harm is there in indulging her a little? At times, witnessing her petite frame resolutely lift her little head, embodying a determination that refuses to relent, tugs at my heartstrings. If I had such a little sister, I would find it impossible to impose such demands upon her, remarked L. Rongjeng with a sigh. You may find it hard to believe, but I have never pressured her to study. Do not regard me with such skepticism. Truly reflect on when I have ever deceived you. As far as I am concerned, her health is paramount, surpassing all else. I have already taken her under my wing and have never considered imposing burdens of struggle upon her. Rather, I aspire to provide her with a life free from worries. The only area in which I maintain strict standards is her health, be it her diet or physical training. Now, I also prioritize her mental well-being. My insistence on her early bedtime is solely for her health. You cannot fathom how, when I first encountered her, she truly resembled a glutinous rice dumpling with arms as plump as lotus roots. She was chubby and yet remarkably bold. Our initial meeting took place at my home, where our parents were brought together by a shared interest in property, even collaborating on renovations, due to the adults' deliberate low profile. Our housewarming celebration unfolded at my residence. The nuances of adult social etiquette are beyond our understanding. I recall feeling particularly despondent that day. My parents had carelessly discarded gifts from my former classmates while organizing the move, claiming they were worthless. My head buzzed with frustration, and I had little desire to engage with anyone. Consequently, when her family of 3 was invited over, my father insisted I greet them promptly. I loathed his hypocritical demeanor. Yet, as you know, I generally mask my anger well. I merely appeared aloof. Surprisingly, my indifference did not intimidate her. Upon our first encounter, she disregarded her parents' instructions, refusing to call me brother, and stubbornly referred to me as AMO. Moreover, she audaciously confronted her father. Rongjeng, you have encountered numerous individuals in the business sphere. To see such a small child boldly address the chairman of the Lin Group as Old Lin and threaten to report him to the authorities left that corporate titan utterly helpless. You cannot imagine how profoundly that shook me, a person who seldom expresses emotions. Even more astonishing was the sight of this child, who had defied the passage to the afterlife and rejected the Mengpa soup, appearing before me unannounced, causing all the memories of my past life to resurface vividly. I had traversed heaven and earth to finally find her. However, these thoughts cannot be shared with anyone, for they are too fantastical. So she is the little princess of the Lin Group? L. Rongjeng inquired, astonished. No wonder she resides in Building 33, with her home adorned in both elegance and considerable value. Indeed, it is regrettable that the chairman of the Lin Group is blind to her worth. Such a capable and understanding girl, and yet they could bear to harm her. On that first day we met, I was feeling down, merely greeting her before retreating to my room. I do not recall when she silently entered my space. Once I steadied my emotions and lifted my gaze, there she stood like a little sun, her inquisitive eyes fixed upon me. In her pure, innocent gaze, I saw all my own disarray, yet not a hint of disdain. She was blissfully naive, as pristine as a blank canvas. She was exceptionally perceptive. Immediately sensing my discomfort, without uttering a word, she stepped closer, embraced me, and said, "A hug will make it all better." In that moment, my profound loneliness found solace, and I vowed to care for her tenderly. Later, on that stormy night when her parents' marriage crumbled, I, caught unprepared, allowed her to witness humanity's darkest side. That small child faced the harshest truths. When I reached her side, the damage had already been done. I wished nothing more than to eliminate those two who meant nothing to me. If it were you in my place, you would have acted without hesitation. When I found Jinbao, her eyes were vacant as she clutched the curtains, desperately seeking to hide herself, her tiny frame trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the last remnants of my rationality urging me to consider her well-being, I might have committed an irreparable act. You, of all people, have witnessed the multitude of changes I underwent that year. Every morning, I practiced martial arts with her. On weekends and holidays, we would run 5 kilometers together. That little dumpling never conceded. Even when exhausted, she would encourage herself. Moreover, every day after school, she would wait for me in the children's area, eager to share amusing tales from school. Rongjeng, if your little son were to suffer such harm, what would you do? Our childhoods were both steeped in solitude. Can you imagine your little son shrouded in heavy shadows? What would be your course of action? Li Yuma spoke in a low voice. Chapter 52, Casual Conversation Part 2. I would eliminate anyone who harmed her on the spot. L. Rongjing declared with fierce determination. Should anyone dare to harm the pair beside him, he would not hesitate to commit a crime right then and there. Over the past 6 months, living alongside this duo had brought him immeasurable contentment. He was no longer a wandering soul in the midnight hour. He could openly visit Building 33 for meals, study alongside them, and endure the trying holidays together. His world was slowly blossoming with vitality. Should anyone dare to disrupt this beauty and cast him back into solitude, he would risk everything to protect it. It was her strong insistence that made me take on the role of her guardian, a responsibility I sought from her parents with determination. My child is exceptional, beautiful, resilient, and radiantly pure. No one should belittle her. Not even her biological parents. Yuma asserted with formidable conviction, adjusting the position of Lin Yanjin in his arms to ensure her comfort as she slept soundly. Indeed, Jin Mei deserves it. You have not wasted your efforts these past 6 months. You have taken her to every notable attraction in the high-tech zone, have you not? Yes, but primarily it is her own strength. She is willing to emerge from her shell and believe in the goodness and beauty of the world. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain. Nevertheless, I must continue working hard. Oh, by the way, what do we do about the driver when we arrive at Yunling Snow Mountain? I suggested we call a cab last night. Yet you insisted on utilizing your family's driver. If Jin Bao adapts well, I will consider returning only after the new year. With just 9 days left until the new year, my parents will not be returning this year. They even pretentiously asked for my opinion, suggesting I join my maternal grandparents in Hainan. I declined, citing my academic commitments. What nonsense! Spending time with insincere yet blood-related individuals is not worth it. I would rather take little Jin Bao to explore the mountains and waters, fostering my own growth. Fortunately, Jin's maternal family is also busy. Her uncle and aunt must work during the holidays, and Rongqing's climate is unsuitable for those with leg ailments. Jin's grandmother requires a wheelchair due to the weather, and coming to Rongqing would only exacerbate her discomfort. The night before last, when they sent a video, I declined their proposal to visit Rongqing for the new year. I hope they can come for a brief stay during the May Day holiday next year when everyone will have time. And Jin may be fully recovered by then. During our recent hospital visit, the doctor remarked on her good progress, encouraging her to persist, assuring us that she would soon be healed after the new year. I wish to provide her with a unique way to celebrate the new year. Yuma absent-mindedly asked while tenderly arranging the hair of the child in his arms. I will spend the new year with you all. My father has been engrossed in a critical project in F country. He called me a few days ago, stating he could only return to spend New Year's Eve with me, as he must leave for there on the first day of the new year. I declined. He has worked tirelessly over the years, single-handedly managing the company, burdened by guilt and affection for my mother. Whenever he sees my face, which resembles hers, he has often come close to breaking down. Had it not been for his assistant's timely intervention, I might have become an orphan. In the past, I harbored resentment towards him, believing he was unworthy of being my father, and now, I have come to understand that my mother sacrificed herself to save him. She died in front of him, but he loved my mother as deeply as she loved him. Had it not been for his desire for vengeance in me, he might have joined her in the afterlife. At that time, I was about the same age as Jin, and my memories of my mother are scant. The only recollection I have is of her lying motionless in my father's embrace. I longed for her to hold me, but she ignored my pleas. I still remember her hands being cold. My father's face was filled with despair as he held my mother, unable to hear any of my cries, while our housekeeper comforted him, saying that my mother loved me most of all. If she knew he had not protected me, she would never forgive him. From the other side, a few years ago, I visited that housekeeper. She could no longer care for me due to rheumatism and returned to her hometown to retire. My father ensured her social security was fully paid. She receives a decent pension every month. She chattered endlessly about many past events. That unfortunate incident occurred because my father, driven by impulse, disregarded my mother's advice. The other party, cornered and desperate, resorted to extreme measures. That man was a relative of my father. Yet he was excessively greedy and ruthless, seeking to claim all of my father's assets, and none of them anticipated that my mother, a seemingly fragile woman, would bravely confront him, wielding nothing but her determination, allowing my father to free himself and resolve matters with him and his son. This severed all ties to his family completely, yet my mother could never return, and from that moment on, my father never returned to his hometown, cutting off all relations with his family. It was just the two of us, father and son, as my mother had grown up in an orphanage and had no relatives. As I grew older, I increasingly resembled my mother, to the point that my father could scarcely bring himself to meet my gaze, burdened by the weight of her death, which he attributed entirely to himself. Thus, as I matured, He became ever busier. Although I bore him no hatred, I struggled to understand him. Since he wished to maintain his distance from me, I acquiesced. Now, even during the new year, I need not rely on his presence. I can join you all instead and feel much more at ease. I only hope that you and Sister Jean do not find me bothersome. Today, Lu Rongjing finally unburdened his heart, and to his surprise, he felt an inexplicable lightness. The vehicle had been modified. With the partition lowered, the driver at the front could not hear the conversations happening in the back. This was all part of Lu Rongjing's father's careful planning. As he feared for the safety of his only bloodline, alas, the outcome was not as he had hoped. Perhaps the approach was flawed. Everyone tasked with caring for Lu Rongjing had undergone rigorous training, and their families were all under the control of Lu Rongjing's father. After all these years of friendship, when have I ever looked down upon you? You've been frequenting my home for the past 6 months. Has Jean ever shown any disdain? Do not be deceived by her youth. She is the most sincere of all, never pretending to like anyone. Just observe her attitude towards you, or towards Li Rui, Zhao Jie, and Zhao Yanyan. During that occasion, the girl Zhao Yanyan brought along was someone she took an instant dislike to, refusing even to speak to her. If she dislikes someone, it is genuine. Not long after, Zhao Jie said that Zhao Yanyan had fallen out with that girl. Therefore, do not utter such words again. I do not wish to hear them, and this little one is even less inclined to listen. Chapter 53, Casual Conversations. Sister Jean is indeed perceptive. That little girl appeared innocent and kind-hearted, yet unexpectedly, at such a tender age, she proved to be duplicitous. Sister Jean disapproved of her, and you two showed no kindness at that moment. Were you also aware of the girl's shortcomings? Lu Rongjing asked, somewhat excitedly, wondering if his academically gifted childhood friend possessed a similar level of insight into people's character. At first glance, I found that girl rather disagreeable. She was brought in by Zhao Yanyan, and upon entering, she noticed how everyone adored little Jean and saw all her toys. She attempted to ingratiate herself with Jean, leaving Zhao Yanyan aside, who, being naive, failed to recognize the ruse. She thought that the girl genuinely cared for Jean and was foolishly pleased, likely believing she was sharing her good friend with Jean, hoping to gain another admirer for her. Do not let that girl's appearance fool you. She has her share of tricks up her sleeve. Jean detests people who lack a sense of boundaries, and she had been feeling rather down that day. Fearing it would affect her mood and not wanting these petty schemes to tarnish her innocence, I held her close, distracting her. It was then that Zhao Yanyan took Jean to my study to fetch a picture book. And that girl dared to approach me with her theatrics, questioning if Jean disliked her while professing her fondness for Jean, claiming she would do anything for Jin's happiness. Had I not wished to set a good example for Jean, I would have kicked her out without a second thought. How could I allow this child, whom I cherish dearly, to be so manipulated? Coincidentally, at that moment, Jean returned with Zhao Yanyan. She intended to come over, take my hand, and it truly disgusted me. I merely shot her a glance, and she, lacking courage, dared not approach me again. When I picked up Jean, I called Zhao Jie to take that girl away. Later, when Jean asked why that girl was so unpleasant, I was at a loss for words and could only tell her that in this world there are good people and bad people. And that is just how it is. At this moment, Li Yuma thought of that scheming girl, with a cold glint in his eyes, such clumsy acting, and she dared to try to deceive him? In his past life, he had encountered all manner of cunning, yet, the most gratifying aspect was that his child, just like in his previous life, possessed keen insight, able to see through the flaws of others. Why didn't you mention this to us? Lu Rongjing asked, glancing at the little girl playing with his hair. What should I say? She is still quite young, and I explicitly told Zhao Jie not to bring her to my house again. Zhao Yanyan is too innocent, and it would be better for her to discover the truth on her own. Li Yuma replied with a hint of amusement. The vehicle jolted as it navigated a curve, waking Lin Yanjin from her slumber. You're awake. Did you sleep well? Li Yuma gently lifted the child onto his lap, asking tenderly. Not really. Lin Yanjin mischievously closed her eyes again, murmuring as she burrowed into Li Yuma's chest, clutching his arms up. Sister Jean, if you're not awake, how can you answer Xiaomo's question? Lu Rongjing, amused by Lin Yanjin's cuteness, asked with a chuckle. I'm sleepwalking. Li Yuma, with a resigned smile, patted the little rogue's back, eventually turning her face to him. Don't stay like that for too long. It will suffocate you. It's nearly 8 in the morning. You should wake up. Where are we? She inquired. We are on our way to Yunling Snow Mountain. Why is Brother Lu here too? The little drowsyhead seemed genuinely confused. Did you really forget? Last night, Brother Lu came to our house to discuss this with us. Li Yuma gently reminded her. Oh, I remember now. Can Brother Lu also avoid sleeping in? Lin Yanjin's eyes sparkled with newfound curiosity as she asked, Sister Jean, is it true that in your heart, your IMO is the best in the world? Without a doubt, my IMO is the best in the world, Lin Yanjin replied confidently. Alright, Lu Rongjing thought it unnecessary to probe further. Such certainty was something he felt he could never attain in his lifetime. IMO, why does this car feel somewhat familiar? Lin Yanjin, oblivious to Lu Rongjing's concerns, raised her little head and questioned Li Yuma, suppressing his laughter, was quite entertained to see Lu Rongjing floundering in front of this little tyrant. Eventually, he burst into laughter. Jin Bao, this is Brother Lu's car, you've ridden in it several times before, have you forgotten? After a while, Li Yuma stopped laughing and answered the child's question. Didn't you say that Yumling Snow Mountain is about 200 kilometers from our home? Is it really convenient for us to take his car for such a long distance? Lin Yanjin's face was filled with confusion. Previously, when they had time to go out, Brother Lu had said it was easier to take his new car for short trips. 200 kilometers hardly seemed short to it. Would be more convenient to take our own car. If we see something we want to buy at the scenic spot, we can purchase it without worrying about rushing back. Lu Rongjing explained helplessly. Isn't it the same if we drive back ourselves? Last time, when I went with her to see the waterfall at Huxia, we took a taxi back. It was still convenient. She and I both loved the pine mushrooms there, and we even brought back 2 kilograms. Li Yuma countered, feeling that Lu Rongjing was overcomplicating things. Even though my father isn't home, he insists on having someone nearby for his peace of mind. Lu Rongjing said somewhat sheepishly. Li Yuma pondered over Lu Rongjing's earlier comments, suspecting that the chairman of the medical device company had some psychological trauma. The love parents have for their children is evident at a glance. Comparing his own supposedly busy parents to the despicable parents of the child in his arms, he sighed inwardly. It was unnecessary to dwell on such matters. When will we arrive? Lin Yanjin asked. Fiddling with the zipper of Li Yuma's jacket. I'll ask the driver, Lu Rongjing replied, pulling up the partition. Uncle Lu, how long until we arrive? About an hour. It's an uphill route and there's frost. Came the reply. That's alright, safety is the priority. Rongjing, could you please open that backpack? There are some bread and milk powder inside. Take a packet of milk powder, give me the thermos, and that small cup. It's Jin's. I'll prepare her milk. I bought plenty of bread, so you can take some for yourself. There's bottled water in there too. Li Yuma spoke in a deep voice. Lu Rongjing was momentarily taken aback but quickly sprang into action. A genius is indeed a genius, excelling in every aspect beyond his reach. I'll prepare the milk for Sister Jean, just tell me how much water to add. Lu Rongjing swiftly opened the package. Retrieving the bread and handing it to Li Yumuo, who began preparing the milk powder. He poured a third of the cup with warm water, precisely 60 degrees, as provided by Aunt Qian. It was just right. Is this truly not a fatherly figure? Chapter 54, Casual Conversation. Young masters, shall we choose a hotel or a guest house? The Lu driver inquired, though he believed they would opt for a hotel. After all, with 2 young masters from major conglomerates and a little princess from another, staying in any star-rated hotel would be nothing short of appropriate. Let's stay in a guesthouse. Hotels may be nice, but I feel they lack a certain warmth, Jinbao said. Are we staying in a hotel or a guesthouse like the one we visited at Huxia? Li Yumuo had already provided an answer. Yet he still sought the opinion of the little bundle in his arms. A guesthouse, preferably one that offers delicious meals, ideally one that specializes in meat, Lin Yanjin excitedly declared after finishing the last sip of milk from her small cup. Ha, if there are no vegetables for sale, my ama wouldn't make me eat them. How delightful. Alright then, Uncle Lu, please inquire about which guesthouse serves the tastiest meals, Lu Rongjing replied, his eyes brimming with amusement. Our little girl has but this one request. As her elder brother, I shall ensure it is met very well, but young master, a hotel would offer much more convenience, the driver pointed out. Hotels have their merits, as do guesthouses. This time I wish to indulge in the charm of a guesthouse, Lu Rongjing replied. Do not fear the old man's reproach. If he finds fault with you, simply shift the blame onto me. He would hardly press you. Where does the young master's thought wander? I genuinely hope for a pleasant journey for you. The chairman shares this sentiment, so do not misinterpret. Enough, I comprehend. By the way, Uncle Lu, when do you plan to return home for the new year? Young master, I shall not return home for the new year. My family has long been absent, and my greatest concern is for my aunt, who is cared for by my neighbor. She must go to country F this year to celebrate with her son, who is preoccupied with design work. The chairman has provided him an opportunity. I only need to take care of you, Uncle Lu replied. Lu Rongjing referred to him as Uncle Lu, though he was hardly old, being merely 27, a decade older than Lu Rongjing. Then I must trouble you. My father is overly cautious, making quite a fuss about it. Lu Rongjing couldn't help but complain. Young master, I have been by the chairman's side for 12 years, while his protectiveness may seem excessive, It stems from genuine care for you. Please do not be impatient. His project is at a critical juncture. Prudence is essential indeed. I understand. Look at the frost clinging everywhere outside. Please go find a guest house first. We shall wait for you in the car. Xiaomo, do not look at me like that. I know you wish to handle everything yourself, but Jinmei is still young. We must ensure she does not get cold. Indeed, we have come to relish the frosty world, but she must first acclimate. The new year is approaching. Caution is paramount, Liu Rongjing insisted, genuinely fearful of the little one catching a chill. Very well, Li Yumuo responded softly. Jinbao, if you do not wish to eat the bread, do not force yourself. All right, Li Yumuo said, observing the little one twisting the piece of bread in her hands, but Teacher Yang said we must not waste food. Lin Yanjin replied, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. How about this? Li Yumuo took Lin Yanjin's small hand and bit into the piece of bread she held. Amo, I really like you, Lin Yanjin exclaimed. Her affection blossoming swiftly, she beamed, planting a kiss on Li Yumuo's cheek, leaving a ring of milk marks behind. Liu Rongjing felt like a masochist. This ungrateful little girl would often hug her childhood friend to express her joy. Regardless of what he gifted her, she would not allow him to hug her, not even once. During their 5-kilometer runs, she would rather cheer herself on than let him carry her. He treated her to her favorite lobster and abalone. And while she savored every bite, she would not allow him even a brief embrace. Yet, for the simplest of gestures, she would readily hug him. No coaxing was needed. She would initiate the affection herself. Whenever they ventured out, she would drape herself over him like a little charm. Occasionally, when they turned to Li Yumuo for answers, she would nestle in his arms, able to drift off to sleep if everyone kept their voices down. Even with the occasional restlessness in her dreams, a gentle pat on her back from Li Yumuo would soothe her. When both Zhao Jia and Li Rue came seeking Li Yumuo's explanations, she would fall asleep in his embrace for 2 to 3 hours. With just a small blanket, Liu Rongjing believed this little one could sleep the entire night in Li Yumuo's arms. To think he aspired to hold a place in her heart seemed like a mere folly. All right, little rascal, I like you most as well. Come here, let me clean your fingers. They're covered in crumbs. Nearly turning you into a little dirty doll. Li Yumuo produced a pack of individually wrapped wet wipes from his pocket, meticulously cleaning Lin Yanjin's tiny hands and wiping her mouth before tending to himself. Once we reach the snow-capped mountains, I shall roll in the mud a few times, and you will truly understand what a dirty doll is, Lin Yanjin declared, displeased by being called a little dirty doll. She was determined to show Amo what a real dirty doll looked like, proving her strength. Then I shall capture your filthy appearance and send it to everyone you know, showcasing the brave visage of a dirty doll. Li Yumuo retorted, chuckling at the little one's antics, which surpassed anything from his previous life. Do you dare? If you take a picture, I will hold you and turn you into a dirty doll as well. Ha, Jinmei, that's a splendid idea. I shall share Xiaomo's dirty doll photo in our class group. See, is Liu Gage the one who dotes on you the most? Be quiet. Silence. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Delivering 1,000 emotional blows to Liu Rongjing's psyche once again, he found himself under simultaneous attack. Why must he endure this? The combined firepower of this duo could effortlessly incinerate him. Hadn't he merely laughed a little louder at the spectacle? With his face revealing a hint of schadenfreude, was such a reaction truly deserving of such punishment? All right, you 3, wait for me in the car. I shall inquire in return. And the driver's voice interrupted the 3 childish souls in the back seat. Lin Yanjin, eager to see outside, reached for the car door. All right, be good. Amo was wrong. Our Gina is not a dirty doll. It is freezing outside. Once we reach the guest house, I will give you 2 heat packs. And you must wear gloves and earmuffs before heading out. Do not get frostbite. It will be quite painful. Be a good girl. Little Jinbao. Li Yumuo gently restrained the squirming little one in his arms, smiling as he coaxed her. Amo, you do not look good today, Lin Yanjin mumbled, burying her little head in Li Yumuo's embrace. Ha. Chapter 55, Exclusive Titles. Amo, look, Liu Gage is wrapped up like a zongzi. Lin Yanjin exclaimed excitedly as Liu Rongjing entered their room. Jinmei, could you find a more flattering descriptor? Liu Rongjing replied, unperturbed as he strode in confidently. Li Yumuo shot a glance at Liu Rongjing, bemused. Is it truly necessary to bundle up like that? Thus, Jiner, does my choice of jacket not appear much more aesthetically pleasing? Come, turn your face. We must apply a thicker layer of children's cream. I fear the frost may crack your delicate skin. While researching, I came across bloggers sharing their experiences of faces ravaged by frost, itching, and aching. We cannot allow my precious Jinbao's lovely face to suffer such calamity. Furthermore, today is a sunny day, and the temperature is gradually rising. Let us refrain from the heat packs until the temperature drops, shall we? Li Yumuo tenderly coaxed the little one, aware of her aversion to creams and lotions. However, Amo, did we not come to play in the snow? why is there no snow? Lin Yanjin asked, lifting her small head in confusion. We are staying at a guesthouse at the foot of the mountain. The ski resort is near the summit. We must take the cable car up. I thought we could take our time. Once you acclimate to the mountain climate, we can hit the slopes. If you enjoy it here. Shall we return after the new year? Yes, but I must explore first to know if I like it. Very well, let us organize our luggage, ensure proper protective measures, and have an early lunch. After a short rest, we can venture out. Will you join us for lunch, Liu Gage? Lin Yanjin finally turned to Liu Rongjing, pausing her conversation with Li Yumuo. Seeing the duo both infuriating and endearing, Liu Rongjing resigned himself to fate. It was sufficient that they remembered him at all. The little one was domineering, unreserved in her retorts. The absurdity is unparalleled. Yesterday, he accompanied Li Yumuo to shop for warm clothing, and to his astonishment, this fierce and overbearing individual forbade him from wearing the same attire as them. They chose orange and black jackets, yet he was compelled to select either purple or red. This infuriated him. Eventually, in a fit of temper, Liu Rongjing opted for a thick black and orange down jacket. Subsequently, this little tyrant remarked that he resembled a Zongzi, realizing that he was merely being toyed with by these two little bullies. Jinfang, I have come to find you. Of course, I want to dine with you. After calming himself down with considerable effort, Liu Rongjing put on a grandmotherly smile and coaxed Lin Yanjin. Brother Liu, let me remind you once more. You cannot call me Jinfang, that name is solely reserved for Amo. Only he is permitted to address me as such, just as I can only call him Amo. If you forget again, I shall no longer refer to you as Brother Liu. I will call you Lu Buwei, Lu Budo, or Lu Sanmiao. I can look up unflattering names on the computer and call you whatever I find. Lin Yanjin glared at Liu Rongjing, her expression dark. This little display successfully amused Li Yumuo, who was busy styling her hair. He paused his movements and affectionately kissed her forehead. Yes, Jinfang did wonderfully. The name Jinfang has always been my exclusive title. And some should learn to remember that. I will certainly remember that Amo is your exclusive title. Liu Rongjing was left speechless by the antics of the duo, and after a considerable pause, he murmured to Sister Jean, if you are unwilling, then so be it. How did you come up with these nicknames for me in such a short time? Lu Buwei, Lu Budo, Lu Sanmiao, what on earth is in that little head of yours? Amo taught me to read the 5,000 years of China on the drawing board. Wasn't there a Lu Buwei in the Qin state? You look just as unappealing as he does. As for Lu Budo, when I grow a bit older and advance in my martial arts, I want to see if I can defeat you. For now, you can just be Lu Budo, since I cannot defeat you yet. Lu Sanmiao means your memory lasts only 3 seconds, right? The last time you called me Jinfang, I told you not to, and if you cannot remember, then you must be Lu Sanmiao. Mo said that fish have a memory span of 7 seconds. Is yours even shorter than that of a little fish? Lin Yanjin continued to express her displeasure. Then why can your Amo be so special? Why does he alone possess the privilege of calling you by your exclusive title? I, Brother Liu, can also take good care of you and like you. Why can't I? Liu Rongjing blurted out without thinking, failing to notice the coldness in Li Yumuo's gaze. Because he is my Amo. My very own Adashimo. It is precisely because of him that only he can. Is that really a question? Lin Yanjin looked up at Li Yumuo, who was still tying her hair, and replied with a smile. Li Yumuo completed his final move, having styled her hair into a simple bun, adorned with a light purple hair tie featuring crystal tassels. He picked up his little one to meet her at eye level. My little Jinfang, you have been exceptionally well behaved today. I need to tidy up here. Could you please go find that service sister and order your favorite dishes? For lunch today, I shall reward you by allowing you to skip the vegetables. Yes, my little Jinfang will always be the most well-behaved girl. Li Yumuo kissed Lin Yanjin's cheek once more before gently placing her on the ground, his tender gaze encouraging her. Am I going alone? Yes, you are going alone. Whatever you order, that is what we shall all eat. Brother Liu must eat what you choose. As the older sibling, he must not set a poor example by being picky. As the saying goes, a gentleman's vengeance is never too late, but for Li Yumuo, retribution does not require a decade. It must be executed immediately. Liu Rongjing could not handle spicy food, yet both he and his little one enjoyed bold flavors. He had always been restraining himself while also curbing his little one's desires. As she was still growing, however, this young man had repeatedly coaxed his little one, calling her Jinfang, and such a grievance could not go unpunished. That was a unique privilege bestowed upon his little one that no one else could infringe upon. Perhaps this brash lad did not harbor any ill intentions. After all, his little one was still quite young. He merely wished to get closer to this charming girl, but he could not encroach upon the singularity granted to his little one. Amo, you look the best today. I like you so much. Lin Yanjin once again affectionately hugged Li Yuma's neck and planted a kiss before bouncing off to find the receptionist. This left the two young men staring in disbelief. Chapter 56, Fair and Just Sister. May I order food from you? Lin Yanjin, though still somewhat awkward in dealing with unfamiliar people, had improved significantly. She no longer resisted as vehemently as before. Oh, little girl, you're here to place an order. Where is your brother? The waitress, like the one they encountered at Huxia, automatically categorized them as siblings. She had just recommended a room to them, suggesting the only available twin-share room for Li Yuma. Claiming it would be more convenient for siblings, indeed, she was not wrong. They did resemble siblings. What else could they be at this age? He sent me to order food while he is busy packing. So may I place an order with you? Lin Yanjin asked earnestly. Of course. So little one, what would you like to eat? The waitress was charmed by this adorable little rice dumpling, admiring her rosy cheeks, which contrasted beautifully with the black jacket she wore. Exuding a certain elegance, there was an inexplicable coolness about her. She stepped out from behind the counter, intending to pinch Lin Yanjin's cherubic cheeks, but Lin Yanjin skillfully stepped back, subtly avoiding the waitress's hand. This clear rejection was a lesson taught by Li Yuma, who had unconsciously instilled many values in Lin Yanjin. Do you have any recommended dishes? We are dining together. We have river shrimp, fresh ones, as well as mountain goods harvested a few days ago, such as honeycomb mushrooms, stir-fried fresh urging chili peppers, which are particularly appetizing. We also have our signature sausages, packed with spicy flavor. Additionally, we offer cured meats. Our family's cured meat is smoked for 50 days with cypress branches and sugarcane residue, making it exceptionally authentic. We do not serve meat that has not matured. Of course, besides these specialties, we have chicken, duck, and fish, including the group fish raised in our own pond. You can go with your brother this afternoon to see them. Those are fish raised in flowing water. What would you like to eat? The waitress squatted down to inquire of Lin Yanjin. I felt a bit unwell during the car ride and could only eat spicy dishes. I would like an order of sausages, a dry pot of shrimp, spicy and fragrant, and a portion of stir-fried cured meat with chili, along with the mushrooms you mentioned. If that is not enough, we can always order more. That should be sufficient. Little one, I was worried you might not be able to finish it. Our portions are generous. You shall see how much one serving contains. This inn indeed offered transparent and fair pricing, with ample portions, and had established itself as a leader in the hospitality industry through integrity. At first glance, one might think their prices were steep, but each item was clear-cut, with no packages or hidden charges. Their services justified the fees they charged. Take the accommodation fees, for instance. They were the same as neighboring establishments but provided no extras. While they offered laundry services and hot water around the clock, air conditioning could also be used continuously. The portion sizes of their dishes were more than double those of outside restaurants. The food was quite tasty as well, a finding that Lu Rongjing's driver had discovered after nearly an hour of searching. The driver of the Lu family was not merely a part-time bodyguard. He was a trusted aide to the chairman of Rongxing Medical Equipment Company. Due to their project in Country F, which involved dividing the spoils of others' work, Chairman Lu had sent him back to the homeland 6 months ago to protect his only son. Just in case, this individual had experiences and qualifications that were not easily matched. In truth, their ability to avoid danger this time was indeed thanks to the luck brought by Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin. Lu Rongjing would soon realize the magnitude of the disaster he had narrowly escaped by choosing to accompany this large and small duo on a quiet outing. All right then, sister, please ask the kitchen to hurry. I am a bit hungry. Sure. Just as the waitress attempted to reach out to pat Lin Yanjin's head again, Li Yuma swiftly stepped forward and scooped up his little girl. Jinfang, have you ordered everything? Yes, everything we like, including their specialties. Soon we can indulge ourselves. You shouldn't modify idioms so casually. Li Yuma pinched Lin Yanjin's nose, teasing her affectionately. What if I want to change it? Then you can change it. Let us go. We should head to the dining area. We've already ordered, yet you're still dawdling. Lu Rongjing interjected, slightly exasperated by the overly affectionate banter between the two. Why are you dawdling if you're behind us? Lin Yanjin quipped, leaving Lu Rongjing at a loss for words, caught between annoyance and reluctance. Your charming little mouth is so delightful. Can't you utter some pleasant words? Do you find my speech unpleasant? It is indeed pleasant. Only those who speak poorly perceive others as unrefined. Very well. Rongjing thinks it would be better to concede, lest he be relentlessly tormented by this pair, one large and one small. Once all the dishes were served, Rongjing found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth had this little dumpling ordered? Are these dishes not to your liking? Why do you ask that? Look, Elgij hardly touches his food. That's just him being naughty and picky. Rongjing, at your age, why are you still so finicky? Even little Jinbao understands that being picky is wrong. You, being older, should set an example instead of being so childish. Li Yuma spoke earnestly, his hands continuing to peel shrimp with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Elgij, being picky can be detrimental to your health. Look at this vibrant sausage, it truly tastes delicious. You often accuse me of favoritism. I just fed Amo a few pieces, and now I shall serve you some as well. Come, don't say I'm biased anymore. However, even if you do, it matters not. I will always favor my Amo. Lin Yanjin, while serving El Rongjing 7 or 8 pieces of sausage with a public chopstick, justified her actions, convinced of her fairness. She was truly a little tyrant. Yes, Jinbao has been exceptionally well behaved today. Indeed, you are not biased. Now, finish the shrimp in your bowl. The mushroom flavor is quite delightful. You should eat more of it. The laughter in Li Yuma's eyes was nearly impossible to contain. His little one was remarkably perceptive. El Rongjing glanced at the sausage slices on his plate and then at his ungrateful childhood friend. Suddenly, he realized this mischievous little rascal seemed to have targeted him from the very beginning. Why was he targeting him? Could it be because he inadvertently referred to this glutinous rice dumpling as Jinbao? This realization left El Rongjing speechless and made him acutely aware of the cunning side of his academically gifted childhood friend. It was only after downing several glasses of water that he managed to finish all the sausage slices in his bowl. At that moment, he felt as though his tongue no longer belonged to him. Chapter 57, the same request. Jinbao, it's time to get up. Li Yuma glanced at the time. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. He hurried to Lin Yanjin's bedside, looking at the small lump under the covers, and gently called out, Little Jinbao, we must rise. Did we not agree that after our nap, we would go to the orange orchard in the neighboring village to pick oranges? Must we go, Lin Yanjin? Still with her eyes closed, asked in a soft, childlike voice, slightly hoarse and dreamy, like a feather brushing against Li Yuma's heart. Jinbao, we cannot. You've slept too long, and you won't sleep well tonight. Come now, let me carry you up. Li Yuma suppressed all the fluttering in his heart and coaxed softly, all right, then carry me up and help me get dressed. Lin Yanjin, her eyes still slightly shut, wore a mischievous smile, her arms raised high, displaying her playfulness and vivacity. This made Li Yuma's heart swell with complex emotions. This adorable little girl was indeed different from her past self. In her previous life, she had not been so reliant on him, nor had she ever been so playful with him. Nevertheless, as long as it was her, any version of her was acceptable. His little one deserved to be proud and cherished. She was loved and lacked nothing. He would devote himself entirely to making up for all her past shortcomings in this life. All right, I will help you get dressed. Don't catch a chill. Now, stop being mischievous and open your eyes. It's not playtime. It's colder here than in Rongjing. You mustn't catch a cold, little Jinbao. The new year is just around the corner. What if you catch a cold? Li Yuma picked up Lin Yanjin and quickly put her coat on, genuinely fearful of her catching a chill. Amo, will you take care of me like this forever? Will there come a day when you will find me too unruly and treat other well-behaved girls better? After Li Yuma helped her zip up her jacket, Lin Yanjin inexplicably asked, Never, Jinbao. There will never come a day like that. Rest assured, I adore my Jinbao solely because you are you, regardless of whether you are well-behaved or any external factors. So Jinbao, do not let your mind wander alone. If you have any doubts or thoughts, you must voice them in my presence. If there are any issues between us, let us address them openly. You did wonderfully today. Let me reiterate, Jiner, you are my treasure, and I will never cease to cherish you. Do you understand? Perhaps at times I have been a bit strict with you, but Jinbao, that is solely because I care for you. I fear you may encounter unnecessary harm, and I dread any negative influences upon you. I worry for your health, therefore Jinbao, please trust me. Alright, Li Yuma cradled Lin Yanjin's small face, his sincerity evident. How could he not love this little imp due to comparisons with others? His love for her ran deep, ingrained in his very being. I like you too, very much. If one day you find another girl more well-behaved and choose her over me, I still want leave. I will lock you in your room, ensuring you have no chance to like anyone else. If anyone dares to compete with me for you, I will deal with her. Lin Yanjin's little face mirrored her past self when she declared she would lock up her older brother. The expression was strikingly similar. I am an killer. I will handle it. Be good. I am your Amo alone. No one dares to take you away. And now let me comb your hair. Li Yuma busied himself to mask the turmoil and fluttering within his heart. His little one remained so domineering and unreasonable. How wonderful it was to have finally found her. The only regret was that she was still so young, but that mattered not. He would personally nurture her. He would shower her with love, ensuring she grew up even better than in her previous life. In this life, they would surely achieve their desires. We need to apply children's cream again? Didn't we just apply it? Lin Yanjin looked at the cream in Li Yuma's hands, her brows furrowed tightly. There is no choice. Applying cream is far better than having your face crack. If the cold wind were to chafe your delicate skin, you would suffer greatly from the itch and pain. Li Yuma knelt in front of Lin Yanjin, carefully applying the cream evenly. Amo. Lin Yanjin prepared to plant a kiss on Li Yuma's cheek, but just as he was about to rise, she accidentally kissed his lips instead. Lin Yanjin giggled, while the one kissed felt his ears turning crimson. Does this count as a script gone awry, you little tease? After a moment, Li Yuma finally picked up Lin Yanjin, playfully pinching her nose, and said crossly. Lin Yanjin stuck out her tongue at Li Yuma, indicating her current joy. Amo, shall we go to the orange orchard together? Gidge will be going too. Why isn't he here? He is in his room. Aren't we going to call him now? What a joke! Li Yuma would not allow anyone to see his little one while she was sleeping. He was not that generous. Then why hasn't he come to find us? You were just asleep. Oh, he could have waited for me to wake up. No, he must not see you in your sleeping state. Why not? There is a difference between the genders, but you're a boy too, aren't you? Jinbao, although I am a boy as well, didn't you say that when you grow up, you will marry me? Therefore, aside from me, no other male can see you while you sleep, nor can they freely enter your room. Do you understand? What about you? Can others see you while you sleep? Can other girls enter your room? Lin Yanjin countered, somewhat perplexed. If it was true that her Amo intended to marry her when she grew up, then he too should adhere to the same rules. If the answer was affirmative, she would be overjoyed. If negative, she would reconsider marrying her Amo. I too shall not permit other girls into my room. Nor will I allow them to see me while I sleep. Only you are allowed. Do you understand now? Li Yuma replied, somewhat helplessly. This little rascal, despite her innocence, would not let herself be taken advantage of. Chapter 58, Orange Picking. Amo, I want to walk by myself, Lin Yanjin stated as she attempted to slip down to the ground. As per our usual rule, you can walk by yourself when we return. Li Yuma tightened his arms around her, asserting his stance. I am nearly 7.5. I am a big girl now, capable of walking back and forth by myself. Lin Yanjin retorted. Jinbao, this is an uphill path. The orange orchard is approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, all uphill. Once you tire, you won't speak of it, and you might end up all sweaty when we reach the orchard, with the cold wind blowing. I haven't brought a towel to cushion your back. You could easily catch a cold. Have you forgotten Aunt Qian's advice? If you cannot change out of damp clothes in time, it is best not to run or jump. Li Yuma gazed gently at Lin Yanjin, patiently explaining, then why did you just refuse Uncle Lu's offer to send us? Xiaoma, are you determined to seek out hardship when there is none? Lu Rongjing halted, asking with irritation. Lu, do you still remember why we came out here in the first place? If we wanted to enjoy the lofty lifestyle of a young master, why would we even leave Rongcheng? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home or in a luxurious estate? What do you mean by seeking hardship when there is none? I brought Jinbao out to experience life, to witness nature, and to see those who live at the bottom of society. When we grow up, we shouldn't be so foolish as to ask why they don't eat meat. Such ignorance is intolerable. It's also important for the child in my arms to understand that life is long, filled with many experiences. When times get tough, it's crucial to remember those struggling even more for survival. My apologies, I'll keep quiet, shall I? Splendid. Lin Yanjin was not a child who would play coy. She believed her Amo had his reasons for every decision. However, just now the sarcasm on Lu Gidge's face made her quite uncomfortable. She felt protective of her own, believing that no one should be unreasonable towards them. Thus, she retorted without holding back, feeling no guilt. Sister Jean, are you so biased towards Xiaoma? Lu Rongjing asked, somewhat exasperated. What is wrong with that? Amo is my one and only exception. Did you only just realize this? No way, I remember mentioning it quite some time ago. Amo, could it be that Lu Gidge was truly a fish in his past life? TSK, what a memory, Lin Yanjin said earnestly, while Li Yuma chuckled, hardly taking it to heart. Lu Rongjing found himself at a loss for words, caught between the duo's playful banter. Perhaps, but if your Lu Gidge were a fish, what kind would he be? Li Yuma teased the little rascal in his arms, genuinely enjoying this life, finally feeling that this little imp was not solely tormenting him. A grass carp. Why a grass carp? My aunt says that for the best sauerkraut fish, one should use a 3 to 4 kilogram grass carp. The other day, while playing on my tablet, I watched a video that said sauerkraut fish is both sour and vegetable-like, and rather superfluous. Amo, think back to our last trip to Wuxia, when it was just the two of us picking grapes, that winding road, and you let me ride a horse while you picked pine cones. We were so happy then, right? Look at today, I can walk on my own, yet you still carry me. Aren't we moving quite easily? Just look at Lou Gidge, he is already panting. Isn't this amusing? Before we left, we told him we'd walk, didn't we? He chose to walk, thus he chose to disregard the kindness of his family's driver, didn't he? Now, with his sarcastic comments, doesn't he look a bit ridiculous? Lin Yanjin's mischievous eyes sparkled with delight, her words simultaneously charming yet infuriating. And what about the superfluous? Li Yuma fully embodied the spirit of mischief. If he weren't here, I believe we would have more fun. Amo, look at those thick fallen leaves on the ground. It is so soft and fluffy to step on. Isn't it enjoyable? While Lou Gidge walks along, panting and sighing, it really dampens the spirit. Doesn't it? Lin Yanjin pouted. Is this the rhythm of not resting until you've thoroughly annoyed someone? At this moment, Lu Rongjing wished he could twist the little girl's mouth for speaking so provocatively. Even more infuriating than this little rascal was this big rascal, who was supposed to be a genius. No wonder so many classmates secretly cursed him behind his back, he truly was unyielding. Indeed, little Jinbao, your analysis is spot on. You've been exceptionally well behaved today. Look, the ice hasn't melted on either side. It still clings to the pine needles. Would you like to play with it? Is that alright? Unfortunately, I can't reach it. Lin Yanjin had longed to play but had restrained herself, fearing Amo would disallow it. Let us do it like last time. I'll let you ride on my back. However, Jinbao, we can only play for a little while. I'm afraid that if we play too long, your hands might get frostbite. Li Yuma said with affectionate laughter. I'll listen to you. That simple phrase made Li Yuma's pupils constrict slightly. It was rare for his little one to be so obedient to I. In their previous life, they often quarreled, but she had never said she would listen to him. Alright, first take off your gloves, lest they get wet and become even colder later. We still have to stay outside for a while. Here, take it, keep it safe for me. Lin Yanjin obediently removed her little gloves and handed them to Li Yuma. How can I keep this little ungrateful girl's gloves safe when your Amo has both arms wrapped around you? How can I free my hands to take your gloves? Lu Rongjing finally managed to calm himself and prepared to take the gloves from Lin Yanjin's hands. This will do. Lin Yanjin bent slightly to tuck her little gloves into Li Yuma's pocket. This, Lu Rongjing felt his heart shatter once more from Lin Yanjin's actions. My Jiner has been clever since she was young. Lu, you must change your preconceived notions. You see, this has resolved the issue. Jiner, come, be careful. Li Yuma, unfazed, lifted his child onto his shoulder again and cast a challenging glance at Lu Rongjing. Lu Rongjing felt his pride teetering. How torturous this was. This big and small duo was utterly heartless. Wow, Amo, I'm taller than both you and Lou Gidge. As long as my Jinbao is happy, I'll carry you to make you taller than anyone else. Li Yuma said with a broad smile. Yes, Amo, you're the best. I love you the most, Lin Yanjin exclaimed joyfully, her sweet words flowing effortlessly. This nearly drove Lu Rongjing to internal injury. No matter what he did, this little rascal wouldn't utter a single word of affection towards him. Chapter 59, Orange Picking. Did you get the ice pop you like? Li Yuma asked gently. I did, yes, it has a pine aroma. Jinbao, have you eaten this ice pop? Yes, here Amo, give it a try, it tastes quite good. Lin Yanjin said as she extended her small hand towards Li Yuma. With no other option, he accepted the offering from the little one he carried on his shoulder, not wanting to dampen her spirits. Sister Jean, aren't you going to share with me? Lu Rongjing attempted to be bold. Here, take it. Lin Yanjin handed the ice pop to Lu Rongjing. Jinbao, come down. Alright, let me see your hands. Although Li Yuma was inquiring about Lin Yanjin. His hands moved without hesitation. He gently set the child down. Li Yuma cradled Lin Yanjin with one arm while inspecting her hands with the other. Just as cold as the ice pop he had just consumed. Feeling concerned, Li Yuma tucked Lin Yanjin's hands into his embrace, hoping to warm them with his own body heat. Shama, Lu Rongjing was taken aback by Li Yuma's actions, setting aside the gender difference. He worried that holding two little ice-cold hands in his warmth might make him catch a chill. I'm perfectly fine, no worries. Jinbao's hands are cold, and I fear she might truly get frostbite. Li Yuma met Lu Rongjing's gaze and stated earnestly of this. Alright then. Lu Rongjing thought perhaps he had overanalyzed due to watching a romantic art film a few days prior. This girl was still so young. And his genius childhood friend wasn't much older. Perhaps it was his own thoughts that had become overly complicated. I won't play with the ice pop anymore. Amo, Lin Yanjin leaned against Li Yuma's shoulder. Speaking softly. It's alright, Jinbao. Amo promised you, while you're with Amo, you never need to tread cautiously. As long as your requests are reasonable, Amo will find a way to fulfill them, so you'll never need to envy others. Because I will always ensure you have what you desire. Li Yuma looked into Lin Yanjin's eyes, filled with affection, alongside a weight she was yet to comprehend. But if it comes at the cost of your health, I'd rather not. This serious expression mirrored their past life and shook Li Yuma's heart. His little one. In mere moments, Lin Yanjin's gaze had already cleared. Liu Rongjing was equally astonished by their conversation. Could it be he truly had overthought things? No, Jinbao, I will be cautious. I won't let you fall ill, nor will I allow myself to become sick either. Rest assured, I can protect you and myself. Be good, don't be afraid, trust me. Alright, Li Yuma reassured her. That soft sound held a barely perceptible nasal tone, resembling both a pout and a solemn promise, an assurance that she would believe in him. So good. Li Yuma playfully pinched Lin Yanjin's nose, filled with countless praises and pride for his little one. My hands are warm now. Please help me put on my gloves. Alright, let me check you, little girl. You might lie just to spare my feelings. Li Yuma genuinely felt Lin Yanjin's hands before setting her down to retrieve her gloves from his pocket, deftly putting them on her. Amo, what is that? Why is it still moving? Lin Yanjin, just being lifted by Li Yuma, spotted a gray object moving atop a large pine tree. She wasn't scared. Rather, she was curious. It's a squirrel, Jin, don't be afraid. Li Yuma tightened his embrace around the little one, carefully soothing her. I'm not afraid, I simply don't recognize it. Xiaomo, are you perhaps overly anxious? Jin Mei is far braver than you perceive. L. Rongjing found himself at a loss for words regarding his academic prodigy childhood friend. Was he truly that tense about the little bundle in his arms? El Gij, there is a hand behind you. Ah, where is there a hand? Jin Mei. L. Rongjing was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he immediately jumped to the side of Li Yuma. Oh, I must have misseen, it was a dead tree branch. Lin Yanjin replied nonchalantly. Li Yuma was certain that the child in his arms had intentionally scared L. Rongjing. That protective and unreasonable temperament of hers remained unchanged. Jin Mei, could you perhaps refrain from speaking until you have clearly assessed the situation next time? You might easily frighten someone to death. Rongjing, are you not a high school sophomore? Do you lack even the most basic common sense? Jin Bao is still quite young, isn't she? She is at an age where everything sparks her curiosity. And she particularly enjoys using what she has learned as metaphors. Why must you make such a fuss? If you frighten her, just wait and see if I will spare you. Li Yuma comfortably placed the blame on L. Rongjing. Growing increasingly assertive, his child was always right. After all, this fellow had a penchant for horror films. If he wasn't scared to death, it was merely a testament to his good fortune. Xiaomo, must you really be so heartless? I was frightened too. While you offer no comfort, you cannot simply place the blame on me with such harsh words. L. Rongjing was nearly driven to laughter by this heartless individual. Imo, why does El Gij seem like a resentful wife? When you measured heights last time, you were 180 cm, and he was a whole centimeter taller than you, right? How is it that someone so tall is afraid of a dead tree? I must tell Yan Yan when I return that El Gij is afraid of dead tree branches, Lin Yanjin said loudly on purpose. Jin Bao, your El Gij is not afraid of dead tree branches. He is afraid of ghosts, but you and the teacher said there are no ghosts in this world, didn't you? You also said that ghost films are merely acted out by people, and you told me once that people are far scarier than ghosts. Lin Yanjin gazed curiously at Li Yuma. Indeed, everyone claims that ghosts are frightening, but who has actually witnessed a ghost harm someone? It is precisely humans who inflict harm, and they are everywhere. Li Yuma spoke earnestly to the child in his arms. The darkness of this world, the complexities of human nature, how many have truly comprehended it through the ages? From his personal experiences and insights, he had long grasped it to the marrow of his bones. Xiaomo, how can you discuss such heavy topics with Jin Mei, who is still so young? L. Rongjing furrowed his brow slightly. Rongjing, Jin may be young, but she has witnessed the greatest evils of this world far earlier than you or I. I cannot keep her sheltered in a greenhouse. While I do not wish for her to face the storms of life, she must also understand the tempests that exist in this world. Li Yuma replied earnestly. His child was inherently wise. He could not allow her only to see the peaceful side of life while remaining oblivious to its harsh realities. Otherwise, what would happen if one day, without his notice, she were deceived by others? In his previous life, he had always wished to provide her with all his possessions, raising her to be an untainted, graceful scion of a noble family. However, the little one's circumstances were unique. She had her own judgments and was compelled by her environment. In the end, he had raised her into a little magical beast capable of seamlessly switching between light and dark. Reflecting on those days without this child, Li Yuma felt that the little magical beast was truly wonderful. Chapter 60. Picking oranges. Finally, amidst casual conversations and laughter, they beheld the vibrant characters Yunling Orange Orchard displayed above a grand entrance. The entrance frame was constructed of stainless steel, exuding an air of elegance. Sparse vehicles were parked on either side, suggesting that the business today was not particularly thriving. Is this really the place? It feels like we haven't traveled far, El Rongjing remarked with a hint of nostalgia, as if the pale expression he wore when first refusing to take a car had belonged to someone else. Well, had we not been frolicking the entire way, we might have arrived half an hour earlier, Li Yuma teased with a smile. Can I get down now? Lin Yanjin broke the playful banter between Li Yuma and El Rongjing. Yes, of course. Li Yuma carefully set Lin Yanjin down, still unwilling to release her hand, as if fearing she might stumble. Upon entering the gate, they encountered a middle-aged woman of average build, neither too fat nor too thin. With a slightly yellow complexion, before her stood a long table, rather, two tables joined together, displaying 3 or 4 baskets of oranges and a stack of plastic baskets ready for carrying. Are you here to purchase oranges or to pick them? The woman in a navy blue down jacket asked warmly. Auntie, we wish to pick oranges. How do we go about it here? Lin Yanjin inquired, encouraged by Li Yuma to take the initiative. Little sister, we have a variety of citrus fruits here. Which type are you interested in picking? The middle-aged woman, noticing that the trio were all remarkably attractive and spoke Mandarin, realized they were not locals. However, as an employee here, it mattered little to her. Moreover, the little girl resembled a beautiful doll, and it is human nature to appreciate beauty. After all of us, the middle-aged woman felt even more fondly towards Lin Yanjin. Her tone becoming increasingly friendly and gentle. Auntie, could you recommend something for us? I'm not quite sure, Lin Yanjin replied cheerfully. Well, it ultimately depends on your personal preference. Little sister, I have 4 varieties of citrus here. I can let you taste each one, and then you can decide. Alright, okay, thank you. Auntie, you are really beautiful. If this compliment had come from a greasy old man, he would likely have been slapped twice. Yet, when uttered by a charming little girl, it filled the listener's heart with joy. This little sister is truly well behaved. You are beautiful as well. Here, let me peel an orange for you so you can taste its flavor and see which one you like best. This is a new variety called Babagan, known for its sweetness and juiciness. It is perfect for eating now. The middle-aged woman genuinely peeled the orange before handing the fruit to Lin Yanjin. Thank you, Auntie, you are so kind. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Yanjin tasted a segment and then offered the orange to Li Yuma, who quietly divided it in half and passed a piece to El Rongjing. No need to thank me. Here, this is Chogon. It is a bit more sour than Babagan. Both varieties are easy to peel, and you should be able to manage it, little sister. The middle-aged woman handed Lin Yanjin another peeled Chogon. I don't like sour things, Lin Yanjin quickly replied, handing the Chogon to El Rongjing, who could only accept it, casting a helpless glance at Li Yuma as he accepted his Jin Mei's concern. This one is Huang Di Gon. It is sweet without being cloying. Lin Yanjin tasted 2 segments this time and found it indeed delicious. This one is 2 yuan more expensive per pound than the previous 3. This is Hongxiang Ju, which is not only sweet but fragrant as well. The middle-aged woman patiently peeled the orange skin again and handed it to Lin Yanjin. Auntie, thank you. Could you tell me the prices of these? Lin Yanjin asked, her big watery eyes blinking innocently. Certainly, Chogon and Babagan are 4 yuan per pound. Huang Di Gon is 4 yuan 50 per pound. As for this Hongxiang Ju, if you like it, I can offer it to you at 5 yuan per pound, while it normally goes for 7 yuan. The owner is running a promotion, creating a New Year's gift package. Although it is set for tomorrow, given today's slow business, I can offer you the promotional price. The middle-aged woman was thoroughly charmed by Lin Yanjin's sweetly uttered Auntie, you were so kind, and spoke with great generosity. Furthermore, she noticed that this little girl truly enjoyed the taste of Hongxiang Ju, as she alone had devoured 2/3 of the fruit, while the 2 young men had merely sampled a taste. Alright, please lead us, Auntie. I would like to pick Hongxiang Ju. Indeed, Lin Yanjin genuinely relished the flavor of Hongxiang Ju. Little friend, while I would love to accompany you, I must stay here, or I risk losing my wages. Just follow this small path straight ahead. The 5th area is designated for Hongxiang Ju, marked with a sign. Each variety of citrus has its own sign. Can you manage on your own? The middle-aged woman's heart melted at Lin Yanjin's adorable demeanor as she stepped out from behind the table to patiently guide her. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Your smile is truly beautiful, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, her heartfelt compliment flowing freely. What a delightful girl she was. The middle-aged woman's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. How could this little bundle be so utterly charming? Come, Jean Eyre, you take a basket for yourself, and later you can try your hand at the joy of picking. Okay, thus, the 3 of them each picked up a basket and, filled with excitement, headed off to pick oranges. Amo, why are these oranges covered with those things? Lin Yanjin began her barrage of questions. That is a film, and these are simple greenhouses. The climate here is colder. Without covering them all, the oranges would freeze. In fact, even the orange trees could perish from the frost, therefore, their purpose is to provide warmth. Much like how we wear clothing. Li Yuma patiently imparted knowledge to his child. Oh, so trees can be afraid of the cold. There are many varieties of trees, and fruit trees tend to have a weaker resistance to frost. Look, those pine and cypress trees we saw on our way here are not afraid of the cold. I understand now, just like you and Brother LV, you wear such thin clothing and feel no chill. While Brother LV is bundled up like a dumpling shivering. Is that incorrect? Yes, LV Rongjing felt like a masochist, questioning his own sanity for accompanying these two rascals here. Chapter 61, Picking Oranges. Jinbao, I'll first accompany you to pick some red fragrant oranges. And then we can gather some emperor oranges together. Alright, okay, but what about Brother LV? I want to pick some papaya oranges. I love that perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor. Alright, then we shall split up. Having said this, Li Yuma took his child by the hand and entered the greenhouse in Area 5. Amok, what a delightful fragrance, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Do you like it, Jinbao? I do. Amok, look at this tree full of beautiful fruit, they all seem to have been molded from the same design. The sign says we can sample them. Jinbao, let us try one first, and if it's good, we can pick all the fruit from this tree, shall we? Yes, let us. As Lin Yanjin prepared to pick one herself, Li Yuma swiftly plucked a red fragrant orange and expertly peeled it. This tastes even better than the one that lady gave us earlier. Lin Yanjin praised sincerely. Then let us get to work. Jinbao, do you like it here? Li Yuma inquired earnestly, wanting to ascertain if they would spend the new year here. I do, I love walking along the country roads with you. And I enjoy the icicles hanging from the pine branches. Actually, Amok, I like anywhere you are. The sincerity in Lin Yanjin's eyes filled Li Yuma with immense joy and a fluttering heart. Thank you for enjoying being by my side. Jinbao, I too cherish our time together. It is with you that I feel a sense of home. You are the treasure I have sought for so long. Jiner, now you should understand that I am not merely here for amusement. Right, little Jiner, we must embrace life passionately, care for ourselves, and look after each other. Now, you need not dwell on the thoughts of those unworthy of your concern, alright? You always have me, and I have you. Little Jinbao, you are wonderful. Those who do not appreciate you or have hurt you with their words are the ones unworthy. Do you understand? Li Yuma knelt down, grasping Lin Yanjin's shoulders, meeting her gaze earnestly. I know I seldom question myself about whether I am being unruly. I will take good care of myself. I haven't felt the desire to hide away for a long time, Lin Yanjin replied with utmost seriousness. Li Yuma could no longer contain himself. He enveloped Lin Yanjin in his embrace, holding her tightly as if to convey his affection. Such a good girl. My Jinbao is slowly becoming strong. Amok, yes, it's nothing. I just wanted to call your name. Yes, I know. Now let us pick some fruit. Jinbao, we need to use scissors to cut the stem. Pulling the fruit by hand can damage the skin, and we cannot let that happen. Since you enjoy being here, let us wait until after the new year to return. We can pick more fruit, and afterwards, we can explore the surroundings and have some fun, shall we? Alright, I'll pick the lower fruit while you take the ones at the top. Amok, look at those two fruits at the top of the tree. They are so beautiful. I'll pick them and set them aside for you later. We can weigh them before you enjoy them. They seem to have grown together. We can have them before bed tonight. The air conditioning is warm, and just thinking about savoring this sweet fruit makes me feel utterly carefree. A little Jiner, how many vocabulary words have you learned in these past few months? Teacher Yang has finished teaching me the second grade curriculum, and I can recite everything and do dictation. I have passed all types of poetry, nursery rhymes, and famous quotes with Teacher Yang. The same goes for English and math. After the new year, I will start learning the third grade curriculum, and I have scheduled times for my calligraphy, art, and Guqin exams. Teacher Wu said I can skip 2 levels to start my examinations. Lin Yanjin replied earnestly to Li Yuma. Jiner, do you enjoy this life of learning? Li Yuma asked uncertainly. Absolutely. Every day, upon waking, I begin my busy routine, putting on my sportswear and practicing sanda with you. Then I shower, dress in my favorite clothes, and have breakfast before you head to school while I start my morning reading, reciting Chinese and English. About half an hour later, teachers Yang and Wu arrive to start our lessons, each lasting an hour. During breaks, Aunt Chen brings me juice or water. It feels like I haven't even done much, and suddenly it's noon. The teachers have lunch with me, and then Aunt Chen takes me for a nap. After waking up, I splash my face with cold water to refresh myself before continuing classes. By 4:30, Aunt Chen prepares afternoon tea, and we take a 10-minute break to eat. Then it's time to finish exercises for each subject. Occasionally, we have mock exams. At T7 in the evening, the teachers leave, and I have dinner. Sometimes you come back to eat with me. I feel time passes swiftly, so quickly that I hardly have time to think about the past. Amok, I haven't thought about my mother or old Lin for a long time. I simply don't have the time. On weekends, I work out with you and go out to play with Zhao Jie. Li Rui Yin and brother Elvia. Sometimes, when we don't go out, I can sit beside them while they discuss their studies and I read comics or fairy tales. I'm so busy that I can barely remember old Lin's fierce demeanor. Amok, give me time, I will certainly forget old Lin entirely. I've even become a bit hazy about his detestable face. My mother hasn't called me either, she only speaks to Aunt Shin on the phone. But I no longer care for her calls that night, when she was frantically smashing things with a baseball bat. I also find that memory fading. It's alright, I will forget them, just as they have forgotten me. I will live well alongside you. I want to be a strong girl, just like Sanmao from the Wandering Sanmao. I will strive to live well, no longer hiding away in my bedroom or burying myself behind the curtains. Lin Yanjin spoke with utmost seriousness, not only to reassure Li Yuma but also to remind herself, for she had buried herself behind the curtains, causing her Amok to take a half-month leave. This was revealed by Zhao Jie when she overheard it in a half-conscious state. On that weekend, feeling exhausted, her Amok had held her close, wrapping her in a thin blanket. In her haze, she heard them discussing her Amok's participation in an English speech competition. And Zhao Jie inadvertently mentioned that her Amok was considering withdrawing from the competition to care for her. She also heard about her Amok's extended leave due to caring for her, which had raised concerns among the teachers. They were unaware that she had heard everything, and by the time her Amok attempted to stop their conversation, she already knew it all. Chapter 62, Picking Oranges. I know. My Jinbao has always been a brave and strong girl. It's truly wonderful that you can think this way. However, Jinbao, if you ever feel unhappy, you must tell me. I would never force my Jinbao to do anything she doesn't want to. I suggested learning the Guqin because its melodious sound can cultivate one's character and bring peace. You showed interest when I played, and coincidentally, Teacher Yang possesses expertise in that area. Calligraphy can help focus one's attention and is a form of self-cultivation. Jinbao, your situation is somewhat unique. If you can overcome the fears within you and calm your mind, redirecting your unease, I believe it would be an excellent choice. I discussed this idea with your teachers, and they agreed. I also consulted your attending physician, who praised it even more. As for art, I noticed your fondness for coloring books, and it turns out you truly love to draw. Fortunately, the results have been quite good. But Jinbao, if there is anything you genuinely dislike, you must tell me. I won't force you, you mustn't push yourself for my sake. Jiner, here with me, you can always be your most authentic self. Do you understand? You say you've become hazy about old Lin and your mother, which is excellent. They are not worth your thoughts or memories, especially old Lin. He is a coward who only knows how to bully women. Rest assured, from now on, you have me. Anything he could provide, I will strive to give you, and what he cannot offer, I can also provide. You are my one and only Jinbao. Li Yuma set down the scissors, kneeling earnestly before Lin Yanjin, assuring her with conviction. I love playing the Guqin, I enjoy calligraphy, and I love painting too. I've discussed it all with my teachers and prepared for the assessments. After the new year, teachers Yang and Wu should still want to confirm with you. They mentioned they would seek you out. I believe in you, Amok. I will trust you, Lin Yanjin responded, her eyes filled with determination, assuring that her Amok was the only one she was willing to believe. My Jinbao is truly exceptionally clever. And now let us head to the next area to pick some emperor oranges to take home. Alright. Li Yumuo held a basket in one hand while grasping Lin Yanjin's hand with the other, preparing to venture into the nearby area of Huangdigan. Have you just finished picking? He inquired. I have gathered enough fruit myself. Upon seeing Li Yumuo and Lin Yanjin, Yel Rongjing exclaimed with excitement, we still need to pick some Huangdigan over there. Are you coming? Of course, in no time. The trio quickly filled a basket with Huangdigan, leaving Li Yumuo with both hands occupied, requiring him to carry 2 baskets of fruit while allowing Lin Yanjin to skip merrily ahead of him. After weighing their bounty, the ant from the Appearance Association truly offered Lin Yanjin and her companions a special price, prompting Lin Yanjin to exuberantly praise the ant's beauty, declaring how wonderful she was. The 2 young boys exchanged glances, speechless, as they watched their little companion shake her head, with the middle-aged woman beaming from ear to ear. The group set off on their return journey. Jiner, slow down. Don't kick the pebbles with your feet, or you'll end up with sore toes, Li Yumuo chided repeatedly along the way. However, the mischievous little girl merely turned back to stick her tongue out at her amo, making a silly face. Hey, do you think the girls at our school who admire you would rush to propose to Uncle Li if they saw you like this, TSK, with such a delicate appearance? Would they go wild, further solidifying their resolve to marry you? Just the thought is exhilarating. El Rongjing, lost in his own amusement, completely missed Li Yumuo's warning glance. Before he could finish his laughter, Lin Yanjin had already turned around. Her face darkened, as if a storm were brewing. Jiner, don't listen to your brother El's nonsense. no one can marry me. I'm still waiting for my Jeaner to grow up. When she does, she will come to marry me. I will only allow my Jeaner to wed me, understand? Your brother L is just jealous because he has no one to marry him, and he says such things out of spite. Let's not play with this foolishly jealous brat. Li Yumuo shot L Rongjing a fierce glare before squatting down in front of Lin Yanjin, earnestly assuring her. L Rongjing, momentarily taken aback, pondered how a simple joke had elicited such fierce glares from both the older and younger companions. Moreover, the older one regarded him as if he were a foe. Amo, I don't want to walk anymore. What about the basket in my hand? Just give it to Brother L, he should be able to manage. He can sling his basket over his wrist and carry our 2 baskets, and that would solve everything, right? Besides, he seems a bit bored and idle. When I stepped on the pinecone earlier, it hurt my foot so badly. Lin Yanjin wore a slight smile, but there was an icy glint in her eyes. Li Yumuo suddenly recalled how this little rascal had dealt with others in her previous life. Always with the same cheeky demeanor. Alright, your brother L is at least a tall young man at 181 cm. He can manage it. Since your foot hurts, I will carry you back. Was Li Yumuo truly a benevolent person? The answer was undoubtedly negative. He was certainly not a kind-hearted individual. He once vowed that if a child wished to kill, he would hand them the knife. He thrust the basket in his hand into L Rongjing's grasp and swiftly lifted Lin Yanjin into his arms. Now, hold it properly. Don't let the baskets jostle each other. If you crush Jeaner's red oranges, you will owe her tenfold compensation. Look at the setting sun. It's getting late. We are unfamiliar with this place. We must quicken our pace and return promptly. With a serious tone, Li Yumuo addressed L Rongjing, then strode down the mountain with Lin Yanjin in his arms. L Rongjing observed the backs of his childhood friends. Feeling that something was amiss, however, the evening sun was now casting a mottled glow on the path, the light speckled and warm due to the starkness of winter. The only vibrant colors along the way were the evergreens. The scenery was one of desolation and decay. Faintly, the woods on either side exuded an eerie ambience, especially recalling how the little girl had mentioned feeling a hand on her back during their approach. A chill ran down L Rongjing's spine, prompting him to jog after the duo. Lin Yanjin nestled against Li Yumuo's shoulder, glancing back at the running L Rongjing, a smile once again gracing her lips. Li Yumuo noticed the glimmer of mischief in her eyes, certain that she was intentionally toying with L Rongjing. Did she truly care about his admiration from other girls? Regardless, he found her reaction delightful. With that thought, he gently patted Lin Yanjin's back again, his eyes filled with unnoticeable indulgence and affection. He quickened his pace, allowing his childhood friend to trail behind, breathless and panting. Chapter 63, an unintentional mistake thanks to Li Yumuo's deliberate actions. Their return journey was accomplished in nearly a third of the time it took to go. Naturally, descending was swifter than ascending. When L Rongjing finally caught up with Li Yumuo and Lin Yanjin, they had already reached the entrance of the guesthouse. Xiao Amo, were you being chased by a ghost? Why are you running so fast? L Rongjing gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Brother L, would you care to listen closely to what you just said? Lin Yanjin chuckled at L Rongjing's bewilderment. As L Rongjing stood there, utterly confused, Li Yumuo took the basket from his hands, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. Come on, Jeaner, let us head back to our room. We cannot linger with a fool. It might affect our IQ. Li Yumuo cast a disdainful glance at his childhood friend before ushering his little companion back inside. It took a moment for L Rongjing to comprehend that he had inadvertently insulted himself with his own words. After all, had he not been the one chasing after the two? Indeed, a lack of oxygen could lead to mental lapses. It seemed he had become the target of disdain from both of them. Wait a minute, didn't that little rascal claim her foot hurt? Yet she showed no signs of discomfort when climbing the stairs just now. Suddenly L Rongjing was struck with a chilling realization that little glutinous rice ball might be a black sesame-filled dumpling. She had surely been playing tricks on him. Was it simply because he mentioned that the scheming fellow had many girls who liked him, causing her displeasure? Did such a tiny girl even grasp the concept of affection? L Rongjing shook his head vigorously and hurried up the stairs. Amo, look. The sun is so big and red, Jeaner, this is what the book refers to as the glow of the setting sun. Isn't it beautiful? Come, let me lift you up so you can see it better. It's beautiful. At this moment, I feel like I can relate to that line from my textbook, the setting sun is infinitely beautiful. Yet it approaches twilight. This is a scene unique to dusk. We can interpret its beauty from a different angle. Even though it is already twilight, it still possesses its pride and beauty, doesn't it? Thus, no matter the time, as long as we can realize our worth and shine in our own way, that is quite wonderful. Li Yumuo leaned in closer to Lin Yanjin, resting their heads together as they admired the brilliance of the sunset. He wished to guide the little one in his arms with a positive outlook. Asl Rongjing opened the door and stepped inside. He couldn't help but feel exasperated at the heartless duo, who seemed to be playing him for a fool while displaying no guilt whatsoever. Nonetheless, he was equally captivated by the breathtaking sunset. He had seldom seen such a pristine sky and had never paid attention to the sun's descent. The vibrant red, tinged with a yellow halo, was indescribably beautiful. Echoes of the previous conversation between the two lingered in his ears, and he gazed at his childhood friend in astonishment. Was it any wonder that he was a top student? Even at such moments, he could provide his little companion with an extraordinary response. Oh dear, the sun has already set. Lin Yanjin's eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. It's alright, Jeaner, we can come back to see it tomorrow. Okay, as long as there's sunshine, such beauty will always be present. Okay, Lin Yanjin readily agreed, while El Rongjing was taken aback by the little girl's sweetness. Was this truly the same black sesame-filled dumpling from earlier? Are you two not hungry? Ultimately, El Rongjing broke the spell, interrupting the pair lost in their reverie at the window. Jeaner, what would you like to eat tonight? Anything is fine, Lin Yanjin replied, her enthusiasm waning. Then let us go downstairs and take a look, shall we? Li Yumio asked patiently. Sure. Amo, how about we order the same dishes as lunchtime? Lin Yanjin turned to El Rongjing, recalling how he had mentioned many girls liked Amo earlier. She remembered the meal she had ordered at noon, which El Rongjing had barely touched, and she contemplated teasing him again. El Rongjing quickly shot a pleading glance at Li Yumio, sensing that this little girl bore a grudge. Li Yumio too felt helpless. He wanted to give El Rongjing a taste of his own medicine for his thoughtless remarks in front of his child. Although he had nothing to fear, his little one was still young and lacked security during this crucial period, making it inappropriate to add to her distress. Jeaner, the dishes we had at lunch were indeed delicious, but it is nighttime now. Such greasy and spicy food might not be suitable for your little tummy. We should have your favorite braised pork ribs with wild dried mushrooms, stir-fried huayam, and pickled wood-ear mushrooms for dinner. Alright, Li Yumio refrained from further scolding El Rongjing, prioritizing the health of the child in his arms. Lin Yanjin once again buried herself in Li Yumok's shoulder, softly conceding, be good, lift your head up, Jin Bao, soon, I shall shield you. Li Yumok gently turned Lin Yanjin's face towards him, his gaze resolute as he reiterated, Jin Bao, I have promised to be by your side forever. I shall wait for you to grow up and for you to marry me. No one dares to come between us. Besides you, I shall not allow anyone else to approach me. You must trust me, alright, little Jin Bao. If you do not believe in me, it would sadden me greatly. I believe you, but I dislike hearing others express their affection for you. Just hearing it makes me uncomfortable. And I am afraid. At that moment, Lin Yanjin's pitiful expression made Li Yumok regret not dealing with the troublemaker. El Rongjing. Do not fear, I am your amo. I am not the blind old Lin, nor your irresponsible mother, and neither are your helpless grandparents or uncles and aunts. I am more trustworthy than all of them combined. I, Li Yumok, swear that I am solely yours, Jin Bao, and I will not act against the promises made to you. Should I break this vow, may I meet a dire fate. No, I do not wish for such vows. Lin Yanjin immediately interrupted, extending her small hand to cover Li Yumok's mouth. Jeaner, do not fear, I will uphold my promise. Li Yumok grasped Lin Yanjin's tiny hand, covering his mouth, speaking tenderly yet decisively. At that moment, El Rongjing realized the chaos he had caused, having forgotten that this little girl's emotions were still quite unstable. At her tender age of 7, having faced such calamities, how could she distinguish between jest and reality? Besides, for the past 2 years, it had been this tall boy who stood by her side. The fact that she had not broken down upon hearing his words was already commendable. I am truly sorry, Xiao Mo. I was momentarily careless and jested with you, forgetting Jin's sister's unique circumstances. I did not mean it, and I sincerely apologize. El Rongjing's apology was filled with earnestness. Yes, please be more cautious in the future. Jin Bao lacks a sense of security, even careless words may unsettle her. Li Yumok said seriously. Had he not known that El Rongjing's actions were unintentional, he would have already exploded in anger. Chapter 64, The Ski Resort. Amo, catch me, Lin Yanjin exclaimed as she crouched down, sliding down the snow. Upon hearing her voice, Li Yumok quickly turned around, opening his arms to catch the small orange figure amidst the dazzling white. So small, she entrusted all her safety to him. Just as in a past life. He still remembered, in such icy conditions, this little bundle had recited, if he walks through the snow with me, this life would be considered one of growing old together. Be careful, what if you fall? Li Yumok embraced his little bundle, speaking indulgently. Yamo, with you here, I won't fall. Lin Yanjin exclaimed. Amo, look, the snow is so thick. Wait, why does this scene feel so familiar? But I remember this is my first encounter with real snow. Oh, I recall, I seem to have seen such heavy snow in a dream. Lin Yanjin was so caught up in her joy that she failed to notice the deep pain in the eyes of the person holding her. A pain unseen by others. El Rongjing noticed Li Yumak's unusual demeanor, shocked to see such profound emotional turmoil from someone so seemingly composed, especially directed towards the little girl in his arms. Xiaomo, what is wrong, Xiaomo? As El Rongjing called out in astonishment, Lin Yanjin finally noticed the pain in Li Yumak's eyes. Xiaomo, in a state of panic, Lin Yanjin tightened her embrace around Li Yumak, who was startled awake by her sudden grip. It's alright, Jiner, everything is fine. Li Yumak finally suppressed all the sorrow within him, his gaze clear as he hugged his little child tightly, brushing a gentle kiss on her forehead to soothe her visible anxiety. He then set Lin Yanjin back down in the snow, his eyes brimming with encouragement, urging her to pursue what she loved. Xiaomo, why aren't you skiing? Li Yumak deflected El Rongjing's concerned gaze. Changing the subject. It wasn't that he was unwilling to answer. He was well aware of his childhood friend's concern. However, the situation was too perplexing for him to articulate. I want to be with you and Jean's sister. Yes, the snow was heavy last night. Today is perfect for skiing. Now I want to let Jeanner acclimate to the snowy environment first. She is still too young. After she adjusts, we can seek her opinion. Right now, she would be delighted just rolling around in the snow. Let her enjoy herself first. When we were on the cable car, didn't you ask her if she wanted to try skiing? El Rongjing felt that his childhood friend was being overly cautious. This girl sometimes buried her true feelings, considering others' sentiments. She also feared us being bored. I have been negligent. Jean's sister appears vibrant yet is incredibly sensitive to others' feelings. Yes, she is both warm and kind. The tenderness in Li Yumak's eyes was nearly overflowing as he watched his little child scramble upwards, knowing she would soon slide back into his embrace. Xiaomo, has something significant happened to Jean's sister that nearly caused you to lose her? El Rongjing phrased carefully. Why do you ask that, Xiaomo? Do you not see the sorrow in your eyes just now? How old are you? If it were not for Jean's sister, I truly cannot fathom who else could evoke such profound pain within you. Indeed, I have been negligent in protecting her, allowing her to suffer severe harm. Li Yumak stated. In this life and the last, my child has always been harmed before my eyes. Xiaomo, it is not your fault that Jean's sister was hurt by those closest to her. You are still a child. You have done well. You must adjust your mindset. Such emotions may only further unsettle her. El Rongjing observed Li Yumak with sincerity. I understand. It will not happen again. As soon as Li Yumak finished speaking, Lin Yanjin crouched down, sliding towards him. Xiaomo, I really like you, she exclaimed excitedly. Is that so? You like me that much? Li Yumak tenderly lifted his little child, smiling gently. Yes, I like you very much. Jinbao, shall we learn to ski? Just like them. Li Yumak pointed to the people gliding on their boards nearby. Do you and El Gij enjoy skiing like that? Yes, we do, but I want to take you, Jinbao, to try something new. To discover activities we both enjoy. Is that alright? The encouragement and boundless tenderness in Li Yumak's eyes were unmistakable. Alright, let us go. Lin Yanjin overcame her slight fear, meeting Li Yumak's gaze and finding him filled with affection. She felt that being amidst the crowd was not so terrifying after all. She could adapt to the throngs of people. My little Jinbao, so obedient. Li Yumak gently pinched Lin Yanjin's cheek, smiling. Indeed, Jean's sister is very obedient. She can conquer her fears. You see, overcoming others is far easier than overcoming oneself. El Rongjing remarked sincerely, observing the pair. Why is that? Lin Yanjin transformed into a curious little one full of questions. Jiner, El Gij is quite right this time. Think carefully. Most of the time, people can clearly point out the flaws in others, yet how many admit their own shortcomings? They are not ignorant of their faults. On the contrary, they are acutely aware. They simply refuse to acknowledge them. Similarly, people often manage others well, yet when it comes to self-management, they tend to slacken. Thus, being strict with others and lenient with oneself becomes a common flaw. Many find it easier to conquer a formidable opponent than to overcome their own deficiencies. Li Yumak patiently explained to Lin Yanjin. She listened, somewhat understanding but attentive nonetheless. But I still dislike being in crowds. After a long pause, Lin Yanjin softly murmured, once more burying her little face into Li Yumak's shoulder. Jinbao, you have already done wonderfully. You can clearly express your fears to me and recognize your shortcomings. What is even more commendable is that you are actively seeking ways to overcome these challenges. Jiner, everyone has their own fears. We must find ways to conquer them. We strive to be cautious yet fearless. Little Jiner, you are already quite capable. You are my pride, my dear. Chapter 65. The ski resort 2. May I ask what ski equipment you three require? The charming young man at the ski rental shop smiled brightly at Li Yumak and his group. Ramo, this young man has such a lovely smile, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, hanging onto Li Yumak's neck like a delightful ornament. However, her compliment elicited an even brighter smile from some, while others wore an expression of indifference. Little sister, you look quite lovely as well. What activities would you like to partake in? Besides skiing, we have a plethora of other options available. Would you like me to introduce them to you? The charming young man, whose eyes sparkled with amusement, found his smile becoming more genuine at Lin Yanjin's praise. We wish to experience skiing right now. Lu Rongjing glanced at his childhood friend beside him, whose eyes were already clouded with frost, and hurriedly interrupted the boy opposite. So, what type would you like to try? We have both snowboards and skis. The handsome young man continued to gaze at Lin Yanjin with a cheerful demeanor, genuinely fond of this little bundle clad in an orange ski jacket, her petite head almost entirely enveloped by the matching hood. Leaving only her pretty face exposed, her large sparkling eyes seemed to speak, adorned with long eyelashes that resembled delicate fans, still holding droplets of melted snow that had yet to fall. Were the aesthetics of the Appearance Association president pursuing her attention? A snowboard, Mo. I want to try a snowboard. Alright, I also prefer snowboarding. Rongjing, what about you? I wish to try skiing. Very well, once you select your style and color, I shall procure them for you, little sister. You need something smaller, you cannot choose such a large snowboard. I have a board that is yet to be unwrapped. Would you like to be its first rider? A lovely shade of taro purple. Quite beautiful. Clearly, the young man's enthusiasm for Lin Yanjin surpassed that for Li Yuma and Lu Rongjing. Even though Li Yuma wore a dark expression, he could do nothing about it. Just show it to me first. I need to see it to make a decision, Lin Yanjin said politely. Apologies, I was remiss. I shall retrieve it for you right away, the young man stated, ceasing his chatter as he retrieved a new snowboard from the bottom of the shelf. Unboxing it, indeed, it was quite appealing. May I try it? Of course, I will assist you. Unfortunately, before the young man could step out from behind the counter, the snowboard in his hands was seized by Li Yuma. Thank you. But my child is not fond of close contact with unfamiliar individuals. I will handle it, Li Yuma said coldly, while others remained oblivious. Lu Rongjing was acutely aware that his childhood friend was already quite upset. Thank you. Young man, could you hand me that black snowboard? I would like to give it a T or wide. It is my first time skiing and I would appreciate your guidance on the techniques. Lu Rongjing quickly intervened to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Knowing that if the boy continued to approach the little rice dumpling, an unpleasant situation would surely arise, his scholarly childhood friend's possessiveness over the little bundle in his arms had reached an absurd level, making it impossible for him to draw near. Ironically, the little dumpling remained blissfully unaware, having stirred trouble without any knowledge of it. Oh, alright, the young man paused for a moment before responding. Mo, you can ski? Lin Yanjin's eyes sparkled with admiration. I did a bit of homework before coming. Let's give it a go. Very well. Lin Yanjin's gaze toward Li Yuma shone like stars. Li Yuma carefully dressed his little one in ski attire, meticulously securing her protective gear and fastening the bindings. He held Lin Yanjin's hand to help her maintain her balance. Due to her petite stature and innate adventurous spirit, she quickly learned to glide on her own. As Li Yuma turned to select a suitable board for himself. Donning his protective gear and ski outfit, he began to practice. He was quick to learn anything, especially since he had prepared extensively. Before long, he would be leading his little one across the vast snowy expanse. Lu Rongjing followed closely behind, positioning himself on either side of Lin Yanjin, forming a protective barrier. Li Yuma cast a grateful glance at Lu Rongjing. Communication was difficult with their face masks on, but a mere look conveyed their mutual understanding. The young man at the rental shop watched the trio vanish into the distance, momentarily lost in thought. Among them, the indifferent boy was quite handsome. Yet he emanated an inexplicable pressure, as if harboring a silent animosity towards him. Although he had done nothing to offend, he shook his head, lamenting the fate of such a beautiful little dumpling, who was likely the gloomy boy's sister. How tragic it was for such a lively and stunning girl to be in the company of such a cold brother. Just as the three were enjoying their time skiing, an unexpected incident occurred. A rather flamboyant young woman charged towards them. In that critical moment, Li Yuma shielded Lin Yanjin with his body, pulling her aside as he fell, using his hands to cushion their landing on the snow, thereby blocking the oncoming snowboard. The woman was taken aback. She had intended to use her momentum to flirt with the handsome boy, merely hoping to brush against his athletic figure, but her board had veered off course due to a small slope. Little Mo? Lu Rongjing exclaimed in alarm, yanking the woman off Li Yuma and throwing her forcefully to the ground. If anything happens to them today, I swear I will end you. Lu Rongjing resembled a furious beast, causing the girl he had thrown to tremble in fear. Jinbao, are you hurt? Li Yuma inquired, suppressing the pain in his knee as he carefully checked on her. No, I'm. What about you? Lin Yanjin asked in a panic. I should be fine, she crashed into my protective gear, Li Yuma replied while examining Lin Yanjin. Shaken, Lin Yanjin looked at Li Yuma, removed her mask, and fiercely glared at the culprit. Suddenly she picked up her ski pole and swung it with all her might at the offender. Li Yuma reacted swiftly, catching his little one as Lin Yanjin's pole struck the ground mere inches from the woman, creating a small crater. Lin Yanjin had put all her strength into that swing. Jin bowed. Anger will solve nothing. Be good, I truly am unhurt. Li Yuma had sat up, holding his little one tightly and soothing the red-eyed child. He gently patted Lin Yanjin's back, sensing her trembling form. How much did his little one care to be so frightened? Little Mo. Jinmei, let us return to the rest area to assess any injuries and then address this lady's deliberate harm. Lu Rongjing, filled with fury, spoke. He desperately wished to manifest Lin Yanjin's thoughts and actions upon this self-righteous woman. Chapter 66 Ski Resort 3 I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The startled woman finally regained her composure, apologizing. You need not rush to defend yourself, soon I shall request to review the surveillance footage. When my legal team arrives, you will have ample opportunity to argue your case in court. Lu Rongjing's expression darkened, his voice icy white. This, the woman began to genuinely fear, realizing her perceived advantage was of no use against these two boys. Lu Rongjing and Lin Yanjin helped Li Yuma to his feet. Lin Yanjin glared fiercely at the woman, causing her to shudder. This little girl possessed an unexpected aura of intimidation, a fact noted not just by the fallen woman but also by Li Yuma and Lu Rongjing. Lu Rongjing felt shocked and confused, while Li Yuma felt a pang of bitterness. Despite being reborn, Lin Yanjin's concern for him had not diminished in the slightest. Such profound affection struck Li Yuma's heart with a tremor. Could he truly bear the weight of such devotion from his little one? Jinmei, let us quickly assist little Mo to the rest area, shall we? Lu Rongjing glanced at his childhood friend, who appeared dazed. Before addressing Lin Yanjin, he understood that when it came to each other, neither of them could maintain any semblance of rationality. The older one was like this, and the younger one, though so small, mirrored the same sentiment. Was this the pull of fate? Alright, Lin Yanjin withdrew her gaze, determined to lend Li Yuma her strength. Li Yuma felt his soul quiver. His little one, the woman, could only rise silently and follow behind the two boys and Lin Yanjin, obediently making her way to the rest area, knowing full well that the ski resort was equipped with cameras, leaving her no escape. The boy who had just thrown her to the ground had mentioned legal action. And although she was merely a vocational student, she had some understanding of the situation. A legal team implied a substantial company, and her family merely dealt in seafood. She had no means to contend with them. Yet she remained confident in her looks and her curvaceous figure, believing that her previous advantage had merely been obscured by the ski equipment. Fortunately, they did not have far to go, and soon they arrived at the rest area. Little Mo. May I check your injuries? Lu Rongjing asked anxiously. No need for an examination. I should be fine, Li Yuma replied somewhat bashfully, reluctant to frighten his little one. Mo, may I treat my body like you do in the future? The previously silent Lin Yanjin suddenly inquired. Jinbao? Li Yumuo gazed into the icy depths of his child's eyes, ultimately succumbing to defeat as he allowed her to unfasten his protective gear and remove his skiing pants and socks. He instinctively rolled up his pant legs. Fortunately, the protective gear had shielded him, leaving only a bruised knee without any bleeding. Lin Yanjin looked at the bruise with concern, her eyes reddening once more, and was swiftly enveloped in Li Yumuo's embrace. Had he been a moment slower, Lin Yanjin's small fist might have already struck that ostentatious woman's face. Lu Rongjing was again taken aback by this adorable little bundle. It seemed that his sister Jean was indeed a charming little creature. His childhood friend had mentioned that this little girl was exceedingly friendly, and now it was clear that she was indeed immensely so. Jinbao, Amok, today I shall teach you that anger is the most futile of emotions, as it clouds your judgment. Come now, Jinbao, settle down. With your caring presence, my pain is lessened. Thank you, little Jiner, for defending me so fiercely. Be ye good now, and watch how I and brother Lu resolve this matter. Li Yumuo kept Lin Yanjin firmly by his side, gently patting her back to soothe her. He tenderly held her in his embrace, providing her with a sense of security, while his expression remained hidden from her view. His cold aura akin to a demon from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine of the preening woman. Shall we resolve this publicly or privately? I have little time for your pathetic theatrics. I understand your intentions, but we are not so easily deceived. Therefore, cease your antics. There are children present, and do not tarnish her innocence. Hear us a piece of advice. Had you harmed my child, You would no longer have the luxury of being here. Li Yumuo's voice was sharp and unyielding. The sudden surge of his imposing presence made the woman tremble, leaving Lu Rongjing momentarily stunned. While Lin Yanjin quivered slightly. Li Yumuo cradled her closer, nestling her head against his shoulder to shield her from his fearsome visage. His large hand unconsciously caressed her back, further calming her. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to. The woman stammered, attempting a feeble struggle. Then let us proceed publicly. Xiao Mo, I'll call Uncle Lu right away to assist with documentation, and we shall head to the infirmary for an examination. I'll contact the legal department of my family's company. Do not refuse me. You know I have long wished to express my gratitude to you and Sister Jean. While my company's legal team may not be as formidable as yours or Sister Jean's, they are more than capable of handling such blatant acts of intentional harm. Lu Rongjing had completely lost his patience. Were it not for the remnants of rationality tethering him, he would have relished the opportunity to crush this presumptuous woman. Just because she possessed a somewhat attractive exterior did she presume to flaunt her allure before them. Not to mention, his childhood friend and that little cherub were far more stunning. This woman's looks barely ranked as average at their school. Merely enhanced by some meticulous makeup, foolish and utterly lacking in self-awareness. He had been lamenting the absence of an opportunity to express his gratitude to these two delightful souls. Heaven knew how indebted he felt to them. His father had meddled with someone else's affairs, and now assassins had been dispatched to his new residence. It was only yesterday evening that he received word a maid had been brutally slain. Her throat slit, while his own bedroom lay in disarray, the unmade bed and his long pillow severed in two. Had he not accompanied these two to Yunling, he likely would have met a grim fate. His father only contacted him after the culprits had been apprehended, revealing that just one day and night had passed since he left home, and yet such a tragedy had unfolded. Chapter 67, The Ski Resort. Lu Rongjing had initially intended to visit the exhibition center for some shopping, yet both of them vehemently opposed, as they had departed a full day and night earlier than he and his father had informed him. Thereby narrowly escaping calamity. Lingling, what troubles you? I heard you were in the break room with someone else. Did you encounter some trouble? At that moment, a somewhat raspy voice broke the air, causing Lin Yanjin, nestled within Li Yumuo's embrace, to furrow her brow in distaste at the sound. Young Master Wang, you've arrived. The woman, who had been flaunting herself moments ago, immediately donned a facade of feigned innocence. Appearing as though she had been wronged, which was quite nauseating to witness, Lin Yanjin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lingling, do not fear. I am here, and no one dares to trouble you. Tell me, how have they mistreated you? The so-called young Master Wang, in his ignorance, completely misconstrued the situation. Hello, Uncle Lu, please come to the third breakpoint immediately and bring the person in charge with you to retrieve the surveillance footage from the second ski resort. Also notify our company's legal team to prepare. No, it's not I who is injured, it is the young master of the Li family and the young lady of the Lin family who have been deliberately harmed. Have the infirmary contacted to gather evidence. Lu Rongjing had lost all patience for the ridiculous display before him, decisively calling for assistance. Given the recent events in Rongjing, his father would not allow him to remain alone for long. Who are you? Do you have any decency? Always calling for help. Do you even know who I am? The so-called young Master Wang was still lost in his delusions of heroism, seizing the opportunity to draw the woman he had long desired into his embrace for comfort, only to be interrupted by Lu Rongjing's phone call, which provoked an ire within him. Decency, do you possess any? Lin Yanjin, disregarding Li Yumuo's restraint, whirled around, fixing a frigid glare upon the oily-faced young Master Wang. Li Yumuo could no longer contain his oppressive aura, ultimately allowing his child to witness the unsavory elements before them. At this moment, the self-proclaimed young Master Wang trembled under Li Yumuo's formidable presence. Why you? How dare you speak to me like that? You're just a little girl. What do you know? What does it concern you? The young Master Wang stuttered, his bravado faltering in front of the girl he fancied. As he mustered the courage to speak, should you continue to address my child in such a manner, I will not hesitate to incapacitate you. Li Yumuo's icy demeanor sent the young Master Wang nearly to his knees. Who are you? Do you not believe I can call my father? He is the manager of Rongqing Medical Equipment Company, surely you must know it. As his bravado returned, young Master Wang felt emboldened. Believing he had the upper hand. Oh, so you are the manager of Rongqing Medical Equipment Company, pray tell, which manager might that be? After all, there are many managers at Rongqing Medical Equipment Company. Just as young Master Wang finished his sentence, Uncle Lu's voice rang out from outside. Young Master, are you injured anywhere? I am unscathed. It is this fool who was preening, attempting to take advantage of Xiao Mo, and ended up colliding with Sister Jean. Xiao Mo was injured in his knee while protecting Sister Jean from this brazen woman. Where is the person in charge? the person in charge will arrive shortly. Rest assured, young master, I will handle everything. Young Masterly, please wait a moment for the evidence gathering and injury verification. I must relay all evidence back to our legal department. It is fine, Uncle Lu. I can have the legal team from Qingyao Investment Company handle this. If necessary, I can hire a professional lawyer team. Li Yumuo contemplated engaging a professional lawyer, aware of Lu Rongjing's intentions, but he felt that this was merely Lu Rongjing's stroke of luck and he need not be excessively grateful to him and his child. Xiao Mo, do not be so formal with me, otherwise, I truly will not know how to draw closer to you. Allow me to do something for you, to ease my own heart. Are you not afraid of boasting too much in broad daylight? What legal team from which company? Young Master Wang, under the influence of the tearful woman named Lingling, grew bolder in his taunts. That is not your concern, you need only tell me your father's name and his position in the company. Uncle Lu stated coldly, his mature demeanor striking fear into young Master Wang. What do you intend to do? My father is manager Wang Yuyun. I'll have you know that I've called him. He happens to be on leave today and is also in Yunling, but he is still at the hotel. Very well, then call him again and urge him to come quickly. Uncle Lu maintained his impassive expression. Knowing that this parasite was fortunate not to have been dealt with yet, given his status as one of the original employees. In recent years, he had become increasingly arrogant, greedy beyond measure. I shall see who dares to trouble my son. Just as Uncle Lu's words fell, Wang Yoyun's voice resonated, as he too sought a blooming flower at his son's school, a delicate and understanding one. Today, I took the liberty of enjoying a leisurely outing under the pretext of accompanying my son. He had just ascended on the cable car when he received a call from his son. After ensuring his little flower was settled, he made his way here. Manager Wang, you still maintain your grandeur. Who would dare to bully your son? All along, it has been you who bullies others, has it not? Look, even the young master of our group has been toyed with by your son. It appears that our Rongqing Medical Equipment Company ought to bear the Wang surname rather than the L. Wouldn't you agree? Uncle Lu is indeed a remarkable individual. His eccentricities seem to delight Lin Yanjin. Old Lu, what brings you here? What are you saying? This useless prodigal son of mine wouldn't dare to clash with the young master. Wang Yuyun is truly shameless, attempting to brush off the situation with humor. Manager Wang, there is no need to play coy with me. I am currently on a video call with the chairman. Your son's aggressive demeanor just moments ago, along with your recent behavior, has surely been recorded. The chairman has just sent over the letter of authorization. We will proceed step by step, and someone will be in touch with you for the handover. After all, we live in a civilized society, and everything must adhere to the law. Chapter 68. The ski resort. Old Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. You must speak well of me to the chairman. Wang Yuyun was genuinely flustered. He never anticipated that his son had provoked the chairman's son. You little rascal, incapable of achieving anything, yet adept at causing trouble, hurry and apologize to the young master. Lest I break your legs today. Besides stirring up trouble, what else are you good for? You are nothing but a waste. Wang Yuyun realized he had kicked a metal plate. Everyone in the company knew that the chairman, nearing 40, had only one precious child. It was obvious how well that child was protected, yet his useless son had managed to offend that very child while Wang Yuyun and Uncle Lu were exchanging barbs. Professional medical personnel had arrived to assess Li Yuma's injuries and gather evidence. We shall not disturb Manager Wang's reprimanding of his son any longer. Uncle Lu, I leave the rest to you. Remember, do not let anyone who wishes to harm us go unpunished. El Rongjing caught Li Yuma's gaze and solemnly addressed Uncle Lu. Understood, young master. Li Xiao, would you not like to rest a bit longer? I am fine, Uncle Lu. Time is of the essence. The three of us must find something to eat. Thank you for your assistance. Li Yuma swiftly gathered Lin Yanjin beside him, preparing to exit. Amok, I can walk on my own. Xiao Mo, allow me to carry Sister Jin. No need, my child, I am still capable of carrying you. Please help us with our belongings. We cannot ski any longer today. We need to return our equipment to the rental shop. Alright, wait, handsome, I truly did not mean to, but please forgive me. At this moment, the woman named Lingling finally understood the meaning of fear. Her trump card was slipping away. She fell to her knees at Li Yuma's feet, attempting to grasp his leg, only to be swiftly kicked aside by El Rongjing. Manager Wang, I have heard that you are a veteran employee of our company. Over the years, I can only imagine you have earned quite a sum. Setting aside all else, given our fateful encounter, I suggest you first take Ling Gongzi to have his head and eyes examined. Is it truly worth dragging yourself to this extent over a woman who has repeatedly tried to seduce my childhood friend? Do not put on that nauseatingly pitiful expression. It may only deceive someone like young Master Wang. Later, when Manager Wang reviews the footage from the incident, he will see her indecent behavior in the lounge. along with her audacious attempt to grasp Li Xiao's leg. Truly how foolish, Yao Rongjing concluded, then quickened his pace to follow Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin as they departed, just as Wang Yuyun intended to say something to Uncle Lu. His phone rang, a work-related call of the voice on the other end merely indicated that there was an issue with his accounts and urged him to return to reconcile with the finance department. Unbeknownst to Wang Yuyun, this would be his last breath of fresh air. His future awaited him within the confines of a prison, a fate he richly deserved, having brought this upon himself due to his insatiable greed. In this moment of turbulence, all his transgressions and avarice would be meticulously accounted for. Dad, you must help Lingling. You cannot just leave. I have no son as useless as you. In the future, do not mention that you are my son. To call you foolish would be an understatement. You are a moron. Get lost. You are just like your dim-witted mother, blind to reality. For the sake of such a wretched woman, you have offended the heirs of 2 major corporations. Enough. Consider me without a son like you. You are of age now. I have fulfilled my parental duties. Do not seek me out for assistance in the future. Your foolishness has already caused me to offend the chairman. Get away from me. Go far away. With a kick, Wang Yuyun sent his son sprawling before pursuing the already departed Uncle Lu. However, he had no time to chase after him. His mistress was calling. And the company's phone was demanding attention. Young Master Wang, the coward, was left utterly dumbfounded, confronted by the cold demeanor of the woman. Finally, his mind began to clear, yet Lingling would not fare any better. Upon receiving a court summons, she stubbornly sought funds, transferring money to the designated account, only to have her record stained due to her reprehensible actions. After Wang Yuyun's arrest, the so-called young Master Wang was abandoned by his fair-weather friends. Having lived a life of idleness, young Master Wang, bereft of his father and with a mother of weak constitution, drifted through life aimlessly. Ultimately, he cowardly and shamelessly placed all the blame on Lingling. Adhering to the principle that if he could not thrive, neither should she. He began to harass her unceasingly. When she sought to climb the social ladder, he would appear to sabotage her efforts, exaggerating her attempts to seduce him and her promiscuous behavior. Thus, they became ensnared in a web of mutual entanglement and despair. Of course, that is a tale for another time. After Li Yuma and his companions returned their equipment, they followed the signs to find something to eat. There's a convenience store here. Let us make do with instant noodles for lunch, shall we? Lin Yanjin suggested quietly, concerned for Li Yuma's leg injury. Alright, Xiaomo, we will have instant noodles. Once we finish eating, Uncle Lu should have wrapped up by then, and we can head down the mountain. Although your leg has been treated, we must not be careless. The soft tissue damage is considerable. El Rongjing immediately grasped Lin Yanjin's concern and chimed in. However, Jinbao is still so young growing, and should not consume such unhealthy food. Also, my leg is truly fine. Please do not scare yourselves. Li Yuma was well aware of the thoughts occupying the child in his arms, yet to him, it was not a grave matter, having faced numerous injuries on the battlefield in his past life. He had no reason to be so delicate. Let me down, I must inflict a matching injury on that woman's knee. As Lin Yanjin spoke, she attempted to leap to the ground, compelling Li Yuma to firmly restrain her. Alright, I'll do as you wish. Is that acceptable? He found her stubbornness both endearing and exasperating, wondering when her temperament might soften. Li Yuma could only indulge her, fully aware that her obstinacy was innate and would never change. Yet, he adored this headstrong child, unable to resist his affection for her. Chapter 69. Brothers without blood relation. Are you not going to your room to rest? Li Yuma gazed at El Rongjing with exasperation. As the child in his arms began to doze off after descending from the cable car. By the time they reached their room, the little one was sound asleep. Xiaomo, may I take care of you? El Rongjing awkwardly inquired, genuinely wishing to look after his brilliant childhood friend. No need, my leg is truly fine. You should return to your room to rest. I will also take Jinbao to rest. Li Yuma replied with a chuckle, my leg is neither broken nor severely wounded. There is no need for care. You and Sister Jean should rest. I can manage on this small sofa, although your leg is not fractured. The soft tissue damage is quite serious. Did not the doctor advise you to avoid excessive movement these past few days? If you disregard the medical advice, what if the swelling does not subside? Would it not be better for me to assist you here? Do not look at me like that. You must think not only of yourself but also of Sister Jean, though she is small. She is quite perceptive. You were injured while protecting her. She understands that, and you know she is stubborn. Not if you take too long to recover. How will she feel? Think it through. Her thoughts are intricate. And this is a crucial period for recovery. If she becomes overly concerned again, can you bear the consequences? Just moments ago at the ski resort, she nearly lost her composure, almost incapacitating that vile woman. Xiaomo, I know you disdain my gratitude, but you must consider my perspective as well. We are friends, and it is only right that we support one another rather than solely accepting your help. Please allow me to care for you. I am aware of your deep regard for younger sister Jean. Rest assured, I shall merely assist you from the sidelines. Her matters are best handled by your own hand, and I shall not interfere if that is acceptable. El Rongjing's words were laced with sincerity and calmness, leaving Li Yuma profoundly moved. Bestowing kindness upon others should also allow the recipients an opportunity to express their gratitude. The highest state of being is one of mutual benefit and reciprocity, rather than condescending charity. Very well, you may sleep in my bed while I squeeze in with Jean Bao. She may be quite frightened today, and her dreams will surely not be serene. My presence will offer her considerable comfort. Having said this, Li Yuma gently removed the child's coat, wrapping her warmly in the blanket. He then took off his own coat, pulling the covers over both himself and the child. El Rongjing watched Li Yuma's skilled actions with a twinge of bittersweet emotion. This fellow, still a mere youth himself, exhibited greater patience and attentiveness than many seasoned parents. He decided not to dwell on it further. After all, to confine his 181 centimeters frame to the small sofa could very well lead to a cold. Just as El Rongjing lay down, he saw Li Yuma quickly scoop up the little one beside him, offering urgent comfort to Jean Bao. Do not fear, I am here. Li Yuma held Lin Yanjin tightly, providing her with the utmost sense of security. After a while, Lin Yanjin finally calmed down, and as Li Yuma reached for a tissue to wipe her brow, he accidentally handed El Rongjing the tissue instead. Their eyes met, conveying a silent inquiry. I mentioned I would assist you. Would it not be dreadful to awaken from a nightmare drenched in sweat? El Rongjing, too, occasionally found himself jolted awake by nightmares, well acquainted with the aftermath of such terrors. Thank you, Xiao Mo. It has been half a year since the incident with Jean. How have you managed to endure, at an age when one typically refuses to yield, when they are in their prime and among the affluent? El Rongjing had previously admired Li Yuma, but not to the extent he did now, with genuine respect. He understood all too well the immense effort Li Yuma had expended over these past 6 months, completing his studies, preparing for the English speech competition, and caring for a young girl plagued by psychological trauma, all while being nearly 3 years her junior. How could he possibly cope? Thankfully, seeing Jean Bao improve day by day instilled hope and vigor in his life. The darkest moments had been when she was first affected. She could hardly sleep for 2 hours. The diminutive child visibly appeared emaciated and worn. Rongjing, can you imagine the sensation of witnessing your little son visibly lose its radiance? Even though I never left her side, always accompanying her, she began to shut herself away, at times wishing to bury herself. That period of frustration and helplessness was the hardest to bear. Later, I tried to envelop her in my embrace. Though she occasionally succumbed to nightmares, the comforting realization was that she would not fully awaken, much like just now. I cannot precisely articulate why, but it at least offers her some semblance of peace. Presently, our lives are gradually improving, and the suffering has lessened. Li Yuma spoke with utmost sincerity. Xiao Mo, you are the only person I genuinely admire. In my brief life, no one holds the esteemed position in my heart that you do. You are a friend, a childhood companion, an idol, and a benefactor. I do not intend to utter these saccharine words lightly. They are the deepest sentiments from my heart, and I shall only say them once. I merely hope you will not refuse my assistance in the future. Xiao Mo, though you are 2 to 3 years my junior, you possess remarkable strength. Having a friend like you is a stroke of fortune for El Rongjing. Thank you for your academic support over the years, for guiding me back onto the right path, preventing me from straying into a life of debauchery. Furthermore, I extend my gratitude to you and Jean. It is your unwavering resolve that has enabled me to escape my destined tribulations. Perhaps you may not regard these thanks as significant, yet they represent rare warmth for me. My emotional landscape has been quite barren, and it is through knowing you that I have begun to appreciate the concept of friendship, realizing it is not merely a term confined to dictionaries. This past half year, being in close proximity to you and Jean has gradually transformed my desolate emotional state. I understand that Jean is a profound presence in your life. I shall forever remain as her elder brother. I genuinely wish to be the brother of this whimsical little girl, much like Zhao Jie is to Zhao Yanyan. Xiao Mo, do not be overly independent. Do not silently bear all burdens alone. I too can share some of the load. You must not exhaust yourself. It pains me to see you so. We are meant to be brothers for life. Do you understand my sentiment? El Rongjing's heartfelt words profoundly resonated within Li Yuma, who had never truly experienced brotherly affection. In his past life, he had mistakenly believed that the bond with his child was one of brotherhood. only to later discover it was rooted in romantic love. In this life, with parents who had only him, this bond with classmates and friends blossomed into genuine brotherhood. It felt wonderful. To forge such a brotherly connection with someone as sincere as you is indeed an honor. Thank you for your constant understanding. Our days ahead will only grow brighter. After gazing deeply at El Rongjing, Li Yuma solemnly replied. Chapter 70. Discussing reason with others. The snow fell incessantly, as if it would never cease, ensuring that we would surely welcome the new year amidst this wintry scene. El Rongjing gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, his tone thick with complaint. Is it not delightful to celebrate the new year in the snow? Teacher Yang once said that a bountiful year follows a snowy winter. Lge, do you not enjoy the snow? Lin Yanjin set aside her storybook, innocently inquiring, ever since Li Yuma had injured his knee. El Rongjing had been dining and sleeping in close quarters with them, and Lin Yanjin had finally begun to treat him with a touch of courtesy. It is not that I dislike it. It is simply that the thick layers of snow are quite chilly, and now that Xiao Mo's leg has fully recovered, we still cannot venture outside to play, which is rather displeasing. Jinbao, we have been cooped up in this house for 5 or 6 days. Do you not feel bored? El Rongjing curiously asked Lin Yanjin. Not at all. Each day we discuss what to eat. And there are so many fairy tale books and comics to read, plus Xiao Mo explains ancient Chinese history to me, making the days pass swiftly. Lin Yanjin glanced back at Li Yuma beside her. To achieve tranquility is to reach far. El classmate, you are not as composed as Jinbao, this primary school student. You are rather restless. Li Yuma criticized El Rongjing without a moment's hesitation, though they had rare moments of exchanging their precious brotherly bonds that day. It did not hinder their usual friendly banter. Just like now, Li Yuma showed no courtesy toward El Rongjing. Indeed, no one here compares to Jinbao's capabilities. El Rongjing retorted, slightly exasperated, as he closed his bilingual edition of Jane Eyre. Feeling rather irritable, well then, how about it, LG, are you envious of me? Even if you are, there is nothing you can do about it. I am Xiao Mo's best child, if you possess the skill. Go find someone who will regard you as the best in their heart. Lin Yanjin's attention wavered from her storybook, relishing the opportunity to provoke her 10-year-older brother, regardless of how intense the exchange may become. The outcome would undoubtedly be her victory. Even if she occasionally lost an argument, her Xiao Mo would always aid her in winning. Jinbao, you cannot treat me this way. I am your brother, how can you pierce my heart so? Well done, Jinbao. El Rongjing found himself mercilessly teased by both the elder and the younger, yet he was not one to shy away. He would only grow bolder in the face of such teasing. LG, open your eyes wide and take a good look. I am Lin Yanjin, not Jia Yanyan. A brother must behave like a brother. Do not emulate Zhao Jie, he is not a proper brother. And Yan Yan is far too forgiving, otherwise I would have long since given him a beating. Lin Yanjin patted El Rongjing's shoulder with the demeanor of an adult, her serious expression evoking laughter and exasperation from both El Rongjing and Li Yuma. Jiner, if you were Jia Yanyan, could you possibly defeat Zhao Jie? El Rongjing asked, half amused and half exasperated. What does that matter? If I cannot defeat him, I shall wait until Zhao Jie is asleep and bind him with rope. Once secured, he must sing conquer until I am satisfied. If he does not end up with missing teeth, it would be an affront to my name. Lin Yanjin proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Leaving the two older boys utterly stunned and perplexed. Jinbao, why do you harbor such violent thoughts? When faced with a problem, should we not first seek a solution? Am I not the one who teaches you this? Li Yuma, taken aback by Lin Yanjin's words, set aside his book, Europe Between Oceans. He lifted Lin Yanjin onto his lap, compelling her to meet his gaze, and asked earnestly, is this not a solution? Must we always resort to so-called reasoning like you? If all issues could be resolved through reason, why then has Yan Yan repeatedly fallen victim to Zhao Jie? Since our acquaintance, I recall several instances where Zhao Jie has indeed let Yan Yan down. For instance, during our visit to People's Park, he forgot to bring water and ended up consuming all the water from Yan Yan's backpack, since the convenience store was quite distant that afternoon. Yan Yan's lips appeared cracked and even bled. Had I not shared some of my warm water with her, her discomfort would have escalated beyond mere chapped lips to potential throat issues. Furthermore, on the day you four played basketball at Fuhua Wetland Park, Zhao Jie was so preoccupied with showing off that he carelessly tossed his backpack to Yan Yan, only to later complain about her walking slowly. Had I been in Yan Yan's position, I would have thrown his backpack into the Fuhua River, allowing him to deal with the consequences of his actions, returning home in his stinky basketball jersey after the game. Could it be that Yan Yan never confronted Zhao Jie? I have stood up for her against him before. Can reason truly suffice in such matters? Moreover, regarding the incident we encountered a few days ago, IMO, you repeatedly stopped me from addressing that girl with logic. She clearly bumped into me on purpose. Was she oblivious to the possibility of colliding with someone? I believe she was fully aware that her reckless approach could lead to trouble. You, being the good person, chose to reason with her, yet these past few days, your pained expression reveals that reason does not alleviate your suffering. You need not look at me in such a manner. I understand you wish to convey that what is done and cannot be altered. However, had you not restrained me that day, and I had struck her, she would have remembered the pain when it mattered most, serving as a lesson far more impactful than your reasoning. I merely rose in defense when subjected to bullying. Does that not seem quite distant from violence? Why did you question me as though I were a criminal? Or do you, IMO, wish for me to silently endure all the injustices like a turtle withdrawing into its shell? Even if that is your desire, I shall not oblige. Liumo, without waiting for Lin Yanjin to finish her words, suddenly tightened his embrace around her. Jin Bao, you are my little treasure. How could I ever wish for you to be bullied by others? I know you care for me and wish to protect me. While I did not agree with your actions that day, I did not dismiss them either. What I want to convey, Jin Air, is that your intentions are noble, yet we can opt for approaches that are more advantageous to us. Do you understand? Little girl, have you been waiting to settle the score with me, you little grudge holder? I comprehend that it pains you to see me harmed. Jin Bao, I am fully aware. I understand your feelings. But little treasure, you are still too young and lack a comprehensive view of issues. Responding to violence with violence has never been the most effective solution. Jin Air, often, physical pain is the easiest to bear, while psychological suffering can be infinitely more cruel. Do you understand? Do not utter such exasperating words. You know I am the one most afraid of you getting hurt. Trust me, Jin Bao, your IMO will protect you well. No one dares to harm my little treasure. Chapter 71, The Eruption of Emotions. But I simply do not wish to see you in pain. Finally, the emotions Lin Yanjin had been suppressing for so many days erupted forth. And at that moment, she cried uncontrollably. Liumo understood that his little one's recent cautiousness and her unspoken independence were manifestations of her concern for him. She had endured enough hardship. He was the only person she completely trusted and relied upon, and here he was, injured, all for her sake. Setting aside everything else, the guilt and helplessness nearly overwhelmed her. Jin Air, please stop crying. Enough now. If you cry too long, you will end up with a headache. The new year is approaching, and I have no issues anymore. Everything is resolved. Do not be afraid. Jin Air, I know your thoughts. Thank you, Jin Bao, for wanting to protect me, just as I protect you. Jin Bao, you are still too young. We must strive to study diligently. When you grow a little older, you will understand that brute force is the most foolish approach. Trust me, Jin Bao, your IMO is no coward. You must believe in me, or I will be truly saddened. When you are older, you will realize that the woman who injured me that day has been dealt with severely by me and your brother L. I do not initiate conflict, but we are certainly not afraid of it. Do not fear. I will safeguard you, and I will also take care of myself. Liumo comforted the little tyrant in his arms, unaware of the tears streaming down his cheeks. El Rongjang, initially perplexed, soon understood that this little girl had yet to untangle her emotional knots. From that day, it was indeed a burden for such a young child, torn between concern for the one who nurtured her and the torment of guilt, and she had not fully recovered from that painful ordeal, still just a 7.5-year-old child. Reflecting on it now, this little girl had truly faced immense challenges. In an ordinary family, a child of her age would be cherished like a princess by their elders, completely shielded from the darker, uglier sides of humanity. Witnessing this emotional exchange between the two, El Rongjang silently stood by, allowing them to gradually calm their feelings. This was, at this moment, the most appropriate role for him as her older brother. IMO, please do not let others hurt you anymore. I am afraid. Lin Yanjin was crying so hard she could barely catch her breath, her trembling voice filling Liumo's chest with a complex mix of emotions. He was her everything, and similarly she was his. In this life, he had finally managed to protect her rather than her sacrificing herself for him. Alright, I will strive to protect you and myself. Liumo tightened his arms around her, responding to the strength with which she clung to him, affirming their mutual importance to one another. IMO, I am here. I have always been here, and I will always be by your side. Be good, let me wipe your face. Liumo released his embrace, cradling her small face in his hands, seeking her gaze to fill his vision. Lin Yanjin finally calmed down, softly replying, just as Liumo intended to take her to the bathroom to clean up. A steaming hot towel appeared before him. He blinked in surprise, following the defined fingers to see El Rongjang's resolute face, softened by concern. Thank you. Liumo accepted the towel, diligently wiping his little one's face. What shall we have for lunch today? L. Rongjang asked, observing the now composed pair. Didn't they say they went fishing this morning? You can't eat anything too spicy. Let us have them make a sour fish soup. Jin Bao loves meat. We only ate half of that wild chicken we bought yesterday, so let us have them use the other half for soup and stir-fry some cabbage. How does that sound? Li Umo inquired of L. Rongjang. Alright, I'll have them prepare it. Should we have them bring it up? My leg is fully healed now. Let us go to the cafeteria to eat. The flavor of the food takes a while to dissipate, and the snow today is quite heavy, making it unsuitable to open the windows. Shall we head down now? Lin Yanjin had been cooped up in this small space for quite some time and was eager to step outside for some fresh air. Alright, come here, let me wrap a scarf around you. We must also put on this little fox-shaped earmuff. We wouldn't want you to get frostbite. Liumo stood up, placing Lin Yanjin on the ground before turning to fetch the scarf and earmuffs, while also applying a layer of children's cream on her. My earmuffs are shaped like a red fox, Amos are white foxes, and brother L's are pandas. Two foxes and a panda. All are protected species. Ultimately, Lin Yanjin remained a child. Her emotions could shift rapidly, and she soon began to playfully misbehave. Little one, when we return, make sure to study diligently with your teacher. Our Chinese language is vast and profound. Do not misuse words. L. Rongjang paused in tying the scarf, addressing Lin Yanjin. Imo, Elgo is being mean to me. Lin Yanjin's exaggeratedly aggrieved expression effectively halted Li Yumo's actions. If he is naughty, we'll just ignore him. L. Rongjang found himself utterly flabbergasted. In front of his little one, all principles seemed to vanish. Lin Yanjin, having heard Li Yumo's words, looked smugly at L. Rongjang, her eyes sparkling with mischief. When the trio finally gathered their things and descended the stairs, they noticed the staff at the inn busy clearing the snow from the courtyard. Why are they removing the snow? Lin Yanjin curiously tilted her head to inquire. They feared that as the snow melts, it might freeze at night, causing someone to slip if they step on it. Without hesitation, L. Rongjang explained to the little one, finally able to walk beside Lin Yanjin. Typically she would walk in the middle, with L. Rongjang and Li Umo flanking her for protection. However, L. Rongjang could only walk beside her while Li Umo held her small hand. No, they must be preparing for some event. After all, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and they need to make arrangements for the celebrations. Li Umo offered a differing perspective. I agree with Amo's viewpoint. Lin Yanjin shook her little head and spoke with a beaming smile. Lu Rongjang, observing his childhood friend's proud expression, felt a pang in his heart. You heartless little thing, even if Amo were to claim that the sun rises in the west, you would wholeheartedly agree. Nonsense, when has Amo ever said such ignorant things? Jinawa, you're amazing. Liuma could no longer contain himself. He scooped up his little bundle, laughing radiantly, which made Lu Rongjang wish he could punch him a few times. Chapter 72, The Little Trickster Jiner. It's time to get up. That drawn-out from Lin Yanjin indicated her desire to linger in bed. Isn't the depth of the Chinese language remarkable? Li Yuma, witnessing this familiar routine, stepped forward helplessly. Following the well-rehearsed process, he pulled back the covers, lifted his little one from the bed, swiftly dressed her, and then cradled her in his arms to coax her. When will you ever change this habit of lazing in bed? Never. What if I get delayed and can't coax you out of bed? Then I'll just sleep until you're done. And Jinawa, when did you become so unreasonable? Be quiet, don't call me unreasonable. Li Yuma gazed down at the small creature nestled against his chest, pondering whether he was about to witness the re-emergence of the little tyrant from his past life. Do you really want to be so domineering? Yes, Jinawa, are you not going to be reasonable? Not at all. Ha! Lu Rongjang finally burst into laughter. He had come to check whether the duo had risen, only to stumble upon this scene. Not bad, this little tyrant's unreasonable demeanor indeed reflects his brother's adorable child. Upon hearing Lu Rongjang's laughter, Lin Yanjin didn't even bother to open her eyes, remaining nestled in Li Yuma's embrace, playing coy. Alright, Jiner, if we continue to dawdle, we won't be able to spend much time in the snow later. Li Yuma had no choice but to turn her face towards him, analyzing seriously. He had known this trait of hers for a long time. Although feeling somewhat helpless, he was filled with joy. His little one remained as adorable as ever. Amo, the delicate call of Amo nearly made Li Yuma abandon all principles. After a moment, he steadied himself. For Jinawa, if we don't go out soon, we'll end up stuck reading in this room again. I'm awake now. Let us go. Lin Yanjin immediately stopped feigning sleep, her sparkling big eyes wide open. Stepping out of the inn, the world outside was draped in a blanket of white. A vast expanse of snow, the mountain above was still showering down large flakes, and the mist at the foot of the mountain obscured the view, making it hard to see far ahead. Jinawat, do you like this snowy world? I should like it. Jinawat, how old are you? Must you speak so ambiguously? Rongzhen, do not judge Jiner with your own reasoning. Jiner, tell me, why do you say you should like it? I don't know, IMO. I can't explain it. Logically, this should be my first true encounter with ice and snow on Yunling Snow Mountain, yet it feels oddly familiar, as if I've forgotten something. As Lin Yanjin spoke, she couldn't help but hug her little head. Liu Ma immediately pulled her into his embrace, understanding the situation. It's alright, Jinawat, you're still so young. What could you have forgotten? Little Jinawat, perhaps you occasionally have bizarre dreams. Come, relax, look at me, Jinawat. We simply need to appreciate this pristine, solemn world adorned in silver, and therein lies the significance of our journey. We're here to witness the wonders of nature. To unwind during our holiday, we are not researchers and do not need to rigidly seek validation for anything. Do not clutch your little head, do not overthink, otherwise, at such a tender age, you might worry yourself into wrinkles. Look at the bamboo before us, how they bent under the weight of the snow. Liu Ma focused on soothing the little bundle in his arms, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer in her eyes. Good, but the contrast of the white snow and lush green bamboo would make a beautiful painting. Next time we visit the snow-capped mountains, let us bring a sketch pad and paints, shall we? Good, I'll buy you a sketch pad and colors when we return. Once you've learned a bit more, I'll take you out to sketch wherever you like. Liu Ma indulgently replied, successfully diverting his little one's attention. All she needed was to enjoy the moment. Their heavy past was something only he needed to remember. I want to ride a big horse. Alright. After agreeing, Liu Ma lifted Lin Yanjin onto his shoulder. Brother Lu, look, there seems to be bamboo shoots under that bamboo. Really? I'll take a look at Jinawat. Let Brother Lu go check it. Rustle. Brother Lu has turned into a snowman. Look, Brother Lu is more handsome and lifelike than any snowman. Lin Yanjin let go of the bamboo branch, laughing radiantly, her expression one of sheer triumph, as if she were not the instigator of the mischief. After a while, the snow atop the bamboo melted away, and they stood tall and verdant in this silver-clad world, creating a delightful scene. Liu Ma, exasperated, set down the child from his shoulder, observing her gleeful expression and then glancing at his snow-covered childhood friend. Could only silently lift this little impertinent trickster and check if her gloves had gotten wet from the snow. Liu Rongjing took a while to open his eyes, brushing off the accumulated snow. He spotted the little cream-filled dumpling watching him with a face full of schadenfreude. Indeed, one must never offend women or petty people. Lu Rongjing sighed, realizing that this little rascal had already tricked him several times despite her tender age. Let us walk a bit more. This little path is covered in snow, untouched by anyone's footsteps. Walking on it is quite a delight, Liu Ma suggested, needing to distract attention that he had to protect the little one in his arms while also considering his brother opposite him. In a choice between the two, he would rather suffer his brother's grievances. Liu Rongjing was equally helpless. Why must this little rascal be so vengeful? He had merely questioned her once, and she had retaliated against him. Moreover, could he still claim to be this brother's ally? Wasn't it evident that he was favoring his child? The answer was clear. There was certainly no place for reason in this matter. You look so handsome today. Lin Yanjin's smile was brighter than before. After a playful glance at Lu Rongjing, she snuggled her little head into Liu Ma's slender embrace, continuing her usual antics. Smooth-talking little one, why not take a look in the mirror and draw yourself as you are? Lin Yanjin felt a bit embarrassed by Liu Ma's teasing, her tone a mix of coquetry and pleading. Chapter 73, Learning to Kidnap. Alright, I won't laugh at you anymore. Raise your head, dear. If you keep it down for too long, you might suffocate yourself. Liu Ma gently patted Lin Yanjin's back. Speaking with tenderness, little Mo, could you possibly show a bit more favoritism? This little rascal nearly buried me in snow, and instead of helping me clear the mess, you comfort the instigator. Could you be any less fair? Lu Rongjing was on the brink of laughter and frustration. Of course, if you go under that bamboo again and let Jinawat play a bit more, I'll set her down and help you with the aftermath. Liu Ma teased. Fine. Lu Rongjing could finally give up hope. His brother was utterly devoid of humanity when it came to his child. After all, this little trickster was being raised by none other than him. I really like you. Lin Yanjin wrapped her arms around Liu Ma's neck and planted a heavy kiss on his cheek, her face radiant with joy. Little rascal, would you like to come down and step in the snow? No one has walked here yet. No, I want you to carry me. Alright, I'll carry you. Do you want me to hold you all afternoon? Don't you want to play in the snow? Liu Ma asked patiently. I do. Later, I'll come down and slide towards you like last time. Will you catch me? Sure, but you must be careful and not fall. If you fall once, I won't play in the snow with you again. Li Yuma adjusted Lin Yanjin's hat, ensuring both of them had their jackets snugly fastened. They looked quite good, the hoods covering their necks securely. Can't you think of any other ways to play in the snow? Like a snowball fight or building a snowman? Lu Rongjing looked at the two little tricksters with a hint of exasperation. A snowball fight? Brother Lu wants to try being a moving target. Why don't we help him out? Let us have him stand in the middle and attack from both sides to see who can throw a snowball accurately. Little trickster, do you really think I'll stand there and let you have your way with me? Lu Rongjing was both amused and indignant. This indeed presents a formidable conundrum. However, dear brother L, do observe that your down jacket has a decorative cord at its hem, does it not? I believe I have found a solution to this predicament. Come, let us press brother L into the snow. I shall remove his clothing and detach this cord. We shall bind him to that pine tree. You hold him down while I secure him. It will be just like those abduction videos, fastening his hands behind the tree. Haha, shall we have Uncle Lu bring a ransom to secure his release? If Uncle Lu cannot produce anything of worth, we can directly contact Uncle L. How should we phrase it? Let me ponder. Simply state that your son is in my possession. Present your sincerity, or else, well, let us say the worst may occur. Haha, do I mimic it well? Remarkably, just earlier Lin Yanjin altered his voice to imitate that of an adult male, which was somewhat amusing. L Rongjing stared blankly at Li Yuma, silently inquiring, who on earth has taught you such nonsensical antics? Li Yuma too felt helpless. How could he have known that his child possessed such a mischievous side? Little Jinbao, where did you acquire these absurdities? Li Yuma inquired patiently. It was when Yan Yan visited last time. She brought along a friend to share with me, that tomboy with hair shorter than mine. Yes, her parents are busy with work, allowing her the freedom to play on her phone, and she shared all this with us. She even showed me and Yan Yan those videos on that app. What was it called? You weren't with her for long, were you? You were always by my side, so how could I have noticed? You went off to discuss matters with Zhao Jia and the others, while she pulled me aside to show me. She said we were friends and should share. She even wanted to film videos with me. But I declined. When Yan Yan was about to persuade me, you called for me to start my extracurricular reading, and thus it was delayed. Lin Yanjin recounted the tale vividly, while Li Yuma felt a surge of frustration. Despite his efforts to shield his child from the filth of the internet, it seemed he could not entirely prevent its corruption. Little Mo, calm down, seeing the dark cloud on Li Yuma's face. L Rongjing realized his anger might have been excessive. Jinbao, do you understand that kidnapping is a crime? I don't know, little Jean, that short-haired sister is not a good influence. She may lead you astray. When we return, let us refrain from associating with her, shall we? When choosing friends, we must select those who are polite and of good character. Do you understand? Li Yuma squatted down to meet Lin Yanjin's gaze. Yes, alright. I didn't intend to befriend her. It's just that Yan Yan particularly likes her, so I didn't reject her. I don't appreciate her dirtying my toys and feigning innocence while pulling at Yan Yan, lacking any sincerity in her apologies. I apologize, Jinbao. It was my oversight. Henceforth, we shall refrain from letting Yan Yan introduce you to her friends, okay? Once you recover, I will take you back to school, and you may choose your friends as you wish. If you prefer not to make friends, that is entirely fine. I shall always be by your side. Alright. Amo, will I return to school as well? Indeed, once the doctor declares you fully recovered and ready to return. I shall escort you back. We will seek the care of Principal Yu and Director Xiao. No one shall dare bully you. Li Yuma earnestly reassured. Yes, Jinmei, not only do you have your Amo, but you also have me as your brother. I wish to be your brother, just as Zhao Jia is to Zhao Yanyan. L Rongjing also crouched down, speaking earnestly. I do not want that. Jinmei. A hint of hurt flickered in L Rongjing's eyes. Jinbao, could you enlighten me as to why you do not wish for brother L to be your brother? Li Yuma gently patted L Rongjing's shoulder before turning to Lin Yanjin. He claims he wants to be like Zhao Jia, serving as Yan Yan's brother. Would that not place me at a disadvantage? Zhao Jia treats Yan Yan poorly. Why would I desire such a brother? Having witnessed Zhao Jia's impatience towards Zhao Yanyan, Lin Yanjin resolutely rejected the notion. I comprehend now. Jinbao does not reject my desire to be your brother. Rather, you simply do not wish for a brother like Zhao Jia, correct? L Rongjing cautiously inquired. Yes, I do not like that kind of brother. After exchanging a joyful glance with Li Yuma, L Rongjing earnestly addressed Lin Yanjin. Jiner, I shall not be like Zhao Jia. I will not act in such a manner as an older brother. I aspire to be a brother who can protect my little sister, not one who is impatient and neglectful. Do you still wish to be my sister? Well, let's give it a try. Encouraged by Li Yuma, Lin Yanjin slowly acquiesced. Thank you, Jiner, for granting me the opportunity to gain a sister. I shall also have the chance to indulge in the experience of being an older brother. Little Mo, when my father returns this time, I will discuss with him the possibility of recognizing Jeaner as our L family's goddaughter or adopted daughter, shall we? L Rongjing inquired with excitement. This must be discussed with your father first. And more importantly, it hinges on whether Jinbao is willing. Li Yuma was momentarily taken aback by L Rongjing's enthusiasm and could only murmur in response to, I will ensure that Jeaner willingly embraces the role of our L family's esteemed daughter. L Rongjing replied with palpable excitement, I do not wish to be anyone's esteemed daughter. I want to be Lin Yanjin, the Lin Yanjin who will one day marry Li Yuma. Lin Yanjin felt somewhat bewildered. How could she possibly become the esteemed daughter of the L family? She desires to be the Lin Yanjin who marries her Amo Jeaner. Even if you become my L family's esteemed daughter, you will still marry your Amo once you grow up. L Rongjing, overwhelmed with joy, paid little heed to the turmoil in Lin Yanjin's mind. Jinbao, no matter who you are, you will always be my little Jinbao. And the one I intend to marry in the future. I will wait for you to grow up and marry me. Do not fret, trust me, I am your one and only Amo. Fear not, I shall always be by your side. Noticing the flicker of anxiety in Lin Yanjin's eyes, Li Yuma embraced his child, allowing her to nestle against him, providing her with ample comfort. L Rongjing, realizing he had momentarily lost himself in excitement, forgot the unique circumstances surrounding this little one. I apologize, I was too caught up in the moment and did not consider Jeaner's special situation. I promise, I shall not repeat this mistake. Trust me, my intention in being your brother is to support and protect you alongside your Amo. It is quite alright, do not be too hard on yourself. Our Jinbao is very resilient. Li Yuma observed L Rongjing's face, filled with remorse, and ultimately reached out to pat his shoulder. Having witnessed the depths of human frailty, he felt fortunate for L Rongjing's heartfelt sincerity. He recognized the untainted purity in L Rongjing's eyes, along with the concealed solitude and yearning for familial bonds. Thus, he welcomed L Rongjing into his and his child's life as a response to this pristine kinship. Amo Lin Yanjin, somewhat dazed, clung to Li Yuma's neck, expressing her unease. I am here, Jinbao, I am here. Did you not wish to play in the snow? Come, there is a small slope. Go up and slide down. I shall catch you. Li Yuma gently caressed the back of his child's head, inquiring tenderly, I no longer wish to slide like that. Lin Yanjin, feeling averse, burrowed deeper into Li Yuma's embrace, uncertain why she felt such unease and agitation. Very well, then we shall not play that way. Li Yuma patiently regarded the slightly anxious child in his arms, responding softly. Jeaner, let us build a snowman together. The three of us shall craft a snowman that you adore. Shall we? L Rongjing, noticing the unease of his newly acquired sister, gently coaxed. No rush, let our Jeaner contemplate what she truly wishes to play before proceeding. Li Yuma exchanged a knowing glance with L Rongjing, signaling his agreement. Alright Jinbao, tell me, do you wish to stay and play in the snow, or shall we return to the inn? We cannot remain standing in this icy expanse indefinitely, it could be perilous. Do you understand? After a considerable pause, Li Yuma finally inquired. Amo, Lin Yanjin softly murmured, lost in thought, I am here, Jinbao. I promised I would always be here. Brother L desires to be your brother and my companion. He wishes to care for and protect you, just like Ning Xiang. However, that little rascal Ning Xiang is far too young and can only be your younger brother, while Brother L is older and meant to be your brother. He simply wants to be your family, akin to Ning Xiang. Do you understand? Is that the same for you, Amo? Lin Yanjin's dilemma lay precisely here. She did not wish for anyone to care for her as Amo did. She wanted her Amo to be unique and irreplaceable. No one else dares to approach you or interact with you as I do. You are my one and only, and I am yours. Just as you are my singular Jinbao, I am your one and only Amo. We share a bond unlike any other. I am waiting for you to grow up to marry me. We are destined to build a family together. No one else can relate to you as we do. He can only relate to you as Ning Xiang is serving as your brother. Li Yuma hastily refuted, realizing that the little bundle in his arms was grappling with this very issue. It was his oversight. What a jest to think that the bond he had painstakingly cultivated could be interrupted by anyone. No one could, for his child was solely his. Indeed, Jeaner, I am akin to your brother Ning Xiang. From my childhood until now, I have been a solitary figure, longing for a sister like you to call family. Rest assured, I shall not engage with you as Xiao Mo does. I understand that you two rely on each other. And that is different. As your brother, my first step will be to respect you. L Rongjing gazed at Li Yumang and Lin Yanqing with an open heart. It is true that he harbors affection for this little bundle of joy. He genuinely desires a connection, and both of them before him are his cherished ties. His wish to be the brother of this little one stems from the authenticity it brings, as he initially wished to be a brother to both. However, his childhood friend, whose intellect borders on the extraordinary, leaves him somewhat intimidated, and he hesitates to voice his desire to be her brother, lacking the confidence to assume such a role. Being 10 years her senior allows him to claim that position with more conviction, while also fulfilling his yearning for kinship. I want a gigantic snowman. Lin Yanqing finally brightened, straightening up in Li Yuming's embrace, her excitement palpable. Alright, let us three work together to build an enormous snowman. As large as two of you. Jiner. L. Rongjing's anxious heart finally settled within him. To gain a sister is no easy feat. Now shall you come down? Li Yuming inquired gently. Lin Yanqing nodded vigorously, resolutely responding. The trio began to divide their tasks, with Li Yuming and Lin Yanqing working together to form the snowman's body, diligently gathering the snow from the ground. We cannot build the snowman on the road. Can we? What if the snow melts and a vehicle passes by? After all, the snowman needs to be compacted. It will melt significantly slower. While collecting snow for the snowman's head, L. Rongjing suddenly came to his senses and turned to Li Yuming. Yes, Yanqing and I have moved the snow over here. We will pile it beneath this pine tree. What if someone passes by at night and mistakes the snowman for a person? Lin Yanqing asked with an imaginative spark. That seems unlikely, right? L. Rongjing replied uncertainly. It's fine. There should be very few passers-by at night. Besides, anyone walking here would need a flashlight. Amidst their light-hearted banter, their snowman was successfully crafted into a form reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha, though only in stature. Not in appearance. Pine cones served as eyes, with dried leaves forming a mouth capable of devouring all. As for the nose, it was a small stick, giving it a Pinocchio-like appearance. L. Rongjing thoughtfully adorned the snowman with a hat made of pine branches. Though the color was somewhat off, ultimately Li Yuming replaced it with dry pine needles from the ground, achieving a much more fitting look. Chapter 75, celebrating the role of brother. What are they preparing to do? Lin Yanqing asked innocently, gazing up at L. Rongjing. Having just opened up in the snowy expanse, she cheerfully switched from calling him Elgo to simply brother. It seems they are preparing for a bonfire party. I've seen such preparations online. L. Rongjing mused, feeling a tender warmth blossom within him as he looked at his newly acquired little sister. It had not been easy. After 6 months, he had finally stepped into the lives of Li Yuming and the little bundle of joy. His previously barren sense of kinship began to flourish. Oh, why hasn't Tamo come down yet? Jiner. Xiaomo needs to set things up and fetch your extra clothes. He might still be searching. L. Rongjing replied with a hint of exasperation, recognizing that the little girl's heart was wholly occupied by that exceptionally intelligent and cool-faced boy. Naturally, given their close companionship, it was something outsiders could hardly fathom. Didn't I ask you to take Jiner to the cafeteria to wait for me? It's rather windy here. Aren't you afraid of getting cold? Li Yuming questioned L. Rongjing, a note of discontent in his voice. Brother asked me to wait for you in the cafeteria, but I want to wait here with you. I don't want to walk anymore. Lin Yanqing's eyes sparkled with mirth as she stretched out her arms. Without a word, Li Yuming scooped up his little girl. Weren't you just fine in the ice and snow? Why don't you want to walk now? It's hardly a few steps. I just don't want to. If you don't want to walk, then I shall carry you. Tell me, what would you like to eat tonight? Xiaomo, today is truly a day worth celebrating. Shall we indulge in a feast? L. Rongjing asked with a cheerful tone. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Let us reserve the feast for tomorrow night and celebrate the arrival of the new year together. Li Yuming countered with a frown. No, Xiaomo, this time I wish to celebrate as I desired. I am simply too happy. I even feel like having a drink or two. You have no idea how significant today is for me. I've already informed Uncle Lu. He shall join us in celebrating today. Tomorrow night, we will stay up together for the new year. L. Rongjing was resolute this time. If he did not do something to commemorate the occasion, he would find it hard to sleep. Very well, as you wish. Seeing the yearning in L. Rongjing's eyes, Li Yuming relented, fearing that the little one in his arms would be too preoccupied with food later and struggle to sleep at night. Yet, upon arriving at the dining hall, they found Uncle Lu already waiting for them, a sumptuous spread laid out before them, causing Lin Yanqing's eyes to shine with delight. Li Yuming looked down at the little girl in his arms. Shaking his head in exasperation. Little glutton, big glutton, Lin Yanqing retorted playfully. Young master, Li Xiao. Miss Lin, please take a seat. I apologize for the rush. Please make do with what we have, Uncle Lu said graciously, presenting Australian abalone and French blue lobster. And yet he called it making do. Li Yuming looked at L. Rongjing and Uncle Lu, amused. Uncle Lu, please refrain from calling her Miss Lin. She will soon be the esteemed young lady of the L family. Our sole young lady. L. Rongjing pulled out a chair, sitting down only after Li Yuming and Lin Yanqing were settled. Young master, Uncle Lu looked at his master in astonishment. What was he planning? Although the young girl's family background was somewhat complicated, she was still the legitimate young lady of the Lin Group. Uncle Lou, please do not look at me like that. My father should finalize the project in F country in about a month. I will personally discuss it with him. Gina is my adopted sister, a sister without blood ties to me. L. Rongjing. If he emerges from the shadow of my mother's passing and wishes to find someone to share his life with, I shall not oppose it. If he has such intentions, then Gina shall be the only young lady of the L family, albeit as L. Rongjing's sister. If he does not harbor such intentions, I will have a good discussion with him. Our father-son bond is tenuous, and at present, it is just the two of us. Gina will be the adopted daughter of his Rongqing Medical Equipment Company. The young lady of our L family. Uncle Lou, as you know, I have often been alone over the years. It is they who have allowed me to truly experience the warmth of familial bonds. Without Xiao Mo, I would have been embroiled in conflicts from 5th grade, and I would not be a student at Rongqing Foreign Language School. I would merely be a rebellious rich kid. Akin to many second-generation wealthy individuals in Rongqing, uneducated and perpetually in trouble. 6 months ago, upon meeting Gina and the otherwise transformed Xiao Mo, I gathered the courage to approach them, drew closer to their lives, and moved to Donglu Town. Only then did I liberate myself from the state of a wandering soul. I finally felt like a living, breathing person. Uncle Lou, you faced calamity in your youth, yet at least you had a neighborly aunt to care for you. You may not understand my plight. On the surface, I appear to be the young master of a large corporation, but facing the chilling solitude of an empty room at midnight is an indescribably despairing experience. Though I am now 17, I have been enduring this alone since I was 7 or 8. Finally encountering 2 family members, I must demonstrate my sincerity. Do you understand? As L. Rongjing spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Leaving Uncle Lou at a loss. He understood that their young master had endured hardships, and their chairman had not had it easy, but this was the first time he had witnessed their young master's emotions laid bare. Rarely did Li Yumong offer a comforting pat on L. Rongjing's shoulder, a gesture of solace. Between boys, such sentimental words are often unspoken. A single action suffices to convey their camaraderie. Brother, from now on, you will always have me in AMO. Do not fear. Lin Yanqing cautiously descended from Li Yuming's embrace, offering L. Rongjing a handkerchief, her voice gentle yet resolutely firm. Yes, with you and Xiao Mo, I shall no longer feared. In the stillness of midnight, I finally feel alive, not like a wandering soul. Gina, Xiao Mo, thank you. Thank you for fate allowing me to meet you both, and thank you for agreeing to let me be your brother. Rest assured, I shall strive to be a worthy brother. Trust me, I will excel, just as I can excel in my studies. Chapter 76, Celebrating the Role of Brother, continued. I am sorry, Rongjing, my failure as a father lies in not caring for you properly. At the moment when L. Rongjing's emotions were on the verge of collapse, the sound of his father's voice emanated from Uncle Lou's phone, startling the 3 children. Lin Yanjin, upon hearing the voice of L. Rongjing's father, took a step back in astonishment. Li Yumok, quick to react, swiftly pulled his child into his embrace, suppressing his own feelings of unease as he held the child tightly. Young master, I apologize. When you entered just now, I was on a call with the chairman. In my haste to greet you, I forgot to end the video call, Uncle Lou explained, unable to restrain himself in front of the 3 children. It is alright, Uncle Lou, just pass me the phone. L. Rongjing said, regaining his composure as he reached for Uncle Lou's device. Father, since you have heard everything, there is no need for me to call you separately. Now let us discuss your thoughts together. As both Xiao Ma and my sister are here, I do not wish to pressure you. You have provided a comfortable life for me, and I am forever grateful. Whether you think I am being overly sentimental or not is of little consequence, but I must declare that Gina will always be my sister regardless of blood ties. My mother has been gone for many years. If you intend to pursue a different lifestyle, I believe she would not hold it against you, for you too have endured solitude for many years and she would wish for your happiness. After all, she loved you deeply and naturally desired your well-being. I will understand you, but one thing remains. No matter who you find, I will never call anyone else mother. I can comprehend your position and respect it. Yet please understand mine, my mother is irreplaceable, and now, please share your thoughts. L. Rongjing had completely calmed down. He truly would not blame his father for seeking companionship again. Even if his father remarried, he would understand. He simply had his own boundaries. Zhenger, I am sorry, I may have erred. My avoidance has made you bear burdens of loneliness that you should not have had to endure at such a tender age. I was so consumed by my grief over your mother's passing that I forgot you too were suffering the loss of your mother. I apologize. All I can say now is that I am sorry. For the damage has already been done. It is my weakness and evasion that have resulted in your mother's absence and the lack of paternal love in your life. Here, I must first thank Li Xiao for your companionship over the years. You have provided Zheng'er with the bond of brotherhood. Thank you, Jiner, for teaching Zheng'er about responsibility and accountability. I am grateful to you all for gradually healing the wounds I have inflicted upon Zheng'er and compensating for his loss of familial affection. Zheng'er, let us not mention your mother sacrificing her life for mine. It was her selfless act that granted me a second chance. From the mutual affection between your mother and me, I have vowed not to remarry or seek another woman. Zheng'er, in just a few months, you will turn 18, and there are certain matters that we can discuss openly as father and son. As your father, I have traversed a vast expanse of emotions. Yet I have only taken one sip from its waters. Besides your mother, no one else captivates my heart. If it were not for my deep love for her, how could I even dare to look upon you? Zheng'er, I love you dearly, but in comparison to your mother, your place must take a step back. She is my beloved, etched into my very being. If you wish to be Jiner's brother, I would gladly assume the role of her guardian. However, Zheng'er, does Jiner wish for this? Would the chairman of the Shanglin Group consent? This decision does not solely rest with us. Do you understand? Chairman L inquired earnestly. Father, do not overthink it. Just answer me if you are willing and if you fear the troubles that come with being a guardian to my sister. El Rongjing insisted, resolute in wanting to clarify everything today. I am willing. I have dreamed of having a daughter. You were meant to have a sister who left with your mother. Perhaps she feared that your mother would be lonely on her journey to the afterlife. Which is why she did not meet with us. Your mother and I often fantasized about having a daughter before we were married. To say this without fear of your anger, when you were carried out of the delivery room. I immediately checked your swaddling, and upon discovering you were a boy, I wished fervently to return you to your mother's womb so you could develop once more into the daughter I longed for. For that, I faced your mother's wrath several times with a slipper. If Jiner can be the daughter I cherish, then I would be overjoyed. How could I possibly refuse? However, Zheng'er, does Director Lin wish for this? Does Mr. Ning consent? As Chairman L reminisced, a smile and tenderness that seemed unfitting for his stern demeanor graced his face. Jiner, do you like the idea of me being your brother? El Rongjing asked Lin Yanjin, who appeared somewhat bewildered. She looked to Li Yumok for guidance, and upon seeing encouragement in his eyes, turned back to El Rongjing and replied, I think I would be willing, Uncle El. I believe it suffices if Jiner wishes to be Rongjing's sister. It need not be overly complicated. After all, you are both part of the Rongjing business circle, and some matters you may already be aware of. I will not belabor this point. Let me share something you may not yet know. Jiner's current guardian is myself. Li Yumok. If your intentions are sincere and you truly desire a daughter, allowing Rongjing to have familial affection, Jiner could call you father or Uncle El. The title father may not be fitting, as the chairman of the Shanglin Group is still very much alive. My child still bears the surname Lin. Furthermore, let me clarify my stance. I understand Rongjing's heartfelt intentions, and I welcome the prospect of Jiner having more family. However, he is somewhat stubborn and wishes to give Jiner more than she requires. Uncle El, my point is that this matter should remain between us. There is no need to create unnecessary commotion. You hardly had time to accompany Rongjing in his youth, and your time now is unlikely to be abundant. The three of us can continue to provide warmth for one another. Rongjing's sincerity is evident, and both Jiner and I can reciprocate his pure familial affection. As for formalities, I believe they are unnecessary. Additionally, my child has certain unique circumstances that do not suit excessive enthusiasm. Rongjing, I understand your intentions. You wish to compensate for what Jiner lacks in your own way. We appreciate your deep feelings. But you must consider her as well. Her needs are met with our love. She is not a greedy child. She does not require much. Do you understand? The notions of paternal and maternal love are not what my Jiner seeks. Just look at how I have raised her over the past 2 years. Li Yumok felt it necessary to express his position. His child did not need insincere affection. Yumo, I am hungry, Lin Yanjin said. Captivated by Li Yumok's confident demeanor as he spoke, however, having expended considerable energy in the snow, her stomach began to grumble. What could possibly be more important than appeasing her hunger? Chapter 77. Celebrating becoming a brother. Let us eat if we are hungry. Li Yumok did not place Lin Yanjin in a chair but instead settled her on his lap, carefully using disinfectant wipes to clean her small hands. Yes, if we are hungry, let us eat first. We can chat while we dine. It is rare that I do not have to work late today, so we can video chat together. I have the meal that my assistant brought. Allow this old man to share a meal with you. Zheng'er, I am proud of you. You have managed to take care of yourself admirably. Moreover, you have resisted the temptations that life presents, and having friends with correct values is, of course, incredibly important. I believe what Li Xiao says is very correct. It is our family's honor that Jiner is able to be the esteemed young lady of the L family. Those formalities will not bring Jiner happiness. In fact, they may only bring her unnecessary trouble. Jenger, how about I arrange for the legal department to allocate 5% of the original shares to Jeanner as a welcome gift? Chairman L had not felt such ease and relaxation in a long time. In the world of adults, masks were abundant, making it rare to encounter such genuine youthful spirit. He greatly admired the transparency of the young man before him. I do not want it, brother, I do not want it. I do not lack for such things. Truly all I want is to be able to call you brother. When my amo was injured, your care for us is already the greatest gift, Uncle L. Please do not put pressure on my brother nor on me and Amon. I do not want any shares or expensive gifts, just occasionally, if you could bring some of my favorite crabs and shrimp to my home for Aunt Chen to cook for us. That would be sufficient. Also, brother, you must not team up with Amo to make me eat vegetables. Handling Amo's restrictions is already difficult enough. If you join forces with him, I would be utterly distressed. As Lin Yanjin spoke, the meat of the steamed blue lobster had yet to be swallowed, and her breath was still unsteady. Ah, Jeanner, my dear daughter, you truly are adorable. Jenger, you have a fine eye to find such a sister. Little Jeanner, do not call me Uncle L anymore. You can call me Father L. I wish to be your father. Now that you are the only young lady of the L family, Father L will ensure you have everything a young lady should possess. You are still young. We can discuss other matters when you turn 18 and can take responsibility for yourself. Xiaoma, you are truly outstanding. If I recall correctly, you are nearly 3 years younger than Jenger. Right? How have you managed to excel in your studies and still find time to care for others? Little Jeanner has been raised so well by you, you must have invested a great deal of effort. Chairman L laughed heartily. Thank you, Uncle L, for your praise. You flatter me. If I had truly raised Jeanner well, she would not so vehemently resist vegetables, nor would she. Li Yumo gently fed the peeled lobster to the child in his arms, somewhat helplessly remarking, Xiaomo, do not shoulder all the blame. You have performed admirably, sister. I shall not take sides with Xiaomo nor with you. I shall maintain neutrality, remarked El Rongjeng with an air of resignation as he rubbed his forehead. Brother, you look quite unappealing today. Lin Yanjin, refusing to rally her teammates, immediately pouted in indignation. Haha, dear daughter, Daddy L stands with you. Once I finish my work and return home, we shall not eat any vegetables. I shall instruct the maid not to purchase any. Chairman L's laughter was unusually sincere today, marking the first time he had genuinely smiled since his wife departed. All right, if you choose to side with me, I shall call you Daddy L. Mo. I am no longer a lone team member. After Lin Yanjin provocatively glanced at Li Yuma, her mischievous demeanor elicited chuckles from those around her. Come, have some hot soup. We have spent quite a while in the snow and need to ward off the chill. Li Yuma, with a sense of helplessness, lifted the soup bowl to Lin Yanjin's lips. I still want to eat that spicy crab. Very well, once you finish the soup, I shall peel it for you. Li Yuma coaxed the little bundle in his arms. Little daughter, tell Daddy L what you played today. Chairman L inquired with a gentle gaze at the 3 children on the screen. Having endured solitude for far too long, his heart, once frozen, began to thaw in the presence of these 3 earnest children. We went to the small road to see the snow and built a very large snowman. Imo and I made the body, while brother made the head all by himself. Together, the 3 of us crafted the snowman's eyes, nose, mouth, and, even a hat. Wait a moment, Mo, it seems we forgot to give the snowman ears. Lin Yanjin immediately turned to Li Yuma. Yes, we forgot the ears, but that is alright, we shall remember next time. Jinfeng, you cannot only eat lobsters and crabs, we must have some fish as well. This sea bass tastes delightful. Eating too many shrimp might disrupt your sleep tonight. Remember, shrimp are high in protein. No worries, young Master Li, there will be a bonfire party here tonight, and we can let the young lady play a bit longer before bed. Uncle Lu advised, unable to contain his delight at seeing his boss and the young master so joyful. Is there really going to be a bonfire party? El Rongjing inquired. Yes, I believe everything is already prepared. A bonfire party? Please be cautious, little Lu. You must be vigilant and ensure the safety of the 3 children. With your skills, I am assured they will be well protected. Daddy Uncle Lu can look after brother alone. Imo and I can take care of ourselves. My Amo is very capable. He will protect me well, Lin Yanjin boldly stated. Daddy's sister, the bonfire party is where everyone holds hands and dances together. Or we can watch their performances. It's not dangerous at all. El Rongjeng was somewhat speechless at his father's overly cautious demeanor. There is always danger in crowded places. Better safe than sorry. Little Lu, you must be extra careful and ensure the safety of the 3 children. The New Year's festival is approaching. If you find it too taxing, I shall summon Kim to assist. This time, Chairman L did not heed the children's words, speaking sternly. Chairman, rest assured, I can protect all 3 of them, Uncle Lu earnestly assured. Joking aside, if he couldn't safeguard 3 children, he might as well resign as captain. Daddy, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, you should not overexert yourself. postpone all your social engagements and take a holiday to celebrate the new year properly. Daddy, if you endure a little longer, I will grow up quickly and help share your burdens. El Rongjing finally expressed the concern he had harbored for his father deep within. Chairman El suddenly turned away. It was evident to any observer that he was wiping away his tears. Daddy El, is the internet bad on your side? Why are you so still? Lin Yanjin asked, puzzled. Jinfang, come, have another piece of this salmon sashimi. You have always enjoyed it. Li Yuma swiftly interjected to divert the child's attention. While El Rongjing cast a grateful look at his childhood friend, for at that moment, his emotions were laid bare. Chapter 78, New Year's Eve AMO, why must we wear such vibrant red dresses today? Lin Yanjin opened her bleary eyes, gazing at the bright red gown adorned with a butterfly and flower design, seeking clarification. Jinfang, have you forgotten that today is New Year's Day? Oh, is it customary to wear new clothes for the new year? Indeed, it is a tradition to don new attire. Will we wear such beautiful new clothes every new year henceforth? Yes, every year I shall prepare such lovely garments for you. Do you like them? El Rongjing's voice resonated from within. Please wait a moment. Jinfang has not yet finished dressing. Li Yuma replied with a hint of displeasure. Is that fellow not sleepy last night, due to the bonfire party? El Rongjing danced exuberantly with the others until late. Due to her biological clock, Lin Yanjin began to feel drowsy shortly after 8, and Li Yuma cradled her by the fire, wrapping her in a blanket, allowing her to sleep soundly in his embrace. Li Yuma initially intended to carry his child back to their room, but Uncle Lu requested that he stay a while longer to support the emotionally volatile El Rongjing. This extended until 11 o'clock at night, after El Rongjing had fully vented his feelings before they returned to their respective rooms. It was only 7:30 now, and he had sent over new robes. This was something Li Yuma hadn't anticipated. He had planned to have his child make do with a windbreaker, intending to purchase spring attire upon their return to Rongqing. Little did he know, the meticulous El had arranged for new clothes, and remarkably, the fit was perfect. The robe was thick and accompanied by a cozy cloak, eliminating the need for heating pads. Come, Jinfang, it is time to rise. Li Yuma, already dressed, gently wrapped the blanket around his child, coaxing softly. It is too cold, Mo. I don't want to get up, little rascal. Where do you find all these excuses? I simply do not wish to rise. No, we must get up. It seems the weather is clear today. After breakfast, we shall venture out to see the sun, which we have not seen for many days, and enjoy the sunlit snow scenery. Moreover, Jinfang, today is New Year's Eve, and we must discuss how to celebrate the New Year tonight. I permit you to do anything you wish today, except sleep. Li Yuma maintained a cheerful tone. Very well, then, Lin Yanjin pouted, raising her hands to facilitate Li Yuma in donning the robe. Drawing from half a year's experience, Li Yuma swiftly dressed Lin Yanjin, styling her hair into two bun-like pigtails, adorned with crimson hair ties and beautiful crystal tassels cascading gracefully behind her ears. At this moment, she resembled a true New Year's painting doll. The cloak was hooded, and the surrounding snow-white fur collar accentuated Lin Yanjin's complexion. Rosy cheeks more radiant than any rouge. El Rongjing gazed at the striking duo emerging from the room, momentarily entranced. Were they not exceedingly dazzling? Brother is wearing the same outfit as us, Lin Yanjin exclaimed in surprise. No, brother's design is different. Your AMOS robes feature a gold thread embroidered butterfly and flower pattern, while brother's showcases auspicious clouds. As for the cloaks, yours an AMOS bear a koi pattern, while mine features a design symbolizing abundance. Jinfang, I have always remembered your instructions. I shall not wear identical clothing to you. El Rongjing stated earnestly. Let us proceed to breakfast. The sun has risen, and this snowy landscape presents a whole new charm. Li Yuma announced. The trio made their way to the dining area, where Uncle Lu had already prepared breakfast per El Rongjing's instructions. Is it porridge again? Lin Yanjin frowned upon seeing the sea cucumber millet porridge on the table. Young lady, would you care to sample it first? This is sea cucumber millet porridge, Uncle Lu gently suggested, knowing well that the little girl was quite picky, and he needed to step up his game. Raising children is indeed challenging. Jinfang, we must not hastily draw conclusions without understanding the full context. Look, there are other dishes as well, Li Yuma patiently explained to the child beside him. Oh, I shall be more mindful next time. Indeed, recognizing one's mistakes is commendable. Our little girl is splendid. This breakfast was procured from the neighboring 5-star hotel by Uncle Lu, as therein lacked sufficient supplies, besides the sea cucumber millet porridge. There were crab roe buns. You particularly enjoy crabs, do you not? Do taste this crab roe bun, and try these tender and flavorful tiger skin chicken feet. See how they taste. El Rongjing joined in the effort to appease the child. The New Year's Eve breakfast was enjoyed by all, although Lin Yanjin was tasked with consuming the portion of vegetable salad that Li Yuma had allotted to her, which notably included bitter lettuce. Until they stepped outside the inn, Lin Yanjin's little lips remained pouted. Jinfeng, are you still upset? Li Yuma asked, exasperated, as he looked at the sulking child beside him. Yes, alright, do not frown. Come here, I will carry you. The path is icy. I do not want you to fall. Li Yuma gently lifted the little girl into his arms, soothing her tenderly. Are you not afraid of slipping? The snow boots worn by my elder brother and Xiaomo are equipped with anti-slip treads, making it difficult to slip and fall. So why am I without them? These shoes are rather heavy, and I fear that your little feet might grow weary. Rest assured, you have me, I shall carry you. Li Yumo gently pinched Lin Yanjin's cheek and inquired, where shall we go now? Uncle Lu mentioned that we should proceed left along this small road, for 2 kilometers away lies a natural hot spring pool. Xiaomo and I shall take you there for a try. After all, isn't today New Year's Eve? This is also the first New Year we 3 spend together, and we ought to make it meaningful. In the years to come, no matter how much time passes, as long as we recall this New Year's Eve, it should remain vividly etched in our memories. Liu Rongzhang spoke with eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Your brother speaks the truth, Jinbao. This is not merely our first New Year's Eve together with your brother, but also my first New Year's Eve with you. Last year, you returned to Xianxiang, and we could not celebrate the New Year together. Thus, we must ensure that our first New Year together holds significance, shall we? Li Yumo gazed earnestly at Lin Yanjin, their eyes meeting, and fleeting images surged through Lin Yanjin's mind, elusive yet poignant. Jinbao, Li Yumo noticed something amiss in the child's gaze and could not help but raise his voice. Amo. I have a strange feeling that this is not our first New Year together, sister. What troubles you? Lin Yanjin replied, perplexed. I do not know. I cannot grasp those images, Jinbao. Those are merely dreams you occasionally have, not reality. Do not overthink it. Be good. Chapter 79. New Year's Eve 2. Are those scenes merely dreams? Lin Yanjin asked, her eyes clouded with confusion as she looked at Li Yumo. Yes, they are scenes from Jinbao's dreams. Do not fear. Trust me, you know I promised you I would never deceive you. Li Yumo suppressed the pain lurking in his eyes and gently comforted the little girl in his arms, holding her tightly to instill a sense of security. After all, matters of the past are but dreams in the present. Jin Air, Xiaomo, look, there are so many icicles hanging from the eaves, sparkling beautifully. Aren't they lovely? Lu Rongzheng observed the 2, one large and one small, filled with tenderness and bewilderment, and silently sought to divert their attention, although he was unaware of what had transpired between them. The pain evident in his childhood friend's eyes surely hinted at something unpleasant. As an older brother, he could not pry into their past, so he redirected their focus, preventing the shadows of the past from marring their present. Indeed, the sunlight shining upon them is especially beautiful. Lin Yanjin chimed in, lifting her little head from Li Yumo's shoulder, her excitement palpable. Jinbao, do you think this journey to Yunling Snow Mountain has yielded any rewards? Li Yumo inquired with gentle curiosity. Rewards? Yes, indeed. We have skied, built snowmen, and picked oranges. I now understand what kind of trees oranges grow on, and I have experienced the sensation of heavy snowfall firsthand. Rather than merely seeing it on television, there are countless rewards, but the greatest is having gained an elder brother, a brother I cherished. I finally comprehend that a brother should not resemble Lin Hongxian, who is foolish, wicked, and ugly. A brother should be like mine, a true brother. He is not a brother. He is a villain. Amo, do these rewards count? Lin Yanjin tilted her little head, smiling as she looked at Li Yumo. The tassels of her hair ornaments clinking harmoniously, her words were light-hearted, yet each syllable struck the listener's heart like a heavy hammer, filled with both sorrow and sweetness. Indeed, Jinbao's summary is excellent. It seems we can prepare New Year's red envelopes for Teacher Yang and Teacher Wu tomorrow to express our gratitude for their hard work over these past few months. Li Yumo playfully tapped Lin Yanjin's nose, his tone affectionate. And there is one more thing. I wonder if it counts as a reward. Pray, do tell of that day at the ski resort. You shielded me from harm, and your protective embrace significantly alleviated my underlying anxiety. Though I still occasionally feel inexplicably afraid, I am now certain that no matter how I may change, you, my Mo, will never abandon me. Does that count as a reward? Lin Yanjin asked with utmost seriousness, her own feelings entwined in confusion. She wondered if acknowledging this as a reward would seem selfish, especially since her Amo had endured injuries to protect her. Yes, indeed, that counts as a reward, a substantial one. My Jinbao has finally learned to trust me completely. Li Yumo halted in his tracks, suddenly tightening his embrace around the child. Only when Lin Yanjin's muffled sound reached his ears did he apologize and loosen his grip slightly. Forgive me, Jinbao, I did not mean to hurt you. It is all right. I know you did not intend to. You would never harm me, Lin Yanjin replied naturally. Indeed, you are my little Jinbao. Even if I were to injure myself, I would never have the heart to harm you in the slightest, brother. What troubles you? Lin Yanjin nestled further into Li Yumo's embrace, turning her head to see tears glistening on Lu Rongjang's cheeks due to his excitement. Immediately expressing her concern, "It is nothing, the wind merely clouded my eyes," Lu Rongjang sheepishly replied, gathering his thoughts. "Indeed, the wind is rather strong here. Let us continue onward." Liumo, aware of Lu Rongjang's sensitivity. "Agreed, good. Oh, have you all noticed? There are pine trees everywhere. Look, that pine cone is frozen in the ice." Yunling is a region where coniferous and broadleaf forests intermingle, thus abounding with pines, firs, and other trees. "Jin, once we return home, may I buy you a set of children's encyclopedias?" Li Yumo began to entice his little one into reading. "Are they beautiful?" "Yes, indeed. The characters include pinyin, and the knowledge encompasses a vast range." "How do you know this? Did you read them when you were little?" "Yes, I did." "Then why should we buy them? I could simply read yours. Mine is at my hometown. You know, my grandparents are not particularly fond of my father. So they do not hold much affection for me either, and they are reluctant to have me return. Moreover, I still rely heavily on my parents for expenses. Returning abruptly would only make everyone uncomfortable. Additionally, in the past 2 years, my aunt and her family have moved in with my grandparents. I cannot tolerate my aunt and her daughter's ways, and I fear I might end up quarreling with them, putting my grandparents in a difficult position. Liumo spoke with a downcast tone, reminiscing about how he used to return home alone annually, regardless of their indifference. He felt it was his duty to be grateful. Having been cared for by them for several years, however, the thought of his aunt's sharp tongue made him reconsider. While his grandparents had indeed looked after him, his irresponsible parents had also showered them with riches. His mother was particularly resentful that his grandparents cared for him while also providing for his aunt's daughter, with all expenses covered by his parents. Ultimately, his aunt benefited while disparaging his mother. And the tension had escalated to the point that even superficial niceties were abandoned, dragging him into the fray. Amo, do not be disheartened, you still have me. Furthermore, when I grow up, I will protect you. Once I am grown, I will take care of that dreadful aunt of yours. Anyone who dares to bully my Amo shall learn the might of Lin Yanjin. Lin Yanjin earnestly reassured him. Indeed, I have you, and I have always had you. My little Jin bowed. I am not disheartened. I merely wanted to share my past literary experiences with you. I shall visit the bookstore upon returning home to buy some for you. As you have nearly exhausted all our household's reading materials, after the new year, we must ask your teachers to compile a list so we can purchase more to take home. Jin Bao. Reading extensively has its merits, do you understand? Chapter 80, New Year's Eve 3. The three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation as they soon arrived at the hot spring destination. Liumo approached the front desk to clarify details, and after paying, he received the white bathrobe and towel from the attendant. A dilemma arose. The men's and women's changing rooms were quite far apart. How would Lin Yanjin change her clothes? What should be done with her garments? Lu Rongjang also appeared baffled, asking in confusion. Mo, I seem unable to manage this robe by myself. The robe featured traditional fastenings, and Lin Yanjin, unable to even unfasten it, felt somewhat disheartened. Little sister, how about I assist you in changing? The slightly plump receptionist, displaying understanding, inquired. Liu Mo scrutinized the attendant's name tag warily before allowing her to help his child change. Nonetheless, his apprehension lingered, and he followed them closely to the changing room. Jin Bao, please ask the sister to be a bit quicker. We mustn't let you catch a chill. Do not worry, young sir. I have a baby at home, and I am a newly appointed mother. I understand how easily children can catch cold, so you need not fret. The attendant indeed acted swiftly, and in no time, she led Lin Yanjin out, draping her cloak over her shoulders to shield her from the cold. Liu tightly wrapped Lin Yanjin's cloak around her, embracing her closely as he strode towards the hot spring pool. Young man, the bond between you siblings is truly commendable, the attendant remarked sincerely after Liu expressed his gratitude. Mo, haven't you changed yet? No worries, you and your brother can enjoy the hot spring while I go change, he replied. Little Mo, after placing Lin Yanjin's cloak on a nearby bench, Liu gently lowered her into the hot spring. Watch her closely. Don't let her slip beneath the surface. I'll be right back, he instructed Lu Rongjang. Understood. At that moment, Lu Rongjang, unusually, did not perceive Li Yuma's concern as excessive. In the past, he occasionally agreed with Zhao Jie and Li Rui, thinking Li Yuma overly cautious and somewhat verbose. Yet now, he felt that any concern regarding this little girl was insufficient. He himself was no different. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to compensate for the absence of paternal love in her life? If this were before, he would never have believed that he would reconcile completely with his own father, desiring that his father offer protection to this little girl. Most importantly, this was all driven by his own one-sided efforts. While the little girl showed little interest in it. "Imo, why are you so quick?" Lin Yanjin asked, surprised as Li Yuma approached her. "If I don't hurry, what if my Jinbao whimsically dives to the bottom to catch fish?" Li Yuma teased with a smile. "Imo." Lin Yanjin involuntarily recalled that time at the Tiger Gorge waterfall when she recklessly chased after a fleeing crab into the deep water, nearly frightening Li Yuma to death. "Be good. I trust you won't engage in such dangerous antics again." However, Jiner, accidents can occur in the water, so I must be extra cautious. This hot spring is rich in minerals, with a high sulfur content. What if it gets in your mouth? Li Yuma spoke gently, unsure if it was due to a psychological shadow. Upon entering the water, he confined the little girl within his protective embrace. "Little Mo, has your sister done something wrong to make you so worried?" Lu Rongjing deduced from their conversation that his newly acquired sister must have engaged in perilous actions, leaving a significant psychological impact on his academically gifted brother. "Brother, why don't you consider that perhaps I have done something good?" Lin Yanjin countered, her tone slightly unreasonable of empathy. "Humph. Next time I see Director Lu, I'll expose your misdeeds," she threatened playfully. As for why she could so quickly accept Director Lu as her father, it was mainly due to a positive first impression. "Ha, Jiner, you called it a misdeed. Will it hold up if you report it?" Lu Rongjing chuckled at the little sister he had painstakingly coaxed. "Then we shall see. Imo, when I report next time. You must remain silent. If you dare to assist brother even once, I won't speak to you for 3 days. Lin Yanjin warned. "Little one, you threaten me." Li Yuma laughed at the child before him, amused by her audacious demeanor. "Will you accept my threat?" Lin Yanjin's lips curled into a playful smirk, one that even she was unaware of. Despite having known her for 2 years, Li Yuma found himself momentarily entranced by her familiar smile. "Can I say no?" He gently tucked a stray hair behind Lin Yanjin's ear. No, her response was both straightforward and audacious, successfully eliciting laughter from both Li Yuma and Lu Rongjing. If the students in Class 2 of Year 11 discovered that 2 of the aloof male deities among their 4 school gods exhibited such behavior, they would likely look to the heavens in disbelief. Due to their childhood experiences, both Li Yuma and Lu Rongjing carried an air of aloofness. Though Li Yuma's was more pronounced, his demeanor was not only frigid but also bore an unconscious, unparalleled nobility, earning him the title of school heartthrob. He was, after all, a revered figure among the students of the foreign languages high school. Lu Rongjing, while slightly less accomplished in various aspects, still stood as an unattainable ideal in the eyes of countless girls. Moreover, if the world knew that Lin Yanjin, with her doll-like beauty, was simultaneously cherished by these 2 high-cold male figures, it would undoubtedly ignite countless fantasies among girls about experiencing her life. Jiner, do you truly refuse to reason at all? Not in the slightest, Lin Yanjin replied without a moment's hesitation. "Alright then, this conversation has reached a dead end. If you refuse to discuss it, as long as Jiner is happy," Lu Rongjing conceded, gazing at the sister he had painstakingly won over. "Mom, look at that girl, she's so unruly." Not reasoning at her as the trio chatted, a slightly plump little girl in the adjoining hot spring pool piped up. Having aced her final exams, her mother rewarded her with a trip to Yunling Snow Mountain. As she had always been favored by teachers due to her role as a class leader, consequently, she relished putting others down to elevate herself. Moreover, this little girl came from a family in the lighting business, earning nearly $1 million annually, which had elevated her ego. Darling, don't emulate such ill-mannered behavior," the girl's mother quickly echoed, having been excessively flattered by those around her over the years, leading her to speak increasingly without decorum. "I recall the term family education has several meanings in the dictionary, doesn't it?" Lu Rongjing thought about turning around and slapping the ignorant mother and daughter pair, but feared setting a poor example for his newly won sister. He suppressed his impulse and began to speak sarcastically. "The first meaning is the teachings and examples set by parents for their children. Observe closely, those vulgar and ill-mannered children surely have equally uncouth and unrefined parents behind them." Li Yuma, well aware of Lu Rongjing's intent, responded earnestly with a hint of sarcasm. That explains it, doesn't it? They say a mouse's child only knows how to dig holes." "Sister, remember, we must not speak crudely or behave erratically in public. And we must never make lewd remarks or critique others." "Okay, I understand. I will be mindful of brother. You and Imo need not worry," Lin Yanjin replied obediently. Their conversation, though not loud, reached the ears of a few nearby. Since it was New Year's Eve, the number of guests at the hot springs was moderate, mostly tourists visiting Yunling. The stark contrast between the 2 girls' remarks highlighted how irritating the self-righteous round-faced girl was. While Lin Yanjin's endearing demeanor made her far more likable, "Who are you calling crude?" the round-faced girl's mother exclaimed, her previously pleasant expression twisting in irritation. "Whoever speaks rudely is indeed crude," Lu Rongjing shot back. Turning to glare at the woman, though accustomed to showing off, she was still a businesswoman and felt a chill run through her at Lu Rongjing's suddenly icy demeanor. Liu Ma gently pulled the little girl into his embrace, pressing her small face against his chest, wishing to shield her from the unpleasantness. However, when Lin Yanjin was not looking, his gaze towards the mother and daughter was venomous. "Madam, you are an adult and a parent. The first teacher to your child. Do you not feel at fault questioning us? Moreover, what constitutes family education? Do you and your child possess such qualities? My little girl was merely playing with us older ones. How does that concern you? In other words, what right do you have to judge her based on your recent behavior? Is it your shameless double standard?" Liu Ma's voice was soft yet firm, every word striking at the heart of the matter, all eyes focused on the mother and daughter, burning with intensity. At such a young age, you possess such eloquence. Who are you calling shameless, given your appearance? You should still be a student, right? Have you been studying in a dog's belly? Such aggressiveness, what? Is it unacceptable to point out your lack of family education? The rude parent, true to form, intended to persist in her groundless accusations. How can you, with such disgraceful behavior, dare to speak of family education? Oh, I see now why your daughter resembles you so closely. It's truly a product of your excellent upbringing, enabling her to perfectly inherit your shamelessness. Student, should a student endure such humiliation from you? What, does the sun revolve around you and your daughter? Are you free to insult and belittle others without reprisal? Old lady, if you lack a mirror, there is plenty of water here. Take a good look at yourself. How deluded must you be to have such unreasonable expectations? Or do you think just because you are women, the world must cater to you? If you genuinely believe that, then refrain from tarnishing the reputation of your fellow women. Dear aunt, while one cannot subsist on mere bravado, it is imperative that you possess some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, one might struggle to discern whether you are indeed human or merely an unfinished evolutionary experiment. Liu Rongjing, too, was taken aback as the fierce expression paired with cutting remarks effectively left that mother-daughter duo speechless. As for you, very well, we are all here to indulge in the hot springs and unwind. Let us all speak a little less. Today is New Year's Eve, and we should not ruin the serendipity of our encounter with hasty words. As the saying goes, the first month should avoid beginnings, while the 12th should avoid endings. Let us all take a step back and seek auspiciousness. An elegant elder in the hot spring spoke up to advise. All right, we shall heed your counsel. Liu Ma readily agreed. Good child. Fortunately, the mother-daughter pair did not continue their incessant chatter, though their expressions remained sour. They had not anticipated that two handsome gentlemen would possess such sharp tongues. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Yanjin finally replied in a sweet, childish voice, turning her head from Liu Ma's embrace to express her gratitude to the refined elder. Such a well-mannered little one. The onlookers couldn't help but praise Lin Yanjin, who, with her charming appearance, naturally attracted admiration and attention. However, this praise served to starkly contrast the discontent of the mother-daughter duo, intensifying their frustration. Rongjing, let us depart. Jinbao is still young, and we shouldn't soak in the hot springs for too long. Liu Ma, noticing the gazes directed towards the little one in his arms, felt a sudden surge of protectiveness, as if his treasured possession were being eyed by others. Very well, let us leave. The three of them promptly rose to exit the water, with Liu Ma handing Lin Yanjin over to the attendant who had assisted in changing her clothes before returning to change himself. This time, Lu Rongjing emerged swiftly, efficiently preparing himself before waiting outside the women's changing room. Jiner, has your sister dressed you yet? Yes, almost done. After Liu Ma and the others left, the mother-daughter duo appeared to have come up with something and hurriedly followed suit to exit the water. As the woman observed the two young boys accompanying a little girl, a thought crossed her mind. Boys were not allowed in the women's changing room, and there were no surveillance cameras. She intended to teach that little girl, who had embarrassed her daughter, a lesson. However, by the time they reached the shore wrapped in towels, Lu Rongjing was already stationed outside the changing room. Before she could devise her plan, Lin Yanjin had already been let out by the attendant. The traditional festive robe she wore accentuated her beauty even further, successfully evoking jealousy in the slightly plump girl, whose face twisted in discontent. Chapter 82, New Year's Eve. Vulgar vixen, the girl could not help but exclaim. Care to repeat that? Lin Yanjin glared at the girl, her face darkened. What's wrong with insulting you? Is this attire not that of a vulgar vixen? A resounding slap echoed, loud enough for Liu Ma, 30 meters away, to hear the sound. How dare you strike someone? After a moment, the girl began to wail, and only then did her mother realize that her daughter had been assaulted by this seemingly meek girl. Well, you've been struck. What now? Lin Yanjin asked nonchalantly. You little wretch, I'll make you pay. But before the woman could raise her hand, Li Yuma had already seized it, deftly delivering a kick that rendered the woman weak and unable to stand. I'll call the police. You've assaulted someone, go ahead and report it, he retorted to Miss. Please wait while my people retrieve the surveillance footage. They will be here shortly. Lu Shu, are you outside? Hurry in, someone is bullying our young lady. And it's an adult at that. Let our legal team handle this. Alright, you go in first. Liu Rongjing held Li Yuma back, concerned that his scholarly friend might overreact. He had intended to intervene, but Li Yuma was quicker. Gentlemen, what is the situation? Miss, please don't make it difficult for us. Call your supervisor here. I need a copy of the surveillance footage. This incident should have been clearly recorded. Rest assured, we won't put you in a difficult position. Thank you for helping my sister change. We live in a society governed by law. We must abide by it. Now, madam, will you be the one to call the police, or shall I? You dare to undermine the law and abuse a child over a mere spat between children? Don't worry, I will ensure we settle the score later. My brother acted in self-defense to prevent your assault. You? The woman on the ground was both shocked and furious. Who were these two ruthless youths? Young master Li Xiao, miss, what has happened? Are you all unharmed? Lu Shu was also anxious. He had promised the chairman to protect the three children, and now, that woman's child insulted me, and when her mother didn't intervene. She intended to strike me, only to be stopped by AMO, and now she wants to play the victim, Lin Yanjin stated, her expression impassive. Miss, did she hurt you at all? Should we call for an ambulance? Lu Shu was genuinely concerned. After all, these were the cherished treasures of the chairman and young master. Fortunately, Mo intervened, so I wasn't harmed. How do you know him? The woman on the ground stared in disbelief at Lu Shu. Lu Shu turned to look and realized this was the owner of the store where he had purchased lighting fixtures for his aunt's new house. Lu Shu, do you know her? Lu Rongjing asked indifferently. Not well, just a vague impression, madam. How do you wish to resolve this, civilly or legally? Lu Shu inquired, somewhat at a loss for words. You just called him young master. Is she a young lady? The woman asked in astonishment. Is there a problem with that? Lu Shu was beginning to lose patience. At that moment, the woman realized the gravity of her error. Her new house was right next to Lu Shu's SNS. She often boasted about her husband and children, but in front of the elderly neighbor, she felt no superiority. The old lady's son was a designer at Rongxing Medical Devices, and her nephew was the chairman's assistant. The person before her was the old lady's nephew, so the young master and young lady she had just referred to were heirs of a significant company. How had she offended such individuals? I am sorry, I apologize, please young master and young lady have mercy on me. It was my error to not recognize your stature, able to bend and yield. The woman transformed into a real-life chameleon. Liu Ma quickly scooped up his little one. Feeling it was too degrading for her to witness such a scene. Jeaner, what do you think? Lu Rongjing asked Lin Yanjin. Let it be. Today is New Year's Eve, our first together, and we should engage in meaningful activities rather than waste time on trivial matters. Lin Yanjin replied earnestly after glancing at Li Yuma, who was holding her. As Jinbao wishes, Rongjing, we must return for lunch. The little one is still growing. Li Yuma remarked, casting a glance at the mother-daughter duo. Then let us depart. Lu Shu, obtain the complete surveillance footage, and we shall head back. Very well, young master, young lady. I will arrange the dishes for tonight's reunion dinner. The chairman wishes to video call you for the New Year countdown. Li Xiao, is that convenient? Alright, tonight's New Year's dinner will be in my room. Mo, is that agreeable with you? Yes, that sounds good. You all take care of the arrangements. Jinbao and I will merely focus on dining. Li Yuma turned to leave with Lin Yanjin in his arms, while Lu Rongjing exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Shu before chasing after Li Yuma. Sometimes, the world can be so corrupt, where the powerful oppress the weak, taking advantage of their meager possessions and feeling exceptionally capable. The sun is out, Lin Yanjin remarked, squinting at the sun hanging high in the sky, its rays reflecting off the snow and striking her eyes painfully. Don't stare at the snow, it will hurt your eyes. Li Yuma gently shielded Lin Yanjin's eyes with his hand. Over the past 2 years of training, combined with memories from his past life, he had become remarkably strong, capable of carrying his little dumpling for a round trip of 5 kilometers effortlessly. Jeaner, did you hurt your hand when you slapped her? Lu Rongjing, still unsettled, could not fathom that this little rice dumpling had struck out without allowing anyone a moment to react. The force is mutual, how could it not be read? Rongjing, why did you escalate to physical confrontation? Li Yuma asked, somewhat irritated. That chubby girl called me a vulgar vixen, and I felt it was inappropriate to insult someone. So I simply gave her a slap, Lin Yanjin explained to Li Yuma. But did you consider the possibility of getting hurt? Her mother was nearby, could you take her on? Li Yuma questioned, a hint of concern in his voice. "Isn't my brother here, a big guy like him can't possibly lose to a woman. I'll take care of the chubby girl, and my brother will handle her mother. You can help us clean up afterward." "Right," Lin Yanjin replied with utmost confidence. When will you cease to be so fierce?" Li Yuma couldn't help but pinch Lin Yanjin's cheek as she spoke. "I offered her an opportunity, which she failed to cherish. It was only after she insulted me for the second time that I took action." Did the short video not say that if one can act, one should refrain from nagging? Lin Yanjin was still defending herself. While the two older individuals exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes filled with complexity. "Sister, is it that short-haired lady's video again that you watched?" Lu Rongjing asked, his irritation evident. "Yes, Jinbao, let's refrain from watching those online videos. Shall we? I do not mean to say that your actions today were wrong. Under the premise of ensuring your safety, you did well. It is merely that those videos are poorly produced and filled with vulgar language, which could lead you astray." "Alright." Just as Lin Yanjin playfully elongated her tone, Li Yuma and Lu Rongjing silently resolved to confront Zhao Jie and Zhao Yanyan upon their return. From this day forth, Zhao Yanyan never brought friends to share with Lin Yanjin again. Chapter 83, New Year's Eve. I wish to walk down by myself. No, the melting snow has rendered the ground muddy. What will you do if you fall? You know the ground is muddy, yet you brought her to this narrow path, Lu Rongjing retorted irritably. He preferred the hardened concrete road, but this absurd individual insisted it was uninteresting. Is trudging through mud any more entertaining? Young Master Lu, we are here to experience life. The snow has melted, and the fields are alive with the spirit of rural life. Is that not more vibrant? Where else in Rongqing, in your villa, would you have the opportunity to witness such a scene? We live amidst the mundane world. If we are to experience the countryside, we must not elevate ourselves to the lofty position of a young master. Rongjing, ponder this. Does the fragrance of the earth, so often extolled by scholars and poets, not become palpable at this moment? When Li Yuma critiqued Lu Rongjing, she spared no mercy at all. What could Lu Rongjing do? He could only endure the lecture. His eloquence paled in comparison to that of his childhood friend. After all, she was a universally acknowledged academic prodigy, wasn't she? Is this rapeseed? Lin Yanjin interjected, breaking the dispute between the two older individuals. Jiner, how do you know what this is? Lu Rongjing asked, somewhat astonished, as he was oblivious to its identity. Last time, when Imo and I visited the waterfall at Huxia, Imo took me for a stroll in the countryside. And it was he and that old lady who informed me that this is rapeseed. But, why does this rapeseed look so wilted? Because the frost and snow have been too harsh. How could it not be wilted? Jinbao, look, even when faced with such icy desolation, they still bravely endure. Once the frost and snow pass, they will welcome spring and begin to thrive, fulfilling their purpose. I understand now. I too will learn from them, unafraid of temporary hardships. Regardless of the difficulties I encounter, I will no longer shy away. I will strive to become a useful person. Indeed, my Jinbao is truly obedient, little Jinbao. Imo hopes you remain strong. No matter what challenges we face in the future, we will stand by each other's side. However, the hurdles in our hearts must be crossed by ourselves. Remember, my little Jinbao. We cannot foresee the hardships fate has in store for us. One thing is certain. We may break down or become hysterical, but what comes after? We must be able to self-repair after our breakdowns. Do you understand? Li Yuma gazed into Lin Yanjin's eyes, which held a weight that Lin Yanjin found difficult to comprehend. Xiao Mo, your words are rather heavy for Jiner. Lu Rongjing understood Li Yuma's intentions but did not fully agree. After all, how old was this little glutinous rice ball? I will work hard. Yes, I believe in you. My little Jinbao will undoubtedly excel. Rongjing, Jinbao is young. Her experiences have not warranted any leniency from this merciless world. We cannot be overly cautious, as that may inadvertently harm her. Whenever it involved his child, Li Yuma was exceptionally serious. I have been narrow-minded. Lu Rongjing conceded, realizing that he was merely a 17 or 18-year-old youth himself, lacking knowledge in child-rearing, yet Li Yuma was 3 years younger than him. How perplexing indeed. What is this? Lin Yanjin pointed at a row of lush green wheat. This looks different from what is depicted in books. The illustrations in books show mature wheat, not the young shoots. So wheat looks like this when it's young. Yes, it grows like this. Xiao Mo, how do you know everything? Lu Rongjing could not resist interrupting the conversation between the two. Because my Imo is clever. Lin Yanjin wrapped her arms around Li Yuma's neck, mischievously glancing at Lu Rongjing from the crook of Li Yuma's shoulder. Yes, because I am clever. Xiao Mo, could you at least uphold some principles? Lu Rongjing replied, exasperated. Isn't today New Year's Eve? Why is this uncle still working in the fields? Precisely because today is New Year's Eve. Vegetable prices soar. Little girl, do you know what vegetable I hold in my hand? A middle-aged man, who was preparing to pick vegetables, asked with a smile, clearly fond of the delicate girl. Chinese cabbage. Lin Yanjin replied, her brow slightly furrowed. How adorable, little girl, would you like me to give you a Chinese cabbage? The middle-aged man inquired warmly, having just welcomed a little granddaughter into his family, which made him particularly fond of young girls. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not like Chinese cabbage. I also have large turnips, tightly wrapped. After the frost, they taste sweeter and have a delightful texture. Thank you, but she does not like any vegetables. Liu Ma watched as the little girl in his arms furrowed her brow deeper. Unable to refrain from explaining, oh, little girl, do you prefer meat? Enjoying meat is good. It helps you grow strong. Yes, somewhat, uncle. Where are you taking these vegetables to sell? My vegetables are reserved for the inn ahead. They are usually supplied to them and not sold elsewhere. Oh, that's quite good. Yes, it is. I seldom use pesticides. If there are pests, I typically check for them in the morning and use plant ash for prevention. Moreover, my vegetable garden is based on organic fertilizers and plant ash, resulting in soft soil that yields well. Hence, when the innkeeper learned of this, he booked my vegetables for all 4 seasons. One reaps what one sows. That owner has a discerning eye, young man. It is rare for someone so young to possess such insight. Now, I must be on my way to deliver these vegetables. Uncle, be careful. The road is slippery. Lin Yanjin's sweet voice successfully brightened the heart of the vegetable vendor. Thank you, little girl. You are truly wonderful. Xiao, shall we continue onward or head back? Lu Rongjing inquired of Liu Ma, beginning to understand why his childhood friend was so insistent on traversing the countryside road. He wished to expose his little one to the myriad facets of life. This morning, the little girl had witnessed the malice of the world. Now she would experience its simplicity. Let us walk a bit longer before returning. Alright, what is that patch of vibrant green? Lin Yanjin transformed into a curious little one again, asking about anything she did not recognize. Those are carrot leaves. Wow, those leaves are quite special. Shall we prepare braised carrots for dinner? Let us not. The slanting winter sun cast long shadows of the three, and amidst this vast expanse, a series of melodious laughter echoed through the fields, imprinting itself in their youthful hearts. Yet years later, when reminiscing, those memories remained as pure and unblemished as the azure sky. Chapter 84. New Year's Eve. When Liu Ma led Lin Yanjin to Lu Rongjing's room, they were greeted by a round table laden with an abundance of dishes. Seafood, ham, local specialties, river delicacies, and at the center of the table, a fragrant Buddha jumps over the wall. So much food. Rongjing, are you planning to spoil us? Liu Ma teased, unable to contain her surprise at the lavish spread. Isn't this the New Year's Eve dinner? We must prepare more. Even if the dishes cool down, the servers will reheat them. No need to rush. We can eat until past midnight. Liu Rongjing replied sheepishly. But our stomachs are only so big, Lin Yanjin exclaimed, astonished by her older brother's logic. Don't worry, my dear daughter, if you like it, when we return to Rongjing, I will have someone prepare this for you every day. Alright, Chairman Lu appeared on the computer screen, looking kindly at Lin Yanjin. That won't do. Eating the same thing every day would get boring. Uncle Lu, today is New Year's Eve, but time to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. I wish you a prosperous new year and great success in your endeavors. Lin Yanjin earnestly addressed Chairman Lu. Oh my dear daughter, what a wonderful blessing. Indeed, you are my little cotton-padded jacket, so thoughtful in ways my leather jacket could never be. How splendid. Your brother has grown so old yet has never spoken such considerate words. Just a moment, I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you. Come everyone, let us not linger idly any longer. Let us commence our New Year's Eve feast. Indeed, none can compare to your obedient daughter, nor to her attentiveness. However, dear father, do not forget who it was that found her for you, remarked Lu Rongjing with an open-hearted smile. Uncle Lu, brother is feeling jealous. Haha, should I return to set him straight? How can he possibly harbor jealousy towards his little sister, especially when she is still so young? My youngest daughter, I have heard from your brother that you have a fondness for ham. Do sample the Shenwei ham and let me know how it tastes. If you enjoy it, I shall arrange for more to be procured and stored at home. Uncle Lu, it is not advisable to stockpile too much of the Shenwei ham, as the climate in Rongjing is unsuitable for preservation and it may spoil, leading to waste. Liu Ma felt delighted that someone cherished his little one, unlike those who, like Lin Chenan, lacked discernment. Indeed, Xiao is correct. We can arrange for it when our little girl wishes to indulge. Xiao, my Zhenger mentioned that you enjoy boiled shrimp. Do try this Arctic sweet shrimp, which I specifically asked Uncle Lu to prepare. We can keep some on hand in the future. Thus, the sincerity between individuals was evident. Lu Rongjing's genuine nature was a perfect inheritance from his father. A man of achievement and renown, he remained unclouded by the allure of vice. Having endured the pain of losing a wife, he eschewed superficiality, choosing to love his son in his own way, treating others with sincerity, and ensuring his business thrived without pretense. Liu Ma held a deep appreciation for Chairman Lu, finding him far superior to his irresponsible father. Well, our household's cook possesses exceptional culinary skills, rivaling those of a Michelin chef. Even more remarkably, she has her own unique flavor. Henceforth, let Rongjing bring the dishes prepared by our cook. Once you achieve a resounding victory on your end, we shall host a welcoming feast for you at home. Uncle Lu, do you have any dietary restrictions? Liu Ma inquired earnestly. Yes, I have heard Zhenger speak highly of your cook's talents. I must sample her culinary creations upon my return. I am not picky and have no food allergies. Zhenger, out of concern for my gastrointestinal health, has always requested that our cook prepare milder dishes. As he does not tolerate spicy food very well, after dining with us, he has begun to enjoy spicy fare. The last time I offered him spicy sausages, he relished them without any discomfort. Lin Yanjin interjected, her little head slightly raised in defiance of Chairman Lu. You cheeky child, you must admit that it was because I annoyed you that you decided to prank me, causing me to miss my afternoon nap after drinking too much water. Lu Rongjing retorted somewhat irately. Zhenger, as you are 10 years older than your sister, how could you possibly provoke her to anger? You deserve to be pranked by your own sister. Chairman Lu dotes on his daughter, treating his son as if he were a mere acquisition. In truth, it is the daughter who is the true treasure, is it not? Father, I am the one who was wounded here. Then do you still dare to provoke your sister? You are wonderful a father. My dear youngest daughter, should your brother anger you again, you must handle him. If you cannot, do tell me, and I shall assist you in rectifying the matter upon my return. Agreed. Let us seal our pact. Alas, if only the distance were not so great. Otherwise, Uncle Lu, I would hold your pinky in agreement. Come, Jinbao, do not merely seek allies. Eat the divine goddess clam sashimi on your plate. I shall peel the shrimp for you. Yes, my youngest daughter, you must eat something first before we continue our conversation. I have cleared my schedule entirely for this evening. Let us welcome the new year together. Indeed, good Uncle Lu, you must not only drink wine, you must also eat more vegetables. Amos says that even the finest wine can harm the body. Uncle Lu, you must take care of your health, otherwise, your brother and I will worry about you. Lin Yanjin spoke earnestly, causing the middle-aged man on the other end of the video call to feel a pang of sorrow. How many years had it been since his wife passed away? And how many years since he had heard such heartfelt concern? Could this lovely girl possibly be the reincarnation of the daughter he had yet to meet, returning to accompany him, this unworthy father? After accompanying her mother to the underworld, my youngest daughter, Xiaomo, is right. Uncle Lu will be mindful. After a lengthy pause, Chairman Lu finally suppressed his wayward thoughts and said, Jinbao, you must not throw the ice vegetables under the table. If there is a next time, I shall penalize you by making you eat twice as many vegetables. Liu Ma firmly grasped Lin Yanjin's small hand and declared sternly if the caught child could only attempt to hide away like a quail. Xiaomo, today is New Year's Eve, allow Jiner this one indulgence, will you? No, Uncle Lu, Jinbao has not eaten any fruit today. She must consume a small amount of vegetables. Jinbao has always favored meat, and her body has become overheated. I have taken her to see the doctor several times. At times, her lips have become inflamed. Taking a week to heal. We must strictly supervise her. Jinbao, you know what the doctor said during our last visit. If you do not correct this, you will need injections later on. You have seen for yourself how those unruly children cried out in pain when pricked by those sharp needles. Consider for yourself, is it better to eat vegetables or to receive injections? I was wrong. I will eat vegetables. The contrite child finally ceased her stubbornness, recalling the glistening needles piercing the bodies of those children, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 85, New Year's Eve. My Jinbao is a good child who can recognize her mistakes. Come, I shall feed you this small bowl of vegetable salad. Later, we shall enjoy some freshly squeezed orange juice, shall we, after taking a firm stance. Liu Ma gently coaxed his child. This successfully earned a thumbs up from both Lu Rongjing and his father. How young he was, Xiaomo, how long have you been taking care of Jiner? Chairman Lu inquired thoughtfully. Almost 2 years. It must be quite arduous. Not at all. To be precise, it is a great happiness. Having such a warm child by my side makes me feel needed, gradually warming the coldness of my surroundings. She is well behaved, easy to care for, and exceptionally thoughtful. Except for that unfortunate incident half a year ago, she has consistently radiated like a little sun, enriching my life with vibrant colors for every bit of kindness I show her. She repays me double. After school, I spend time playing with her. She waits for me at the entrance of our community every day. I help her with food she cannot manage, and she serves me the dishes I enjoy. I supervise her to ensure she drinks milk every morning, and she reminds the aunt to send me milk in the evening. While I study, she quietly reads comics or extracurricular books beside me. Uncle Lou, caring for Jinbao is my fortune. To encounter her is a stroke of luck in my life. Liu Ma spoke earnestly. Indeed, Xiao Mo has truly embodied the qualities of a well-behaved child. Uncle Lou, do not envy. When I grow up, I shall marry Amo and make him your son. Law. At that time, we shall all be one family. Lin Yanjin's playful spirit was ever unrestrained. Chairman Lu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Reveling in the joy, Xiao Mo, this little girl is truly a little imp. Brother, how could you be so rude as to insult Uncle Lou? Are you not afraid of him reprimanding you for your lack of filial piety? Jiner, do not twist my words. When did I insult my father? Lu Rongjing exclaimed in mild panic. Between him and his father, their disagreements had never escalated to insults. You just called me a little imp. If I call you brother, does that not make you a big imp? Furthermore, if Uncle Lu calls me his youngest daughter, by your logic, does that not make him the old imp? Lin Yanjin argued earnestly, causing Li Yuma and Chairman Lu to nearly double over with laughter. This girl truly had no qualms about what she said. Uncle Lu, standing nearby, also struggled to contain his laughter. The chairman, known for his poker face in public, had been dubbed the old imp, and what was even more astonishing was that he was genuinely enjoying it, laughing heartily. How can your little mouth be so sharp? Lu Rongjing playfully tossed the steamed crab he had peeled into Lin Yanjin's small bowl. Xiao Mo, you have truly taken great care of Jiner. Thank you for allowing Zhenger and me the fortune of encountering such a wonderful family. Uncle Lu, Jinbao's nature is simply pure. Indeed, you are all pure and good children. Xiao Mo, you and Zhenger have a year and a half until the college entrance examination. Have you considered what major you wish to pursue? Chairman Lu suddenly asked seriously, hoping to discuss this matter with his only biological child in a relaxed atmosphere, so that his son would not be on guard, allowing him to plan ahead. Perhaps management studies. I do not have any particular passions, but management seems to be more practical. Liu Ma replied casually after feeding Lin Yanjin the last morsel of vegetable salad. He did not fully disclose his true intentions. He yearned to become strong, to provide his child with a stable life, allowing her the freedom to do as she pleases and pursue her interests. That is a sound thought. What about you, Zhenger? No matter what you wish to pursue, your father will always support you. Do not make choices against your true desires. Father, I will strive to study the same major as Xiao Mo. I do not possess any particular talents or hobbies. Being able to share your burdens sooner would be my ideal. Lu Rongjing gazed at the few strands of silver hair at his temples, responding with a tinge of sorrow. But he understood that his father would not force him into anything, yet they were father and son. It was not fitting for the father to carry the burden alone. He was on the cusp of adulthood and ought to share some of the responsibilities with his father. Chairman Lu stared blankly at his son for a while before bowing his head to eat from his bowl. Masking his emotional tears, he was a successful businessman, yet he felt he had failed as a father. Ayamo, I've had enough. Please stop peeling shrimp for me. You haven't eaten yet. Should I help you peel some? Never mind, with your delicate little hands, I wouldn't want you to cut yourself on the shells. I can't bear to see you lift a finger. Nevertheless, he continued, thank you, my Jinbao, for caring about me. You're truly wonderful. Li Yuma affectionately ruffled Lin Yanjin's hair before turning to eat earnestly. Come now, sweet child, drink some soup. It's delicious. Take your time. Liu Rongjing had already eaten his fill, so he began to attentively care for the black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball beside him. Zhenger is learning to take care of others. It seems much has transpired in these past 6 months. Chairman Lu reflected, realizing that purchasing a home in Donglu Town had been a wise decision. These 2 children were indeed his and his father's lucky stars. Recently, due to his own carelessness, he had narrowly avoided disaster. Had it not been for a twist of fate, he might have found himself bereft of his only bloodline, who had gone on a trip with both an elder and a younger companion. His son was his lifeline. No matter how grand his company became, without Zhenger, everything would be meaningless. Having lost his lifelong love, he could not bear the pain of losing a child. Once this matter was settled, he would spare no expense to obliterate Yashin Investment Company, ensuring they would never rise again. He would uproot any potential danger surrounding his son without leaving any room for escape. Dad, enough already. If you keep teasing me, I'll become an actor after the college entrance exams, even if I'm utterly talentless, just to stir up rumors every day. That sounds delightful. Perhaps I could hold my grandchild sooner. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm only stirring up rumors, not taking responsibility, nor having children. It seems your sister was right. You truly are a little troublemaker. Yomo, I wish to sleep. Just as Lu Rongjing and his son were exchanging banter, Lin Yanjin began to feel drowsy. It was time for her to rest. Little Mo, I'll fetch a blanket for Jeaner. We must stay up together tonight. You agreed, so no backing out. Liu Rongjing set down his chopsticks and strode away. Fearing Li Yuma's opposition, Little Mo, just let Jeaner sleep on Zhenger's bed for a while. No, Uncle Lu, Jinbao's situation is somewhat special. It's just as fine for me to hold her while we sleep. What exactly is wrong with Jeaner? It's a long story, but she's on the mend and will soon recover completely. As they chatted, Lu Rongjing returned with a blanket, and Li Yuma carefully wrapped his little one, ensuring she could rest peacefully in his embrace. As an adult, Chairman Lu could not help but admire Li Yuma. He truly cared for the little girl with unparalleled attention and patience that many biological parents could not muster. Chapter 86, Tiangong Temple. Little Mo, there are so many people, Lin Yanjin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, today is the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, so naturally, many come here to enjoy themselves. Is there a special significance to this day? Lu Rongjing inquired. On the 5th day of the New Year, people welcome the god of wealth. The locals habitually come here to offer incense. It's not solely about worshipping the god of wealth, but also to pray for safety. So, are we here to worship the god of wealth or for something else? Lin Yanjin asked curiously. We're here to experience traditional culture and explore local customs. Li Yuma replied earnestly, but the Tiangong Temple is halfway up the mountain. We must climb to reach it. Do you think you can carry Jeaner up the mountain? Lu Rongjing asked with concern. Can't I walk by myself? Brother, do you underestimate me? Is it possible I could climb this slope without any trouble while you pant like that water buffalo we saw in the fields beside the inn yesterday? Lin Yanjin shot back, never one to hold her tongue. Yes, that's quite likely, but to be fair, even if I carry Jinbao up it won't be an issue. Li Yuma confidently asserted. Yamo, I want to walk on my own. There are so many people here, I'll hold your hand, so there's nothing to fear. Alright, you go ahead, if you tire, I'll carry you. Okay, Lin Yanjin stepped down from Li Yuma's embrace, taking his hand as they walked step by step along the bluestone steps. Lu Rongjing, wishing to take a shortcut, contemplated sliding down but felt hesitant upon seeing the little girl walking on her own. He was somewhat intimidated by the sharp-tongued child, fearing she might mock him for a long time and possibly even tease him in front of Zhao Jie and Li Rui upon their return to Rongcheng. Amo, what is this? It's so green it looks like it might drip with water. Lin Yanjin paused, pointing at the moss-covered rocks nearby. That's moss. Why is it so green while other places appear reddish? From the terrain, this is a canyon, and the wind and snow are largely blocked by the layers of peaks, making the temperature here a couple of degrees warmer than on the mountain. The large trees provide shade, so the moss hasn't been exposed to frost and snow. Moreover, there's spring water here, so this moss is lusher than in other areas, just as Li Yuma was explaining to Lin Yanjin. The mischievous little girl, seizing an opportunity when neither of the older boys was paying attention, plucked a piece of moss. Lu Rongjing and Li Yuma exchanged a glance of disbelief. They had been momentarily distracted. Unaware of the little girl's swift hands at Jinbao, I just wanted to touch it. Do you believe me? Lin Yanjin cheekily stuck out her tongue. Both Li Yuma and Lu Rongjing wore expressions that seemed to question her innocence. Leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. Li Yuma gazed at his little girl for a moment before he could no longer contain himself and scooped her up. This little troublemaker would undoubtedly reach for anything new and intriguing. It wasn't that she couldn't play with the grass and leaves, but there were plenty of fir trees along the way, and her delicate little hands could easily get scratched. If she were to hurt herself and bleed. Li Yuma felt he might go insane given the shadows of his past life. He could never bear to see his child harmed in any way. Amo, didn't you agree I could walk by myself? Lin Yanjin asked, feeling a bit dazed. If you keep going like this, who knows how many plants will suffer the consequences? Will your little hands spare them? Li Yuma teased, holding her squirming waist. Lu Rongjing joined in the laughter. How could that be? Am I really that reckless? Lin Yanjin asserted, feeling exasperated. However, both older boys nodded in agreement, leading her to feel somewhat defeated. She nestled her little head against Li Yuma's chest, unconsciously rubbing against him. Jinbao, if you keep rubbing your little nose, what will you do if it gets crooked? Li Yuma said with mock seriousness, though deep down, he relished her affectionate gestures. If it gets crooked, I'll just swap it for a new one. Lin Yanjin replied without a second thought. To Jeaner, do you even hear what you're saying? Lu Rongjing laughed, unable to contain himself. It's not like it's yours, brother. Why are you getting so worked up? Well, that does seem to make a bit of sense, but also not really. Little Jinbao, are you trying to solidify your brother's nickname for you as the little troublemaker? Li Yuma chuckled, pinching Lin Yanjin's cheek playfully. Amo, alright, I won't laugh anymore. My Jinbao is not a little troublemaker. Let's enjoy the scenery along the way. Be good, and don't puff up like a puffer fish. Liumo would bend any principle when Lin Yanjin called out Amo sweetly. I'm a pufferfish, and you're the big pufferfish. Yes, Jinbao is the little pufferfish, and Amo is the big pufferfish. Otherwise, why would Amo wait for Jinbao to grow up before marrying him? Let us not be pouty anymore. Be good. Liumo looked tenderly at the child in his arms, soothing her gently. Yamo, why can't we see the sun here? Lin Yanjin suddenly noticed that while they had sunlight at the foot of the mountain, it was now absent, and the air felt a bit chilly. The dense canopy of fir trees obscured the sunlight. Jinbao, are you feeling cold? Liuma suddenly became alert, noticing his little one shiver slightly. I don't know. Lin Yanjin truly couldn't tell if she was cold. If she were not, why had she just shivered? If she was cold, there was no strong sensation. Liuma immediately checked her hands, finding them icy given the impending climb. He had not given Lin Yanjin any warming pads, and they were dressed in lightweight sportswear. Liumo hastily unzipped his jacket, intending to tuck his child inside. Xiaomo, what will you do if you freeze like this? He fretted. Why not let Jiner walk on her own? It will warm her up quickly. Liu Rongjing's suggestion was indeed the most practical. Yet this path was lined with cedar trees, and with Jinbao's occasional mischief, what if she got hurt while he wasn't paying attention? There were also scorpion weeds by the roadside. If she touched them, who would bear the torment of the itching and pain? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Mo rejected Lu Rongjing's proposal, wrapping his child tightly in his coat, securing her in the warmth of his embrace. Now, Jinbao, are you feeling warmer? He asked anxiously, genuinely fearful of her catching a cold. Yes, much warmer, she replied. Chapter 87. The Heavenly Palace Temple. Amidst their laughter, the trio arrived at the grand entrance of the Heavenly Palace Temple. Gazing at the solemn and majestic structure, each of them harbored different thoughts. Liu Mo felt a sense of reverence, Lu Rongjing was filled with curiosity, while Lin Yanjin felt a hint of confusion. As if she had encountered it in a dream before, perhaps influenced by the surrounding worshippers, their expressions turned solemn. I will go buy some incense and candles. Since we are here, we should respect local customs and pay our respects. Liu Mo suggested to Lu Rongjing. Alright, should I wait here with Jiner? Lu Rongjing offered, wanting to take Lin Yanjin's hand but hesitating amidst the crowd, fearing he might lose this beautiful sister. Never mind, let us all go together, he decided. Observing Lu Rongjing reaching for his child's hand, Liu Mo felt an inexplicable surge of resistance. No, she is my child and mine alone. Since entering the temple, Lin Yanjin had felt a wave of inexplicable sadness. Reluctant to leave the embrace of the person holding her, she wrapped her small arms around Liu Mo's neck, nestling her head into his shoulder. Jinbao, would you come down for a moment? Let us offer some incense to the Bodhisattva. No, Lin Yanjin immediately protested, burrowing deeper into Liu Mo's embrace like a quail. Little Jinbao, I'll be right next to you. Let us offer incense together, shall we? Liu Mo was perplexed by his child's sudden lethargy. Alright, Lin Yanjin replied reluctantly. Liu Mo carefully set Lin Yanjin down and lit the incense before handing it to her. While he lit 3 sticks himself, after bowing respectfully, he placed the incense into the burner alongside the one in his child's hand. Liu Rongjing also earnestly offered his incense before joining Liu Mo and Lin Yanjin. Xiaomo, is there really a commotion with so many people around? Lu Rongjing, visiting a temple for the first time, found everything fascinating. Would you like to take a look? Liu Mo chuckled. I do. It is my first time in a real temple, Lu Rongjing admitted somewhat shyly. As if anyone else isn't visiting for the first time, Lin Yanjin remarked, peeking out from Liu Mo's shoulder, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Alright, Jinbao, since we are here, let us enjoy ourselves. Liu Mo assumed her mood was simply due to the crowd. Lin Yanjin buried herself back into Liu Mo's embrace. Wishing to say nothing. As the trio entered the bustling main hall, they found themselves amidst a flurry of fortune-telling. Unable to resist, Lu Rongjing eagerly sought a fortune stick, and to keep his spirits high, Liu Mo joined him. Unexpectedly, Lu Rongjing drew a good fortune, neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable, with the inscription, "The light boat has passed through 10,000 mountains." Meanwhile, Liu Mo drew a blank stick, nothing at all. Not even a punctuation mark. What is this? Lin Yanjin, disinterested, barely peeked out, and thus, the 3 of them had drawn 2 fortunes. Liu Mo was taken aback. After all, he bore the memories of an emperor from 1,000 years ago, and he understood the intricacies of his fortune better than Lu Rongjing. Alas, we do not comprehend this Buddhist culture. For matters of expertise, we should consult professionals. Let us go seek someone knowledgeable to interpret the fortunes. Lu Rongjing suggested excitedly. Given the large crowd today, there were indeed many fortune interpreters present. Liumo, noticing his child's gloom, led Lu Rongjing towards an elderly, somewhat disheveled monk, the monk appearing indifferent to his surroundings. Flipped through a tattered book amidst the clamor, creating an aura of solitude around him. As the monk noticed their approach, he lazily lifted his eyelids to regard Liumo. Master, could you help us interpret our fortunes? Lu Rongjing politely inquired. I can interpret yours. Your life and death tribulations have passed, and you shall find peace henceforth. However, your marital prospects appear somewhat weak. Remember, young man, regardless of circumstances, one must maintain their true heart. Though the monk's tone was indifferent, he earnestly interpreted Lu Rongjing's fortune. And what of my brother S? Why is his stick blank? Lu Rongjing blurted out. Young man, do not put me in a difficult position. I cannot interpret his fortune. In this world few dare to interpret for both of you. Do not trouble me, especially him. His fate is tumultuous yet of immeasurable worth. Go. I will not charge you for the interpretation. But do not disturb me while I read, the disheveled monk said before rising and leaving without ceremony. What? Lu Rongjing was utterly bewildered, questioning who his brother really was. Meanwhile, Liumo understood the monk's meaning. As a reincarnated emperor with memories from his past life, he certainly had a fate that few would dare to meddle with. Of immeasurable worth, naturally, as a reincarnated emperor, especially one who led troops in battle. How could he not be precious? The child in his arms was his only rare warmth, the love of 2 lifetimes, undoubtedly priceless. Well then, if it cannot be interpreted, so be it. Jin Bao, are you still unaccustomed to the crowd? Liumo swiftly redirected his attention to his child. No, Lin Yanjin replied. Though she wished to say nothing, she chose to respond to Liumo's inquiry. Why? Liumo asked without thinking. I don't know, I can't explain why mine feels chaotic. The shadow that occasionally appears in my dreams is somewhat clearer now. It seems like someone needs to support them when they walk. And it feels suffocating here, Lin Yanjin said, pointing to her heart. Lu Rongjing still appeared dazed, but Liumo understood what was happening. He gently tightened his embrace. Little Jin Bao, that was merely a dream. Do not overthink it. It's normal to have strange dreams when you enjoy comics, Jin Bao. While I'm here, you will not become like that beautiful person from your dreams. The suffocation in your heart is probably due to the crowd. With so many people burning incense, the air is thick with smoke. Jin Bao, hold me tighter, Lin Yanjin requested, and Liumo drew her head back into his shoulder, softly patting her back to provide her with more comfort. Xiaomo, is your sister all right? Lu Rongjing asked, sensing Lin Yanjin's discomfort. Yes, she is fine. While I am here, nothing will happen to her. Are we ready to head back? Liumo's eyes held depths like 2 still pools. Concealing mysteries within. Chapter 88, The Heavenly Palace Temple. I still want to check out that grand hall. Lu Rongjing, buoyed by his fortunate draw, felt particularly cheerful and wished to explore every corner. Jin Bao, would you like to take a look over there? Liumo cradled Lin Yanjin's small head, pointing towards the second grand hall on the right side of the temple entrance. Yes, Lin Yanjin nodded, albeit still feeling lethargic. Without hesitation, Liumo carried her up the wooden steps. As they approached, they found the hall less crowded, as it did not house any deities but displayed various jade ornaments and sandalwood bracelets. What would you like to see, dear benefactors? A relaxed young monk inquired. We are just browsing, Lu Rongjing replied politely. In that moment, both Liumo and Lin Yanjin were captivated by 2 jade pendants. The translucent Hutyan jade was oval-shaped, adorned with extremely simple carvings. At first glance, one might overlook what the carvings depicted. Upon closer inspection, it was still unclear, as the craftsmanship was rather crude. However, Liumo could just discern a dragon on one pendant and a phoenix on the other. Compared to the intricately carved dragon and phoenix pendants nearby, these 2 appeared rather rough and lacked resemblance. Do you 2 fancy dragon and phoenix pendants? How kitsch, why not buy a zodiac pendant instead? Lu Rongjing jested, assuming they preferred the dazzling ice-gray dragon and phoenix pendants. Little master, could you please bring out that pair of Hutyan jade pendants for us to see? Liumo turned to the young monk. Benefactor, those pendants have not been consecrated yet. Would you like to look at something else? Little master, I only want that one, Lin Yanjin chimed in, her spirit suddenly revived as she lifted her head from Liumo's embrace. Stubbornly asserting her preference, that was carved by my master's uncle for fun after drinking, and it has yet to be consecrated. If you truly admire it, I must first consult him. As he is the one who crafted it. It is only right that he performs the consecration. The young monk, somewhat speechless, remarked that his uncle was a rather eccentric man. What discerning taste do these children possess to appreciate the whimsical creations of his uncle's idle hands? It would be troublesome for the little master to make a trip. I appreciate your effort, Li Yuma said politely. No, Xiaoma, what sort of taste do you and Jiner possess? This jade pendant appears rather dark in hue. At your age, why would you prefer such a color? Moreover, the carving seems to be nothing more than a few careless strokes, crude and unrefined. Sister, you are the young lady of the L family. Do not scrimp on the old man's expenses. He has plenty of money. Let us purchase something of better quality, shall we? L Rongjing did not intend to be dismissive. He genuinely felt that the jade pendant's color was excessively somber. Rongjing, do you know what it means that happiness is priceless? Also read more books and play fewer games. This is Hetian Jade. The piece Jinbao favors is smoky purple, while I prefer this deep smoky purple. We are still students. We need not adorn ourselves with ostentatious trinkets to elevate our status. Furthermore, the price of these two jade pendants will not be low, Li Yuma retorted with a hint of annoyance. Jinbao, let us not engage with such gaudy items. We shall select jade pendants to wear, as well as some accessories for our hands. At Jinbao, do you prefer a bead bracelet or a bangle? A bead bracelet. Then would you like to see the amber bead bracelets over there? No, I prefer this one. Lin Yanjin pointed to the high-density small-leaf red sandalwood bracelet in front of her. This one has 108 beads. Do you think your little hand can wear it? Jinbao, Li Yuma inquired somewhat hesitantly as he assessed the small arm of the child in his embrace. But I just like it, she insisted. Then let us buy it. Li Yuma could not bear to see the child's eager expression. How could he deny her wish? Oh, let me see who possesses such discernment to appreciate the jade pendant carved by this humble monk. Just as Li Yuma was coaxing Lin Yanjin, a familiar voice echoed, "Is this a remarkable twist of fate, encountering them again so soon?" The young monk's uncle was none other than the disheveled old monk who had interpreted L Rongjing's fortune. Master, it seems we truly share a special connection, Li Yuma chuckled, breaking the awkward silence. Well, since it is a fated encounter, I shall consecrate these two jade pendants for you. The scruffy monk sighed as if resigned to his fate. He instructed the young monk to retrieve the two jade pendants, fixed his gaze on Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin, and began to chant incantations to consecrate the jade. Suddenly, however, the old monk's complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a brief moment, he opened his somewhat clouded eyes, appearing utterly drained of energy. He refused the young monk's assistance, shaking his head, and staggered away. Shou Yuan, inform your master that I have begun my seclusion and wish not to be disturbed lightly. The corridor echoed with the old monk's ethereal voice, and before the young monk could respond, the frail, wavering figure had vanished from sight. After Li Yuma helped Lin Yanjin don the jade pendant, she unusually and earnestly took his pendant, wishing to adorn him with it herself. Li Yuma obligingly lowered his head, allowing the child to place the pendant upon him. The zodiac-themed jade pendant purchased by L Rongjing was meant for his own wearing. He had hoped for his sister to assist him, but the little one simply tilted her head aside, ignoring him. Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin had selected the high-density small-leaf red sandalwood bracelet, while L Rongjing had chosen the amber bracelet. Ultimately, during the payment process, L Rongjing finally comprehended Li Yuma's remark about the expense. Their total expenditure exceeded 200,000. However, Li Yuma had no intention of allowing L Rongjing to cover the costs for him and the child in his arms. Xiaoma, consider this my New Year's gift for you and your sister. No need. For New Year's, you may select something else. We came here to pray, and it is better for us to each bear our own expenses. Li Yuma declined L Rongjing's generosity. Even as they exited the Tiangong temple, L Rongjing remained vexed, feeling that Li Yuma had spurned his goodwill. Xiaoma, why don't we eat at the temple before descending the mountain? It is already 11 o'clock. Are you not hungry? Eating at the temple means allowing Jinbao to watch us dine without partaking. Besides, my child is still feeling a bit under the weather. L Rongjing then recalled. His whimsical sister had never been fond of vegetables, and the temple offered only vegetarian meals. I apologize, I forgot that Jiner is a picky eater. Chapter 89, The May Day Holiday. Xiaoma, is it true that Jiner has fully recovered? Ning Jun asked, still somewhat incredulous. Yes, a month ago, when I took her for a follow-up, the doctor confirmed she has recovered. Li Yuma replied, gently arranging the hair of the little one in his arms. I apologize for the past year. You have shouldered everything alone. During the new year, our hospital unexpectedly lost 2 chief surgeons, and as the director, I had to take on the responsibility. Qing Shuang also had a nurse resign. Jiner's grandmother could hardly walk in the cold, and Ning Xiang is still too young. As Jiner's closest relatives, we truly feel ashamed. We had hoped to come here during the new year to care for her, but plans often change. Furthermore, that scoundrel Lin Chen and his parents are constantly watching our family, waiting to seize any opportunity to make trouble. As soon as Jiner comes to our house, they have a reason to create a scene. To slander us for enticing Gina's inheritance. We are not afraid of them, but given Gina's condition, frequent disturbances would only exacerbate the situation. Please do not misinterpret my earlier question, it is not a matter of distrust. But if she has indeed recovered, why does she still hesitate to sleep alone? I fear the doctor may have misdiagnosed her. This little girl has endured so much, and I do not want her to suffer any further harm. Ning Yingjun expressed his complex feelings. Uncle Ning, I understand your concerns. It is truly fortunate that Jinbao has relatives who care for her so sincerely. Do you remember her state when you visited her upon her discharge last year? At that time, she could hardly sleep for 2 hours straight. On the night you left, she fell asleep in my embrace, but when I laid her down in bed, she was plagued by nightmares. Frightened, she clung to my clothing. I gently patted her back, allowing her to remain nestled in my arms, and she rarely stirred. However, there is an inherent boundary between us due to our genders. I have always been conflicted about this. But I later discovered that when her condition worsened, allowing her to sleep alone resulted in her being utterly exhausted the next day. She is still so young. At times, when I ask her, she cannot articulate her feelings. A friend suggested I take her out into nature, so I brought her to witness the majestic wonders of the natural world outside. She seemed so small, and we had no choice but to stay together. Gradually, she began to improve, adapting to the absence of my presence, slowly dismantling the barrier she had erected around herself, accepting Aunt Qian's approach and the tutor's proximity. Only occasionally, during moments of unease, would she seek comfort in my embrace to sleep. Today, perhaps due to the first day of the May Day holiday, she is a bit excited, especially having seen you, and with Ning Xiang playing with her for much of the day. It is natural for her to feel a mix of excitement and anxiety. Given that so many people have suddenly gathered at home, when she feels uneasy, she reacts this way. Please do not misunderstand. Jinbao does not only behave like this in your presence, even when my friends come to consult me about matters. She exhibits the same behavior. Often, I am the one answering questions while Jinbao sleeps in my arms. It has become a habit. I understand your difficulties and empathize. There is no need for guilt. We should be grateful that such a wonderful child has finally recovered. Li Yuma responded earnestly. Xiaoma, thank you. I cannot express how grateful I am. If it were not for you, this girl would have faced countless more hardships. Lin Yinjin's grandmother said, her voice quivering with emotion. Their family had long wished to express their gratitude to Li Yuma, but he had been occupied until after dinner, when they all finally had a moment of respite. Grandmother, you need not be so formal. Caring for Gina is my heartfelt desire. She has always been like a little son to me. To be able to care for her, I consider myself incredibly fortunate. Over these past 2 years, we have relied on each other. You have raised her for 5 years. You should know just how wonderful she truly is. Uncle Ning, let me ask you a candid question. If at that time you had the means to care for her, would you have returned her to Director Lin and General Ning? Li Yuma inquired with a hint of amusement as he looked at Ning Yingjun and Qian Qingshuang. What a joke! Had I known that Jun Ji's sister and Lin Chenan were such irresponsible parents, I would have kept Gina in the hospital every day rather than allow her to return to Rongqing. When I was in a romantic relationship with Jun Gu, I was utterly enchanted by the adorable Gina. Each time I visited their home for a meal, I couldn't resist the urge to embrace her and engage in playful antics. You cannot fathom just how well-behaved Gina was during her childhood. Her parents often adorned her like a little princess. Her petite figure would elicit smiles and playful interactions from the elderly residents of our community. Later, when I married Jun Gu, she was merely 2 years old. Every day after work, she would dash over to present me with my slippers. This tiny bundle of joy, with her crisp and clear voice, would affectionately call me aunt, melting my heart with every utterance. Heaven knows how much I long to have a daughter as sweet as her. Even at such a tender age, she would dutifully fetch fruit for my parents when they came to visit. During my pregnancy with Ning Xiang, when I suffered from severe nausea, this delicate little girl never once expressed disdain for my condition. She would thoughtfully bring me the trash bin and fetch water for me to rinse my mouth. When her grandparents took her out to social gatherings, she would return with candies, sharing them with me and her uncle. What moved me the most was after I gave birth to Ning Xiang. While her grandparents and uncle were preoccupied, she would quietly wait by my room's door. As soon as she noticed me rising, she would come over to offer her support, saying, "Aunt, lean on me. I will be your little walking stick." At this point, Chen Qingshuang found herself at a loss for words. Only she understood the profound significance that little girl held for her. As a novice mother, with her mother-in-law's health not being the best and struggling to care for her during confinement, and her father-in-law adhering to traditional gender roles, her husband was exceedingly busy with a pivotal promotion. Meanwhile, her own parents needed to tend to her nephew. This remarkably understanding 3-year-old girl brought immense warmth to her heart. assisting her with various tasks. Whenever she felt down, Gina would blink her sparkling eyes and call out Aunt affectionately. Chapter 90, The May Day Holiday. Qing Shuang, it's all in the past now. Our lives will only get better from here, trust me, we will navigate our days with greater ease, Ning Yingjun softly reassured his wife after wiping away her tears. It is all my frail body that has burdened you. Lin Yanjin's grandmother lamented. Mother, please do not think that way. I have never held any grievances, I merely reflect on the issues concerning Xiao Mo, and I cannot help but reminisce about the time Gina stood by my side. Which evokes a sense of nostalgia. Your health struggles are not your fault, everyone consumes grains and inevitably faces ailments, even the most divine beings cannot remedy such matters, what is there to blame you for? In fact, I am immensely grateful that if it were not for your and my father's understanding, could our family be so harmonious and fulfilling, though we may endure some fatigue, our home is free from quarrels and indifference. Instead, we share mutual understanding and tolerance, qualities that many affluent families cannot attain. We have fulfilling work, without any burdens of life, and you and my father shield us from the storms. Ning Xiang is escorted to and from school by her father. And we always have warm meals waiting at home. The floors of our home are perpetually clean and bright. Mother, I am truly grateful for our current life. The only misstep we made was returning Gina to her parents, subjecting her to such great suffering at such a young age. Thankfully, everything is improving now. Chen Qingshuan leaned against Ning Yingjun's chest, her face radiating contentment. Indeed, grandmother. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Gina has expressed her desire to often invite you and grandfather to stay with us when we are more capable. As for why she refers to it as a short stay, she said if it were too long, there would be no one to assist her uncle and aunt, and Ning Xiang would lack transportation. Consequently, her uncle and aunt would have to resort to takeout, which is not healthy. Liumo gazed tenderly at the peacefully sleeping child in his arms and quietly remarked, in truth, I am immensely grateful to Ning Yingjun and Chen Qingshuang for returning our child to us. However, it would have been preferable had they directly returned her to us at the moment of their reunion, sparing her from such suffering. That kind-hearted little girl truly warms the heart. Lin Chenan's grandfather is utterly blind to the truth. Others would be fortunate to have such an obedient and delightful daughter, yet they so brazenly belittled her based on gender. Qian Qingshuang, possessing a forthright character, expressed her disdain for the Lin family with clenched teeth. When Lin Yanjin spoke with her sharp tongue, there was a hint of her aunt's style. This realization brought Liumo a sense of relief, grateful that his child was nurtured by the Ning family. Just then, Lin Yanjin stirred restlessly in her sleep, seemingly caught in a dream. Liumo instinctively tightened his embrace around her, gently patting her back with his other hand. Do not fear. Gina, I am here, he softly reassured her. After a while, Lin Yanjin relaxed her furrowed brow. Xiaomo, how have you endured this past year? After a lengthy silence, Lin Yanjin's grandfather inquired, his tone laden with complexity. To feign indifference would be self-deception. Those present were all people of sentiment, and how could they not feel a pang in their hearts? This question had also been posed to me during last year's New Year celebrations. Even now, I lack the words to respond appropriately. For me, since the National Day last year, life has been bearable. It merely required extra effort. The most challenging period was when you came to visit her. She visibly deteriorated, much like a flower bud wilting. The most heart-wrenching aspect was witnessing her wither before my eyes. Feeling utterly powerless to intervene, I could only hold her for hours on end, whether by day or night. Yet, thankfully, we have finally persevered through it all. Liumo's voice grew somber, and the usual indifference faded from his face. He was clearly affected. Good child, you have endured much. Now, apart from expressing our gratitude, we truly have nothing of significance to offer. However, it must be said, it is fortunate that you encountered Gina. It is her good fortune. Do you enjoy the cold beef I prepare? Chen Qingshuang shifted Ning Xiang in her arms and spoke softly. Thank you, Aunt Qingshuang. I have mentioned before, caring for Gina is something I willingly embrace, and we have already weathered the worst of it. There is no need for such formality. The cold beef you make is indeed quite delightful. I fondly recall last year's spring festival when Gina brought me some of your cold beef. I relished it. However, we must vacuum seal it into smaller bags after preparation. This little girl has developed quite a taste for extravagance and cannot bear to be without meat, despite my efforts over the past 2 years. She still detests vegetables. We have employed various strategies to coax her into eating them. She has seen doctors several times due to a lack of essential vitamins. Liumo, too, felt a sense of helplessness. The child in his arms was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. The crux of the matter was that this little rascal had developed a knack for reasoning that was becoming more intricate as her knowledge expanded. making it increasingly challenging to contend with her arguments. I suppose this is my fault for spoiling her. Her uncle and aunt have attempted to correct her behavior, but I believe that while she is growing, it is essential to ensure she eats well. Coupled with her honeyed tongue, I find myself utterly incapable of resisting her adorable please. No one in our family can withstand Jinner's charms, not even her uncle. Lin Yanjin's grandmother lamented helplessly. It is alright, she is improving now. Since the new year, she has not needed to see a doctor for vitamin deficiencies. However, she does occasionally rebel against me and scold me. This little girl has always been rather headstrong, but that is simply how it is. In the past, when we witnessed the Lin family's despicable behavior, we indulged her immensely. The girls they disdained, we cherished and pampered. This has fostered her strong-willed nature from a young age, exacerbated by her aunt's doting. Qingshuang would always say that a girl should not be timid when she was bullied on her first day of kindergarten. Her aunt took a 2-hour leave the following day to help her reclaim her dignity. Thankfully, with Qingshuang's influence, my husband and I, valuing our pride, would never drag our child into such conflicts. We taught her to reason, while her aunt taught her to retaliate. She soon became the dominant force in her kindergarten. Looking back now, Lin Yanjin's grandmother wore a proud smile, beaming with pride for her granddaughter and daughter-in-law. Chapter 91, The May Day Holiday. Why didn't brother come to our house for breakfast today? Lin Yanjin, freshly bathed, inquired curiously. Ever since their return from the Yumling Snow Mountain vacation, Lu Rongjing had been accompanying Li Yumo and Lin Yanjin for their workouts during every holiday. Naturally, he would also join them for meals afterward, with Uncle Lu coordinating the shopping to replenish the refrigerator for Lin Yanjin and Li Yumo. The servants of the Lu family had come to understand that the little princess of Building 33 was their esteemed young lady, recognized unanimously by both the chairman and the young master. Thus Lu Rongjing primarily dined and studied at Building 33. Lin Yanjin had long since accepted this convenient older brother without question. At present, in her heart, Lu Rongjing holds an equal position to Ning Xiang. Jinner, come here, aunt will dry your hair for you. Just then, Chen Qingshuang emerged from the kitchen, hastily removing her apron as she approached Lin Yanjin. Aunt Qingshuang, please continue with your tasks. I will take care of Jinbao's hair. Li Yuma stepped forward, already grasping the hairdryer. Xiaoma, your own hair is still dripping wet. I've prepared breakfast. I made fried dough sticks, congee with century eggs and lean pork, and also steamed purple sweet potato buns filled with braised meat. Which Jinner loves the most? You should try them later and see if you like them. I will dry and style Jinner's hair. You should dry your own first, despite it being the May Day holiday. The weather is no longer cool, yet the humidity is increasing. If we are not careful now, we might suffer from chronic headaches as we age. Chen Qingshuang said earnestly. Thank you, aunt, for your kindness. I will quickly get Jinbao and myself ready. You should go tend to Ning Xiang so our family can enjoy breakfast together. It has been a long time since our home felt lively. Jinbao would surely be delighted. The respect emanating from Li Yuma was genuine. He truly revered this woman before him. It seemed that even the most pedantic critic would have no grounds to complain about such a distinctive personality. It was no wonder that Lin Yanjin's grandparents favored Qian Qingshuang over Ning Yingqing. After all, mutual respect breeds affection, and no one is a fool. And rest assured, Tomo will be quick. He is quite adept at styling hair. Every time we go out, his hairdos surpass those of others. And please change Ning Xiang's clothes. If you delay, uncle will dress her in mismatched outfits, and it would spoil her appearance. Lin Yanjin remarked, shaking Chen Qingshuang's arm. All right, I will go tend to Ning Xiang. Chen Qingshuang replied before heading to the guest room to care for her son. Your brother seems a bit shy today, so he won't be joining us for breakfast, Li Yuma said, setting down the hairdryer as he turned to Lin Yanjin. He can feel shy too? Lin Yanjin asked incredulously. Gazing at Li Yuma, Jinbao, if your brother were to hear what you just said, he would surely be so pleased he might grind his teeth. Li Yuma chuckled like a sly wolf, prompting Lin Yanjin to investigate further. Isn't Lu Dad back today? Is that why my brother feels shy about coming over to accompany Lu Dad? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yanjin inquired. I can't say for certain, your brother didn't mention it. Li Yuma replied, adjusting his slightly damp hair in the mirror before looking down at the childless sister. Who is your Lu Dad? Ning Xiang questioned, her voice filled with curiosity. Lin Yanjin turned to see her uncle and aunt leading Ning Xiang out, with her grandparents supporting them into the hall. My brother's father. Isn't your brother's father that hypocrite Lin Xinqing? Ning Xiang, being a child, spoke candidly. Li Yuma paused momentarily, quickly grasping that this was likely due to the Ning family discussing the Lin family in the household, which the little one overheard. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother is Lu Rongjing, not that despicable Lin Hongxian. My brother is the real deal. Lin Hongxian is just an annoying pest, thinking he can be my brother with that foolish demeanor of his. How absurd. Lin Yanjin stated, her little face clouded with displeasure, leaving the adults momentarily taken aback, touched by the bitter sweetness of her expression. Oh, I see, Lin Hongxian is so detestable because he treats you poorly, hence you no longer want him as your brother. You found someone better to be your brother, but you cannot seek another as your younger brother besides me as sister. Promise me you won't find anyone else to be your younger brother. I treat you well. And I will continue to treat you well, so you must promise me. Alright, I brought all my pocket money for you this time. I don't care about marrying a wife, I only have one sister. And I'm saving all my pocket money for you. Ning Xiang stepped forward, gripping Lin Yanjin's arm tightly. Liu Ma considered intervening to shield Ning Xiang, but Lin Yanjin stepped closer, embracing Ning Xiang. I have always been solely your sister, and I don't want anyone else as my younger brother. Be ye good, don't be troublesome. I want to be anyone else's sister. I don't need you to save money for me. Don't worry, when I grow up, I will earn plenty of money. Once I marry Amo, we will work together to help you find a wife. After releasing Ning Xiang, Lin Yanjin turned to Liu Ma and asked, Amo, you will help me? You? Yes, I will assist you in securing a wife for Ning Xiang, Liu Ma replied, pulling Lin Yanjin close, enveloping her in his embrace. He hadn't anticipated that this little rascal would hold such significance in her heart. He understood they were cousins bound by blood, yet his inherent possessiveness would not allow his child to embrace anyone else in his presence. No one else could. Ning Yanjun appeared somewhat stunned, realizing her son had such a domineering side. While her mischievous niece had grown even more unruly than before, had this young lad raised her to be so audacious. The two children donned identical traditional outfits, the basest shade of gray. The pleated skirts embroidered with traditional camellia patterns in a delicate white thread, the cool tones were fitting for the season, enhancing Liu Ma's ethereal presence, making him seem almost untouchable. Even Lin Yanjin appeared somewhat aloof, her silence revealing a coldness that mirrored Liu Ma's in an uncanny manner. First, let us eat. Otherwise, the fried dough sticks will lose their crispness. If I recall correctly, Jinner's brother also resides in this community. During the spring festival, when I was video chatting with Jinner, she mentioned him. Cousin, why not invite him to join us for breakfast, though I wonder if he might disdain the rustic fare I've prepared. Chen Qingshuang suggested with a hint of shyness that he wouldn't. My brother is not like that, Aunt, my brother is wonderful, and Ning Xiang and I will invite him to eat with us, Lin Yanjin declared. Slipping from Liu Ma's embrace and taking Ning Xiang's hand as they headed outside, leaving a roomful of astonished faces. Xiaoma, it seems Jinner hasn't seen her brother in quite some time, which has made her a bit overexcited, Ning Yingqing observed, noticing the change in Liu Ma's expression and feeling compelled to explain. He was certain that this young lad was treating that silly girl as a childhood bride. But with events unfolding as they were, he felt powerless. The girl's parents were irresponsible, and he was unable to intervene. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, this young lad had been the one caring for the mischievous girl, acting as the guardian designated by his reckless sister and her scoundrel ex-husband, leaving him with no standing to voice any opinions. After all, following the incident last year, their family had done nothing but accompany the girl via video calls. It had always been this young lad who took on all responsibilities, meticulously caring for the spirited girl. Yes, I know. Jinner often talks about how that little brat Ning Xiang does this and that. Liu Ma acknowledged, suppressing his unusual feelings and returning to his usual detached demeanor. Xiaoma, what exactly is the situation with Jinner's brother? On the third day of the Lunar New Year, after working a few night shifts, I video called her. She excitedly informed me that she now had a brother, and also a Lu Dad. At that moment, I assumed he was just a friend of yours and didn't inquire further. My mind was a bit muddled then, and I didn't seek your confirmation, Chen Qingshuang asked seriously, her gaze fixed on Liu Ma. Rongjing is indeed my classmate and childhood friend. He is fundamentally sincere. Yet due to unique family circumstances, he has experienced a lack of familial affection. He has taken a liking to Jinner and wishes to be her brother, which I consented to. Chairman Lu understood the situation and expressed a desire to adopt Jinner. Given Jinner's special circumstances, I requested discretion, so few are aware of it. During her first video call, Jinner was not averse to calling Chairman Lulu Dad, and when he returned from Southeast Asia in February, I arranged a welcome dinner. Jinner took a liking to the forthright Chairman Lu and thus respects him greatly, as well as her adoptive brother. This morning, after we completed a 5-kilometer run, Rongjing felt a bit awkward and chose not to join us for breakfast. Jinner, unaccustomed to this, kept asking me about it. Liu Ma meticulously explained to Chen Qingshuang, recognizing her genuine concern for his child. As Liu Ma and Chen Qingshuang settled into their seats, Lin Yanjin entered with Ning Xiang and Lu Rongjing. "Brother, this is my grandpa, grandma, uncle, and aunt," Lin Yanjin introduced with an air of maturity. Liu Rongjing politely greeted everyone. "If you continue to be this courteous, Aunt Xingxuang's breakfast will grow cold," Li Yuma remarked in a somewhat indifferent tone, prompting everyone to take their seats and prepare for breakfast. "Amo, hug me." Lin Yanjin's rosy little face radiated with a joyful smile, reflecting her immense happiness. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to express her delight, especially since her brother was enjoying a harmonious time with the family she cherished. She had both a younger brother and an older brother, and in her struggle to release her overwhelming joy, she clung to her closest companions. "Why do you suddenly want me to hug you?" Li Yuma gently inquired as he placed Lin Yanjin on his lap. "Because I'm so happy. I have a younger brother and an older brother. And the best part is that my younger brother also adores my older brother. I feel like I need to do something special. I'm just too elated. What do you wish to do to celebrate your happiness?" "Let you hold me. When you embrace me, it feels like a wonderful celebration." "Alright, if I hold you, we shall celebrate the joy of Jinbao together." "Imo, you are simply the best. Is this truly so wonderful?" "Yes, Imo, I really like you." In a display of affection, the little girl planted a kiss on Li Yuma's cheek. "If you truly like me, you must finish the green bean soy milk in your cup. And you must eat all 5 pieces of the boiled lettuce." A smile of amusement spread across Li Yuma's lips, causing those around him to pause in surprise. It seemed this young lad could indeed smile so tenderly. "Imo, you don't look your best today," Lin Yanjin remarked with a hint of disappointment. "Yes, I know, but Jinbao, if you continue to stubbornly refuse to eat your vegetables, you will only look worse in the future." Li Yuma teased with a playful smirk. "I want to sever ties with you," Lin Yanjin declared, crossing her arms defiantly. "For how long?" "For half a day." "Wow, sister, you've really matured today, being able to cut ties with Xiao Imo for half a day. You used to only manage 2 hours at most." Lu Rongjing chuckled, playfully placing 2 pieces of chicken on Lin Yanjin's plate. "I want to sever ties with you too." Lin Yanjin puffed up her cheeks in indignation. "And how long will that last?" Lu Rongjing inquired with a smirk. "Until I feel happy again." "Jinbao, even while you're cutting ties, you still need to hurry and eat the lettuce in your bowl." Li Yuma insisted, firmly beginning to feed the child in his arms. "Sister, I'll help you eat," Ning Xiang said as he hopped down from his small chair and used his chopsticks to take some lettuce from Lin Yanjin's bowl. Everyone was taken aback. "Ning Xiang, are you really eating the vegetables you dislike for your sister?" Lin Yanjin's grandmother asked in astonishment. Ning Xiang, think carefully. If you assist your sister today, you will have to eat some vegetables at every meal when we return home. Ning Yangjun quickly warned her. It seemed that anyone standing near Lin Yanjin was merely causing trouble for Li Yuma. Raising a mischievous child was already quite a challenge, adding to the chaos was simply unreasonable. Ning Xiang glanced at his grandfather and grandmother, noting their disapproval, then looked at his sister, who was staring at him in surprise. With newfound determination, he resolutely scooped the lettuce from his sister's bowl into his own. Chapter 93, The May Day Holiday. "Never mind, I'll eat it myself, thank you, Ning Xiang," Lin Yanjin said, shivering slightly at the thought of having to eat vegetables every day because of Ning Xiang's help. Li Yuma immediately sensed the little one's discomfort and tightened his embrace, allowing her head to rest against his chest. "Jinbao, I have told you before that because you are still young, you sometimes have difficulty distinguishing right from wrong. I will be strict with you, but that doesn't mean I don't care for you. On the contrary, it's because I care deeply. You must trust me. Alright, don't be afraid. The reason I'm encouraging you to eat vegetables is that you lack vitamins and fiber. And I worry about your health. Everyone is concerned for you and loves you. Do you understand? Don't let your imagination run wild or frighten yourself." Li Yuma spoke softly, tightening his arm around the child to provide her with a sense of security. Witnessing Li Yuma's keen perception of Lin Yanjin's emotional shifts left the Ning family astounded. None of them could match such sensitivity. "Alright, I understand," Lin Yanjin finally whispered after a long pause. Lu Rongjing was already accustomed to such scenes. By the time Li Yuma had comforted Lin Yanjin, he had almost finished his meal. "Jinbao, why don't you come over to your brother's side so that Xiao Imo can feed you something delicious?" Lu Rongjing suggested, setting down his chopsticks. Qian Xingxuang's culinary skills were exceptional. Her fried dough sticks were crispier than those sold outside, and the fragrant glutinous rice cakes were a treat. Lu Rongjing was quite full. Ning Xiang, confined by his father's embrace, had not eaten much and set down his chopsticks, eager to reach out to his sister. However, he found himself once again restrained by his father's hold, leaving him pouting in frustration. "No need, I will feed Jinbao first. After such a commotion, if I don't feed her, she won't be able to eat anything." Li Yuma declined Lu Rongjing's offer, patiently preparing the food and continuing to feed Lin Yanjin until she was truly full before he began to eat himself. Chen Xingxuang had already discreetly set aside portions of each dish for Li Yuma, anticipating his appetite while he fed Lin Yanjin's grandparents, reflecting on the situation, felt genuine regret for their previous indulgence. They vowed never to allow their grandchild to become a picky eater again. With this lesson learned, little Ning Xiang would face the consequences of his actions, and his grandparents would no longer be lenient. Xiaomo, you truly have it tough. I am sincerely sorry. It's entirely my and my wife's fault for being so short-sighted, causing you distress. Lin Yanjin's grandfather apologized, feeling quite embarrassed. Not at all, it's manageable. Jinbao is quite reasonable. Li Yuma replied softly after finishing the last sip of soy milk. Today, our Uncle Ning and Auntie going out to shop or doing something fun. Rongjing and I have time today and can accompany you. He inquired politely once Chen Xiu and Xian Xiaofan had tidied up the dining table. No need, Xiaomo, you all can focus on your own matters. I've asked my cousin to accompany me to the market to select fresh beef and rabbit. I will prepare cold beef and cold rabbit for you, along with some spicy beef that Jinbao particularly likes. Make sure to prepare enough. We can vacuum seal some for later, making it convenient for you to enjoy whenever you want. We need to head back to Xinqing the day after tomorrow, and I haven't visited Ning Xiang's grandparents in a while. It's a good opportunity to check in and see what they might need. Especially since Ning Xiang's uncle and aunt are working out of town and it's not easy for them, Chen Xingxuang explained, feeling a bit shy. Thank you, Auntie. Li Yuma expressed his gratitude sincerely. The kindness shown by the Ning family towards his child was genuine and heartfelt, conveyed through actions rather than mere words. As Lin Yanjin pulled Ning Xiang into the study to read comics, Li Yuma, Lu Rongjing, and Ning Yingjun followed suit. Fearing that Chen Xingxuang might overspend, he arranged for Qian Xiaofan and Chen Xiu to procure the ingredients she needed, with Chen Xingxuang unable to refuse. She eventually joined them in the study while Chen Xiu and the others went shopping. Jinbao, let us agree on something. Your comic time cannot exceed 1 hour. You need to rest your eyes for half an hour before continuing. If you get too caught up, don't come to me with any fuss, Li Yuma said gently as he approached Lin Yanjin's chair. Okay, Lin Yanjin readily agreed. Once everyone was seated, Ning Yingjun spoke up. Xiaomo, since Jiner has fully recovered, what about her studies? I plan to send her back to school next semester. It's better for her to learn in a school environment. She shouldn't only focus on academic knowledge. She must also learn social skills and how to communicate. Furthermore, at home, she lacks peers her age, with only Zhao Yanyan, who is 3 years older. That won't do, Li Yuma replied after some contemplation. Should she return to her original class or continue in 2nd grade? Chen Xingxuang asked. I want to study 5th grade, the same as Yanyan, and I want to be like Imo. And Chen said Imo also skipped 3 grades. Lin Yanjin answered without hesitation. This caught Li Yuma by surprise. He hadn't expected his child to genuinely aspire to skip 3 grades. Jinbao, you mustn't oppose me. I have completed all the coursework for 3rd grade. Excelling in both Chinese and math, as well as English. I forgot to tell you that I scored 98 in Chinese and full marks in math and English on my last test. You know, I have already passed my Guqian and art examinations. The certificates will arrive shortly. Teacher Yang said I would begin studying 4th grade material after the holiday. I will work hard, before the new semester begins. I will study at home, as I won't be taking summer vacation. Both Teacher Wu and Teacher Yang have agreed to this. Aunt Qian said I must excel beyond you to marry you. And I will definitely achieve that. Lin Yanjin spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving those around her utterly astonished. Li Yuma was well aware of his child's exceptional abilities. He merely wished for her to grow alongside her peers. Jinbao, your aunt isn't dreaming, right? You will only be 8 by the end of August, and you wish to start 5th grade. Moreover, you have astonishingly completed the entire curriculum of the 3rd grade, Chen Xingxuang inquired. Her surprise evident. Aunt, if you doubt this, you may consult my teacher. No, I believe you. Chen Xingxuang, fearing to cause her niece distress, quickly amended her statement. Xiaomo, do you think this might be somewhat akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow? Ning Yingjun and his father asked in unison. Uncle Ning, you can rest assured, just take a closer look at who raised her. At that time, Xiaomo had not yet hired a tutor, yet he managed to leap 3 grades ahead while consistently maintaining the top position in his class. How could my sister possibly fall short? Rongjing interjected, unable to restrain himself. Chapter 94. The May Day holiday. The Ning family fell silent. No wonder this young lad is so adept at caring for children. It turns out he possesses extraordinary intelligence. Jiner, why are you so insistent on marrying Xiaomo? Rongjing, perplexed by the little girl's thought process, couldn't help but ask. Since Lin Yanjin's recovery, Rongjing had ceased to speak as cautiously as before. There is no particular reason. The moment I laid eyes on Amo, I simply wished to marry him. That is all. He agreed to my desire to marry him. He himself once stated that he would wait for me to grow up and marry him. Well, this answer is tantamount to having no answer at all, yet it feels like the entirety of an answer. Come here, Jean Bao shifted his chair back slightly, opening his arms and beckoning to his little one. In truth, he already knew the answer. Both he and his little one had converged in their past lives. However, in the previous life, due to circumstances and identity, his little one had to suppress a sincere heart. He exerted all his efforts to fulfill himself and protect himself, interpreting the essence of love in his own way. He still remembers how, in the end, when this child was exhausted and spent, she lay in his embrace, calling out to him "Amo," and sealing their destinies for the next life. In this lifetime, they faced no such obstacles. Even without memories of their past life, this headstrong child could fiercely possess him. Lin Yanjin, somewhat bewildered, nevertheless obediently ran towards her. Amo. The moment Lin Yanjin leaped into Li Yumo's arms, he held his little one tightly. In this lifetime, they could finally express their love openly and unreservedly. Amo, good to Jean Bao, I have told you, I am your Amo alone. Do not be afraid, I will also wait for you to grow up and I will willingly marry you. However, my little Jean Bao, you must not make choices that go against your true intentions. Now tell me, do you wish to leap 3 grades because you fear you cannot marry me, or is there another reason? The Ning family, observing their little girl's audacious demeanor, felt quite helpless. Where can one find a young lady so bold as to wish to marry a boy? The key question remains, which boy would so unconditionally dote on a young girl? What kind of situation is this? I want to marry you, and I also aspire to be as excellent as you. Moreover, I wish to attend school with Yan Yan. She mentioned that sometimes she feels sad at school. Others do not compensate for the toys they break on her backpack, and brother Zhao Jie does not help her. Her parents merely say it is just a small toy. No one understands how heartbroken she feels. I do not want her to be sad. If I am with her at school, who would dare bully her, I would deal with them fiercely. Additionally, Yan Yan herself is utterly heartbroken. She brings all the snacks her parents give her to me, and each time I take the larger portion while she takes the smaller one. She gave me all the potato chips. Last time we went out to eat frogs, she gave me all the frog legs while she ate the other parts. I have made up my mind. I will strive to study hard and attend school with Yan Yan, Lin Yanjin said somewhat shyly. Does Sister Yan Yan like her sister this much? Ning Xiang raised her little head in thought and inquired. This Yan Yan seems quite nice. Yes, Sister Yan Yan is 3 years older than you, just like the gap between you and your sister. Li Yumo patiently explained to Ning Xiang, also clarifying for the Ning family. If my sister is 3 years older than Sister Yan Yan, and I am 3 years younger than my sister, then Sister Yan Yan, like me, loves her sister and protects her. Ning Xiang's logic left others speechless. Xiao Mo, why does this sound so familiar? El Rongjing asked in surprise. Zhao Yan Yan has expressed the same sentiment. Just replacing sister with younger brother and younger sister, Li Yumo responded, both amused and exasperated. No wonder they say that a 3-year age difference creates a generation gap. Xiao Mo, our generational gap with this batch of children is vast. El Rongjing put down his copy of Pride and Prejudice, somewhat wistfully. Curse this generational gap. Li Yumo felt a desire to strike something. He and the child in his arms had a 7-year difference. If he acknowledged the existence of a generational gap, what would they do in the future? Xiao Mo, even if Jeaner keeps up with her studies, will the principal and teachers agree to let her skip so many grades? Noticing the topic had strayed far off course, Ning Yingqing quickly redirected. That homeroom teacher was my elementary school teacher. I will personally approach the principal, and he should agree. If that fails, I will ask my current principal to intercede. Principal Meng and Principal, you are not only classmates but also close friends, Li Yumo confidently replied. You can rest assured, Uncle Ning. Xiao Mo is not only Principal Meng's prized disciple but was also favored by Principal Yu. And he is beloved by all the teachers. He participates in various subject competitions every year, consistently achieving remarkable results. El Rongjing earnestly clarified to the Ning family, forget it, the treatment of academic prodigies is beyond their comprehension. And Ning Yingqing and Qian Qingshuang wisely fell silent. Let us wait for Jeaner to try. If it proves too challenging, Xiao Mo can help her adjust her class later. Lin Yanjin's grandfather pondered before speaking. Yes, for now that is all we can do. If we do not heed Jean Bao's wishes, I fear it may backfire. If she develops a distaste for learning, that would be disastrous. Li Yumo gently held Lin Yanjin's small hand, adorned with intricate embroidery, and whispered. He found himself utterly at a loss with this mischievous child. Such habits are not formed overnight, and their destructive potential is inherent. Jean Bao, if you ruin this pattern thread, I will no longer be able to wear the same clothes as you. Liumo released Lin Yanjin's hand, patiently explaining, I am merely testing the sturdiness of this embroidery. Jiner, you said the same thing when you tore Xiaomo's shirt button last time. El Rongjing remarked, amused by his sister's flimsy arguments. Next time I visit your study, I will take the tassels from that painting you cherish to test their durability, Lin Yanjin said with a mischievous glint. Now that you have said it, would I allow you to have access to that painting? El Rongjing retorted, half amused. That is fine, I shall admire it when Father El is home. Jin Bao, is it truly appropriate for you to threaten your brother so openly? Liu, exasperated, adjusted the silk ribbon in Lin Yanjin's hair. Of course, that is precisely what brothers are for. Lin Yanjin replied with an exceptionally cunning smile, this little imp has become increasingly audacious. Xiaomo, you must be stricter with her. Ning Yingqing resolved to play the villain uncle. The laughter and commotion from the study made this short holiday particularly meaningful. Chapter 95, Camping AMO, where are we headed? Lin Yanjin, still drowsy, looked at Liu and asked, we are going to Tiling Forest Park for camping. We still have 2 days of the May Day holiday, and we must not waste it. Oh, why is brother also here? Lin Yanjin rubbed her eyes and finally noticed El Rongjing beside her. Her curiosity piqued. Oh, the little girl has finally spared half her attention from AMO for me. I must admit, I am somewhat flattered. El Rongjing remarked with a sardonic smile. Jin Bao, look at El Xiao's enviously sour expression. Doesn't he resemble a jilted lover? Alas, I misspoke. El Xiao is not a jilted lover but merely feels unbalanced. Jiner, we should be courteous to El Xiao since we are riding in his car. Liumo unusually jested. As for why he was in such high spirits today, it was because this May Day holiday had been quite meaningful. The Ning family had come to see his little one, allowing her to feel the warmth of familial bonds. How wonderful! The voids in his little one's heart were gradually being filled. Xiaomo, be a decent person. What else could El Rongjing do? His childhood friend, his brother. He ought to pamper her a bit. You brother, didn't Uncle El say he would return to celebrate the holiday with us? Lin Yanjin's mind began to clear, and she couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiner, there was a sudden issue at the Haicheng branch, and father couldn't return in time to celebrate the holiday with us. Therefore, Xiaomo and I have decided to take you camping. El Rongjing explained with rare seriousness, cherishing the sister he had endeavored to win over. Jin Bao, your brother did not deceive you, and Uncle El did not deceive you either. Last night, after you had fallen asleep, your brother received the news, hence, we didn't have time to discuss it with you. Liumo earnestly clarified to the little one in his arms. Oh, I went to sleep right after my video call with Ning Xiang last night, so I had no idea that brother had come to our house. Ning Xiang, the cheeky child, mentioned they arrived at grandfather Qian's house before lunch yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, he ventured to the nearby stream to catch crabs. He mentioned that he would raise the largest one and bring it to my home on his next visit. Such courtesy truly overwhelms me. I told him I had money, yet he discreetly placed his piggy bank beside my pillow. I am at a loss as to how to return the favor. 2 days ago, Yan visited our home. And she took quite a liking to Ningxiang. She attempted to persuade Ningxiang to call her sister, but that cheeky little rascal rebuffed her, claiming that Yan was being unrealistic, leaving her quite red in the face with indignation. It was truly a challenging situation for me. In the end, Yan managed to accept that Ningxiang would call her by her name, and Ningxiang no longer rejected Yan, but insisted that she refer to him simply as Ningxiang. Forbidding her from calling him brother, Lin Yanjin still feels a twinge of headache when recalling the scene from 2 days ago. She never anticipated that Ningxiang, the cheeky child, would be so obstinate. In the past, in Xinqiang, others could refer to Ningxiang as brother, provided they prefixed it with Ningxiang brother. She cannot fathom why he has suddenly become so unreasonable and lacking in decorum, causing a girl to cry. Oh, were you three debating this matter in the garden the other day? Lu Rongjing remarked, suddenly enlightened. No wonder, the afternoon prior Liu had looked somewhat restless when glancing toward the garden. He must have known that the 3 little ones were squabbling. Haven't you all resolved this already? Jin Bao, why do you still seem a bit downcast? Liu gently lifted Lin Yanjin's little head and asked earnestly. We have resolved it, but Ningxiang left yesterday, and uncle, aunt, grandfather, and grandmother have all departed, leaving the house feeling quite desolate. Yan has homework to do and cannot come to play with me. Dad clearly said 2 days ago that he would return today to have dinner with us. Yet he has gone off to attend to his business. Now, it's just the 3 of us left at home. I'm not unhappy, merely a touch disheartened. Little daughter, I shall return next weekend this time. It was your father who broke his promise. When I return, shall we have our young lady punish him? I will bring you back a shell wind chime. This gift will belong solely to you. As your brother and Xiaomo do not have one. Little daughter, can you forgive your father? before Lin Yanjin's complaints could fade, Chairman Lu's voice resonated from Lu Rongjing's phone. Dad, my good little daughter. Brother, when did you connect the call with Dad? Just now. Why was there no ringtone? I accidentally set my phone to vibrate mode. Then why didn't I see you answer the call? You were focused on Xiaomo's face. Mo, is everything alright? Jin Bao now talked to Uncle Liu. Mo looked at the child with affectionate eyes, encouraging her. Dad, why didn't you initiate a video call? Good little daughter, tonight your father will make a video call. But now I must step into the elevator as I have a meeting to attend. I just wanted to remind you to be cautious while playing outside and to pay attention to your safety. Alright Dad, you go on with your work. It's fine. We will be careful, Lin Yanjin replied obediently. Zhenger, be more vigilant. This is your first time camping. Stay alert, take good care of yourself, your sister, and everyone else. Chairman Lu spoke with heartfelt seriousness. In truth, he felt quite content today. After all these years, it was nice to be cared for and remembered. He had a strong premonition that this little girl was the daughter who accompanied his beloved to the other side and had returned to continue their bond with him and Zhenger. Alright, I understand, father, do not overexert yourself, and remember to rest. My sister and I will wait for your return at home. We won't run off, there's no need to hurry, although Lu Rongjing's tone was slightly impatient. His genuine concern was unmistakable. I know my limits, Xiaomo, you are the most composed child, please help me keep an eye on Zhenger and ensure he doesn't engage in any dangerous activities. Uncle Lu entrusted you with this, rest assured, Uncle Lu, we are all aware of our limits. Liu Ma chuckled softly. Enough, I'm only in my 40s, yet you speak as if I'm an elderly man. Hang up, old man, and take care. Liu Rongjing, visibly frustrated, hung up the phone without waiting for any further comments from his father. Brother, I think you're going to get scolded. Lin Yanjin poked her little head out from Liu Ma's embrace. A hint of schadenfreude in her voice. You'll get scolded, and you seem so pleased. Indeed, it is quite a joyful matter. Ungrateful little girl. Alright, Rongjing, why are you quarreling with a child? Go fetch the warm water and milk powder from the backpack. You've prepared milk powder for Jin Bao so many times. I shouldn't need to instruct you. Chapter 96, Camping Part 2. Alright, I shall prepare milk powder for this ungrateful little girl. I recall we purchased Sue's pastries yesterday. Did you bring them today? Lu Rongjing asked as he retrieved the backpack from the trunk. They are all in the car. Liu Ma placed the child on his lap and replied to Lu Rongjing. Can we finish all that? Why didn't you leave some at home? Lu Rongjing turned abruptly incredulous at Liu Ma's response. Aunt Chen and Aunt Qian are particularly stubborn, they want to eat the pastries and fruits we bought. Shall we let them sit at home and spoil? We must finish all the coconut milk cake today. Liu Ma retorted with exasperation. Mo, when did you go to buy pastries? We went to buy them right after finalizing our plans. We set off early today and didn't have time for breakfast. Was it still open that late? Jin Bao, the pastry shop's owner's son and daughter-in-law, have also returned to inherit the family business. And their operating hours are from 7 in the morning until 10 at night. I bought not only milk cake but also your favorite bacon and meat floss small buns, bursting with flavor. There are also meat floss red bean cakes and cheese bacon sandwiches, most of them are savory. Do you like them? After Liu Ma finished speaking, Lu Rongjing had also prepared the milk powder and handed it to Lin Yanjin. I like them. What will you and brother eat? Milk and snacks. Xiaomo, Zhao Jia, and Li Rui have already set off. Liu Rongjing raised his phone to indicate, are Yan Yan and her friends going camping as well? Yes, last night I asked in the group, and they all wanted to go. Liu Ma fed Lin Yanjin a piece of sandwich before replying softly, then why aren't they coming with us? There isn't enough space in the car. Sister Zhao Jia and Li Rui are both my and Xiaomo's friends. Who should we let take the remaining seat? Lu Rongjing patiently explained, let Yan Yan sit. Zhao Jia and Li Rui can take a taxi. Lin Yanjin blurted out without a second thought. Yan Yan is only 11. Would her parents allow her to sit with Zhao Jia? Liu Ma asked with a hint of amusement. Besides, sister, even if Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao were willing to let Yan Yan ride with us, who would take care of her? Lu Rongjing smiled as he posed the question to Lin Yanjin. She can take care of herself. Yan Yan is quite capable. She can look after me and Ningxiang, so why can't she take care of herself? Lin Yanjin responded, her face filled with confusion. But a child cannot sit in the front passenger seat. If Yan Yan comes, brother can take the front seat. He is already 18. Lin Yanjin stated matter-of-factly, which nearly sent Lu Rongjing into a fit of rage. Little Jin Bao, would you really allow another girl to sit next to me? Liu Ma attempted to struggle a bit more, trying to reason, but Yan Yan isn't just any other girl. Fine. Lin Yanjin had completely forgotten the unpleasantness from her first encounter with Zhao Yan Yan. And even her attempt to persuade others to call her sister. Li Yuma and Lu Rongjing exchanged glances, conceding that this infuriating little girl had begun to harbor feelings for others. Little Jinbao, have you forgotten what you promised me? I haven't. Really not. Li Yuma was utterly flabbergasted. Little Jinbao, did you mean it when you said you'd marry me when you grew up? Or were you just joking? A slight tremor was evident in Li Yuma's voice. Why do you ask that? Lin Yanjin replied, bewildered. Jinbao, I thought we had already agreed that I would wait for you to grow up and marry me. So I cannot get close to other girls. Then what does it mean that you're allowing other girls to sit next to me? But Yen Yen isn't just anyone. So is she not a girl? Jenger, have you truly forgotten our promise? I haven't forgotten. I will not forget. I was wrong, there was no way around it. Lin Yanjin couldn't stand to see Li Yuma unhappy, so she quickly admitted her fault and wrapped her short arms tightly around him. Due to her consistent exercise routine, Lin Yanjin possessed surprising strength, squeezing Li Yuma a bit too tightly for comfort. Alright, as long as you haven't forgotten, that's what matters. Li Yuma gently patted Lin Yanjin's back, a triumphant smile on his face. Meanwhile, Lu Rongjing was utterly speechless. His childhood friend might just be too immature. I just wanted to call you. Alright, what else do you want to eat? I'll feed you. I don't want to eat anymore. Jinbao, please do not hold me so tightly, otherwise, your arm will ache soon. I long to embrace you. I have always been here for you. Do not blame yourself. It is quite alright, even if you forget our agreement, I shall forgive you. But I have not forgotten. Yes, little Jinbao remembers. It is I who am overly fearful, afraid that you might abandon me, even if I were to forsake myself. I would never forsake you. I understand now. It is my fault. I shall not allow other girls to approach you, not even Yen Yen. Yes, thank you, Jinbao. Lu Rongjing could not help but facepalm with one hand. Utterly unable to bear the sight of his academic prodigy friend. Brother, do you have a headache? Lin Yanjin turned around to see her somewhat unscrupulous brother holding his forehead with concern. Jinbao, your brother does not have a headache. Then why is he holding his head? He has an eye ailment, commonly known as conjunctivitis. Li Yuma, however, failed to notice the disdain in Lu Rongjing's eyes directed at him. Is Li Yuma such a virtuous person? Does he appear to be? Xiaomo, do you realize how much you deserve a good thrashing at this moment? Unable to tolerate it any longer, Lu Rongjing bit down on his molars and inquired. Brother, if you are unwell, go seek treatment. Why would you want to hit Amo? Lin Yanjin spoke with utmost seriousness, causing Lu Rongjing to feel exasperated, his head nearly steaming from the frustration stemming from the pair before him. No matter how one interprets it, it sounds like an insult, yet Lu Rongjing could find no outlet for his frustration, because his beloved sister was utterly oblivious to the fact that she was hurling insults. Rongjing, Jinbao is correct. If you are ill, go get treated, do not act irrationally. Furthermore, do you think you can defeat me in a fight? Li Yuma adhered to the principle of not letting anyone off lightly until they were thoroughly exasperated. His little one had just made him uncomfortable, and thus he felt the need to retaliate. Xiaomo, one day, you shall reap what you sow. Lu Rongjing was well aware of his academic friend's intentions. Yet he did not wish to become a source of great resentment. Brother, what are you saying? How can you speak of Amo in such a manner? Lin Yanjin immediately flared up upon hearing the words reap what you sow. Chapter 97, Camping. Young Master, we have arrived. Just as the trio were bickering, Uncle Lu opened the partition and addressed them. We haven't been seated for long, and we've already reached our destination, Lin Yanjin exclaimed in surprise. Miss, we have been on the road for an hour and a half, and since we set off early, there has been no traffic along the way. I chose the highway, with no traffic lights. Uncle Lu explained earnestly. Oh, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu. Lin Yanjin immediately responded with polite humility. Miss, you are too courteous. Young Master, Li Xiao, shall we set up the tent first or arrange the seating? Uncle Lu indeed found a good spot. It was level and elevated several meters above the riverbed, surrounded by wood and pine trees, a perfect clearing. Li Yuma genuinely praised. Li Xiao, you jest, after your discussion with the young master last night. I did my homework. The viewing platform over there is too crowded and noisy. This location offers a similar view of the reservoir, so I suggest we arrive early today, since we came early. We can secure our spot, however, as it is far from the vendors. I doubt anyone would choose this area. Uncle Lu chuckled warmly. Yes, thank you, Uncle Lu. You are very thoughtful. Alright, enough of the pleasantries. Xiaomo, let us set up the tent first? Lu Rongjing impatiently interrupted the conversation between Li Yuma and Uncle Lu. Jinbao and I will arrange the table. You and Uncle Lu can set up the tent first, and I shall help once I finish. Very well, where shall we pitch our tent? In such a spacious area, anywhere will do. Li Yuma replied as he opened the trunk of the car and retrieved two folding tables. We must open the tables first to place our items. My tent will be set up on this side, as I am the only adult. It is safer by the roadside, Uncle Lou said as he took out his large red bag. Alright, my tent will be next to Uncle Lou's. And Jiner and Xiaomo's tent will be set up in between. Liu Rongjing said while assisting Uncle Lou with the tent setup, using a hammer to drive the stakes into the ground. May I help you carry the table? Lin Yanjin asked upon seeing Li Yuma moving the folding table alone. No need Jinbao, you go and fetch the folding chairs from the car. Li Yuma thought the folding chairs, being made of stainless steel, would be quite light. Alright, Lin Yanjin turned to fetch the chairs, but being small yet ambitious, she attempted to carry 4 folded chairs at once. Jiner, do not be greedy, put some down. Take fewer. Liu Rongjing was startled and quickly set down his tools to assist Lin Yanjin. It is fine, brother. I am a big girl now, also, I am quite strong. Lin Yanjin insisted on holding onto the chairs as she tried to move forward. Strength does not matter. What if you injure yourself later? At Jinbao, with so many chairs, you cannot see the path ahead. What if you happen to fall? Come, give them to me. Little Jinbao, go to the side and gather some flowers to place in the water bottles later. They can be put on the table or in our tents. Li Yuma took the items from Lin Yanjin's hands, speaking sternly, as he was also frightened. This child was growing increasingly reckless. If such a small person were to fall and hurt herself, he would regret it deeply. But I want to help you. Lin Yanjin pouted, feeling immensely wronged. I know, my Jinbao cares for me, however, you are still too young. Alright, no more feeling wronged. Once I finish, we will go flower picking together. For now, you follow me. You may only carry what I allow you to carry. Do not be greedy, you understood? Li Yuma placed the folding chairs on the set table and then picked up Lin Yanjin, patiently coaxing her. There was no alternative. He must indulge his little one. After all, she was genuinely concerned for him. Do you still feel wronged? Be good. Let us not feel wronged. I was perhaps too concerned, which caused me to speak too hastily. Jinbao Mo sincerely apologizes. Now, smile for me. Li Yuma gently kissed Lin Yanjin's forehead and continued to soothe her softly. Alright, let us continue moving the items. Amo. There are so many flowers over there. Lin Yanjin finally smiled. Yes, they are azaleas. Once we are done packing, I shall take you to pick some. Li Yuma finally managed to pacify his little one. He set her down and went to retrieve more items from the cart. This package contains insect repellent. Jinbao, you can carry it. I will bring our tents. Okay. Soon Li Yuma carried the items over, while Liu Rongjing and Uncle Lou had secured 2 tents. Just as they all worked together to secure Li Yuma and Lin Yanjin's tent, Zhao Jie and Li Rui arrived. They assisted Zhao Jie and Li Rui in unloading their belongings. There was no choice. Li Rui and Zhao Jie arrived by ride-hailing service and needed to get their items down quickly. Yan, I will help you with your luggage, Lin Yanjin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Zhao Yan. Before Li Yuma could react, Zhao Yanyan rushed over to embrace Lin Yanjin as if they had not seen each other for ages, even though they had just spent half a day together the day before. No need, Jinmei. I brought you something, just come and take what I have for you. Oh, how mysterious. What did you bring me? Guess, Jinyan, come help out. Do not just focus on playing with Jinmei. Zhao Jie began directing Zhao Yanyan again. Oh no, I accidentally cut my finger. Yan, would you keep me company? Brother Zhao Jie, will you be upset if Yan stays with me? Lin Yanjin smiled slyly, looking at Zhao Jie with an innocent expression. Jinmei, where did you hurt yourself? I will get iodine and a band-aid. Do not move. Zhao Yan immediately rushed to Lin Yanjin upon hearing she had hurt her hand. It is alright, there is no bleeding. No wound, just a little scrape. Come, let us stand over there and not block them from working. Lin Yanjin stifled a laugh as she pulled Zhao Yanyan towards the table. Liu Rongjing looked again at Li Yuma. They both understood what was happening. This little one simply wanted to make Zhao Jie do all the work while she played with Zhao Yanyan. Both exchanged glances of exasperation. Their adorable glutinous rice dumpling was indeed a black sesame-filled one. Always had been. Jinmei, come sit down, let me see your hand. Zhao Yanyan took off the cloth bag from the folding chair and placed the open chair for Lin Yanjin to sit. It is fine. You sit too, let us take a break. Chapter 98, Camping. Jinmei, I am a bit worried about your hand. Could you show it to me? Zhao Yanyan insisted, genuinely fearful for Lin Yanjin's well-being. Such a naive girl. She had no idea that her Jinmei was merely trying to protect her from dealing with her own brother. It is truly nothing. Yan, you mentioned you brought me something. What did you bring? Lin Yanjin attempted to shift the topic, surprised by Zhao Yanyan's earnestness. What did I bring? A whole bag of frog legs. A few days ago, my father returned to his hometown and went frog catching with my uncle and others. Last night, my mother took to the kitchen and prepared a spicy and sour frog dish. To my dismay, this little girl took out a large takeout box and picked out all the frog legs, claiming she wanted to take them to Sister Jean. I couldn't even have one. it was inappropriate for me to eat the frog legs she hadn't seen. To my utter surprise, she burst into tears. Gasping for breath, which led to my father chasing me with a feather duster. I ran through several rooms but could not evade his wrath. Look at my arm, Xiaoma, it's still bruised. Zhao Jie, feeling speechless, remarked that his sister was perhaps beyond redemption. In her heart, nothing was more important than those black sesame-filled glutinous rice balls. Yan Yan, thank you, Lin Yanjin said, touched, overwhelmed with emotion. She hugged Zhao Yan Yan tightly. At that moment, Li Yuma's expression darkened considerably. Just earlier he had schemed in the car to prevent his child from having physical contact with others, only to find it all in vain. He felt an indescribable possessiveness over his child. Jinbao let go of Yan Yan for now. Come, let's set up our tent together, it will be far more fulfilling for us to construct it ourselves, Li Yuma said, stepping forward to bring Lin Yanjin before him. What nonsense! Was he, Li Yuma, a generous person? The answer was a resounding no. Oh, then what should I do? Didn't you just say I was too young to be of any help and to go pick flowers instead? How about Yan Yan and I go pick some flowers first? Lin Yanjin insisted, wanting to stay with her. Yan Yan, I was wrong earlier, Jinbao. I was too narrow-minded. It would be much more meaningful for us to do this together. Let me take out the inflatable mattress. Shall we both inflate it together? Jinbao, you must sympathize with me. I didn't sleep well last night and woke up early today, and now I have a bit of a headache. In a bid to prevent Lin Yanjin from becoming too cozy with Zhao Yan Yan, Li Yuma resorted to feigning illness for sympathy. Senior, you have a headache? It's alright, you can sit over there on the chair. Yan Yan and I will finish the work you couldn't complete, and you just need to watch, Zhao Yan Yan said attentively, her kindness failing to elicit gratitude from Li Yuma, which only darkened his expression further. Yan Yan, you're amazing. Yumo, let me help you sit down. Yan Yan and I will complete the next steps. Trust me, I'm almost 8 years old. I can help share some of the burden. After saying this, Lin Yanjin reached for Li Yuma's hand. Jinbao, be good. I can still manage. Yan Yan has her own things to attend to, and she still needs to set up her tent with brother Zhao and organize their belongings. Li Yuma hugged Lin Yanjin, saying helplessly, it's fine, senior, my brother can manage alone, he's already an adult. Besides, after I help Sister Jean tidy up here, I can organize my things afterward. Zhao Yan Yan's eagerness was nothing new, and this time it successfully drove Li Yuma to the brink of madness. He couldn't bear to show a cold face to his child, but he was more than willing to exert pressure on his hapless brother. Zhao Jie, sensing the icy glare from his scholarly childhood friend, instinctively approached to take his sister away. There was no helping it. Zhao Jie had always been somewhat intimidated by Li Yuma, especially with his unapproachable demeanor. Zhao Yan Yan, you may like Sister Jean, but there must be limits. If you want to help her, you must first finish our own tasks. Also, this is where the two of us will be staying tonight. Is it reasonable for you to leave me to manage everything alone? You're the one being unreasonable. Is there a brother who behaves like you, dragging Yan Yan back like this? What if she trips and falls, and holding her by her collar, aren't you afraid it'll choke her? Zhao Jie, if you continue to bully Yan Yan, do you believe I won't beat you? Lin Yanjin glared at Zhao Jie, her small fists clenched tightly. Li Yuma realized his child was genuinely angry at that moment. Zhao Jie, let go of Yan Yan. Look at you, an adult over 18, still lacking common sense. No wonder you're being scolded. Li Yuma gathered Lin Yanjin into his embrace, gently prying her tiny fists open with his warm hand. Lu Rongjing also sensed the awkwardness and hurried over. Let me help you. Zhao Jie, as an older brother, you should act like one. I'll tell you, if you choke Yan Yan, I will help my sister beat you up. I will hold you down and let her have her way. Lu Rongjing spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, completely forgetting that the instigator of this farce was his scholarly brother. Though they were all brothers, a brother who doesn't show favoritism isn't a good brother. After all, he was close to Li Yuma, often sharing meals together. Bewildered, Zhao Jie finally grasped the situation. He was being bullied by several people. Even his own sister wouldn't aid him. Alas, I can set it up alone. Yan Yan can simply hand me tools. I won't bully Yan Yan anymore. Sister Jean needn't worry. Alright, in the end Zhao Jie took on everything. After all, his scholarly childhood friend was a cunning strategist. The most critical part was that he couldn't compete with this strategist, couldn't outsmart him in exams, and even found himself unable to physically confront him. And the strategist's child was nothing less than a black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball. Ironically, this black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball was the cherished one of the group. Meanwhile, his own sister was the one being protected by that very black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball. Oh heavens, when will these wretched days come to an end? Alright, little Jinbao. Zhao Jie knows he was wrong. He will never dare to bully Yan Yan again. Rest assured, we still need to set up our tent. And then you can take a nap. Also, we need to sprinkle this realgar powder around here and apply these insect repellents. Be ye good. Didn't we bring the barbecue grill? We can grill food all day today. Eating and having fun at the same time. I've also brought your favorite Perilla drink, prepared by Aunt Chen. I've chilled it with ice for you. While we're outdoors, I won't force you to eat anything you dislike. Is that alright? Chapter 99, Camping, Part 5. Alright, Lin Yanjin finally ceased her temper tantrum, quietly turning to help Li Yuma place the mat inside the tent. She then connected the manual air pump and earnestly began to pump it up. Surprisingly, despite her small stature, Lin Yanjin's arms were quite strong. By the time Li Yuma arrived with the thin blanket, Lin Yanjin had already inflated the mattress. Jinbao, did you do this all by yourself? Machem, let me see your little hands. Didn't I ask you to wait for me to do it together? Aren't you having a headache? I wanted you to rest on it sooner. Jinbao. Li Yuma tossed the thin blanket onto the inflatable mattress and sat down beside it. He then pulled his child close, holding her tightly. Thank you, little Jinbao. Li Yuma buried his head in Lin Yanjin's neck, hiding all his emotions there. It's alright. I should share the burden with you. Come, Amo, pass me the blanket. I'll make the bed, and once it's ready, you can take a nap. If you rest well, your head won't hurt anymore. Lin Yanjin gently pushed Li Yuma away, preparing to reach for the blanket. Just leaning on you will help. Don't be afraid, I'm fine. We can both make the bed together. Once we're done tidying up, I'll take you to pick flowers. Jinbao, we must be very careful out here. Yan Yan is still too young. She can't protect you. You need to stay close to me. Alright, Amo doesn't want you to play with Yan Yan. It's just that there might be dangers in the grass. If you wander too far, I won't be able to reach you in time to protect you. Jinbao, I truly fear for your safety. Li Yuma's gaze softened as he spoke earnestly to his child. Okay, I will listen to you. I don't want you to get hurt either, and I certainly don't want you to feel upset. Lin Yanjin's tone was particularly serious, filling Li Yuma's heart with warmth. Yes, very good. Now let's make the bed. You help me secure the blanket here, and I'll take care of the rest. Without hesitation, Li Yuma swiftly completed the task. You all take your time. I will take Jinbao to pick flowers. After putting on his shoes, Li Yuma looked at the busy group with a sense of satisfaction, although everyone was visibly annoyed by his infuriating face. No one dared to act against him. Setting aside all reasons, they simply couldn't win against him, though this reason was somewhat embarrassing to admit, given that all three were older than Li Yuma. It was indeed too humiliating to be unable to defeat him. How did they know they couldn't beat Li Yuma? They had tried before during a physical activity in school, when Li Yuma had refused to join them. Zhao Jie and Lu Rongjing exchanged glances and, after a few words with Li Rui, all three charged at Li Yuma, hoping to drag him into the basketball court. However, Li Yuma seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He dodged effortlessly, causing Li Rui, who had lunged forward, to fall flat on the ground. Then, in a swift motion, he captured one and lined the three of them up. This was even more humiliating than being beaten. This was a situation where they had to endure, as they had no means to retaliate. Li Yuma, holding Lin Yanjin, walked towards a cluster of vibrant rhododendrons blooming by the reservoir. Amo, what kind of flower is this? Azaleas, what about this delicate shade of lavender? Indeed, Jiner, there are numerous varieties of azaleas, and our Rongjing is not the most picturesque locale for wild azaleas. Which place boasts more splendid azaleas? At Guizhou in Yunnan, where the wild azaleas bloom in vast expanses, cascading through the towering mountains. Have you ever been there? No. How do you know then? I have watched many documentaries. Well, Lin Yanjin felt that the topic could draw to a close. Jinbao, what color of azalea do you desire? All of them. Very well, let us gather a few of each. Li Yuma casually pulled a branch of azalea closer to Lin Yanjin. She eagerly reached out and picked several sprigs. Imo, the stamen of this red azalea is simply exquisite. Yes, I recall that when I was at my hometown, some elders warned their children never to consume the stamen of azaleas, lest they be afflicted by insects burrowing into their noses. I even researched it specifically, and the outcome? The red ones are non-toxic, while the white and yellow varieties possess certain toxins. Imo, did you feel lonely in your hometown? Before I met you, I felt quite solitary. Imo, yes, I am here. Li Yuma allowed his child to embrace his neck, nestling her little head into the crook of his shoulder. He gently patted her back, his movements tender, as if he wished to envelop her in his warmth. Alright, little Jiner, lift your head. There are not only azaleas here, but look at these yellow flowers, they are beautiful as well. Do you like them? Li Yuma shifted Lin Yanjin's head slightly, asking with affectionate indulgence that he had been a bit too emotional earlier, yet his child clung to him so, nevertheless, no matter how rational he was, he could not bear to see his child intimate with others in his presence, not even if they were girls. What flower is this? St. John's wort. This flower has medicinal properties. As Li Yuma spoke, He set Lin Yanjin down, and just as Lin Yanjin touched the cluster of blooming St. John's wort petals, she inadvertently grasped a careless bee in her palm. Of course, that bee was not one to be trifled with. Even if it met an unjust demise, it would not sacrifice itself in vain, and so the careless Lin Yanjin was stung. Jin Bao, what has happened? Li Umo was taken aback. This flower bites. Jiner, Li Umo hurriedly pried open Lin Yanjin's hand, discovering the bee ensconced within the petals. He quickly scooped Lin Yanjin into his arms and rushed back to their camp. Jiner, does it hurt terribly? I can endure it. Jin Bao, I am sorry, it was the bee that stung me. Why apologize? Furthermore, it was my own carelessness for not being more attentive. In the end, Lin Yanjin felt a rare embarrassment. She buried her little face against Li Umo's neck, feeling too shy to face anyone. I did not protect you well. I was just saying that with you by my side, I could keep you safe from danger. Yet, in less than a quarter of an hour, I find myself slapping my own face, allowing you to be harmed under my very nose. Chapter 100, Camping 6. Li Umo was now filled with self-reproach. Xiaomo, what has transpired? Lu Rongjing saw Li Umo hurriedly carrying Lin Yanjin and approached, noticing their earlier intent to gather flowers, yet they had none. That he could not help but inquire. Jiner's hand was stung by a bee. We need to take her to the hospital. I will call Uncle Lu immediately. Brother, no need. I was stung by a bee, and bees are not venomous. Lin Yanjin quickly refuted, what a joke, go to the hospital. She feared hospitals most, with their pervasive scent of disinfectants and stark white surroundings, alongside patients who either wore pained expressions or moaned in discomfort. She detested such places and their atmosphere. Jin Bao, I will first disinfect your wound, after that, I will take you to the hospital to ensure everything is alright. I do not want to, Imo. We shall not go to the hospital, I feel it is not that painful anymore. Jin Bao, sister. Faced with two concerned faces, Lin Yanjin steeled her resolve and buried herself against Li Umo's chest. Her little head nudging anxiously, let us wait a moment, shall we? If it does not hurt after the disinfection, then we need not go to the hospital. I am afraid. Lin Yanjin's voice trembled slightly. And Li Umo could distinctly feel his little one trembling as well. Alright, do not be afraid. I am here, Xiaomo. Lu Rongjing looked at Li Umo in disbelief. It is nothing. Rongjing, please fetch my backpack. It contains iodine, cotton swabs, and disinfectant wipes. Li Umo calmly instructed Lu Rongjing while carrying Lin Yanjin back to their tent. Jin Bao, I am here, do not be afraid. Now let me see your hand. Do not cover your little face like that, or you may have trouble breathing. It could suffocate you. Be ye good. Jiner, I have said before, I will not force you, but Jiner, if you feel any discomfort, you must tell me. Do not hide it from me. We cannot afford to ignore medical issues. After settling down, Li Umo gently adjusted Lin Yanjin's head, whispering tenderly in her ear, what has happened? Li Rui and Zhao Jie also sensed something amiss and quickly approached. It is nothing, you two continue with your tasks. Li Umo understood that his child did not wish to see more people at that moment, and he spoke politely to the two. Alright, if anything arises, do let us know. Xiaomo, do not shoulder everything alone. Li Rui said earnestly. I understand, but for now, you two go on. There is nothing major, I can manage. Li Umo replied sincerely just as Lu Rongjing returned with iodine and disinfectant wipes. Li Umo swiftly took the items, opening Lin Yanjin's palm to find it nearly red, without swelling. Carefully, he wiped Lin Yanjin's entire hand with the disinfectant wipe before spraying iodine. Jin Bao, does it hurt a lot? Li Umo noticed Lin Yanjin shivering slightly, prompting his anxious inquiry. It does not hurt as much as before. Lin Yanjin replied somewhat uncomfortably. Jin Mei. What happened to you? Zhao Yanyan asked breathlessly. She had rushed over, having quietly left the group to find Lin Yanjin, but had taken a wrong turn. Upon finally finding the right path, she spotted Li Umo anxiously carrying Lin Yanjin back to the camp. I was just stung by a bee. Lin Yanjin felt embarrassed, having been so careless, like a merciless hand tearing at flowers. Consequently, she had received her just desserts. Brother, I remember that people in my hometown said to use milk to soothe the bee sting. Right? Zhao Yanyan urgently asked Zhao Jie, uncertain. Yanyan, that refers to breast milk. Where would we find that? Zhao Jie, being a young man, felt somewhat awkward as he spoke. It is still milk. Jin Mei, hold on a moment. I have some leftover milk from this morning. It is fresh milk, ordered by my father. It is delivered daily at 5 a.m. from the neighboring farm. Without further ado, Zhao Yanyan rushed back to her tent to fetch the milk. Unbeknownst to her, while she was asleep in the car, Zhao Jie had already finished the milk she had left behind. Zhao Jie, did you sneakily drink my milk again? As expected, when Zhao Yanyan opened her small backpack, she found only remnants of milk stains in her bottle. This time, she finally yelled at her brother. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie felt an unusual urge to shrink his head into his clothes, wishing to disappear from sight. How embarrassing. It is alright Yan Yan, I am fine, I feel much better than before, so do not worry. Do not be so angry. Look, your eyes are already turning red. Imo said that being overly angry is not good for your health. Lin Yanjin said, attempting to rise from Li Yumo's embrace to console Zhao Yanyan. However, Li Yumo instinctively tightened his arm, preventing her escape. Imo, little one, you are still injured, why do you wish to comfort others? Li Yumo nearly laughed in exasperation. This naive little one truly had the ability to drive one mad, remaining blissfully unaware of her own situation. Alright, be good, we are in the wild, surrounded by beauty. Yet peril lurks everywhere. Jin Bao, I will not allow you to leave my side today. I cannot let any misfortune befall you again. I know what you are worried about, Zhao Jie, if you continue to bully your sister, I will take action against you. Take a good look at how Rongjing is a good brother, and then compare yourself. Zhao Jie, you are older than Rongjing by several months. How can you so easily accept Zhao Yanyan's sincere call of brother? Li Yuma comforted the child in his arms, gently pressing the little one's head against his lean, sturdy chest, while his gaze towards Zhao Jie bore an unusual seriousness. I was wrong, Yanyan, your brother has erred. But he will change. Under the weight of Li Yuma's imposing presence, Zhao Jie appeared utterly cowed. It is indeed time for a change, as our Jiner will be returning to school next semester. With her goals already firmly set, both Xiaoma and I will ensure she is placed in Teacher Lu's class alongside Yan Yan. Should your bullying of Yan Yan bring unhappiness to Jiner, I shall not hesitate to confront you. Consider your lanky frame. Can you withstand my onslaught? I shall pin you down, allowing my sister and your sister to exact their retribution upon you. Lu Rongjing declared darkly, his face a mask of gloom. He had long yearned to teach Zhao Jie a lesson for his various irresponsibilities that had caused his precious sister distress. They were childhood friends, yet when compared to family, such ties were relegated to the background. Moreover, ever since he had coaxed this adorable little dumpling into becoming his sister at the end of last year, he had long since shed the shackles of his former self, with the arrival of this delightful sister. His relationship with his father had also undergone a remarkable transformation.